Oh, this is shit,
People
actually.
ain't ready. People
Well,
ain't
it's
fucking
so
ready.
different now, though, right? I mean, when these films or when the books were written and when the films came out, there probably weren't that many people sort of on Twitter going around looking for allegories for the Jews, for example, which
Oh
apparently the
no, no, no,
goblins
yeah,
now are.
it was just shit for its own reason. That's never gonna be a fucking argument from me for why it's bad. That's the goblins owning the banks or whatever. Like I don't. It's the same. It reminds me of the whole orcs are black people thing. It's like, oh, you got to be careful saying shit like that because it makes it sound like you're seeing it where it may not necessarily exist. Sort of stuff. You got to be careful. But Harry Potter was filled with all kinds of crazy shit. Like it's
Remember how they casually introduced time travel into the third book
wasn't
and gave it to a girl so she could go to class?
I was aiming more for, well, that's, you know what, that actually is an extension of what I was about to say. The dangers for the students. The insane levels of ways people could just die easily. It was absolutely nuts.
If you touch any random object, it could be enchanted to teleport your ass to a different, totally new location. That's not going to be used to kidnap children forever.
It was something else, undeniably. And you know, we should do an EFAP arc on that. I think those movies. It would be funny.
I would be totally down for an EFAP arc. Absolutely.
Would you be up for it though?
Oh my goodness!
Like 8 movies, isn't it?
I will be up like I'm flying through the air on my Quidditch.
Is that what the kids say? The Quidditch?
On your Quidditch.
Yeah, I'm on my Nimbus 2000.
Going on your Quidditch with Doblin? You're gonna
Yeah, Doblin and I are gonna go on a Quidditch adventure
the,
together through Hogwarts.
The reason why this has arisen is because somebody on Twitter said that like that Doblin guy dying was like the saddest scene in cinema. So
I haven't even seen the movies past.
Daubers was a real one. I'm just saying. Okay.
Well, so
I haven't seen it in a while, but I'm just going to take a wild guess and say that Schindler's List was a little bit more removing than Dobby dying. Just maybe.
A bit, little tiny.
Yeah, Tears and Rain ain't got shit on Dublin.
I watched the last two. Was that when like little Dobby guy like? Is that?
I think he died in one of those two. Yeah,
that tells you how much of an impression those films left on me. I can't remember anything about them.
Who died first, Doblin or Dobbledore? Doblindor.
Doblindor.
I remember people. That was a big thing on the internet when
it was a big thing
when Doblindor was killed.
Before the book came out, she had said that a major character will die. And everyone was speculating, who could it be? Oh, it's going to be this person. It's going to be that person.
Nobody expected it to be Doblin.
No one expected it to be Doblin, that major character.
It was the time that the most powerful 3 words in the English language at that time was Snape kills Dumbledore, because you could just ruin so much for so many people. It was really a good time to be an absolute.
But it was like a superpower because you knew something that people didn't. That they
I could ruin the rest of your year with these 3 words.
And then it happened again with The Force Awakens. Han Solo dies. Han Solo dies. Han Solo dies. Han Solo dies.
Yeah, that's right. Like when The Force Awakens came out, like people were just tweeting, like if anybody ever said anything about the film or like there were videos, people would just say like Han Solo dies, so you just couldn't be on the internet if you wanted that wonderful movie, that great movie, The Force Awakens.
I will say, when that scene starts, it's like, so he's dead. Like, just if
you understand like common filmmaking language, like you know what's about to happen. Yeah.
And then if you know anything about the meta, you'd be like, oh, he's definitely dead.
Well, because a lot of people have pointed out that like that Harrison Ford at the Disney Expo talking about like the new Indiana Jones movie, that he looked way more excited about it than he's looked for like any Star Wars thing like in the last 30 years.
I've never understood that, because I quite love Han Solo, I love Indiana Jones, but he seems to think only one of them is worthwhile. It's like,
it's worthwhile, so much so that they'll continue to make bad movies for Indiana Jones instead of just letting him rest, leaving him alone.
Get back in the fridge, Harrison.
Do you have any expectations at all for Indiana Jones 5?
No.
Who's directing it? Steven Spielberg?
I think the guy who made Logan, is doing it.
Yeah, didn't he have a big old thing on Twitter though? Didn't he like?
Yeah, I think he did.
Super embarrassing. Also, do you guys like the thumbnail? I do.
I have to
put
here,
slight
let me-
effort into it. Okay.
Oh my god.
Wow, you did put some effort into that. You got your little MS Paint out to like, oh well, maybe even Photoshop, like to do. All
Maybe even
those,
Photoshop.
I am not an elf that is loved. I'm an idea.
Oh no. Yeah, I guess that would be the one she's most associated with. That's the classic Joaquin
We ain't
makeup
associating
there.
her with a good one.
Yeah, that is.
Even though you've chosen to do that, I will not do that. She is what's that guy's name who is always in the bad movies?
Jared Leto?
Jared Leto. Jared Leto's Joker. That's who I'm associating her with. I couldn't remember his movies. I just knew he was in the Suicide Squad, the Snyder Cut, and Morbius.
What's the inspiration behind the Galadriel Joker? Like, what's the
Hey,
Well,
crazy
what
grin.
idea.
I thought the grin just lended itself to a Joker smile. But then of course
When she's on their horse.
I would argue it's personifying the show is clownish, you know?
Well,
There's
sure,
like
but like,
clowny elements.
oh, I see. Well, I would say that the show has gotten more clown-like as it's progressed.
I would say 3 and 4 are
that's the case.
very clowny. I didn't feel that 1 and 2 were very clowny. They were more dry as fuck to me.
Yes.
Well, I think I would say that maybe I'm jumping the gun a bit, but I think the impression that I had after the first 2 episodes was like, meh. Whereas now it's like, nah, it's just bad. Like it's just
Very
bad.
bad, yeah.
Like,
I realized, by the way, we
It's
managed to
the
not
end of
talk.
Episode 2 was bad. The end of episode 2 is sort of, that's what kicks it off, because then you have the entire sort of freaky fish guy thing. You
Yeah.
have,
Well,
like,
to clarify,
potions and dragons and stuff.
I thought
Yeah.
1 and 2 were bad. I think these
They
2
were
are
bad,
worse.
yeah.
they were bad, but
3 and 4
now
are
it's
worse.
like in really firm bad territory.
Maybe you'll agree when you hear our arguments, precious audience.
Maybe.
Who knows?
Yeah.
But I was just going
Yeah.
to say, we managed to not talk about the thing we were going to talk about. We were
Which
gonna...
is our guest, Lost
Oh.
Shord.
No,
Say hello.
that wasn't.
No. The broader topic that was raised by the Dobby thing, which is what does it mean to try and claim what is the saddest scene in like
I
cinema?
like how I try to
what does that
introduce
even mean?
our guest and bring
That's
he's like, no,
not-
back to the dead elf.
Yeah, because you
Dead elves are much more. I like dead elves. I'm all fine with that. Or
tried to
goblins.
fast track guest intro, which happens after the intro, and then after that is the intro.
And the
Gosh,
intro
Rags.
is the conversation, which is
Yeah.
how do we quantify what it means to be the saddest scene in like a film or in the cinema, you know?
I
How
would
do
be
we do
curious to see what people like in general would say, but I don't know how. We can just go with general trends as the closest you could do.
Well,
Like,
I
it
guess
seems
the
to be that most
difficulty is,
people.
Mhm.
Well, the only way to maybe say this with any objective measurement would be to get a study of people who have written down elements of a scene that they find sad. So now you can put an objective number to how much a trend applies and then see what scene has all of those elements in it. That's something. Of course, it's just based off of what people generally tend to think or how they
guess-
generally tend to feel. What
I
is
guess
what it,
that's something, but what's going to make people sad is always going to vary to some degree based on the things that are meaningful to them or maybe personal experiences that they have. So like even if we could develop some like rule set that's going to feelings are pretty subjective, you know? Like
What?
the way that something makes you feel is that's pretty personal and subjective. And so something that makes I'm pretty sure Muller and I have talked about this before. I get
Probably.
sad a lot easier with like animation. Is something I've noticed. That just seems to be the case. Animated films have often, whereas I think you've often said like live action seems to.
Yeah, and I've
where
been
it
at peace
gets
with that for a while. Live
like-
action gets to my heart quicker, and I've always assumed it's because I can more easily believe it's happening, because it's just real people doing it, as opposed to drawn or animated or designed people. But that doesn't stop me from possibly shedding a tear. I could already think of an example I would give for one of the most emotionally affecting scenes recently, and it was animation. Would have been Go to Arcane, probably, episode 3.
Mm-hmm.
it's one less layer, like one less barrier between a human's emotions.
I wouldn't want to
me seeing
imply
it.
Is it worse in any way? It's just that it gets to me faster. Maybe faster is the word I
Yeah.
should go for rather than more or something.
Yeah, probably. You have to overcome
Yeah.
that barrier between, the
Well,
actor acting and me
I
watching.
guess I don't know if like I would say that animation, like the character being animated, is a barrier in like I'm not sure that I would see the barrier, I guess.
If it's that you have to take something like you have a human actor who is, acting out and emoting and everything, and then you have to do things on top of it, or there are steps in the way in terms of
Yeah.
animating over it
Could I
and
say that like when it comes to animation that there are some when you think about like some if you look at like an animated character where like certain aspects of the face may be like exaggerated or certain aspects of the face is downplayed, that like by doing that, by in some ways I don't want to say like stripping away complexity because I don't think that that's what it is. Like deliberate choices that you can make to emphasize certain parts of the face, like visually compared to other parts of the face, like increasing the size of like parts of the face, that like that may have some effect on how potent uh the effect is.
Well, that could
I
go
don't
both
know.
ways,
Maybe.
right?
maybe
It could with like emphasis with like cinematography. I would agree. Like what parts of the face that you choose to focus on with like the real human.
Well, because I'm following what you're
Uh,
saying. It might actually like tap into some, in the same way that larger and softer eyes will always make us feel like something is cuter
Yeah.
and safer. But it
Yeah.
could be that there are plenty of people out there who see that and they're like, oh, now I don't believe this is a real thing. Now it looks ridiculous, you know, that
Right.
sort of thing.
Well, maybe that would be like the nature of the craft, right? How effectively you're able to convey that through animation.
Perhaps.
But also, there was a slightly different question as well from the one with which you began, because then you're talking about what individually and on the individual level elicits the greater feelings of sadness within the individual, and then of course you can form sort of group assessments based on that. But if you're talking about what the overall saddest, most sad-inducing thing happens to be, then in a way, starting at that level probably isn't the best way to do it. I mean, what you do is take a very sort of a meta-analysis of it first. Just ask people to, compare scenes, score 1 to 10. Did you feel sad or not? And how sad did you feel? Once you've got that basic idea, then you've got a broad brush sense of what type of scene is creating more sad feelings among people. Then you can go into sort of the individual aspects of scene construction or narrative construction and try and identify what the common themes that emerge are. Some people would find it easier to cry to animation, and some people wouldn't. But if you were to start with that sort of meta-analysis, then you'd encompass both in whatever result you got, I think.
That's probably the way that you would want to do this if you were
Sure.
gonna actually try to like figure something out here in terms of sadness as like some sort of something that you could track and like figure out, like
Sounds
broadly
like
for films.
being suggested is to pull the audience on how sad they were from 1 to 10 when Doblin died. And we need to see, because that's
Well, it's gonna be-
animated and real life
so
at the
probably
same
something
time.
That would be, I think that an important question to ask these people is like, yeah, but have you consumed more stories than Harry Potter? Like, have you watched lots of other movies or read lots of other
why
books?
would you?
Oh,
Or
yeah,
that-
what's the point?
Why
Why
would
would
you?
you?
Yeah, what's the point?
There's nothing that will surpass Dobby.
Dublin's
Captain
death
Dobbers.
was- Yeah,
Yeah.
it was.
I wonder how something I've noticed is that when like a story is based on like historical events and is like in some I've noticed that like if a story is based on historical events that it can become like more don't like it can be effective in evoking like those emotional responses because you're like, yeah, but this happened, right? Like you're like these things happen, like if you do you get what I mean? Like that sometimes it seems like films or stories that are based on historical events can like tap
Like you're
into that
invigorated by
very
a sense of,
quickly.
those people existed and they did something approximating this, and I can feel even more sort of invested by that
Can you
fact.
imagine a real person
Yeah,
doing it? Yeah.
Well, I mean, like Saving Private Ryan, like all of the characters in that film, like they're not real people, but like the experience that they went through, like that those characters went through, was felt by real people.
Yeah.
And so, like, if you're like watching that film, you're like, you like, it's almost that the events themselves, like World War II, the reality of World War II, like sort of maybe that's like an example of something where it almost like has that direct connection to like fast tracking, that expediting of that emotional response.
Yeah, I think that's true, because there's that thing, right, where like some veterans were watching that film and they had to like leave because they were getting incredibly uncomfortable with how, especially the opening scene.
Yes, the Omaha Beach was it was very intense for, for a lot of veterans.
So yeah, that's definitely going to be a layer as well.
And I
as
mean, yeah,
just an
The historical
individual.
stuff has access to a lot of different. Well, it has access to different narrative devices, but it also has access to essentially this sort of culturally permeating sense of emotion. Like everyone growing up has heard stories about World War II. Most people at some point will have encountered a poem by William Owen, for example, Wilfred Owen, even. Like everyone already knows how to imbue specific war scenes, especially the Second World War, with an entire sort of cultural memory of emotion. But then if you also go for something like, I don't know, taking, in a way, this isn't just unique to historical things, but it's sort of a general thing to prequels, and I guess you could say that a World War II film is kind of a prequel to the modern day. But you also have the access to sort of the doom aspect of it. So if you take something like, what's that film? Is it Valkyrie? Is that the one with Tom Cruise when he tries to kill Hitler? You already know how that's going to go. And that sense of doom that it brings, the desperation, but our own foreknowledge that we're also trying to suppress at the same time, in order to keep the story going, adds an extra sense of, I think, poignance to the loss. It's not in the sense that, oh my God, that was an unexpected death, but it's this tragic fulfillment of something we already knew was predestined.
Chernobyl.
So you
I
have
think
access to other
Chernobyl
things as
had
well.
that. Like, you know, like with
dude,
the
yeah.
firefighter. It's like you know that what's going to happen to him, but like seeing it play out with the knowledge of how it's going to go, or like even the broad story in general, with like, because I'm pretty sure a lot of people before they watched that show probably didn't like fully know like what happened with Chernobyl, but I mean everybody's heard of it. So like yeah, that and I think I guess like prequels in general can leverage that too. Like if the prequels, the Star Wars prequels were better, like could you imagine how like intense it would have been as it was leading to the conclusion in Revenge of the Sith, where like
To
what's
be
gonna
fair,
happen. Like
it really was for a lot of people anyway. Like
that's true.
I remember being like hype as fuck to see that movie.
Mm.
And
Yeah,
the trailer for Revenge of the Sith I remember being awesome.
It was a really cool trailer.
Because I used to buy the Empire magazine. I don't know if any of you have any familiarity with that, but it used to come with the.
I know Empire. Yeah.
It used to come with a DVD for trailers for like new set of films, and the one that had Revenge of the Sith on it. I think I watched that quite a few times. I was like, I want to go see this. And my dad was like, "Alrighty, let's do it." I think even my dad was like, "Oh shit!" When Christopher Lee got his head chopped off, he's like, "Oh, there he goes."
What's the saddest scene in Lord of the Rings? The movies.
Ooh,
We've definitely had this conversation before. I don't know what our answers would have been, but
it's pertinent though now.
Do we have to one for the three movies or one each?
Maybe like one each. That's just the saddest scene in the movies.
Well, I was just gonna be Boromir dying. That's pretty easy for me.
Yes. Yeah, I don't know what the contest would be.
I feel a shit ton when Gandalf dies, but I don't know what it is. This is Boromir gets to me very, very personally. I feel very bad when he dies.
Mine's a little bit cheesy. I think, although I'd go for the Greyhaven scene at the end of Return of the King.
That's what I would go for overall. But movie to movie, I don't know. I always felt really, really sad. I might say the number 2 moment is when Boromir, when he chases Frodo away, and then he's like, "Oh, I fucked up."
Yeah,
And then he's
like,
crying out.
Sorry. Yeah.
That's
that's a really good scene. Well, there's a lot of really good scenes though. Yeah.
I mean,
I guess Two Towers is next. Theoden at his son's grave.
Oh yeah, that's a powerful one.
Yes. I'm trying to think if there are. The
Lord
Two
of the
Towers
Rings
is not one that I have associated with sort of sad feelings, really.
Yeah,
the Son's Grave. I'd have to go with that one.
What's cool about Lord of the Rings, and I've said this on a couple of streams, and funnily enough, one of the things that was making me think about this recently, it was God of War from 2018. Movies, TV, or games even that make you feel awe. It's not a common feeling.
It isn't.
we're low on that in a lot of our media overall. I would say, like, you know, drama, comedy, I don't know,
Yeah.
romance and horror a lot of them pop up, but awe
They
doesn't
try.
often.
Many try. Like Rings of Power tries its
Yeah,
ass
it
off
wants
to
to.
give that
I think,
It ain't
vibe,
doing it,
but
but it wants to.
well, because
no.
I guess what would commonly be considered awe, I think, can easily be mixed up with just big. Like, hey, look, isn't that like a big vista?
Yeah, because
Isn't that a battle?
obviously,
It's hard
like,
to say.
remember everybody was like
Um,
struck by Columbia and of course Rapture.
yeah.
I think those two capture it. Even though I don't like Bioshock Infinite at all, I can agree that when you burst into Columbia, it's quite epic.
Yeah, that's
I guess because I'm pretty sure like everybody felt that in Endgame when they did their little charge, like this is what I mean. Look at how dismissively I call it, the little charge.
Little
Like in
charge.
Endgame when they're all running there. Now it doesn't really do much for me, but like still in Lord of the Rings, like at the Black Gate, it's like oh yeah, oh like
yeah, the music gets
that's,
quiet for Frodo and he charges
and
off.
then
Oh,
they do the theme, but they do it with an epic choir, and it's like, yeah, this is pretty. And of course, the Ride of the Rohirrim, you know, like,
Oh,
well,
yeah.
that's
Yeah, you know,
like one of the most epic scenes in cinema.
when
Oh, there
Denethor
you go. Oh.
when Denethor
Yeah,
realizes the enemies are at the gate, sort of thing, that shot where he sees the entire army, that's like,
Mhm.
I almost want to describe it as evil awe, but I'm struggling for a word, like
know what you mean.
terror maybe or something.
Sort of.
Um,
I know what you mean. Like it's awe, but you're not like you're not in awe. You're in
Dread,
there's
some
got to
people are
be like
saying
the
that's a good one.
negative
do you think
Despair.
do you think that
kind of
maybe
shock.
I'm wondering if the nature of awe like has to do with because you said God of War like the
Specifically,
2018 like
what made me think of it is when you first meet Jormungandr. It's so fucking cool.
right.
Like,
Maybe is it the contrast of the quiet, like because God of War opens on like a really quiet moment. Maybe it's the contrast of like
I think
quiet
contrast
moments against these really.
definitely helps. Yeah, because if you just have a wide shot of a landscape, it's like, okay, cool. Not quite getting there
Mm.
though. It's like what is the key thing of what we're highlighting all these moments? And it's like a lot of them are reveals and surprises.
Well, one of my favorite moments in Dark Souls 3 is when you find
The city.
the snow town. What's the snow town called?
Is it Irithyll?
Like the Irithyll, that's right. When like you see Matthew Matosis talked about it in one of his like I think it was the one where he's talking about Demon Souls. Like the reason why that's such a cool reveal, like it wouldn't have been such a cool reveal if the whole world was
Yeah.
that place. Like there's no contrast. It's the variety that like gives the things their meaning.
Yeah, because you're in a
I think
stanky cave
yeah.
for like hours before that.
Yeah,
But
like
there's the superficial aspect of like visual contrast, which is designed purely to get your sort of it's designed to be visually awesome or awe-inspiring. I mean, Rings of Power has this when they arrive at Numenor, for example. I mean, you go from the relatively small practical set of the boat straight into this massive vista again. But we don't have any attachment to Numenor. We don't know anything about it yet in the show, and we don't really know any of the characters involved either. And that's what sort of marks that out as being very much less impressive and less awe-inspiring or awesome than, say, Denethor when he sees the coming of Sauron's armies, or the lightning flash at Helm's Deep when they say they see the full extent of Saruman's hordes arriving there as well. Because we have way more actual investment in the places, but also in the people. We've had more time to actually come to know them. It's not just
Hello?
It's not just what?
of that thing.
oh, you cut out for a second there.
Oh, sorry. No, I was saying it's the connotations that sort of are embedded by our knowledge of character and our knowledge of the places that just that it looks big and fantastic and as a contrast. It's also this is what we think this means for the character, whether we state it or not. That's what makes it sort of a properly awe-inspiring scene, I'd say.
I think
I,
definitely onto something. I would just
I think that
caution that, like, I was trying to think with Columbia's reveal, do we even know much of anything at that point?
well,
game.
so thinking about video games, Breath of the Wild, like when Link leaves the cave and walks up to the cliff, and then like it does the big pan to reveal the world. that's a pretty awesome moment. But I think part of the reason why that's so awesome is because of like expectations that the player has about what they can do in this space.
Yeah.
And maybe it helps with the meta knowledge of like if you hadn't played the game up until that point, like if you didn't know anything about it, you might not know that like this world is going to be like a huge sandbox for you to explore, like a really robust sandbox, and that everything you can see is a place that you can visit. But I think that like in a lot of video games, when you get to see a place that you can visit, like, and then you finally get there, that can usually be a really cool moment. Because like so often you can see stuff in games where it's like, yeah, but you can't go there. Like that's in the background. Like that's not a place for you to go.
One of the things I find really, I guess it's in a similar vein, but this will seem odd, but I kind of got that feeling every once in a while when I was playing Battlefield 1 and I was in the plains. Because when you're in the plains, you're a first person view and you could look around and you've got your wings over here and over there. And when you change positions in the plane, your character actually goes in or you hop into a turret or you go through and you go into the cockpit or whatnot. And so you're moving around the plane and you're looking around and the noise and everything. And if the pilot's moving around and if you're a gunner in particular and you're just sort of along for the ride with him, and his other planes are flying around, is really, really good at kind of giving you like that, holy shit, like this was a thing people did, and it was kind of awe-inspiring in that sort of way that this could give me that feeling of almost like vertigo, where you suddenly realize that maybe this happened in games for a lot of other people, but I'll suddenly realize that I've like leaned in really close to the screen because I'm just focusing so
That's
much.
immersion, right?
Yeah,
Like what it
very
means to be.
immersive.
I think video games are very well positioned to be immersive because of the interactive element.
Uh,
And also the way that they could leverage perspective that films often don't do. Like, I don't know if I'd say first person is inherently more immersive, but there is something about like playing a game from a first person perspective that can be really valuable
Oh yeah.
for yeah.
the immersion is like when it's at its peak is such a drug. I remember
That's
like
pretty excellent.
when I was super into Breaking Bad, it would just be like you're just watching it and everything else is gone around you. You're just one to one with it
melts
and watching it
away.
happen. Yeah, and the same with all like the top game experiences I've ever had. It's always just been everything else falls away, which is such a fun feeling.
I think when we're thinking about like emotions in contrast, I'm pretty sure we've talked about it, but one of the problems that we've noticed in like Marvel movies is an unwillingness to let you sit with an emotion for too long.
Yeah.
Over the course of a video game, because of like how long some of them can be or like how focused they are, something that's really rewarding about a lot of games is like the types of emotions that they seem to be deliberately and consistently trying to evoke, like Metroid games, that feeling of isolation. You think about like a lot of action games, a sense of empowerment and overcoming challenges, like and obstacles before you, and like the kind of the impact that can be derived from like surmounting a challenge, like putting you in an intense situation that is getting you like heated, to then finally overcome that challenge. And it's like the difficulty, the conflict, the adversity to then overcome it is like incredibly cathartic. The willingness to, I guess, to explore emotions that are a little bit more specific than just happy and sad.
Yeah.
Like that's kind of where it's at. Like in maybe like intensity. Well, I think contrast is super important. Why is it that games feel so rewarding to complete? It's like, well, because you weren't always having fun in the strictest reading of that word, of like a purely happy experience. Well, maybe that's not what fun means, but if you get what I mean.
I do. And since we're up to half an hour, we should probably finish the intro. That was our casual conversation before the episode starts. So I will say.
And now we got to talk about Rings of Power.
Oh, it's all downhill.
It's all uphill from here.
I was going to say we got a little
so good.
Got a little uphill, and then it's downhill. First uphill is, hey, welcome to EFAP episode 204 with special guest the Little Platoon. Slash. Wait, what do you go by? Is it TLP? I don't know.
Honestly, I like normally it's always been Lost Chord is my screen name, but the channel name is the Little Platoon, and I'm not yet experienced enough to be savvy at marketing, so I don't actually know how to do that. Whatever you think sounds most sonorous.
Yeah, Little Platoon makes me think of child soldiers.
Well,
I've not had that one before,
what about like
but
Chord?
I somehow like it more. Chord works.
I might resort to
Lil Chord,
that. Oh,
MC Lil Chord.
LC, you could have that. I don't know. Do you
LC.
you see the way in which you hold yourself? I could see Charles working well for you, but I assume you're gonna want to choose yourself.
Maybe
No.
Eric.
Eric.
You call yourself Eric.
You gunning for the Charles and Eric being X-Man? Was that what that was, or you thinking of something else?
I was just thinking of Eric. Who is he in X-Men?
Magneto.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's
Eric
totally
Lenstra.
coincidental.
Wow.
Legitimately coincidental. I did not know that.
Well, yeah.
Doesn't seem like a name you'd have.
We are indeed here. Discuss Rings of Power, episodes 3 and 4. Which, by the way, once we're done with that, we will be halfway through the entire show. Can you believe that?
That is insane for the first season, and they've already paid for 5. How many was it?
Well, I think it's a 5-season like commitment.
Mm.
Just with the way that things lock in, but I wonder if they can change their mind on that. I wonder.
When you get to that, you get to the midway through the or near the end of the second season, and you're like, oh fuck, we gotta do
It's just not
3 more of
working
these.
out the way that yeah, like damn.
What do we do?
That's the point at which I think they're going to start going for desperation cameos. It's like Ed Sheeran will turn up as the king of Proto Gondor.
Yeah. Oh,
I
God.
thought you meant cameos, in-universe cameos. Like, oh my gosh, everyone,
It's
Bilbo!
Treebeard.
And he walks on the
It's
screen.
Bilbo, he's like,
Hey,
actually
everybody!
4,000
Hi, I'm
years old.
Bilbo, but young.
I mean, that's where it feels like some of them have been so far. Just like, you know the name Galadriel, and then you're like, stop. Like, every time I see her, it makes me sad.
Like little teasers.
Don't you like Galadriel? You do, don't you?
Don't anymore. Because where we left off, the totality of are they 4 major plot lines? I'm trying to remember.
I think it's safe to say, right? Because we've got the Galadriel plot line,
Hobbits.
the Elf Ranger plot line, the Hobbits, and and the 4th one is Elrond. That's like
Elrond and dwarves kind of go together. Humans and elfmen kind of go together. Hobbits and Galadriel. So I think those are our 4 major ones. Not much had happened in 2 hours for any of these plot lines.
No, not much had happened in 2 hours. That sucks.
Summarize the Hobbits one. It's like, well, a guy fell out of the sky, and a girl is like, we shouldn't reveal him to our village people.
While she was oh wait, no, that's to come.
I was about to say more, and then I was like, oh shit, no, that's 3 and 4. Yeah, don't mind.
That is literally everything that happens in the first.
Yeah.
There are so many scenes though, but it's just the same argument over and over and over again. It's just, why do you want to go out into the big wide world? It's not natural for a not-hobbit. Stop doing that. We've had it 5 times. Only
She's
one
not like other
girls.
It's every scene. Someone should make a compilation of how all of her scenes are just people telling us how adventurous and off the trail she's going.
Just in case you didn't understand who this character is. Like, because it was really difficult.
See that trail?
He is
not going on that. No fucking way. Okay, yeah, humans and elfmen, orcs attacked a village, and they ran off to a little elf hideout. Meanwhile, our elfmen got captured. That's 2 hours done.
What?
The Elrond. Jesus, I don't actually know what happened in the first 2. Like, way to draw the line.
He went to Moria, Khazad-dûm, and he had a chat, and I think that's about it.
He's been sent to help Celebrimbor build a thing, and he's decided to ask the dwarves for help.
Yes.
Or rather, to contract them, it seems.
Yeah, they walked over
2
to
hours.
Khazad-dûm.
And then, the final one is Galadriel. She reckons Sauron is about, and then her boss is like, nah, it's fine. And then sends her home, and then she's like, nah, I don't want to, and then kills herself, but then miraculously survives because she bumps into a raft and then bumps into a ship in the ocean, which is really common. That happens all the time. Everyone will tell you that.
all the time.
Yeah. The ocean is not
Um,
a small.
And that's
thing,
it. That is actually it. We've summarized the first 2 hours of Rings of Power. And so I'll hand it to episodes 3 and 4. I think it would take us longer to summarize 3 and 4 than it would 1
Actually,
and 2.
kind of. Yeah, it seems thicker. Seems thicker.
Then they're not better.
Not better.
So we may as well get started then, I suppose. We wonderfully open on our Elfman. No, we don't. Yeah, we do, I think. Yeah. Just checking. He's we open on the intro, of course. There's not much else for us to say on that intro. I think it's we find it rather meh.
It's a very, very meh intro.
Is there,
it is.
Is there lore meaning behind it, Mr. Platoon? I believe you're more familiar with the books than any of us three are.
You're a sand expert.
Possibly. Remind me of this scene. Sorry, I haven't actually got.
Oh, just the intro being all the sandy bits of rock and stuff floating around and forming.
The formation. That's the thing. What the title sequence?
Yeah,
They the one that everyone thought was CGI, but actually wasn't. They just made a practical effect look like CGI. I think that is just supposed to symbolize the formation of the rings. I think I could be wrong about that. That's not what I've looked into.
Oh, out of dirt.
It's symbolizing it, Rags. God.
Oh, yeah.
What? Oh,
I kind of thought that there was. Okay, so that's it. I was wondering if there was anything more than that.
I have no idea.
I didn't spot anything in it, and I've sort of been.
Also, are you sure it's practical? Because like, it makes me wonder about the that same thing that happened with the other trailer they did, where everyone was like, "That's terrible CGI," and then they're like, "Ha, losers, it's actually practical." And then it's like, "Yeah, but look at it. I think they fucked with it in post. Like, I don't believe this is just practical."
The same thing happened because someone said, "Why did you make it look CGI?" And then someone said, "Ha ha ha! No, we didn't. It's actually real." But they might have fucked with it.
Make it look like CGI.
That's
it's
what I mean.
Like George Lucas Palpatine's office. So like, this is a real place, but why? Why
doesn't it look real?
Like, did you put a filter over? What did you do?
Yeah, I feel that way about it, but I'm just maybe it's a suitable intro because I feel bored by it. I'm like, yeah, here we go. This is sand.
Do you think so all the sand is real?
Apparently,
but they made it look like CGI.
Well, because that's what I'm saying. It looks like CG to me, but
it does. Yeah, I thought it was. In fact, when we were watching the last episode, when we were watching the intro, a thought came into my mind, which was it must have taken them ages to animate all these little pebbles for a worthless intro, but because it looks animated, it looks like it's CG'd or something. I don't know what they did to it. Maybe they like slowed down the speed of it so it didn't look like they're vibrating too much, and so that I don't know what it is. Point being, it's a waste of an intro. I learned virtually nothing from it. There's no relevant artistry here that I feel. The music's kind of meh. I expect better from Howard Shore.
I'll give it the benefit of the doubt that maybe there's more to it than I can see or understand for now. That's all I can say.
Yeah, maybe it's like the Arcane intro where it gets better as the show progresses.
Maybe, but there's been a few things in the show where I've thought, no, maybe there is more to it than I'm giving it credit for. But invariably, the answer is no, there isn't anything more to it than that. It is actually this show.
I know that
I'm looking at the shapes. I'm looking at all of the shapes as they form, and I'm trying to put those onto things that I've seen before. And we're after 4 episodes. I'm still like, I don't know. Do you think they just had one of those weird vibrating tables? They just had one, and they're like, "Oh, we can use this for our intro."
I guess so.
I think it was magnetized as well.
Around in the Amazon offices.
Is it done with
vibrating table?
Yeah, is it done with like sound waves or something to move the pedals like that? Or
I might be making this up. I thought I'd read somewhere that there were magnets involved, but I could just be making that up completely.
Yeah, if this dust stuff is it's metallic of some sort, yeah, you could use magnets. And then sound waves or a very light vibration on this panel could make it all, shift about.
Well, yeah.
We're kind of used to Game of Thrones and House of the Dragon and actually giving us introductions that mean something and serve a point and a purpose.
House of the Dragon intro is downright cool at this point.
It's great.
The more you understand about it and the fact that it's changing. To be fair, the Game of Thrones one did as the show went on as well to match the events, and I appreciate that. That's cool shit. Yeah, chat, for those who don't check out the streams with Nerdrotic, the 5th episode of House of Dragon came out recently, and it's probably my favorite, and it was quite good, to the point of, like, downright like, man, the show's fun, I'm liking this, I'm in now. Ain't recommending it yet, though. Nope.
Need a bit more time.
So anyway, we do begin on Elfman being dragged into the, well, wherever he's going to end up. And I suppose, I can't remember if it's as early as this that we find out exactly the nature of this place. But it's obviously, like, big shenanigans are going on. The orcs have been up to no good. But we also see, like, lots of people doing, like, mining and stuff. And it's like, what? You know, as the scene is moving along, those coverings they have on the top to prevent the sun from getting in, they're not very effective. Those are sunbeams just shining in. Which is precisely what the orcs do not want.
Orcs just pissed me off straight from the beginning, because apparently they don't like the sunlight. In the lore they fear the sunlight, but they don't actually fry like vampires. But in this though, it turns out all they need to do to be able to move around in the sun is just wear clothes.
You see this? Look at this. Look how ineffective their covering is here for the rooftop. It's like, you can barely walk in here if a single beam burns you.
Yeah, that's not good.
That is definitely like style over substance. They like the god
looks
rays
cool, yeah.
coming through. Yeah, and so they didn't care whether or not orcs would be happy with this arrangement for their ceilings.
Just walking down the tunnel. Ow, 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 ow.
Guys, you gotta put more blankets up there.
Guys, please. What, we should have just done tunnels. We already did that.
No,
what
giant
the
trench. So yeah, I think all we learn at this point is he gets chained up with his he sees his elf friendos. Yeah, so that's the realization you have, is like, holy shit, all of the elves that we were aware of are all here. As well as obviously the townsfolk from that one village that got completely ransacked, I guess. And they're all being forced to dig a big old trench. Now, we'll talk more about that a little later, I think. For now, we'll just be like, yes, how shocking and terrifying. I wonder what this could all mean and where it's all gonna go. My god, this plotline is dumb as fuck, but we'll get there. It's a big old shock. It's terrifying, and they even show like an orc is just whipping someone meanly. Those cruel bastards.
As they do. As they do.
They do indeed.
Yeah.
So yeah, then they cut to Galadriel, and legit, especially after 3 and 4, whenever a scene starts with her at this point, I'm just like, oh. Not that I'm like super excited for any other scene, but
I'd rather see other scenes than her. I'd rather see anyone else.
Dare I say, yeah, I'll say this. She is very consistent in this episode with how she has been portrayed in the first 2. However, that way that she is portrayed is inconsistent with what her life has been described as to us. My god, she is reliable in terms of how much she'll fuck up a conversation with somebody. Like, every time. She's her own worst enemy, and I don't know if the show's aware of that or if the show thinks she's being strong. I can't tell anymore.
We are somehow supposed to believe that she's about 3,000 years old.
No way.
She's actually old. She's older than Elrond at this point in the lore. And yet he's much, much more sort of measured and calm and mature. Like my sister, when she was 12, was probably a better, nicer human being than this Galadriel.
Yeah, I got a 6-year-old cousin who is actually pretty civil and polite and well-spoken, and she could get way more out of the Númenóreans than Galadriel ever could. Because she's not stupid as fuck.
Yeah, Galadriel threatened to kill them all.
The concept of diplomacy is utterly foreign to Galadriel.
Galadriel, it seems the way she speaks, it's as if she's been given everything she wants always for thousands of years or however the fuck long her life is.
Which should be because like as it's seen right now, she's had to fight like persistently. Like if anything, she should have that attitude, right? That she needs to fight for everything that she can get, like in service of her goals. Instead of just fighting everybody like all the time, you know, like.
By the way, she was given
unnecessarily
shelter, food, and boarding for all of this journey, and she's already like aggressive when she gets up here. It's so annoying to watch.
Like, why would she be like? What would you prefer to just be out on that little raft in the middle of the ocean, like going nowhere in particular?
It doesn't help that her fucking buddy, who is like on the path of becoming the evil bad guy for this show, apparently, is like way more reasonable than her in most of these scenes, because it's just like this comparison. It kind of reminds me of like what they ended up doing with Walker, right? In Falcon Winter Soldier, where you're just like, you know what they want you to feel, but like unfortunately they're really bad at it, so it's often the opposite of the two goals they have, and it ends up flipping like the results. Also, it was talked about by everybody, so I feel like people would be upset if we weren't to mention it. The armor for these lads, I think it gave Shad an aneurysm. What is the thoughts and feelings on it? I think it looks really shit, but like in terms of
I think it's the materials, because you have it looks like this doesn't strike me as armor that you'd wear on a ship if you're going around messing with sails and stuff like that. I don't feel like this is what you'd wear out and about all the time. Uh, it doesn't seem like it fits with their job. Let me scroll this, see it here.
well, like
Up, up, up.
the shot that I've got right now, like the distinct impression I get, irrelevant of like practicality, is just good God, they look ugly. Like I don't know what's going on
do
here.
Yeah,
look
it's like a leathery looking
I
breastplate.
think I'm not sure. Yeah,
Is it
it's
supposed to
They
be
look
metal?
super ill-fitting.
looks-
The sort of the indents for his boobs are not looking good. This is why everyone's calling it the boob armor.
Yeah, that doesn't seem necessary. I guess that's a stylistic choice.
They just look so awkward. And can you
I'm
see how
not
much of a
opposed
gap
to the.
there is in the like belly portion of the armor to his actual belly?
Yeah,
I guess that
that
was.
was the thing that was that seemed to be like really weird.
I
That
assume
big
if you're
gap.
on a ship, you have to. It seems weird because it's like they want both without committing. Like this looks like something that seems it would be very difficult to work on a ship with, because even as high as that breastplate goes up, like imagine like bending forward like to pick something up, or
Right.
like moving around to pull on sails, or to trim, or to lift, or to work on a ship. It just doesn't seem like something that you could work in. And like they have like these bracers on the side of the arms, and I'm like, man, I don't know. Those just would probably just ugh. And it looks like you're
Something
probably hot as fuck in that thing, because that looks like a
what-
Gambison looking
Kinda, yeah.
outfit underneath the blue.
There's
But
the
there's
added
like these hoods.
inconvenience as well. If you fall in, you're probably going to drown if it weighs too much.
Yeah.
I think you probably wouldn't get. I don't know that I'm right, but I don't think if you were just sailors on a ship of this kind, you probably wouldn't have them wearing very much armor at all. You'd have like a division, the equivalent of like the Marines, which would be tasked with going and doing the fighting, and you might expect those to be armored. But if you're just a seaman, using that word advisedly, then you might not expect them to be wearing this kind of thing. But
And it's not likely that you're gonna get snuck up upon out here, So if, oh no, there's an enemy ship over there, we should put our armor on before it gets here. Like, yeah, let's do that. So that we don't have to wear this all day, the 99.99% of the time we're not actually in combat. We don't have to wear this fucking getup
Well, you
because it
know,
sucks.
thinking about that has prompted me to say, like, oh, well, Numenorians, though, they are, like, faster, stronger, and live longer than your average human, right? But, like, did you guys get that
Do they?
impression at all in this show?
Wait, do they? Are they supposed to?
As far as I'm aware, they're
the,
supposed to be...
they're
I don't think
Aragorn's
they mentioned it.
ancestors.
Yeah.
Did they
So
mention that in the
they
show?
lived to about 300 years old, I think.
And they're just supposed to... Aren't they supposed to, like, they're better stats than your average human? In general?
Yes.
Maybe. I certainly didn't get that impression from the show.
That's what I'm suggesting.
Or remember
like,
him bringing it up, even.
They seem kind of meh. Like, I don't know.
They do seem very meh. For a very sailing heavy focused culture, it seems I don't get the sense that there's this seafaring martial prowess that they have. Yeah, I think a lot of it starts with how these outfits just don't seem to match. They don't look good. They don't seem. I wouldn't want to wear it.
Mm-hmm.
The blue is a fine color, but it's everything that it. I like the belts are fine, and the blue color is fine. There, I said nice things. I said nice things. But yeah, it's the color. It looks leather. It looks like it's a piece of leather that's been. It doesn't look like metal. It
Well, you were saying
It
about
looks
they
like,
might have difficulty bending over. It's like I'm sure they're fine because it's not actually hard. It's going to be floppy because
well, no,
it
they
ain't
would
real.
because it's fastened to you because you could see like the buckles where it holds it tight to you. So even if it bends a bit, if you bend down and that thing is held to you, it doesn't really have anywhere to go.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah.
So it would like it's on you. Have you ever worn shoes? Right, you have shoes, right? You guys heard of shoes.
I
If
think I've heard
the
of them.
if the front of you've got the hole at the top of the shoe where your foot goes in, and if it's fastened too tightly, or if that hole is too small, then whenever your foot or your leg bends forward, or your foot lifts up, you get that crease that kind of digs into your the bottom of your shin on the front. That's what I feel would happen with these if you ever wanted to like lean down.
Apparently, it was the one of the elven armor that Shad had an aneurysm over. But as far as I know, Shad fucking hates this show and pretty much everything in it. Just don't want to make. I want to make sure I'm specific about my Shad details. Okay, I haven't caught up with every episode of Shad's. There's so many. Everyone's covering everything. Okay, it's impossible. I have to like plug all the videos directly into my brain. But yeah, I feel bad for him having to deal with this. But he likes House of the Dragon, so there's a bit of a reprieve for him as well. Another medieval show. There's dragons in it. Neat. Everyone likes dragons. Anyway, the dialogue begins, and we're pretty unlucky because it's as good as you'd expect it to be. The exchange in total is Galadriel being like, "What vessel is this?" He's like, "My betters will answer your questions." And she's like, "What port do we sail?" "See for yourself." And then I think Halbrand is like, "Yeah, but where though?" He goes, "Home." It's just like, oh, I hate the conversations in this show. Like, this is the you may not understand just from that one example. This is how they always talk. Everyone talks in this. Nobody listens to each other. Everyone says things.
Yeah, it's
There was
all done
one
in
nice
service
thing
of the
about
script.
this exchange is there was no metaphor that they used though, or no simile.
For
'Cause
once.
that's the other thing they always do, and they are
Well,
painful.
he did say that he did say we're going home instead of where we're actually going.
Yeah,
Oh god, yeah,
That's
true.
it's kind of.
how would that? Yeah.
But
I would like to point out one of my biggest gripes with this scene is Galadriel's continuous total lack of anything approaching gratitude
yes,
or respect to anyone else around her or common decency that she just had her life saved on the open seas by this ship.
you have
And
to
she's like, where are we
understand
going? Where does
the
this ship?
the way that Morfydd plays this role gives me the impression, along with the writing, that Galadriel feels entitled to all of this. Like, and
Yes,
it's
entitled is
unacceptable
a
that they're
good
not
way to
giving him
describe it.
more. That's the impression I get if I were to read this
Yeah.
as I believe it's intended. But I imagine the writer's like, no, she's of course she's thankful, and the
She's
writer's be like, oh
amazing.
shit, we probably should have written like saying thank you or something. I don't know.
Yeah, thanks for saving my life. That was you didn't have to do that, but you did. Especially learning that you broke like a bit of a social faux pas in Numenor to bring an elf, and I'm an
Yeah,
elf, and you brought me. So thank you for bucking with that cultural tradition of yours in order to save my life. I legitimately appreciate that. Let me show you my gratitude. No, give me a ship, bitch. I'm going to Middle Earth. Also bring your army because I saw a vision.
no, she saw the mark of
Oh, yeah, that's right,
Sauron.
because I saw the mark of Sauron and your buddy brought me we'll get there.
We'll get
We'll
there.
get there.
God, it's dumb, but yeah, just the issue I take with this moment though is just that if you just see what they're saying subtextually, it's like asks question. I'm not gonna answer any of your questions. My bosses will. Okay, asks question. He refuses to answer question. Asks question, and then gives a vague answer of the question. I'm just like, ugh, so annoying. Like nobody's.
I feel like the question will well, can you not tell me anything? Surely.
This is
I mean,
this
this
is
is, of
the
course, after you're, like, thankful and you show gratitude and respect for your rescuers, you know?
Yeah, because when he says like my betters will answer your questions, it's like the first thing you'd want in snappy dialogue is for her to make some kind of commentary in response to that concept. Like, can you not speak for yourself? Do you not have things to say yourself? Like something that has a back and forth, but she sort of just ignores and moves on, and even changes the question. But it's fine. We Numenor.
Numenor,
Everyone.
this place is amazing.
It is it cost a whole
This is
bunch.
really yeah, it looks like it did. It looks expensive, and yet, I can't shake. I see stuff like this, and I'm like, oh, it's not
Kind of,
real.
it's kind of what we were talking about, I think, as well. I'm not awestruck by this because of the context it's in. Maybe if this series of like showing off Numenor were in something that I was much more invested in, I could be awestruck by it. But I was just sort of like, okay, this is a big place.
We're here now.
Yeah,
Yep.
like, yeah, I think, our opening conversation turns out to be hyper relevant. All right, guys, that was all on purpose.
I have bugbears with this entire thing. 'Cause it looks very fake when you get the first. I don't think this is a particularly good example of the show's CGI, but like, this is an example of when you don't blend the practical with the CGI properly. So you go from largely practical set on boat to without any sort of intermediate step. There's no blurring of the lines. You're then immediately into CGI
Yeah,
megascape,
this is
and
the
it looks.
practical
The
scene.
texture
This
is
is the
different. The
CGI.
lighting is different. Everything about it. It's like you're watching a different show completely. And if you compare it to, say, the way that Jackson did the Lord of the Rings films, there was a blend all the way through those anyway. So a lot of the shots were the backdrop was painted rather than CGI'd, or the buildings, for
Well,
example.
Jackson went to
Um,
locations.
that too.
He went to places. We got so many gorgeous shots of the New Zealand landscape and the mountains and the hills,
I don't think they're
and
gonna be
it
able to
was all
film.
real. So
But
you're
there's
just
quite
like,
a
yeah,
lot
they're
of
there.
drone shots in this show as well. I mean, I think the difference is because even the studio shots with the Lord of the Rings films, like for Orthanc, the tower at Isengard, for example, that they would actually build the entire base of the tower. They would green screen the top of the tower, but the backdrop would be painted, and so you get this blend all the way through every single shot. So there's not this hard cut between this is entirely practical, this is entirely CGI. Everything in it is designed to minimize the sort of uncanny valley aspect of it. Whereas with Rings of Power, it doesn't have that. I don't think it's just the locations because they do have these lovely drone shots from time to time. I do think it is just
I don't
they
think
don't
they used
understand
them well.
contrast. No, they just do it randomly because there's a scene transition that they need something to be on screen for. So it's just have
Well,
a mountain. Mountains are
it
cool.
feels like those scenes are just like when you got those shots in the Lord of the Rings, it was used for some effect. But here I feel like they're trying to kill time in this show so much that even environmental shots they get lumped into the you're just killing time. You're just lingering so that so that seconds pass.
Yeah, and then there was another thing about it. I mean, the boat is obviously because everything about the way the CG moves in the background is way too still as well. If you watch the bow line of the boat and there's no movement at all, I live on a boat, or I have lived on a boat for like most of the last few years, and it's just like slightly uncanny when you see that. The thing I quite liked the music. I think I'm sort of undecided on the soundtrack for the approach to Numenor, but like the music has been really underwhelming so far, and there's not been any kind of motif that you can really. Well, there's nothing memorable about it. I thought
there's
maybe it was like
only-
the first instance.
there's one motif that I've noticed. It's like da, 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 na, 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 na. Like I keep hearing that a lot.
Is that
That's,
Galadriel's one?
I think it is Galadriel's theme.
Well, the dwarves
if there is
definitely
one.
have one. They've been hearing it all the
Theirs
time.
was awesome. Though I liked when we
you have
saw that first.
Yeah, Durin's there, and then all the dwarves they slide in from the side.
They've
and
had
they
a
got their
couple.
guitars, and they're like, "Are you ready to rock?" And they're like dwarves, and they're always ready to rock.
Because they might.
I will say though, like the score hasn't made that much of an impression on me.
Nope.
Um,
Oh! Speaking of score, though, this score for how much we've been talking about how it doesn't really grab you or anything like that. They try very hard to use it to do that thing where music and the soundtrack swells very prominently when something is supposed to be revealed or shown to us, or they want us to feel something. The soundtrack is working very, very hard to try and make this
To
to
forge an
make
emotional
moments
reaction.
grandiose or drama. Yeah. When nothing really of any seeming importance happens, or there's that disconnect between how I feel and how the show's really trying to make me feel. Because it's not nailing the foundation. Well, how come these other guys on the boat, they don't have the breastplate, they just have the blue, and that looks so much better.
Yeah, they look more normal.
They look like Ike is like, yeah, I'm probably a bit hot and sweaty in this, but it I can move around. I don't have this stuff strapped to me. I'm that lovely because a lot of the aesthetics for the Numenorians are great. Like it looks really lovely with the it's almost like Grecian or Minoan. It has that, the white and blue prominently, which I really like. I think it looks good. It's a shame I don't care about anyone here.
Which is kind of the most important part.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a shame because people clearly worked hard on this show.
Absolutely.
But anything that I like about the show is completely overshadowed by the people who didn't do a good job.
Well,
Sure, the
it's
CG, yeah.
all great work, like by set designers, visual effects artists, costume designers, and what. Well, barring the the suits that the guys are wearing. Like everybody, it's all in service of what, a pretty bad script. So like doesn't have the impact that it
Yeah.
probably should have. You know.
It was never in doubt that this show would look expensive. It's Amazon, they have more money than God, and they're willing to put a lot of that into this show. But that was never in doubt. I'm not, I was expecting it going in for it to look expensive.
Yeah. So, for the people who don't know a lot about the lore or the books this even comes from, I get baffled by their approach with the information they provide, because basically, like, as these two walk in, she's like, there was the big
If
war,
you
and there were men who fought with Morgoth. The men who fought with the elves were rewarded Numenor, and then they stopped allowing elves to come to Numenor. That's all we
The
get.
show does this all the way through. The show backfills its world building. It has no idea of how to set things up for payoff later. So yeah, the basic idea of Numenor is that you have the fight against Morgoth. The men who side with the elves, as you say, against Morgoth, they are given Numenor by the Valar. And we spent, the opening monologue of episode 1 in Valinor itself, which is where the Valar live. You might think, given you're going to, it seems at least, be introducing gods with the power of intervening in the world into this show, might have been a good idea to do that from the off. You wouldn't have even needed to do very much different. You could have inserted a line saying the elves wanted, they besieged the Valar for help against Morgoth, and the Valar turned them down at that time, so they left on their own account. But because they didn't do any of that at the time when they really needed to do it, they get to this point when they first arrive at Numenor, and they have to start building a lot of stuff that's going to become very relevant later as well, because if they're doing the fall of Numenor, which I think they are going to try and do, then the end point of the fall of Numenor is that the Valar themselves will actually flood the city because the Numenorians tried to invade Valinor. Now, you wouldn't know any of that from what the show is telling you, but also you wouldn't know about the existence of the Valar anyway unless they decided in episode 3 that it was relevant for the point of that episode and things going forward. But it's this backfilling of information in this show. It's not the first time they've done it, and they'll do it again later as well. It's really, really, really sloppy writing, but I guess we shouldn't be surprised about that.
I mean, I just think it's baffling writing. I don't know why they chose to do it this way. It is fucking confusing. Like,
the state of the world. I don't know.
You're telling me Galadriel knows that elves are like shooed away from this place, even though they're supposed to be on like amazing terms because they fought a war together and this is a reward and stuff. But she lacks any sense of curiosity as to that throughout her entire visit here, at least in the 2 episodes we have. I was like,
she also
what's
doesn't
doubly
know
weird?
why.
Well,
Wait, did you
what's
say she
doubly
does know
weird
why?
about her not in?
No, she doesn't, because the
Yeah,
dialogue
yeah.
here is he says, do I detect a note of envy? And she says, no, sorrow or sadness, whatever it is.
She uses
and then they
that.
have the conversation, and then he asks her, what happened, and then she says, we might be about to find out. So like all she knows at this point is that the elves, their ships are being turned away. That's all she knows. She doesn't know what's changed about Numenor itself. So she doesn't really have any reason to be sorrowful. She should be intrigued about where she is and what's changed about it. Not,
Well, she learns that she's
portentous
not like
sadness.
even really allowed to be here necessarily. Like it's a big deal for her to be here. She is simultaneously not at all curious as to this change in attitude towards elves, but she uses their old alliance with the elves to try and get her way. She appeals to that.
she
which
almost
seems like
I wasn't blackmail's not the right word. She almost tries to like use it as a debt.
kind of, yeah, we gave you this. Yeah, it's the whole, paid in blood thing we'll get to in a moment, but it's I guess we could, when that line comes up, we can.
We'll talk about it a bit more,
really
but
dwell
the only
into
thing
it.
I want to say here is that as someone who's trying to take this and trying to judge it without a sense of anything, even not even involving the movies, right? Like I'm taking this for what it is. You're telling me like one of the most prominent elves of all time is like, yes, these are our allies, but they don't like us anymore. And it's like I'm gonna find, hopefully we'll find out why. And then she like doesn't ask about it at all.
Yeah, she doesn't ask about it, and yet she relies on it not being the case, which is like one of those things has to be addressed.
But yeah,
It's
just
like if
weird
you
as
go to
fuck.
someone's house thinking that your friend is there, and then you learn he's not there, but you still tell the people at the house, "Oh, well, I need to be here because my friend's here." Like, no, you missed that first bit of info. He's not here. You can't use that as a reason for you to get what you want.
And
And I
then
guess before we move on, the rowboat here, I just noticed this. Those oars on that little thing, I don't know what the thing that holds the oars on the side of a boat are, but if you're gonna go backwards, you can't because your oar will just slip out of the.
oh that oh,
It is
that's no
for
good.
a seafaring people. That's a pretty substantial fuck up actually for being a seafaring people who are big into boats in the water. You can't back up your boat.
Yeah, because it's supposed to be that it's like a U shape, right? Not a
Yeah,
C.
so you don't have to keep it down, you have to keep it from, forward and back so you could row. That's what you are pulling that's what yeah, that's you need that. That's necessary.
So that means
But this is like
they would have to spin the boat every time.
yeah, they'd only have to have one person rowing on one side to help. It's just like, man, I guess they never needed to back them up in the water. So or maybe they noticed and like, well, it's not going to be in the shot, so fuck it.
Mind you, if they don't ever need to back them up, then they're going to have a really tough job getting out of where they are. Because haven't they gone
No,
in
they just
front
do it. They
first?
just one
Yeah,
guy just goes forward, so it spins the boat on the spot. Easy, done. It's gonna look
but
great. It's
yeah.
not gonna look stupid as fuck. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Let's see. Sorry, Rags. Their boats always look to the front. That's what makes them float better. Of
Ah,
course.
yes.
You see, their boats don't look
No,
down. Yeah,
they
No, they
look
look up.
they
not
look up.
forward. They
Up,
look
up and forward-ish. Up and forward.
He
Fine.
said up.
Didn't he say to go
Look to the front.
forward or something?
The point being
Well, to
is
go
that you
forward,
can
I thought he
ignore
said-
all practicality if there's some flowery something behind it, some metaphor
The
or
scene,
whatever.
the walking scene sort of ends with Halbrand looking at a forge, and I swear to fucking God, if he really is Sauron and he's looking at the forge because he can't wait to forge the rings, this is one of the lamest shots in the history of foreshadowing.
It's not the forge because the rings they are for. That's what Celebrimbor and Elrond are trying to build. I think is the forge over in Eregion, which is where they're.
No, it's
Well, yeah,
not
but
just
he's-
specific.
It's foreshadowing because Sauron is supposed to be. This is one of those things where they try and appeal to people who have like read the book or do know the lore, but they're also appealing to people who are going to be disproportionately annoyed at them for ditching the rest of it. But Sauron is a smith, not just a smith of the rings, but when he is sort of in his pre-big supervillain form, he is a famous and noted smith. So his long sort of lingering glance
Form
at
I'm in.
ironworking is supposed to be kind of foreshadowing for people in the know. It's just that it's not really a good guide for people because again everything else has been ditched. So are we supposed to take from this that the show will be following the book that most people haven't read anyway, or is it then going to throw a curveball and just ditch the rest of that again? It's just very strange that they should try and make these particular nods when they've also proudly gone and said we're not going to be basing what we're doing on the stuff we're now nodding you toward.
I was gonna say,
I
I think
wanna-
it's a lot shallower than that. I think that the writers were just like, it's so neat when you go back into season 1 after you get the reveals that you can see him eyeing up a forge and getting all excited because he's gonna be making the One Ring eventually.
I
How
just
neat
want
is
to
that?
give you a few shots here
Oh.
because, of course, I've just only seen these. Give me just a second. Here we go. So, if you have Amazon money, then I don't expect you to be making these kinds of continuity fuck ups. Look at the people that they're passing here in this shot on the backside. Red hat, red hat, blue hat, and then there's this one guy with the orange hat as well. They clearly pass them, and then in the next shot, they pass them a second time to get their money's worth out of yeah. So
They actually did that in She-Hulk, but you'd expect it of something like She-Hulk because
Yeah,
that's
She-Hulk, because
cheap and
people
awful.
make that don't give a fuck.
When did they do that?
But there's
In
an
She-
office sequence when she's walking through. There's a guy with a briefcase who appears on 2 floors at once.
Well,
That's
obviously
that's
Doctor
just being a good
Strange.
lawyer.
Doctor Strange
Yeah.
had a class example of that as well.
Oh
guy
yeah,
who
the
appeared
guy who
4
ran
times.
past
It happened.
14
It happened.
times.
See the screenshots? It swapped to Arabic. See? In between the two screenshots. The subtitles swapped to Arabic, and I don't know why they're doing that.
Mine did it to Spanish last night. Maybe it's just a general problem.
I don't see
Virus.
in between the screenshots. You could
Maybe
see
it's sending a message. There's a cell somewhere.
It's Elvish.
Alfahu Akbar.
It's Elfish.
Trying to warn you, stay away. Alrighty, yeah. So, and we go to the, I don't know, City Hall, something, having a big old discussion. We have the nature of Numenor right now is there's a king who they quietly asked to fuck off, and he's in his bed, I guess. Like from what I was trying to gather, and then you got the Queen Regent is currently running things, which is his daughter. Correct?
Yeah, he's removed because he likes the elves. I think they do actually mention that later in this episode.
do,
because he's too fond of the elves. But then she's Queen Regent. They say they deposed him, but if she's Queen Regent, she's exercising somebody else's royal authority, which is presumably his, so that he hasn't really been
That's what I'm
deposed.
That's what I was actually going to ask you to clarify for me, because I don't understand. If they got rid of him as a ruler, why would they accept his daughter?
It doesn't. I mean, legalistically, it would work if she, for example, had a male heir. I think this is how basic monarchy works. Like, if she had a male heir who was next in line to the throne but was underage, then she could exercise the royal prerogative on his behalf as Queen Regent. But the regent, if it's a Queen Regnant, then she's ruling in her own right. But if she's Queen Regent, then she's ruling on behalf of somebody. So she's Queen Regent in this. The father is still there. He still lives in the palace. He's just sort of as a vegetable. So we assume she's ruling on his behalf. In which case, he wasn't deposed.
Exactly.
He's still there. It's just
it would make
ruling
sense if she's ruling while he's alive, but unable to give orders as but
on his behalf.
But as I remember it, they say that like he was pushed off. He was like, go away, we don't like you. And then she's in place, and it's like, why wouldn't they just elect their own chosen leader? Why would they get his daughter? That's a weird choice.
It's because he didn't want to. It almost seems like it's because he didn't want to. It's very confusing. I guess we'll get to there in just a little bit, but it's like the library, right? That they go to. He wanted to tear it down, but they said no, he didn't want to tear it down.
No.
Everyone else did. So they said, "Oh yeah, well, we're going to depose you because of that." But they didn't tear the tower down anyway, and they let him stay in the tower to be king but not really king, and they put his daughter to be in charge instead of him. It's all very confusing.
Yeah, and Goga said apparently there's a line to say that they did actually vote her in.
But then why would you do that?
But why would they do that? Yeah, she's the last person you want voted in. She's literally got his ear, like vice versa actually. He's got her ear.
It's weirdly and unnecessarily complicated because you get the two main characters. They're both introduced here. So you get the Queen Regent, and you get Al-Farazon, who's the guy with the big bushy beard.
Yeah.
And like, if you're going from in the book version, the king Palantiri Tar Palantiri is his name. He dies, and then Al-Farazon forcibly marries the Queen Regent, and then becomes king instead. But the point being, they managed to kill off the king in the book version, which sort of does away with this weird complexity. Which they must have done it for a reason. Like the continued existence of the king must serve a purpose.
Yeah. She has to go. Galadriel has to go in,
But
then she just discovers he's a vegetable. So
maybe we assume too much when we say, "Oh, they must have done that on purpose," because there's a lot of stuff. But yeah, well, so as you can hear, chat, we're a little confused. We're a little like, what? I'm a little lost, but that's fine. Just because nothing's made sense so far doesn't mean it won't start making sense at any point.
The thing is, it should be so easy to make sense of. There are two factions on Numenor. There's just two. There's the faithful who like the elves, and there's the king's men who don't. That's it. Like, it's kind of hard to fuck that up, but well, they managed to find a way of doing it, so congratulations, I suppose.
One of the things I think Holbrand says when they're walking on their way here is essentially like, don't antagonize these people, which is hilarious to think. He says it in
But
like
you have
other
to
words.
tell someone that.
Yeah, and is this advice listened to? It's like, no.
No, she doesn't listen to advice.
She does, as everyone has called it, her Daenerys moment. When introducing, she's like, "I am Galadriel of the Noldor, daughter of the Golden House, Finarfin, commander of the Northern." It's like, shut the fuck up! No one cares. People don't even like you. There's like, she does this anti-elf. Why wouldn't you want to introduce yourself as like, "I am Galadriel, friend of Numenor," something like
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, or like just something simple, like I'm Galadriel of just whatever's customary. Like I'm Galadriel. I'm, that's daughter of da da da.
You could even say, like
And
descendant of, and then person who provided Numenor / fought in the war. Something to appeal to
that
these
would be
people.
that would be clever. Well, I know
That would
clever's
be
bad, I
clever.
guess, but I know that the show looks down on cleverness, but
Yeah, and so she does all that, and then she's just like, "Give us a boat to Middle Earth," and it's just like, wow.
Did anyone else think that they turned Halbrand into Bronn in this scene? Because like, everything about him, accent and the type of humor, like when she comes off her big spiel of titles, and he just goes, "I'm Halbrand."
Oh
Even the
yeah, you're
accent,
right.
I thought, and the mannerisms as well. He just sounded and looked exactly like Bronn.
So for those who don't know, season 1 of Game of Thrones, Tyrion is Tyrion hires a sellsword to fight Devardus for his life. It's fucking great, and the sellsword wins. It's Bronn. He's fucking great because he's really fast and he's against someone who's super amazing armored, but he keeps just slicing between the seams and eventually kills him by several cuts, basically. And that's Bronn's introduction. Everyone fucking loves Bronn. He's a fan favorite. He's one of the many characters that gains intense plot armor as the episodes go on because people really like him. Which is a shame. However, when they're heading back to Tywin's sort of encampment during the wars that are going on in the first season, they have to head through like loads of woods, and they eventually get hit by like bandits and stuff. But Tyrion manages to talk his way out of it by telling them he'll give them all kinds of riches and weapons and armor and stuff if they take him to his father. Because another thing that Game of Thrones had was really awesome. Tyrion would always talk his way out of every last like threat and danger he ever got himself into. It was really cool. When they arrive, Tywin sees him with like 3 of these big dudes and Bronn, and so it's like he's like, I am Tyrion, this is my father Tywin, and then Tywin is like, and who are your friends? And he's like, this is Shagga, son of Dolph. This is he's the leader of the Stone Crows. And then like he introduces all these people, and then he goes, this is Bronn. And then Bronn just goes, "You wouldn't know my dad." It's like a fun, just like, haha, everyone's doing their names, and then he doesn't have his one. And then yeah, the equivalent is done here, where she does her whole set of names, and then Holbrand is like, I'm just Holbrand, all. Okay. Which it's the closest this show probably got to making a decent joke, I guess. Feels like we've seen it before.
I'm trying to think. I think there might have been one thing that I was like, "Oh, that was clever and amusing." I can't remember what it was. Maybe I'm just crazy. I guess we'll find out.
Oh fuck yeah! The one this is more similar to, I guess, would be, it's like season 6 or 7 of Game of Thrones, where Daenerys does all of her names, and then Jon Snow is introduced by Davos, and he just goes, "This is Jon Snow," and that's it. There's no like loads of extra names. Which is probably a good comparison of why people like Jon Snow toward the end and didn't like Daenerys. There's a level of vanity that comes with a billion names on top of your name that is unappealing if you're not exactly doing great in the appealing factor for a character anyway.
I mean, that's why they introduced Xerxes in 300. He's got all those names and all these titles, and it goes on and on.
Yeah. So anyway, she wants a boat, and then she's like, "No, we don't do that because we're not a fan of elves." And then she's like, "Yeah, well, you got this place thanks to elves." And then she's like, "Oh yeah, well, we paid for that with blood." And like, I'd argue the conversation, as much as I hate her strategy, all right, that's kind of making sense. These backs and forths, it's kind of working for me. And then Galadriel says, "If blood is the price, then I will pay it one way or another. I will depart."
So that's just like a threat.
And I was just like, fucking hell. Like, did she
Why did you
seriously
say
just
that?
threaten to kill them?
What are you doing?
This is the what are you thinking, woman? Are you so fucking cocksure and full of yourself and spoiled that, by the way, still no thanks, still no gratitude, still no, wow, you pulled us out of the water, you brought us to your palace to talk with your ruler. None of that. Um, it's just instantly into death threats. So that's great.
She's doing a Terminator. It's give me your clothes and your motorcycle. Or in this case, give me your clothes and your boat.
Well, so funnily enough, as someone in chat just kind of pointed out, if we're to take it as almost literally, let's say, she said like it cost blood to get Numenor, and then she's like, well, if it costs blood, then fine, like as if to suggest I will bleed in order to leave, like I'll die in order to get out of here or something.
I'll die to get what I want. It's
Yeah,
like,
which it's like
really?
I don't know. Are you sure? is that what you?
I wonder when they wrote that line. I wonder what we would think that's supposed to mean. Do they intend to have this be a death threat? Is that the intention? Because a part of me wants to go like, surely they
Also,
wouldn't do that, right?
When she says one way or another, I will depart, I think that's supposed to be a badass line. But I was just like, oh, what are you doing? You nutcase! You fool!
The intention of it is that's a badass line, but the reality is you just threatened to the ruler of this place right here in front of everybody right now.
Yeah, and everyone's like, oh, blah, 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 the whole crowd and stuff. Yeah, and then she's like,
Yeah.
I welcome you to try. And she's like, I have no need of your welcome. This is, the only equivalent of that is when someone goes, I don't know about that, man. And then you go, I am not your man.
I am
or
not
something.
your man.
Where you're like, are you trying to get an own at every sentence? It's like, this is just pathetic, stop it.
I'm not your buddy, pal. I'm not your pal, buddy. It goes on, and because it goes on after that as well, because she said, and you are quickly outstaying yours. Welcome, and they carry on. They've got this welcome wordplay that they're really, really proud of.
They're
so
very
they
proud.
Carry it going.
Someone said, Rags, these are the same people who unironically wrote There's a Tempest in Me. That one makes some level of sense.
We'll get to that one.
It's not good, but like compared to this, it's bonkers. This, yeah, but you are right. This is like, I have to score some clever, quippy point all the time, regardless of context and regardless of what it actually is. Because I have to be the best at all times.
Like
even in conversations, I have to be the best.
Like, you suck. And then she goes, you suck more. It's like, I suck more, meaning I'm better at sucking than you? And you're like, yeah, which is worse than being... And then she's like, wait.
So then you accept defeat. I'm the master sucker.
I'm a better sucker than you. But yeah, part of the really crazy thing of this...
sucked for hundreds of years more than you.
is that they have Hallbrand say, like, oh, man, looks like, yeah, seems that leaving presents some complications. How about you think about it for 3 days, and then we'll move on. Everyone just like, yeah, okay. Yeah, great, yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's fine.
It's just like, that's all we had to say? That's it?
Bygones be bygones.
Like, there was no, like, silver tongue nature here. There's nothing of him appealing to anything he'd learned so far or making note of...
clever.
Yeah, it's just give us 3 days? Okay.
That should be the default for them, though. Is like, oh, you have this request. Let's assume that she made this request in a very charismatic and in intelligent way, right? Let's assume all went well, and then they would say maybe something along the lines of, well, we will consider your request, but you just got here. Surely you need to rest, and da-da-da. And it's like, we'd have to prepare a ship. Is like, give us some time to think about it. In the meantime, just hang out and enjoy our hospitality.
This is because a lot of people are like the Great Deceiver, though. That's Sauron's thing. It's like, no, that's my point. Is it would be really cool to see him do that, but he's not doing that. This is because they can't write that, can they? They can't write him doing something really clever.
Well, yeah, that's clever writing. In order to write something clever, you have to be clever as a writer.
At the end of episode 4, I think it is, they actually do have him be almost clever. So they can do it. It's just they're incredibly slow. And then they can maybe do it once every 4 hours is their problem. And so they couldn't do it in this.
I think I know what you're talking about.
That's their power, and it has a 4-hour recharge time.
You can't pay gold to get rid of this one either. They paid it all. But
she even interrupts him like halfway through trying to appease these people who are on the verge of fucking killing them or jailing them. Galadriel's like, like in the middle of
That's
his
literally what she's like. Yes, that noise is what she's like. It's shockingly true.
Oh my god, I will not be made a prisoner. It's like, you know what?
That's not up to you.
Yeah,
Like, being a prisoner does not require your consent, as it happens to be. So,
no, right? She'll kill everyone. And you know what? She probably is capable of doing that with this. How this show works.
they would edit it. Yeah, she could single-handedly destroy entire nations. Absolutely, she's that much of a boss, man. She's very cool. She is very cool.
And so, like, if in case you're not grasping our issue with this, it's the Galadriel's been alive for a fucking long time. She is not only a incredible warrior, but she's also pretty high up in the political game. She should be fully aware of how these interactions work. She should have full knowledge of histories that happen between all these different places. Why is she so beyond stupid with her approach to all of this? She can't speak to anyone
old
properly.
Enough to know better.
Exactly. It's incredibly unsatisfying to watch this, like, random scruffy dude manage to outwit her at, like, everything to do with speaking. And if someone was to say to me, like, no, but it's Sauron, it's like, no. They've just made her incredibly stupid to his relatively stupid. So he looks
that's
clever.
what they're going for, right? So what they're going for is they're trying to depict her as being the biggest, bestest, strongest, smartest, toughest person around. But she gets taken under the sway of this relatively charming man she met on a random ocean raft. And then by her, this is sort of fulfilling the prophecy that Gil-galad mentions in episode 1 when he sends her away, is that when she looks for the thing, she accidentally fans the flames of the fire or whatever the fuck he was talking about. So the idea is they're bigging her up so they can bring her down by having her betrayed by the one person she ends up coming to trust, which is Halbrand. So you can see that's what they're going for. But the problem is you can't just pretend that like 3,000 years of character history don't exist just because you want to do that with your character. Like, she has a background and they've just had to forget it.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. That's part of what they're going for, but my god, they've not built it properly. It's almost more embarrassing when you can see what they're building, but it's just so poorly done that you're just sort of embarrassed for them. You're like, oh, see what you want, but yeah, that back and forth is really funny. I will depart. I welcome you to try. I don't need your welcome. You're wearing out yours. Like, oh.
Well done, writers. You could string a sentence together.
And yeah, they're like, you'll be a guest. You're not a prisoner. Don't worry about it. Like, alrighty. A woefully unsatisfying opening scene, and then this happens, where because he's Elendil, right? The salesman who saved salesman. I meant that as like sail on a boat, like the boat.
Oh, a salesman.
Seaman.
Yeah.
He's a seaman.
He's a seaman's. He's a seamansman.
So when this happened, when I first watched the episode, I was like, so Halbrand's definitely taken something from him. I'm not sure what it is, but he's probably taken something. Then we find out he's taken Galadriel's. It's safe to call it a sword, right? I think it's a sword.
Dagger.
It's long enough that it makes me think a dagger might not be accurate, but I don't know.
I think a dagger is very.
What do you
accurate
call a thing between the lengths of a sword and a dagger? Short sword?
I get maybe. I still think it's.
Oh wait, no, you're right. It is definitely a dagger. I remember pulling it out
dagger,
later. I was thinking of something longer, as I often do. But yeah, so he's taken that off Elendil. Now, if maybe we could first
Can we
talk.
pump the brakes first, just a second here?
Okay, yeah. What do you want to talk about?
Yeah, just in regards to what you're going to say, like this is like one of those hold up moments. Did that just happen? Sort of things.
Well, so I was going to start with, what would his motivation be to do this? To make Galadriel happy? Is that it?
So, if generally, when you steal a weapon from someone, I know technically it's hers, but it's stealing off of him to give back to her. I mean, he's trying to. Is it literally only to curry favor with her?
This is why I want to get this sorted first. so that we can really highlight how fucking stupid this was. Because let's pretend for a second that sword was the key to opening some ancient doorway that's the big goal of their whole adventure. It'd be like, okay, I could see why he had to get it back. But if it was literally just to be like, I know you like your little sword, your little dagger, here you go. I bet you like me now. So yeah, just to be clear, I'm pretty sure that's it. Pretty sure
That is the only thing that comes to mind, even though the last thing that I would be doing after she said all those things is to give her a weapon.
yes.
Especially if I was in her company. Like, the way that they perceive her is probably gonna rub off on me because 'cause we're, like, a pair of
Mhm.
in their perception, at least, and she's threatened to, like, kill people and spill blood to get what she wants. I shouldn't give her a weapon because she might be insane and crazy enough to actually do something about that.
Then again, I
So
mean, she is the person that he needs to accomplish what isn't, inevitably going. He wants to curry favor, essentially. He must see the potential in what she's doing.
That's
But again, it does
fair.
require the leap of trust, obviously, and that she's not just going to go and randomly commit genocide on an island. But I don't, the point I think they're trying to make is this is his grand deception. This first stage of the grand deception is deceiving her. He wants to gain her trust. And you see the payoff probably in subsequent episodes, which is when, he betrays her and then is revealed to be the thing that she was sort of warning against.
But like, so this is the thing. Like, how much curried favor does he have compared to already? She's probably likes him the most out of everybody in this whole city right now. She already likes him because he saved her life, technically twice. So like the idea that it's like, how much is he really gaining from stealing this thing, versus the risk? And it's like, maybe we should talk about that. So let's talk about the risk, shall we?
Let us talk about the risk. Let's discuss.
We're in what is quite possibly one of the most important like rooms in the entire city, with most important people in the entire city. You're being treated pretty much as prisoners, and you've got your like guards surrounding you who have taken your weapons, and you're stealing one right off him when you're meters away from the Queen Regent, and you're with someone who's threatened to kill everyone.
All eyes are on you. All attention is focused on you in this room full of dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of people.
He's got nowhere to hide it, by
Many
the
of
way.
whom are guards. Yeah,
Yeah,
how?
I was wondering how the hell he did it. He's got no
Well, it's not.
sleeves. He can't
Well, it's
like
fine.
hide it
It's
in
not
his
in the
tunic.
shot. It's out of frame.
Like, look at this guy.
Therefore it
That's
happened.
the thing. Putting it up your sleeve is the most like believable thing, but he ain't doing that. So where's he putting it? It's like up his little shirt, I guess. He's gonna have to awkwardly do that. Hopefully, no one's looking at it when he does it.
Yeah, where did he actually put it?
It doesn't. I don't know, man. And
I
there's,
went back. I think I watched that probably 4 times over to try and figure out what he did, and
then-
I cannot figure out. Maybe there's a magician in chat who knows how this works, but I couldn't.
And he
figure
would
it out
have to
myself.
use his left hand to do it because his right hand was around his shoulder, hugging him.
true, and you have to rely
So-
on Elendil not detecting it whatsoever, which is lame, but hey.
Yeah, he'd
Then-
notice he has an empty scabbard, right? Was it in one? Forget.
I'm not
I
even
have to
sure
go back
how
and
it's
see what it-
attached, but obviously it needed to be relatively loose for this to work.
I'll take a look real quick.
But the other
But,
thing is that these two, you have to remember that the vibes in this place is that everyone's like, ew, these two, get them out of here. Like, the idea that he was lucky enough to not have anyone looking at him when he did this, just like, fuck, mate, alright. Risky move, let's put it that way. Sleight of hand, oh yeah, absolutely. And it, he does it later with the crest as well, but yeah, stealth 100.
Drunk
just in his-
man in pub doesn't
It looks
notice
like
when
it's in his
crest is,
belt.
or does notice. Sorry, when crest is stolen. Trained soldier does not, who's sober as well, does not notice when dagger is stolen.
Or no one
which-
else in the room, I guess.
or anyone else.
Yeah, nobody else. Everyone's too busy
In this
talking to each
whole
other
room
about
of people
things.
that are probably staring at him.
I legit have no idea where he put it.
Yeah, I have no clue how he was able to. Yeah, I've.
What you? Yeah. He's got to yank that out of there without Elendil noticing. All right, sure, whatever you say.
Definitely.
And then to make things worse, it's pretty like they're standing at on the stairs to the entrance and exit of this place, and he's handing it to her. Like, you might want to do that at a different place. Just saying.
Yeah, this isn't a good time for that. My subtitles went back to Arabic, but of all the you pick the it sure is lucky, that no one
Yeah, they're all
noticed.
like everyone's turned their backs to him. That's lucky, yeah.
No one's interested in this elf and this guy who got picked up and this chick who made threats against her
See, like
queen.
that's not
No.
a small thing. I don't even know where did he pull that from? Like, was he trying to just sort of wrap it into his arm itself to try and like because that is not a good way to conceal it. But sure, it's fine.
Well, there's a scene here where he's
Ah, yeah, there you go. So you can see it with that. So yeah, this is his incredible sleight of hand. He managed to get that past everybody. I
and
wouldn't
he
be able to
doesn't
spot that. It's just too
yeah,
good.
as they're walking to the as they're walking away, he just clearly doesn't have it. And then it appears in his arm as they're and remember we have two guards right behind them who are watching,
I'm sorry, like
watching them climb these stairs.
I think it actually probably would have
Now
been
it's in
better
French.
that they didn't show us this so that we could like because telling me this is how he did it is just like you can almost hope there's like a little cut in his like the upper portion of his outfit there that he can slip it into and then slip it out of. That's something I could imagine, but now I have to see that and be like, oh, that's how he did it. Okay, sure.
No one notices. The guards are, of course, not looking at their charges. That would be
Nope.
ridiculous for them to do that. No one in this room is watching them now. They've lost all interest. Uh, Elendil doesn't notice. Do you see like how the mechanics of things happen matters? Because I don't believe that what you told me happened could have happened. And it's not clever. I guess it's supposed to show that he is capable of stealing things very effectively, which maybe isn't true, but if this ain't the way to show it, you could claim that that's what this is, but I don't believe you. There's a disconnect between what I think that a skill should allow for, him to be able to do and what you are writing him to do.
So,
Also, they don't
Queen.
get him any new clothes. That's kind of weird, isn't it? Or do they later? Does he still
I
does
don't
he
think
still wear
so.
these rags? But oh, they do eventually. He does eventually get a shirt. Okay, okay. It's
That's
just a
nice of
very
them.
similarly colored shirt. It's nice that they gave him a shirt. That's nice.
So you got Queen Regent and Farazar, I think was his name.
Al, oh no, R Farazan even.
Farazan, okay.
Al, because it's not Arabic, it's R Farazan, yeah.
He's like solve this quickly, and then he's like she's one elf. Or, I can't remember whose dialogue was whose in this part, but they just say like she could be the beginning of something real bad, which they'll give us more context for next episode. For now though, they're like, what of the seamen? And it's just
What of the seaman?
it's very just the same way they always do everything. Like, his name is Elendil. He is of a noble line. He is now a sea guardsman with
He
a
also has
son
the son.
who wishes to follow in his career. It's like, what?
All right. Well,
Good
we got
God.
no. That's great. We're filled in now. Thanks, show. All right, we
I
got
just,
it.
like,
We got all our info now. That's nice.
the obvious criticism. We would be able to see this in all the scenes we're going to have with the Isildur. Why would you do that? Why was it necessary for that to be said between them? How did that help
Well,
anything? Like,
imagine if the first time we see him sitting down with his son and he just casually refers to him as Isildur in the conversation. That would have been far more interesting than just, yes, his son Isildur. It's like, okay, come on, man. Sometimes subtlety is the way to go. How he just matter of factly refers to his son by his name, a name that you recognize. And that's so much more interesting.
yeah. And then we get a scene, and I remember seeing Gary's review of this, where he just like this. We take about 5 minutes, and in total, Isildur is like staring off into the like his mind is in the clouds, you might say. And then he's like almost fucks up a thing. We're just doing stuff.
Doesn't he hear a
on the
voice?
sea.
Doesn't the voice say his name?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's looking to the western, West Numenor, which is where his family comes from. And there is a constant sort of undergirding thing that the show occasionally remembers it wants to do, because they do mention it maybe 3 times across the entire thing. But if the first time they mention it, it's as though we should already know what it is. And I've read the Silmarillion, and I can't really remember what the distinction is. Yeah. So he has this weird sort of whispery voice as he's glancing over, and then he lets go of a rope, and some guy goes flying. But then the captain of the ship just doesn't
He doesn't
care.
care,
He just
which
carries
is,
on. He goes on about talking about the ocean being a harsh mistress or master or whatever it is.
and that's a really interesting comparison to what
That's
happens the next
sure.
time something like this
Yes,
happens.
that makes the next one so more irritating because it's like I've seen you do it 1,000 times and you've never fucked it up. Well, no,
We'll get
you
there.
saw him do it, and like the last time he didn't do it. So
There is no
consistency.
harsher master than the sea. That guy is weird, dude. And then they do this thing of like they're like worshiping the sea, and he's like, "The sea is always right." It's like,
There is
what?
so much you can do with that image.
I don't
It's just-
actually know what that's supposed to mean. The sea is always right.
I've
Like,
heard
you
way
can't
better
beat the
quotes
sea?
about the sea that are way cooler
you-
than that.
You can't fight the sea. The sea's right. You have to work with the sea. Is that what they're trying to say?
I think, yeah, like the sea is just a force of nature that it's never, don't fight it, work with it. Some bullshit like that. I don't know. The sea is always right. It doesn't come across very well. It's just like the rest of the shit they put in this. The sea is always right. It's like, okay.
It's literally
This is naval terminology. It should be the sea is always starboard, right?
Ah.
See what you did there.
Oh.
Oh,
Um.
oats and hose.
By the way, in microcosm, okay, this is such a nitpick, but just Isildur, your sister is here. I was like, right. Like, in case I had to figure that out from the way they talk to each other, I'm sure I'll be fine now. We don't.
I guess they'd want to let him know if she showed up.
Yeah, but you could do it in. This is why I said it's a nitpick. I just prefer dialogue that doesn't feel to me like the writer was like, "That's Isildur's sister," and I'm like, okay, you didn't have to do it that way. Because they do
comes
it
across
again.
like stage directions when they do it like this. It's like sister enters stage left, but a character is actually speaking it as a line. Like,
Yeah,
you can blend it into your natural conversation so much more easily and believably than that.
You have, I think the same character, like a few seconds later, is like, "Come see us later. Don't be like your brother." Like,
You missed it the
yeah.
first time, they're related.
His brother and
You
sister. You
see-
need to understand that. You follow, and you're like, "Yeah,
It's
I do."
because- Yeah, it's the Han Solo Millennium Falcon thing. Your father, Han Solo.
Do you remember your father, Han Solo?
I remembered for you. I know you forget.
There's loads of that in this show all the time. They just keep telling. Everyone tells each other stuff they already know. It's great.
Nothing is emergent in this show. It's all on the nose and it's directed at you in this clumsy, clunky way. You don't learn things. Maybe that's it. You never learn things. You're told things.
Yes. So moving swiftly on, Queen Regent is like,
I will be right back.
when the petals fall from the pretty white tree, it means that the Valar are looking and it's like they're crying, which is going to be relevant later at the end of episode 4 even. And they didn't have the balls not to repeat the line when they do it then. I thought they were going to do it. They were going to let us try and remember what she said, but then they played the and I was like, okay. I don't know why I thought otherwise.
I sort of had an argument with myself in my last video on this. Is it because the writers think that the audience is stupid, or is it because the writers actually are this stupid themselves, and this is how they are with each other all of the time?
It's you wonder because when they played that scene and the petals are falling, and originally it was just that, and it's just shown, and then you see the reactions. They were like, "Wait, is the audience going to remember what she said all that time ago?" And then some other writer was like, "It was like an hour and a half. It's not that long." And someone else was like, "Yeah, but
it might be.
it's a bit long, isn't it? An hour and a half." And it's like, yeah,
We wouldn't want somebody to not fully understand, like, a scene. We don't want that. We don't want it to be possible to misunderstand anything in this show.
We gotta get them to feel the feels, because otherwise they won't know why the characters are freaking out. And it's like, well, I guess they could go back and check, right? And it's like, they're not gonna rewatch this. Come on.
Well, alternatively, if they were paying super close attention to this so great show, you know, they would, maybe they'd remember it. It's like, oh shit, I don't know.
Apparently not. Apparently, they don't trust us.
Just to be safe. Just to be sure, you know? Just in case.
So then, we get quite. I thought this was funny. Okay, like some of this stuff I'm treading on it. I don't even know if any of it is directly from any source of any kind. So, you know, but just being like, what does your name mean? And he's like, it has one meaning. So it's a little bit more obvious. She's like, there's another meaning for your name, and he's like, elf friend. And then she goes, are you an elf friend? I was just like, this sounds so stupid. What the hell? Like. And he's like, I'm a servant. And then she's like, yet you saved her. Why? And I was like, in my own head, just like, really? He's gonna... How are you supposed to be able to tell what? Like, he picks her up, sees her ears, and then goes, ah, fuck off, and kicks her off the boat. Like, did you really expect that to happen? Is that like, the standard protocol at this point?
It's tricky because yes and no in that because you have these two factions: the faithful are the elf lovers, and then you have the Kingsmen. The Kingsmen really don't like the elves, but this show isn't tracking the timeline, so the reason they don't like the elves isn't actually established in this show. So if you're just critiquing by this show, it doesn't make a huge amount of sense. Would they later on in the timeline in the book have potentially kicked an elf into the ocean? Yeah, maybe actually, because they go and become these sort of fascistic tyrants.
So
But
that's
in
the
this show,
thing.
it just doesn't make any sense.
Had he kicked her off, and then she managed to swim back to Numenor, and then everything ran the same way, I would be baffled, because I'd be like, why are they so aggressive at that point, but now they're so chill? Because if this is what I mean, it's not matching up to me. Like, their approach with the elf reaching their shores in this show is pretty chill. If they're supposed to be in a position where they want to kill them on sight, or at least not help them to the point of them dying on sight, I didn't get that impression at all. Nor
I'm not even sure what impression to get.
this is what I'm
honestly,
trying,
with
like,
their attitude towards elves.
this is what I'm trying to say.
They
Like,
just-
you've got to give some space for people who have not seen anything from the source. This show is trying to tell its own story, but it's absolutely confusing at this point. Because obviously they're pulling some stuff, and then they're leaving other stuff. So the fact that she's like, why didn't you let her die, baffles me, because of how well they're treating the elf right now, and how well they go on to treat her. Like, why aren't
And
you
then
killing her? What's the
later,
difference?
Later though, you hear that for the reign of the grandfather and the grandfather's great grandfather, they've hated the elves. So for all of that time, apparently they've been on very bad terms, and yet there's not been this mass build up of antipathy that's there that creates a sort of this murderous antipathy. It is just, oh well, she's here now, so house arrest, darling. That's all we're going to give to you. But it's because it's condensing about 2,000 years of history at this point. So this is the problem with its selective lore citing, because it's borrowing events that really are contingent on events that it hasn't borrowed. And so it's supposed to be filling in the gaps that arise as a result. It hasn't filled in any of these gaps. It's just trying to sort of breeze past them, usually with stupid dialogue. Like the next bit when she's still interrogating him and he says, well, I brought her back because the sea is always right. And she says, well, the sea doesn't commit treason.
I love that line.
I don't understand what any of this means. What are you doing?
The sea is always
He
right,
also
yeah,
says-
but it doesn't commit treason. What does that even mean?
He says that in his experience, it's not a good idea to, decide what you're going to do guessing after signs and portents, which is a line I really like. But then he says, I brought her back because the sea's always right.
Which is, yeah.
It's like, but so there was no real reason, actually. It's just because the sea's always right. That's not conducive with what you said before.
Well, then he follows up with,
like
I
you
did
before,
what I
I don't.
believed is most prudent. Which is, couldn't he just say, like, yeah, I just didn't want her to die, I guess?
I mean,
But
that's,
I don't follow. If she felt this way, if she's condemning him for allowing the elf to live, then why isn't she killing the elf?
Yeah. Would it look bad in front of your people? If it would look
And if
bad
it
in front of
would,
your people, then why do you have this attitude in the first place?
Exactly. That's why I'm so confused. Like, it seems like they've adapted half and half, and it's caused a huge problem here because, like, I'm now lost as to what the fucking the approach with elves is.
And then even if you read it so the other way, and the way it does pan out as is that she's sort of putting on appearances here, but secretly she is much more like her father, and that she doesn't actually have a massive hatred for the elves, and she is at least amenable to making deals with them. But then you get back to the earlier question as to why she's on the throne to begin with, because that was to be expected, you would think. But the dialogue just continues to make no sense, because so she says, okay, the sea's always right, but the C doesn't commit treason, which just invites you to play that clip from Fellowship when Galadriel says treacherous is the C. And then it goes on later on when she says, if that is your wish, then I have a mission for you. But I don't know what the wish part of that refers to either, because he says, I did what I believe to be right. So then she says, if that is your wish. Does she mean that
The
it was
question
his
is, why
wish
did you
to be
believe that to be
right?
right?
Yeah, well, yeah, not if that is your wish. It's why did you think that to be right? Or if that is what you believed. Not if that
Why
is
do
your
you
wish. Because
believe
what
that?
is, yeah, what is he wishing? Is he wishing to do what he thought was right? Or is he wishing to do the right thing that he then thinks is right? The entire
This
exchange is just
conversation feels
nonsense.
pointless. Yeah, this conversation feels pointless because I don't feel like you need to have a conversation with him saying, "Why did you pull this elf out of the water and bring her here when you found her in the middle of the ocean?" Like, I feel like the answer to that is obvious, and he would have like you have to. What is the state of this kingdom and attitude that gets her in a position to where she even needs to have this conversation with him to interrogate him about that in particular?
To be clear, by the way, the newest episode of House of the Dragon is conversation, and then right at the end, someone dies. It is like an hour and 5 minutes of people talking, and then a action thing happens. The conversations are that good that you're just like, oh yes, I learned a lot from that. I learned a lot of that. These ones, like almost every time, I don't feel like these are real people talking to each other, and I'm often very
Empty
confused.
calories. There's just
I
nothing
definitely do
here.
not. They don't feel like people to me.
Yeah.
They really
This isn't how
don't.
people talk to each other. This isn't how
Well,
two human beings talk to each other.
what's been highlighted? These conversations are like needlessly convoluted. I was gonna say complicated, but like that's not. It's
Convoluted
not that.
is the
They're
right word,
convoluted.
yeah.
They are convoluted because everything that these characters are saying to each other could be achieved with so much more clarity, but they feel the need. We talked about it in the previous coverage. Like everything is purple prose. Like the way that these people talk to each other, it's like, you know what? I need to make this more confounded. I need to throw in more. Yeah, like it's incredibly unnecessarily, needlessly convoluted.
But there's usually a compensating strategy, though. I mean, anyone who's ever written like undergraduate prose will know. People who go in for colorful pink, purple prose, they usually have nothing to say. That's the reason. They have
that's the nature
nothing
of
to
purple
convey
prose.
either. It's a massive language game to trick you into thinking that,
Well,
and actually meaning has even been exchanged here, which really, I mean, it hasn't.
it's
Right? I can't. There's no real. There's not even basic meaning that's being conveyed between these things. But like the House of the Dragon example is really useful for another way because you are actually being thrown into, if you compare the two, you're being thrown into a really similar setting. You're being thrown into a kingdom with which you're not previously familiar unless you've read the book. It's both kingdoms are in their relatively or their mid to late stage of development, shall we say? And let's say you have no equivalent, you have no foreknowledge of either of them. By episode 5 of House of the Dragon, you're pretty up to speed with the dynamics of the kingdom itself, the place it's set in, the factions involved,
Yeah.
the different alliances that are in play. Episode 4, and so okay, we had one fewer episode, but episode 4 of Rings of Power, you don't get that. There's no understanding of what Numenor really is, and it's such a it's a relatively simple kingdom to depict. Again, there are just two factions you have to work with here. You don't need to do a lot to make this make sense. But they haven't even managed to do the bare minimum to make it make sense because they don't know how. Partly because they don't have to write fucking dialogue, which is just
think it was,
astonishingly meaningless.
The last House of the Dragon discussion I said, like on Rings of Power, it feels like we're not done with the intro yet, and we're halfway through the season.
And it's not like a short. These episodes are long. They're longer than the average show. Like the average show, hour long, used to mean like 43, 44 minutes. These are an hour and 10 minutes. These are long episodes.
We
but
got
we achieve
time.
nothing. Like these I think the impression I get is that like in the writer's room, they're like, so fantasy is when the characters speak, I guess, elegantly, like everybody is they got the big words that like
they're very
pepper all the
prosaic
conversations they
and
have.
charismatic.
And like something that they've lost in that reading is like, yeah, but they are people, right? Like they're people, just like you and me.
They're trying to
And, like,
actually communicate ideas.
yeah, they're
not
trying
just,
to.
Yeah.
That's the purpose of a conversation, is to like convey something to somebody else in a way that they'll understand. That's like the point of a conversation. I'm trying to tell you something. But these conversations don't play out like people trying to tell each other something. It plays out like they know that there is an audience watching them that they need to like impress with their words.
Kind of, yeah. Like you
Um,
don't talk like this when no one's watching.
Exactly. And I mean, it's like you mentioned. It's like Chad simple writing in a sense. Like
Like the Lord of the Rings, as it seems. If you, because I actually read a little bit yesterday because this came up in a different conversation, but the Lord of the Rings as a book it's not complex at all. It's written very matter of factly and it's easy to tell what's happening. It's not it's you don't have to have this grandiose kind of this extensive, lexicon to know what's
well,
happening.
we talked about contrast before. Something that's often been said about prose and how to use it effectively is that when a scene is straightforward and normal, like I guess you could call them the connecting scenes between the big payoffs and the big moments, that a good way to contrast those big moments is to have regular scenes play out in a straightforward way and to save like really um descriptive prose for the potent like big payoff moments, because that way it's like, oh wow, we're like, the more involved it becomes, the more it draws attention to itself. But like, because you're being selective about what you're drawing attention to, it just makes those parts more effective. Here there is no restraint. Every scene, everybody, I mean, you were talking about it before. Like, how many times have they tried to inject these weird allegories, these
God.
weird,
They don't know how to write them.
parables and sayings that are just confused. They're just really weird and
Yeah,
stupid.
what are you trying to tell me? Like seriously, the whole point of a conversation is to get your ideas into my head, and I have no idea what you're trying to tell
Exactly.
me.
What are you saying? I
What do you
don't
want me to
understand
think?
what you're trying to convey.
The other problem with that, of course, is that it seems everyone of every race, every background, and every origin speaks in exactly the same allegorical way. So, like the Harfords use the same speech turns as the elves do, and the elves use the same speech turns as the dwarves use. And if you have a writing team which is making every single one of this massive disparate cast sound exactly the same, what you're really listening to there is the writers and not the characters that they've made, because the characters, they are just conduits for the same writer putting their own words into the mouths of disparate peoples. It just doesn't make for a believable world either. It makes for a nonsensical one because the metaphors just don't make sense, but it also makes for a less believable one because it's so obvious that there is one guy who's just been sitting there coming up with these for probably a week, and he's really proud of the fire and the sweeping the salt from the table and the chopping the head from the prairie grass and the whatever else he's come up with. It's very transparently the writer coming through, and this writer is not good. You don't want to see him.
I now that you mention that, excluding Galadriel, because I think that a lot of her lines can be directly attributed to her because of how standoffish a lot of them are. If you took like the lines of dialogue for any other character in the show and took the name away from it, I don't think that you could. I think it would be like virtually impossible to figure out who said what line. Like, it would be so difficult if you took a line that was I guess as contextless as possible, but like still a line of
Yeah,
dialogue
like blurt
that
out the
should
name
be
so
indicative.
you,
Yeah, like, and then you presented
maybe
it to somebody.
some of the Harfoot talk is a bit more vulgar, but
Maybe.
maybe
Yeah,
like
but even then, could you identify specific Half-Foot
You wouldn't be able to
characters?
tell
no,
which one, yeah.
probably
Yeah.
nah, probably not. They're all too. I mean, I guess
Everybody
maybe
sounds
the
the same
fat
is the point I'm
Harfoot
making,
is
basically.
really like timid, and that might come
The
through.
fact that you had to say maybe timid, though.
And you have
Well,
to describe
I
her as the
guess-
fat
well-
Harfoot. You don't even know her name. It's great.
Yeah, but
I don't
know
blame
she's
you.
fat.
Calling her Podge the entire time. I don't know what her name is.
I don't know what her name is either.
It's something, but maybe that element of her personality would come up in text. So that's one character, maybe.
The fact that it's even maybe in a what 20 character? How many characters does this show have? That's a lot
Too
of
many.
characters.
Well, I feel like the most individual, dare I say, might be Durin. I feel like he's the most. He always stands out
He's
to me, and I have
probably-
many issues with his characterization, and
Many.
yet still,
Yes.
I think it's the actor that's doing it for me. I'm not sure.
Oh, his acting is wasted on this show.
Well, maybe it's because this show is devoid of levity. There's so
Yes.
little like
is
that-
exactly the
it's-
way that I would phrase it. Yes.
they're not willing to ever have like a joke. It's the same problem I have with fucking the Halo show. Like the Halo show, there's no fucking jokes. There's never any
so
and like the games have lots of jokes. Like
full
the
of
games
character.
have,
Yeah.
yeah, like and it's not even just.
I mean, the
Sergeant
Lord of the
Johnson,
Rings was full of jokes.
Well,
and
that's
Oh, yeah,
that's the
man.
reason why I bring it up. Lord of the Rings has tons of jokes. It has
Uh-huh.
characters who are funny and funny moments. There's no contrast. It's all plays.
it's all
everything is
dour and
played straight.
serious and
Yep.
bland.
But it's not
not
very
even-
interesting because there are stories that don't have much levity at all. There are stories that like are very serious, strictly. But in this case, there's nothing of real value in that. Like you sacrificed any level of lightness for nothing. Like for
Yeah,
something
what did
that's
you
so
gain from all
empty.
that? Nothing.
I want to like because it's not even just the fact that the existence of jokes in Lord of the Rings. It's the way they weave them in is fucking phenomenal. Like
Organic.
it's not even like the joke in and of itself. I think is pretty good, but the way that it's contextualized and placed where it is in Two Towers when he says, "Would you like me to describe it to you, or should I find a box?" Gimli's fucking reaction and then his laugh.
It's one of the best laughs of
I
all
fucking love
time.
that moment just because it seems to me Ghibli thinks for a second, motherfucker, what did you do? Ah, that's great.
Legolas
'Cause, like,
says it with that smirk on his face, his
Yeah.
fucking elf smirk, and then Gimli he's down for it. They're at that point in their relationship now where they could joke
it's
about
great,
each
yeah.
other.
Like he can
Yeah,
make
the
a fucking short
relationship's
joke.
key there, though.
Exactly,
Because
that's what makes the
this is
joke so
part
much
of the
better.
ongoing, constant relationship and the development of those two characters and how they interact with each other, from the massive antipathy of the Fellowship of the Ring to the point where they're starting to be at ease in each other's company, to the point where they are starting to make jokes, to the point where they're best friends at the end of Return of the King. Like that's an earned payoff. If you were just randomly inserting that without any build-up in that scene at Helm's Deep, it would seem crass and cheap and like you were just doing Marvel quota humor. But they've actually earned the payoff by building these characters out first. Whereas, like, if Rings
His
of Power
other
were to
funny
even
line is
start doing
referencing
that, it wouldn't work.
Legolas.
Dude,
When
the
it's
broship
the tie-in
between
with-
Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli is fucking great throughout the trilogy.
It is incredible when we don't get that much, like a huge amount of time with them, really, as a trio talking, but it's very efficient.
Yeah.
You pull so much from how it progresses. I mean, Pippin as a character, like pretty much all of his funny lines and everything, it's just him being him in a situation he's clearly not familiar with or used to. And then even by the end, he changes into a different character, but he still has that element of his personality in him. That never goes away. So his kind of humor sort of changes over time.
But what I just wanted to bring up there was just like not only are the jokes very much present in the original trilogy, if I'm calling it that, the Jackson trilogy. It's they have so much purpose in the script. This is just dour. This whole show, it's just been and it's not even with purpose. You know that you can watch. They can be media that's built deliberately to have a very low and difficult tone to consume, sort of thing. But this. They are trying to have highs and lows in this. They even do have what I think they would call jokes. But like it's a struggle for us to call them jokes.
But it is why the depiction of the dwarves, as I think Fringy mentioned, that's why that sort of works. Even the Harfoots in the first two episodes until they become evil, that also kind of works because at least there's some kind of charm there. There's some personality. I think the key to that is sort of, can you imagine them actually enjoying themselves off screen?
Right.
And you can imagine that with Durin and Disa. I think you cannot imagine that with
I can't
pretty
imagine
much
it
any
with
other
them, yeah.
character.
Durin and
Right,
Disa,
like-
Disa's a character I like. She almost seems out of place in this world.
Yeah, a lot of people have been commenting on this. I think it's just that the actress is she. I was about to say jolly. I don't know if that's offensive. Like, it's just
Obviously, you can't call fat people jolly.
I
Oh
don't
my
know. I don't know
God.
the rules.
But
Like,
she has like it is an actress playing a role as I like. Well, I like her. in terms of her personality and how she like behaves, and she seems maybe it's directly as a result of that, but she seems so out of place. Like you could like talk with her and have conversations with her, and like she seems so out of place because no one else really is like she is. And it's not that I can't believe her. I do believe her. It's just it makes everyone else seem out of place almost as an inverse. Like you're the only real person in this show, and everyone else is just a skinwalking weird talker.
Especially the elves.
Especially.
Anyway, we're even. Oh no, is that what's next? Because yeah, she basically she tasks Elendil with personally watching over Galadriel. It's whatever. And then they take us back to the Southlands. This is where we start to get all the information. And this is, I mean, 20 minutes in, and we've really only done the Numenor intro. So long they take with everything, and we didn't gain much.
20 minutes is a whole episode of The Simpsons, guys.
You must go by Simpsons time.
You can tell a whole story in 20 minutes, you know? You can tell a whole story shorter than that, but like in 20 minutes, you could tell a story.
And if we kept this pacing, which is really slow in terms of like plot stuff happening and things progressing, but if all of these, but if that 20 minutes was just oozing with different characters and general competence, I would be totally fine with that. I would be totally engaged. If Galadriel was a good character, and if everyone we met was like a good, well-written character, I'd be like, yeah, sure, I'll listen to him talk all damn day.
Exactly. Dude, that's pretty much what House of the Dragon is right now. It's been 5 hours, and there's been what you would probably call a ratio of like 10 to 1 talking to action. But they're able to carry it because the talking is getting more and more and more and more tension-filled, more and more betrayal, more and more secrets, more and more all this stuff that keeps building up, and everyone's getting characterized, and everyone's got like getting louder and angrier as time goes on. And you're just like, oh shit, this is all coming to a head at some point. Woo! But yeah. I mean, because like I was about to say, like the first criticism I've got for this scene is the dialogue again. So we see this big old trench. We're not getting the wide shot yet. I'm gonna wait until we get that before I unload several bazillion criticisms. But we have our character, and he's walking through here. He's like lugging something with a friend, and he says, "Huh, this is how they escaped our detection, and it's how they shield themselves from the sunlight."
Allegedly.
I don't even like. Why do you hate me so much? Like, surely that was for me to be able to figure out at least vaguely. But you just have him say all of that to a person who obviously knows that, like the person who was kidnapped before him.
If you felt like you had to like insert that line, like if you needed to, then there's way better ways to do it. Like an orc could mockingly talk to an elf slave and say, "You dig faster, you don't want the elves to see us," and then this laughs. Like it's the reason, and it's an orc being mocking to an elf. That's already better than just the character just saying it out loud, because we don't gain anything else. Nothing is multi-pronged. Nothing serves more than one purpose, I feel, in this show.
But this is the point at which these purposes start really contradicting themselves. Like every line of dialogue in this contradicts some previous part of the setup. It's
getting
like
real bad,
astonishingly bad. So I'm already slightly confused with the timeline because I don't know when the elves before him, including the Tower Warden that we're supposed to care about. I don't know when he was captured, but he was.
I don't know how they were captured.
But that's the thing, right? So he says these tunnels are how they've been evading our detection for so long. Next line of dialogue: they've been ransacking villages all over the Southlands. Like would the elves have spotted that? The elves are incredibly far-sighted, and they have watchtowers all over
none of
the
the
place.
people escaped. You did that with perfect capture rates. No one escaped.
God,
nobody
so
was just out in the fields while it was happening.
It's so bad.
No one noticed.
Well, you see, Rags, whenever someone goes to inspect, they jump down into the holes themselves and get kidnapped because they're dumbasses. That's what's happened, you see?
That's true, yeah. Well, luckily, they have people who care about them very, very deeply, who would be really concerned about their absence, so...
We rewind, zoom out, and just picture for a moment, where is this enormous trench? It's just the Southlands. Okay, where is it in reference to our main village? Like to the left or right of it or something? Or it goes directly through it? Like, because when they show
The
us the
Lord of the
wide
Rings
shot,
had a there was an advantage to I get what you're talking about in terms of like spatial relations in the show is quite confusing often, even as much as they use a map, it's still kind of confusing the way they present it. And in the Lord of the Rings, for the most part, we're going from point A to point B, so you're going along the way. It's not
Mhm.
as preeminent in the story that you need that, but here it's just like we're just sort of here, but we're trying to stay hidden, and we're in the Southlands, but not that part of the Southlands. Like we're further away, but they haven't found us yet, I guess. And there's not like mountains between us. So, or maybe there is. That's the thing. I don't know.
There is a really obvious waypoint that they could have just thrown into the shot to establish at least a rough sense of location, because Mount Doom is there. Like, you can see it in the background occasionally. That's where they are. It would have been just a simple, quite subtle way of at least giving you some hint of
Wait, the
place.
Southlands
Just
are Mordor?
yeah, Southland's become Mordor.
hey, hey,
Oh.
hey, hey, shh.
Sorry, spoilers.
I can't wait for us to get to that scene. That's gonna be great.
I legitimately didn't know that.
But
You did
oh no,
because
but
it's in the
that's a
episode.
problem, right? Because it's
Oh wait, are you
that
saying
that should have been established by this
I
point.
did.
But
I thought
most
Mordor
people,
was
I
a
think,
different place than the Southlands. I thought they were going through the Southlands, but it was
the
distinct from
the
Mordor.
symbol, the Sauron's mark, the symbol that is Mordor, and then
Yeah.
on the map is this called the Southlands.
Oh, okay. I thought I guess I just thought they were different places.
We'll go over all of that when we get there anyway.
yeah,
But
but
because
that's the show's problem as well.
I was
Isn't
about
it?
to say that I think that's indicative to a degree of the show's issues, but I mean, it is
Because I think
there.
of Mordor as Mordor, I guess, and I know this is a previous, but I hear the Southlands and Mordor didn't. I guess I didn't put South and Mordor together because it's
It's
more
fine.
out the
It's fine.
west-ish, so or east. So I don't. Yeah.
But yeah, so we are to believe that, because this is the thing. I'm not even kidding. There's a fucking laundry list for this scene, and with every few seconds we push forward, we're gonna have so many problems. I struggle if I were doing a video, so to break this down. I don't envy you, Little Platoon. Good luck with that. The way to talk about like all of the issues here chronologically would be difficult because I'm not sure which one you pick first, sort of thing. But it's like, yeah. So logistically, I have no idea how this is supposed to work. I have no idea how the elves have missed all of this enormous operation with how sloppy and stupid the orcs have been. It would seem, with how long this operation's been going on, it was just lucky that the orcs attacked the village the very day that the elves decided to leave. Which
After 79 years.
yeah,
That's
that is insane.
what a coincidence.
Like,
Yeah. If it was
absolutely
one day
insane.
later, this entire plot thing wouldn't have happened at all.
Or at the
elves
very
would've
least,
fucked
the elves
off.
would have found this place with and
Or they would
sent
have had to
people.
come back if they were told. Or if
Yeah.
this was a day before, then all the people would show up while the elves are there.
As mentioned,
And yeah.
his friendo and their boss, they've now been captured and they've been here for God knows how long, and nobody seems to care. No, like we got 3 elves missing, and apparently
On the day we called them back and they didn't make it back to Elfland.
and if you go
so
back to where they're posted, everyone's gone, and there's holes in the ground. Like this, I don't know.
Well, if you go back to where they're posted, you'll find all those people.
Actually, well, yeah, if they'd gone back on a timeline that we'd expect, they would have found the village, and then they would have been able to find out what's going on. And at the very least, if they'd gone back to the Elf Watchtower, as you said, they would have bumped into the people, they would have found out what's going on. How is this not happening? Because it can't if it happened, it would ruin everything, so we can't have that happen.
They find out no matter what.
Yes.
Maybe the elves are like Harfoots, and these elves that got captured, they just fell behind. And so, fuck them.
Also, yeah, I think they've been
God.
there... How long have they been there in total, the elves? Was it since the war ended, or was it shorter than that?
Yeah. So they've
So-
essentially occupied the Southlands because the Southlanders, by and large, not universally, but by and large, sided with Morgoth, and so the elves sort of inevitably had to go and take the fight to them. So they established these watchtowers to keep track of the movements of Morgoth's forces, and then later on they sort of established them as like an occupying force. I think episode
Centuries,
1 or 2
right?
says there's 4 or 5 watchtowers just in this particular region.
Right.
And then, of course, you remember in the Two Towers, when they're trying to find the hobbits, and Legolas can see for tens, if not hundreds of miles, because elves are incredibly far-sighted. You combine network of watchtowers with incredibly far-sighted elves, you'd think they would have spotted burning villages, because we're told that
think.
there's a whole load of them, not
Maybe
just
it
the
was
one,
over
but
the
they've been
horizon.
ransacking all of them. Well, they did build one of those watchtowers on the side of a cliff, which made very little sense tactically, but there we are. But multiple burning villages, and then it also turns out later huge burning trench thing. Just it's just that they've just forgotten their own sort of setup in the lore again that they're trying to hark back to or forward to in the case of the Lord of the Rings, because it would be really inconvenient to the plot if they actually remembered any of this stuff.
They forget the things that they make a big deal out of.
Mhm.
They make a big deal about the elves being here and the humans not liking them, and that's like a thing. And then it's not. Then we just forgot about it. We don't care anymore. That thing served its purpose for that scene. It's done now. It's finished. We don't
Yeah,
have
'cause
to worry about it anymore.
they forgot that earlier as well, didn't they? Back in the Numenor scene with the first sort of dialogue exposition dump, when Galadriel's explaining to Halbrand that his people are not like the people of Numenor, and then she gives you the exposition about how his people all sided with Sauron and he's from the Southlands. But it's as though he doesn't know this, but the little teenage brat kid
Well,
in
it's
episode
been- how
one,
long's
he
it
does know
been?
this because it's supposed to have been about 2,000 years, so it should really have faded in the memory. But the
Yeah,
teenage
that's
guy in the
tough,
episode
yeah.
one, he remembers it like it's yesterday. But Halbrand doesn't remember it at all because otherwise we wouldn't have been able to do the exposition. So it's, yeah, like you say, they just forget strategically. It's strategic amnesia, and it's very, very annoying as this goes on.
They don't realize that these things are you're kind of investing whenever you make these kinds of world building choices
Yeah.
and whenever you present something to an audience. You can't just you've made the investment. It's up to you to pay off your own investment. You can't just forget about it. It's still there. You can't just undo it. But I guess they think you can, which is unfortunate. I would have liked some consistency in the way people behave. Then again, consistency would rely on me sort of understanding a lot of things, which so many things seem contradictory. It's hard to know what I'm supposed to latch onto as being the thing that's real.
And so, with all of that out of the way, we can get to all of the other problems that we get immediately. So, like, they're digging this trench. Okay. And then our little team are like, oh bother, we've dug ourselves into a tree. And then this guy, they're like boss man, he says,
Can we just pause home? You think that would be something that you would see coming and would go around?
It's pretty
Why
big
would-
tree. Like
Trees have a
takes a
tendency
while.
You
to
know
be
what, I'm
rather
gonna
tall and prominent.
Did you dig the trench in a minute? Like, surely it took a while.
gonna have
You
to
know,
get
like-
the shot, because now that you've said that, for anybody who hasn't seen this episode, okay, they've bumped into a tree, and I'm doing this on purpose, you should all pull up the stream for this. They have
I'm
unfortunately bumped into a tree, chat. They're digging
How
their
could this have happened?
miles and miles long trench, and then someone has accidentally leveled it. Oh gosh, unfortunate. They're
I
gonna
hope
figure
someone
out.
got fired for that blunder.
So, when you see this shot, I'm pretty sure I just started laughing. Like this is cartoonish. This is cartoonish. I don't know what else to say.
like
Also, what's the point in hiding the trench if this is what you do to the fucking woods?
Exactly. What?
Like, what are you? Well, at least they don't see our tunnel.
It's
Think
like
about the totality of it. We need to hide our tunnel in this barren field, but oh no, we happen to run into the one tree that's destroyed.
Why don't we just leave the forest and stay in the forest?
do you
It
think
seems
they
like
have
we're wasting a lot
know
of work here.
how much fucking
Just
time
stay
it
in
would
the
take?
forest that was there.
All of the resources it's taken to create this stupid why? What is the point? What is the plan? Look how open and obvious everything. Remember, Elfman is like, oh, this is how they evaded our detection. It's like, who are they evading? Who the fuck are they evading?
We will evade their detection in this barren, smoking.
We're burning. They burnt down all the trees except this one, apparently.
Except this one.
It's so
I just
stupid.
just dig into
Morning
it.
coffee at the watchtower, and they're just sitting there and say, that looks a bit different. What happened to the woods over there? That's not our problem. It's always
Don't worry
been like
about
that,
it.
probably. I don't
Fine.
know. I don't care.
Yeah, it's always been like
And-
that, as we know ourselves.
It's winter. Oh well, like.
It's such a like, oh, guys, when you're digging that trench, make sure you don't hit the tree. And it's like, oh,
Oh,
fuck.
he hit the tree, didn't he?
That's the
Grothnak hit
one
the tree. I
thing
knew
we
he
didn't
would.
want to happen.
I told
knew
you
he
that.
would.
I told you that yesterday, and the day before that, and the day because it took a few days.
It was the one thing, guys. You fucked up
Yeah.
the one job.
Who the
Just
fuck
avoid
was
the
steering this
giant tree.
tunnel?
And look, the tunnel bends. You can see it kind of. It's like twisting.
It bent
You
right
could've
towards the
Well, so
tree.
what's really interesting is you can see they have started digging around it. There's a little. Can you see the little indentation toward the left
Yeah.
of? Well, I guess their left, our right, of the tree. It's like, yeah, just move. It's already curving around your big trench. Fuck it, just keep going. You'll curve around the tree. It's
Stick
like,
around.
compared to
Are
cutting
you like
down the
really
tree
concerned aesthetically about the look of your tunnel?
with this
Like
one
you
tree
have
next
someone
to
who's
it?
just like an interior decorator orc who's
An
really
interior decorator who's upset about the exterior tree.
well, yeah,
It's
because
true.
they're gonna. Just go. Why are you
Just go around
simultaneously?
it.
Just
Why
go
did you
around
steer
it.
into it?
I just can't believe
It
this
looks
is
like
real.
it looks like you hit the
It
only
is.
iceberg in the ocean. Is what it
This
looks
is a
like. You managed to
cartoon
do.
image, is what this is.
It
This
is.
is a clown image.
It's-
I can't believe
You
they're ruining
can't-
the character of the orcs.
Look at this, right? You got this train. It's like it goes. It's like, fuck me. This is like several miles of trench. How didn't you see the tree? Like,
Why didn't you cut that one down while you were cutting all the other ones down? Why did you leave this one tree up when you cut down all the other trees, only to then bump into that tree with your
and
tunnel?
avoid all the other trees? Like, because
How
the
did
other
you
ones,
manage-
you cut them down, they still have their roots, which would still get in the way. But if you avoid them, fair enough. But then you fucking drive straight into the one that you haven't done anything to. It's hard to explain how stupid it is. And yeah, that's what Goga just said. It's all the cloth too. They just get that, or they got a cloth supply, I guess. Maybe it's.
How much-
They've got a guy. I want to see that guy. The guy. Wait, you don't. Cloth. Cloths and knit.
Like animal skin,
This
is
is
it?
gonna-
Or-
Be a stupid question, isn't it?
I would be. I'm
What-
ready to believe cloth before animal skins, because think about how many critters you'd have to kill.
Exactly. This is what I mean. Like whatever they're doing, I just there is one orc out there who's knitting, I guess, or doing something. I don't know.
I was about
I
to say,
assume orcs do that
you
sort of
knit
busy work.
cloth? In which case, is there I want to see the orc who's just sitting there in his little rocking chair knitting together all of these
Oh, I'm
clothes.
a grandma orc. I'm just knitting to keep
He's
the
like-
boys safe from the sun in the tunnel.
We're gonna
She's
need
got her
100
little
more
glasses
blankets.
as
Just
well.
like right on the way. Don't you worry.
Or it's that, or
It's
you've
like,
got
can
like
you-
all the little level 1, level 2 noob orcs who are in like the starting area, and they're all just grinding and killing all the animals, and then they're selling on the produce from those animals, and someone else is turning them into all of this material. They're actually just grinding for experience, and it's been useful for the economy because they've created cloth as well.
And there was a guy who was like, "Go take down that tree," and he's just like, "Oh, I need a toilet first," and then he forgot, and it was like, "Ah, you're the only one. You just left the tree up, so now we're gonna have to get one of the elves to do it." Which, yeah. Let us continue. So one thing I forgot to mention, there's a line where the three elfmans, who, it's funny because there's so many other characters here technically, but they're the only three that have like lines because they're the three we know, and then I put "know" in quotations because one of them is like the smelly guy, or was said to smell, and then the other guy who is just like, I hate all of the Southland men, and then our main guy who, his characterization is I love girl. That's all
That
I've
is
got for all three of
literally
these
it.
people.
There's nothing else about him. But I think isn't one of them we are only introduced to him in this episode, the guy who we're then meant to feel very sad for in a
No,
moment.
No,
he
he
was
was
smelly
smelly
friend.
guy.
Smelly friend, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, I missed him.
Yeah.
He's
Well, that's why it was so
memorable.
meaningful when he died, because I remember when he said like, "Oh, you smell," and then he was like, "No, I don't."
He smells himself, and he's like, "Nuh-uh, I
Some-
don't smell." It's very funny.
I can already imagine like one of those. I don't know what they call it, but you know, like when he dies, like goes black and white, and there's like a montage of all the time they spent together, and it's just that one scene, like in black and
Just
white.
play the whole scene. Yeah, it doesn't have to be a montage.
slow
It's just
motion.
that one scene.
'Cause,
No, they talked for 10 seconds at the watchtower before they walked in.
yeah.
Where he's like, "Yep, romances are doomed between our species for some fucking reason."
But he says if
yeah.
any one of us can make it home, we can return in force. The implication being, like, yeah, had any one of them actually managed to make it back to the elves, they could have actually done something about all this. So our main elf man, had he not just jumped into the hole in the hopes of doing something, and then failing to do that and getting caught, like, had he not decided to do that and just gone back, which, by the way, would have worked, because the girl went back and she
That
made it
was-
fine.
Yeah, I think that was literally one of the things I said was, you need to go back and tell everyone.
Also, everyone said it was
because if you
there was
die,
no reason to go in the hole. No reason.
Well, there was totally a reason to go in the hole. However, when he found something in the hole, he got afraid and ran.
Is that a good reason though? Like to just
No, it's not, Mahler. It's a terrible reason. It makes me wonder what you wanted to have happen. I want to go in this creepy hole, but I sure hope I don't run into anything. So why are
I
you
ran
going?
into something.
If you remember, they actually gave you a really well fleshed out reason because they're standing on top of the hole, and she says, "You don't know what's in there," and he says, "That is why I have to go."
Ugh.
So actually, it was incredibly well explained, and I don't know how you missed it.
Oh my goodness, he
He's
has
not
to know
paying
what's in there.
attention. Clearly, I'm like the orcs with this tree.
He's like, "Oh no, there's monsters in the hole." He's like,
Oh
"Yeah,
no,
probably. Yeah,
I thought it was
probably.
friendly
I could've
rabbits
told you
that dug
that."
the hole. I didn't realize
It wasn't friendly rabbits at all. It was
They were
orcs. I
very
was so
unfriendly
wrong.
rabbits.
He's just
I
like that's
like
what he's
orcs,
picturing in his
yeah.
head the whole time moving through it. These wonderful cuddly rabbits. They're all going to surround him and be happy about things. There's an orc, and he's like, "No, it was orcs.
No!
No."
Oh no. Orcs did all this. I thought it was
Gosh.
friendly rabbits. Oh no. I hope my girlfriend cares about me.
Yeah, and so you alluded to it earlier, but yeah, there's a line where it says, "They'll sweep the enemies from this land like salt from a table." And again, you're like,
Like salt
wait,
from
like
a table.
salt from a table? I mean,
Like, all the
So
metaphors.
you take your
Salt from
hands
the
and you
table?
sweep
From
all
the
the salt
table?
off the table.
yeah, why
How often do you
you just fuck
like,
it up with your
what the
salt,
fuck
just
you doing?
tossing it all over the table? Like,
And then it's like gritty and some of it'll stick to your hands and everything.
yeah, I just
There's so much salt on the table
Salt
that
on it.
it becomes like
Yeah.
a saying that you sweep it off the table.
Oh,
even
there's so
you
much
do it.
salt. Oh, it's like it rains. It comes from the sky. There's salt day every month, and it just pours down from the sky. We can't explain it, and all of our tables get salt on them. And it happens all the time. We got to sweep it away. All
No,
this
you
fucking
often-
salt.
You often sweep dust off the floor, or like, you know.
No one does
but I
that.
guess-
We sweep
so-
salt from the table.
But I was
Frankie.
even going to say though, imagine that was the line where he said they'll sweep the enemies from this land, much like we would sweep dust from the floor. We'd be like, okay.
So you'd move it somewhere else. I don't even know what you
But
mean. Like you're gonna put.
There's no.
You're gonna-
Well, at the
There's no
very
finesse.
least, it's like, no, there's no finesse in that. But at least it's like, it's shit, but like I understand it.
Yeah.
Whereas here, it's like it's shit, and I don't understand what the.
Oh yeah, no, this is definitely one step up from like what was it, spring rain washing the bones from a dead car, whatever the other awful one.
The rock
was.
looks down, okay?
The rock looks down.
What was the really awkward analogy? It was I remember. It's kind of like that other thing I was talking about. The funny bit. I can't remember what the funny bit was, but I almost like remember there being a bit that was funny, and it's kind of like this. There was a terrible analogy, but I can't remember which one it was. Like a
There's
particularly
been a lot
bad
of them,
analogy.
so.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Well, think
Yeah,
about
maybe
it.
I'm just
Let us
thinking
know.
back to the something
the
else.
particularly bad analogy in this show.
It's like-
Yes, the one that's
Right, you have to help us
that's
out.
why I said
The-
particularly bad, not bad.
That's
Particularly
that's
bad.
true. I guess what does it mean for something to be particularly bad amidst a sea of badness?
Oh,
It's
it's
just-
even badder than the
it's
bad
even
thing.
badder. Yeah,
An extra
it's-
layer of
The
bad. It's like
baddestness.
it's like a tunnel.
The
of
sea is always
bad,
right.
but not really a tunnel. It's more of a ditch.
Um,
Why did they stop? Why did the orcs tunnel properly when they got to the villages, but they're not tunneling properly here? They're just making.
They want a
ditch and covering
trench.
it up.
let them have
They're
it.
getting more ambitious. They want yeah.
Also, the other thing
Get
is,
more
if
ambitious.
the orcs know they can't go outside very easily in the daylight, so why are they even having the elves dig the tunnel in the daylight? Wouldn't you keep them locked
That's a
up
question,
underground
yep.
during the day and then have them work throughout the night instead? But then
Plus,
I
that's
thought in the previous
stealthier to
episode,
work at night.
yeah, exactly. But I also thought in the previous episode the orcs had been digging the tunnel themselves anyway, because you had the weird mole man that comes out of the floor. So
Oh yeah.
why are they even
Well,
using the elves?
Well,
Anyway.
it's just. I mean, I guess you want
Well,
to use them for slave labor.
I was actually
That
gonna
makes
say-
so you don't have to do it. That makes sense.
That does make sense. It's not. They're gonna fuck that up in a minute. We've kind of already talked about it, but hey, because this scene is so bad. But they bump into the tree, and he says, "Felling a tree will slow our progress. We will go around." Now, if that's true, that taking down this tree is going to take way longer than just your standard digging, then yeah,
Surely
the
it
orcs
would.
should just be on board with it. I don't see why they wouldn't be.
Yeah,
Unless, of course,
it would
they
take
really
longer.
hate trees because trees represent nice things.
Well, I mean, look
It does
at
look
them.
like they hate
look at
trees
what
a
they've
lot.
done to this field. Like,
They-
look at
they-
all these
They're
unnecessary dead
anti.
trees.
Yeah, they are
Also,
against nature.
yeah, this is the thing. It's like, the orcs just fucking
They're
hate
not
trees, alright? Gotta get rid of the
environmentalists.
trees. Fuck them. And it's like, oh, okay. But he follows up, because that's his, like, attempt at being, let's say, reasonable. Then he gets desperate. And he said, this tree has earned its place in these lands. And I was just like,
Now they're definitely going to cut it down.
I was gonna say,
Or
do you really
you-
think that's gonna be compelling to orcs? Like, come on.
Long before
You
you,
didn't-
crawled up from wherever it was you came from, or wherever the line
Yeah,
was.
you didn't tell them like, oh yeah, even if we cut it down, it actually doesn't change anything for us because it's the bottom of the tree that's in our way.
the
The
roots
top part of
really
the
that are a
tree is
problem.
actually not in our way, as it seems. It's all of these
Yeah.
roots that go into the ground, and chopping those up will take ages. Let's just go around and dig because dirt is nice and soft. Generally.
Also, like because he says he says the tree earned place here. What about all the trees you cut down to like build your whole civilization?
Those were younger trees.
Those trees didn't fucking earn their place.
They
Okay,
did
buddy.
earn the
Yeah.
right. This is a meritocracy, and they failed. And
Little
earning the right
whippersnapper
to live.
trees.
What does it mean to be a whippersnapper tree? Yes.
Oh, I think we all know the answer to that. So we could move right along.
Like a tree with like a skateboard and sunnies. It's just like
Man, this orc
yeah,
is
radical, dude.
How intimidating this orc is with his little whip.
I'm gonna chop, I'm gonna
Really-
chop this.
It really is a little whip, isn't it? It is a little whip. It's not a big
He's really
whip, it's a
proud of
little
his whip. He just loves
He's
whipping.
very. Look at that embellishing that he does there at the end. Look
Yeah.
at
Yeah, stylish.
He's liking this.
Wearing isn't he wearing a snake skin?
I don't even.
What is
Yeah,
that? Like,
What is
lizards.
that? Yeah, you're right. That's like a
I
reptile.
think it does look like a reptile skin or something.
Holy fuck!
Dude,
What is
I-
out here that's shedding that? Let's go
Yeah.
home. I don't want to be here anymore.
Is this
got
Australia?
snakes.
Like, what the fuck?
Hey, look, all right. They're not that big. Well, crocodile. Actually, wait. Yeah, crocodile's like 4 meters long. So, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know. I just thought that appeal was funny. It's just like the tree should not be cut down because it's earned its place. And you're saying this to like a creature that couldn't give
Or
less of a
That have
fuck.
cut down many trees.
He
Yeah,
was,
it's
he
like
was cutting down the forest with reckless abandon. It seems.
You would have been better off just saying this is gonna take. You understand? We have to cut down the tree and then dig the trench, or we can just dig the trench elsewhere. Like
Yeah, and fucking with all of its
Move all-
roots, like this is fucking. We
it's
don't want to
a
do
pain in
this.
the ass, guys. Yeah.
Yeah, he probably shouldn't have said if you cut down this tree, you'll get even more XP.
Hmm He
You'll
probably shouldn't have
absolutely
made it
love-
sound like you will literally cry if you cut down that tree. Like that's probably not what you should tell the orcs. You should be
Yeah,
like,
the emotional appeal to the orcs is probably not the best move here. You're a Galadriel level statesman, I see.
yeah, you're right. This tree sprang from the earth long before you crawled from wherever you. It's just like, shut the fuck up, dude. Look at them all. You're not ready to take them on, but yeah. Anyway, so there's a little bit of fleamage going on here, and it's like, you know what? You've impressed me with your aggression. We're gonna reward you with water. And every human
Oh,
on the
God.
fucking planet was like, they're gonna do
It's
something.
a trap.
They'll do something. They're gonna punch you or do something. And then they do something really fucking weird because they don't. You might think, person listening right now, like, oh, the orcs are fucking with him, so are they gonna like beat him up, make an example of this guy who is the one who is like refusing to take his orders?
You
No,
wanna kill or beat him up.
they are
just
not
whip 'em
going
all.
to make an example of him. They are legitimately going to give that guy water. He enjoys it. That's nice.
I like
Then
water.
they will allow Elfman, our main character, to have some water too. That's nice. And then Smelly Man is going to have some water, and they slit his throat. And it's like, what? Why?
Why? He didn't.
That guy didn't do anything. Like, what's?
Yeah, he wasn't. So yeah, it was you got the wrong. Maybe they think all elves look the same, except the black one. They can tell the difference between them. But surely you want to get rid of the guy who's like the ringleader, so to speak.
By the way, I just want to say
No, just
the cut was so just harsh and death blowy that you can almost barely see it in this
yeah.
shot.
I don't believe that it actually killed him. It looks like a scratch. It looks like something literally anyone can survive.
Oh, it looks like a
without any
flesh
problem
wound, and it
with-
doesn't help that there has like no blood too. It's
Trying to keep it too clean.
what are they? What's their age rating? Are they allowed to show it, or is it they're not allowed?
Oh,
I think you do see blood in the next shot, don't you? When he
Well, you
'cause
see
it
a
goes
bit
to
of
the
blood,
below
but
the chin shot.
the kind of basically, if you have a
Oh.
cut that small, you're gonna need a lot of blood to convince me it was lethal, you know. But they don't
Yeah,
have either, really.
because there's not a lot of scenes where you'd get a lot of blood, so it would be a way to remind you, like, yeah, like shit can go down in this show, just so we're clear,
Hmm.
just so you don't forget.
So not only are they punishing a guy who didn't do anything, but they've just wiped out slave labor for no reason. This is really
Yeah, instead
stupid.
of-
You're terrible at being evil. Just FYI.
Have you seen the tunnel mauler? Or sorry, the ditch. They're very bad.
Did you see them bump into the tree?
Well,
Like,
so the reason
Whoever
I
was
think
steering
as-
that tunnel, shit.
what will become apparent, I think, by the end of the episode is that they were just looking for reasons to get rid of these other elves because they didn't want to deal with them narratively. Like they didn't.
oh
wanna have
fuck!
to
I thought you meant the
figure out
orcs. I
what
was like,
to do.
really? I didn't get that impression. I thought they were.
No. The orcs are just stupid. But what I mean is, like, from a writing standpoint, I think that they just didn't want to deal with these guys.
Well, yeah, they
so,
want us to be
like,
really sad
just
for our
kill them
main
off.
character. But the
Even
problem
though
is
I
they
don't
didn't.
know who the guy is. Who is it?
Isn't that
Who is
crazy, though?
Man?
You'd be like, oh, we're gonna kill two of our like if you're set to write and you're like we're gonna be killing two of our main characters' bestest buddies
Elfman's buddies.
at the 3-hour mark. Can you make that matter? And it's like 3 hour. Of course I
3
can.
hours. Exactly.
That's like 2 movies.
Meanwhile, what have I got to tell you about these? Like it's like this guy's dialogue, the one that's on screen right now, before he dies. Like the all he told our dude in like episode 1 was just men are bad. It's like okay.
Yeah, like we're just not using our time effectively at all.
They didn't even-
because it's.
They didn't even do
He's not
cringe,
friend-
right? Like, they could have done, like, do you remember all the time we've spent here? All the stuff I've trained you? How much we enjoy each other's company? Aren't we great friends? You know, like, we would be making fun of that, too. But we didn't even get that. We just got, I hate men. Men suck. And you're like, okay.
And then he dies.
Guys, there's no sense of, like, we need to survive. We need to bide our time and wait until we can escape. Maybe it's like, do we risk darkness where it's harder to see? But you know,
I mean, they sort of they try to because I mean he's basically just in this scene as exposition elf anyway. But so there is the scene before they leave to go into the clearing where they start the digging again. When he says, "The minute one of you can get a view atop that trench, you know, make a run for it and get to the tree line, and then you can escape." So like they include a little bit of that, but I mean it is so perfunctory that it's almost unnoticeable.
Let's escape. Here's how we'll do it. Go.
Oh, we'll get to their escape. I fucking hate that, too.
It's not like it's not like these elves. You're an elf, and I guess you're like a warrior or a ranger or whatever you are, and your plan is to like you could have come up. I guess we're gonna be saying it a lot. You could have done something clever.
But you
Well,
didn't.
and you would expect something clever because, yeah, like the battle-hardened warriors.
I'm trying to get a shot of this axe. We need to talk about this axe.
Oh, I love this axe. It's hilarious. It made me laugh.
Shad isn't here to confirm, okay, but I'm pretty sure your leverage on the actual axe head is going to be all fucky because of the way this thing is built. Why would you have an axe like that instead of just a normal axe, which looks to be what this thing
You mean,
used to
like,
be?
with the gap in the middle.
Well, it's like
wouldn't that
it's-
harm the structural integrity of
It
the
looks like
axe?
they have a normal axe head, or at least vaguely normal, and then they put another axe head on top of it, which is there's a reason we don't do that.
No,
So
like,
now there's
yeah,
a big open. It's just so that it will look evil.
Yeah,
That
I think
seems
that is
way
literally
more
it. It
vulnerable.
looks like
Yeah,
an
it
evil
looks evil.
axe.
It looks like an evil axe because it's probably not as good.
Instead of
It's
this is just a
effective.
normal axe that they made or found and used because they don't care. Like the orcs just might not give a shit whatsoever what it looks like. Maybe they have a distaste for elvish stuff for whatever reason, but
Well, but I guess if we presume that orcs don't really care what they look like, you think that they would be like purely utilitarian
I guess
rather
yeah.
than doing this
'Cause
bullshit.
This is like stylized.
Well, they're
this is-
incredibly
yeah.
experienced at cutting down trees, so you'd think they'd have the bestest
Yeah,
axes for
exactly.
that.
I guess this axe, maybe it broke from all of the tree cutting and they just didn't feel like fixing
Well, yeah,
it.
because it's. I think they're trying to give like a makeshift vibe about it, but I mean, I ain't
It's not
buying it. It just looks
working.
silly.
No. Make sh-
That's a
Yeah, it
that's a
doesn't
great
sound right to me at all.
misspeak, because like, hey guys, guess what? You didn't know this. This is the first time you've heard of this, but those plushies that me and Fringy have, there's literally 1 day left. One
Yes.
You have to get them now.
day.
Get them now. Don't procrastinate. If you haven't got them,
No.
you need to get them
Now's
now
the
because
time.
Don't forget, links should be in the description. I swear to God, if they're not, like I said, it's really easy to find with your little Google. You type in the name and then makeship, and you got it. It's if you pick us both up, you get the 10% off. This is your last chance. Exactly 26 hours remain before
Yes.
you can never get them again. Well, you might be able to get
Look
them
at
again
them.
one day, but I'm pretty sure these ones will never be available again. So you know, they're cute. They're cuddly, and I mean, wouldn't you like to grab one of these? Look at him.
Look
There's
at
little
them.
goo.
Look at them.
Look at
He's
them.
got cookies. He's got goo. Look at how happy mine is. Look at how mischievous.
Imagine
little
how happy
Luigi
they
is.
could be in your home, watching movies with you,
Yep.
playing games
Watching
with you.
movies,
Who knows?
TV shows, talking about that media.
Not in the description. It keeps resetting on me. It's something about the way that it works when you set up a new stream. It's annoying as hell. But like I said, I'm sure you'd be able to figure it out if you're truly looking out for it. Yeah, it's just letting you know. Just 26 hours. We'll probably throw in another reminder before we end the stream, but
Of course.
I have no idea how long the stream's going to be at this point, considering we are
Man.
we're not even halfway
Yeah.
through episode 1. Like I said, this is a very different vibe than the coverage we had for episodes 1 and 2. I feel like 3 and 4 are just much worse.
Absolutely.
It's just so many more issues. But hey, we soldier on. So Elfman is going to cut down the tree with his flume axe because he doesn't want anyone else to get hurt. But sadly, Smelly Friend is indeed dead. And there's a very emotional moment here. That's
Oh my
Should have
God.
leaned
I
down.
actually saw somebody on Twitter saying, yeah, to all the people who are criticizing the show for not abiding by the law, you've got an elf crying because he has to cut down a tree. This is literally the most Tolkien thing ever.
So that just makes me think.
I mean, does that cancel out every other thing, even if that were like respected as being like 100%? I don't even know why you would even bet. I thought you were gonna say that they were like, look at this incredible scene where he's crying over his dead friend or something, but sure, he cuts down a tree.
He
that's
cries
sad.
about a
even
tree.
know.
That's very Tolkien. Much Tolkien is seen when he cries over the tree.
You think he would have
apparently.
just been bawling from the hundreds of trees around him that have been burnt and destroyed, as opposed to just the one he's cutting down? But
Yeah.
fair enough.
Do yourself a favor and don't turn around. Oh! I told you not to turn around.
That's a good reference. Oh, back to Galadriel.
Mm.
She's escaped. The scene opens with basically just saying she's escaped. You're like, I'm sorry, what?
Hardcore, Yeah.
Yeah, look at this cringe, guys. Like, where's Galadriel? I don't even know. I'm gonna have to pause just because you know how it works at this point. My God, the Halloween EFAP movies have been driving me nuts with that. By the way, still in copyright hell, trying to get them saved, and it's like the days are actually closing in, so stressing me out. As soon as we're done with this episode, I'm uploading the next attempt for one of them. There's 2 of them that are fucking around, but yes. Anyway, look at what she's up to. I feel like that she's lucky as fuck that's not being spotted, but hey, she's escaped.
Yeah.
Somehow that happened. You know what though? It's better when it's off screen because we can imagine something that made sense. They show us how she escapes next time, and it's one of the most infamous scenes in the show so far. That I've going from Twitter. Even CJ tweeted about it, who I think wasn't finding the show to be that horribly bad, but I think he broke a little bit seeing that scene. We'll get there. That's episode 4. Yeah, she's running around. She's very smugly like, haha. Look at that. She jumps down right behind one of the guards who's looking for her. Just like, How are you? What exactly about what you're doing is?
Shit, I dropped my wallet. Oh, wait, you?
I mean, this isn't. It's I don't believe that she's able to pull this off. I'm seeing this. I'm just like, she's only pulling it off because the world says so. It's like, all right, fine. But hey, talent, right? Yeah, but Elendil finds her. She's like, ah, damn it, because he's smarter than the average bear, I guess. And then we get dialogue, unfortunately.
Oh, this is honestly one of my least favorite parts of an already incredibly shit show. Is just
Yeah.
how seamlessly they move from he discovers her at docks to immediately she knows exactly where the plot needs her to go next. So off we go.
Yeah, so
No.
he's like, it would be wiser if
Okay.
you stole a different ship, dumbass. And then she's like, he
this
says,
scene.
but I've been
Scene.
charged to look after you. And she's like, we both wish you'd never brought me here. Which I thought was hilarious as a line. It's like, wait, you
a
wanted
lie
to
though,
die?
right?
Like, is
Yeah,
that what
like
you're
that's
suggesting?
gotta be a lie. It's okay. Again, it's we've gone past a lack of gratitude into outright. I wish you didn't even do it.
Yep.
You've gone full circle.
And again, it's funny you say that, right? 'Cause it's like she's about to go even further than that. So she's like, I'm just gonna leave, and he's like, I'll call your guards. And then she's like, well, I'll kill you, and she actually puts the knife to his belly.
Which just seems spiteful and mean instead of productive.
Yeah, you could
I'll
fucking
kill
say
you.
that. It's just the fact that you just said though that like she's gone one step further and said, I wish you'd never save me. She's a step further into I'm going to kill you now, and it's like, oh my god, Galadriel.
She just thinks like there's never this concept in her mind of I've bitten off too much or this is clearly an obstacle I can't just charge my way through. You see this whole harbor with all these people and you're wearing this and you're an elf and that's a big deal and a lot of people probably know who you are at this point. So in fact absolutely know who you are. It's kind of news that you're here and you're just going to leave. Like get a ship, sail it out to sea, get through the harbor, get through the like, what is your plan, woman?
Well, and stuff like this, by the way, whenever I see people who are like, oh, you're just hating on the show, Galadriel's fine. I'm just like, seriously?
How do you think this is fine?
Gosh, she's like one of the worst protagonists I've ever seen. And I don't know why they
I
wrote
was
her
actually
this
going
way.
so far as to say, I
Yeah.
actually think Rey Palpatine has got more personality to her, at least in The Force Awakens, than Galadriel has in this show.
Almost certainly.
She's less
Right?
painful to watch because Galadriel's such an asshole to everyone. I don't think when Rey's life was saved by different characters that she tried to kill them for it. Like, that didn't really happen. They surprise me every scene with Galadriel. I'm just like, you really want to write her like this? Okay. Yeah, someone just said, maybe she's Sauron. That'll be the twist.
Oh, Galadriel. Your younger years were let's call them formative.
Yeah, and I think, by
You
the
say
way,
younger years.
he says, like, you kill me, you'll be in super jail, essentially. And then,
What a great show.
and then she says, who do you think you are that you can speak to me like this? Like, losing my mind, seriously. Absolutely losing my mind. The guy has been charged by the fucking queen to look after you and tells you, if you try to escape, we're going to put you in prison. And then she's like, well, then I'll just kill you. And he's like, if you kill me, you'll go to super jail. And then her response to that is, who do you think you are? It's like,
This is not how human beings
what
talk to
the
each
fuck?
other.
I
This is
lose
not
my
how
mind
people-
listening to this. I can't deal with it.
It's not how sapient individuals speak to one another. Like you are smart enough to understand what language is. Cool. You will not. This is bizarre. It's bizarre, and I hate it. What am I supposed to like? That's the thing. If ask someone, what am I supposed to like about Galadriel? And don't say determination, because that's a pointless answer. That doesn't mean anything. All right. But actually try and give me some. What about her should I just not even like, not hate? I don't know. What are they going for?
I think the problem they've got is they've got the premise for a personality, but they haven't actually given her the personality to go on top of that premise. So the excuse for it is, well, she's never known anything but war, and her brother died, so she's on a revenge mission. And I've heard people genuinely say, well, of course that explains why she acts and thinks and believes and and emotes the way she does, or doesn't in the case of emoting. But again, that is just premise for character. That isn't character itself. You do have to do more with it than that. You have to build on that somehow, and you can have more than one note when you're doing that. So okay, she's on a revenge mission, fine, but show her being vulnerable occasionally or cracking a smile occasionally. She's not just this sort of Terminator-like focused machine who just has one goal, and she will kill anyone who gets in the way of that goal. That's all she is. That doesn't really make for a protagonist anyone can like, especially when she's so objectionable to characters that, to the extent the show has done any work with them at all, are actually kind of all right. Like Elendil is fairly pleasant. He's nice enough. It just, she's asking to be disliked. Yeah, I want to like him, but she's
like
asking to be
Durin. I
disliked.
really want to. Well, there's a lot of characters. I want to like a lot of this, but I can't.
Yeah, they don't let me. They keep fucking up. Every time I'm like, okay, I can work with... No. In fact, literally this. So, I like this line, I think. I can't trust anything in this show, you see. He says to her, my daughter runs fast, my son runs blind. You remind me of both of them. I was like, huh.
Yeah, I
okay.
thought that was all
but, like, see, for a second there, I'm like, huh? Do anyone remember her response? It is, how I run is none of your concern.
I wasn't being literal, you fucking
She
idiot.
literally, she took it literally. I can't believe it.
It's like Wonder Woman. She does the thing that Wonder Woman does, where she's like, I am no...
What kind of response is that, though?
Like, I don't belong
it's
to
not your
you.
business how I run. It's like, do you run blind? Like, do you just run with your eyes closed? Like, is that something you do often?
Could you
If
imagine?
I
He
want
was
to
like,
run blind, I will. Thank you very much.
he's like, oh no, I didn't mean my children actually. No, that.
Like, no, you're very stupid.
She's like
elves are supposed to
I
be
can
smart.
explain. You're incredibly stupid.
It's
Like,
like Drax in Guardians of the Galaxy, who doesn't understand what a figure of speech is, and so it has to be explained.
like-
That it will slit your throat. Galadriel actually has the same level of awareness of figures of speech. That's something.
How is that even possible? Like, she's been alive for so long.
Exactly.
How do you go through life without, like, figuring this out?
It's the Thor issue, where if you're going to have a character who's lived this insanely long time, I expect that those years were filled with experience and learning and perspective.
Yeah, I mean,
and that
what
you
with the
just
fact
sort of-
that real people who live for a lot less time managed to figure these things out, and you've got more of that.
Oh, that's someone just said in chat. That's the line you were mentioning, Rags. The Steppenwolf says, "This one is mine," and then she says, "I belong to no one."
That's it. That's the one I think. That is, she does a Wonder Woman line.
Yeah, because Steppenwolf's like, "Oh no. I mean, I just mean
no,
I'm
like,
gonna...
not like you belong to me.
Like,
like, I'm gonna fight you. Like, you're mine to fight.
The shot kind of hangs on her face for like 1 or 2 seconds too long. Like a lot of shots in that cut of the film. It's like, oh.
Well, yeah. So there's interpretations of this. It's like, what if she means she doesn't? She's suggesting it's none of your business how I conduct myself. Like that she means it in this running with the same meaning he does.
He didn't say it was his business though. He just said you remind me of them. He didn't say like
it's
what.
None of his concern is like so. But yeah, like it sounds so fucking funny because it just makes you think like she actually thinks he's talking about her running around.
Yeah, and if, as you said, the idea was to give across that it's none of his business, he would say like, no, it actually is.
It's literally my business. I've been told it's my business.
He just says like,
I am being paid to look out after you. Like,
yeah, like you're. This is the point in the story where we pump the fucking brakes on her attitude, and she learns to get a grip, as we say. And he is the one to, because he is. I want to like Elendil. He needs to be the one who he's got a great voice and he has a decent amount of presence to him.
Yeah.
So he could be the one to be like, yeah, you need to chill, sister. You're not just better than everyone else and you can't just do everything you want all the time. Yeah, because around, he could have, but instead it's kind of the opposite happens. He empowers her fucking behavior.
Still, yeah, you still have problems with that because I agree. If it weren't Galadriel who was in Galadriel's position, then it might work. But otherwise, you'd still be in the position then. I agree that works narratively, but you would still be in the position where a man who is at most 200 or 300 years old is acting as father figure to a woman who is 2,000 or 3,000
Exactly.
years
It doesn't
old.
fucking make sense. You know what you were saying earlier about
It would
like
have to be a product of their personalities.
how they characterize a lot of people in this. Like you were saying about how she's been a soldier. Soldiering is all she knows. She's like not clear on how exactly some of the things work. It sounds as childish as like, my character is a fireman, and it's like, oh, what's his home life like? And it's like, well, his kid is like, oh, Dad, there's a spider, and he pulls out a hose and just fires water at it, and you're just like, what the fuck? It's like he sits down to eat in his full fireman outfit, and you're like, why? It's like, well, it's a
It has
fireman.
consumed his very life.
That's all he knows is fireman.
It's like the Prestige. Total dedication to the craft.
Soul. When he goes for a shower, he uses the fire hose, and it's like melting all of his like because of how high powered it is. This is what it means to be a fireman.
So sort of by extension,
he gets the hose and shoots it in his face, right in front of his face. And
but by extension, you are kind of saying Galadriel is actually worse written than Fireman Sam is.
Yes,
because at least he has variety.
Yeah,
he's not the fireman at home, so that's encouraging from $1 billion production.
Yeah,
Fireman Sam has more characterization.
But it's, the nuanced version is Game of Thrones. You have the whole criticism of Robert Baratheon as a king being shit is that he's a warrior first. He doesn't know how to be a king. That's not as stupid as someone goes, where should we put the shipping lanes? And he goes, attack it with a sword. That's what I know.
Shipping lanes, not in my kingdom.
Kill it.
Fire!
His kingdom just slowly falls into disrepair because he focuses on having tournaments that he enjoys. He has loads of feasts he enjoys. He loves practicing with his weaponry and seeing people do different, kind of stressful challenges in relation to sort of war games and stuff. Meanwhile, really important issues he tries to leave to other people he doesn't care about, and it all starts to fall apart gradually over the years to come because of his values and his approach and how much he just doesn't care as much as what would be considered a good king. A lot of people consider it leaves the realm wide open to being manipulated by other people who are far more ambitious, let's say. That's what you're looking for when you want to try and say one approach or one career has infected a character's ability to sort of better approach other scenarios. This doesn't work for Galadriel. You can't make her retarded in terms of being able to speak to people because she's fought too many orcs and she's forgotten how that works. It's like that's embarrassing. Just stop it.
Even is that actually their goal, or is that just a really bad defense?
I can't tell, Fringy. That's the problem. I don't know what their goal is for a lot of this. That's why it seems so bizarre.
I mean, I felt this way after we talked about the first 2 episodes, and I still feel this way. I don't see what the idea behind this show was, other than we are going to make a ring show. We're going to make a show, and we're going to have to set it during this period because of right stuff. But you need to figure out a story to tell. The idea came after the project.
Your show needs a story, though.
Your show does need a story, yes, and figure it out because this is happening.
Can you imagine that? It's we want a show, and it's what do we put in shows usually? It's stories, I guess? And he's like,
CGI, there's acting, there's actors,
things.
Costumes. Yeah. And someone's like, catering. He's like, yeah, we'll have to have catering for the show. And we get the CGI guys to do that. We'll have some swords. And it was like, yeah, swords, that sounds really good. And someone was like, well, could we have trenches? I was like, Harry, that's madness. Why would there be trenches? And I was like, I don't know. We'll come up with a reason. Like, fine, we'll put in a trench somehow. Regardless of the consequences.
Even certain of the reason for choosing Galadriel as a protagonist, because you're hamstrung by her history, which of course we've already established they haven't accounted for properly anyway. You're hamstrung by her age, by her place in the world, by her title, and by the fact she can't die. So you've got essentially someone you can do. Of course, you can do infinitely more than they've done with her, but you're still very limited in what you can do with her because of the aforementioned. So if they're inventing stuff anyway, I don't really understand why they didn't have her as almost like the mission giver character or an important but ancillary character, and just invent a new protagonist, a younger character who has these attitudes, which is of accord with their age and their experience, who can then have room to grow, more room than Galadriel has to grow, or at least less time to have grown implicitly. I don't really see why they've decided to do this other than name recognition? Well, everybody remembers Galadriel, so let's just use her because reasons, I guess.
They wanted to have. I think it's just the thing we're in. The a lot of it is the trend of we have to have women warriors. I think that's become very prominent as a thing you have. She's very
It is.
strong, very powerful. She needs to have a sword. She has to kill. She has to engage in combat because those are the things that are more important than what she was before. Because I guess, in some people's mind, if you're not doing that particular task, it's like you're in a lesser role. If you're not doing combat, then whatever you're doing isn't as important.
Yeah, there's no such thing as power without action, basically. I mean, but it's still, you could still have accomplished that goal. I mean, I think it's a stupid goal anyway, but you could still have accomplished that with a newer character and a younger character. Again, someone who could be younger and so more tempestuous and so less respectful of the people around her. You could still have had Galadriel in the role that she's familiar.
On purpose?
I probably did. Yes, I think.
I mean,
because there is a tempest inside of her.
Oh God!
I have literally never heard that before. It sounds pretty cool. Is that a real thing? Tempestuous?
Yeah, tempestuous is great. I was about to say more people
that's a
need
cool
to use
word,
tempestuous. Yeah. That's why I asked, because with Galadriel, like, did you specifically use that word?
If I'd remembered her line, I would not have used that word. But thank you for making me feel bad about my nice.
No, feel good.
He fits in with us.
Feel tempestuous.
Tempestuous. It makes me think of incestuous because they sound so similar.
You don't hear the innuous.
I think incest often does produce tempestuous children.
Tempestuous incest that's my fetish. Tempestuous incestuous.
Tempestuous incestuous children.
So the scene.
So,
moving on.
Yeah, moving on.
The famous scene that a lot of people made fun of.
This is the famous scene.
Oh,
famous scene.
To be fair, this shot I thought actually looked really cool because this slow-mo shit, I'm just not that one. It's so I think CJ put out a tweet where he said, "Why did they do this to her? That was really mean." And I think what he means is just like she's looking a little I don't think she's an ugly lady. I think she's pretty.
I don't think she looks ugly at all.
This shot isn't what words am I looking for here? Like it's
glamorous?
Not. Yeah.
Not flattering.
That's the one. Flattering. It's not flattering.
I don't know. I guess I don't see it. I think she looks. I guess maybe because my mind is like, oh, she's riding on a horse and smiling really broadly. So she's not going to look like she's still in a studio. But
Oh, you mean like that? You think that it just feels more real than basically anything that you've seen in it before? Like in the show? Is that
kind of like I don't think by any means she looks unattractive here because I know what she's doing.
I think she looks awkward as fuck. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's I know what vibe they were going for. They didn't crack it for me, I guess.
I guess my issue isn't with how she looks. It's like this scene existing. So this is the most we've seen as an emotion from her, as far as I know.
She likes riding horses.
I guess she's like, this is where she belongs, free and out there and travel. She's not like other girls. She's like Nori. Nori would be on a pony.
No, I see where you're coming from in that we actually see a facial expression, which isn't just anger and bitterness, which is a change, I guess.
She's like,
I will give you that, yeah, I will give you that.
But on the other hand, okay, not to be harsh about the actress, I don't think she has a particularly nice beam about her when she's smiling that broadly. But also, she's very fixed and she's rigid, and I don't think she's done justice by how slow-mo the slow-mo camera is. I think it would have looked better had it not been as slow as it was. It looks lovely for the flowing dress, and it looks all right for the horse. It's when we sort of linger too long on her face at too slow motion, which makes it look rigid and kind of pained, like she's kind of wearing an expression like a bit of the saddle she sat on that she shouldn't have sat on, and it went somewhere it shouldn't have gone. It's just, it looks kind of forced and awkward. And if it had been...
very forced, yes. It stands in the slow-mo in particular. I don't think we've really had that in the show, and to see it used so gratuitously here seems strange for this.
You're making me think now. I wonder if it is that, like, when you have a scene, like, you're drawing out what would have been, less than half a second. You're, like, drawing that out to a much longer stretch of time. And maybe you just need, like, more of the real-time, look of a character to like fully, I guess, get the expression as it's meant to come across.
And maybe
Yeah,
it would have been
I
cool to
think
watch it go
that's
from that resting bitch face to this face. If we watched that happen in real time, maybe that would
As
have been
she's
more.
writing, that she's starting to smile
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
it's like, this is more like what I'm.
Well, she's like fighting with herself for her want to be sort of focused and driven, but also the fact that she's finally enjoying herself for a change. I genuinely think, though, a lot of this problem just goes away if you
Just
speed
make
up
that
the
up?
slow-mo a bit. So that you can compare this slow-mo shot with any of the ones used in the Lord of the Rings trilogy, and there are a lot used in the Lord of the Rings trilogy. They are not this slow-mo, and some of them are facial expressions, like when Gandalf falls from the bridge of Khazad-dûm, and you see the
Frodo is
slow-mo
like,
on
oh
Frodo.
shit, yeah.
But Frodo, it's not as slow-mo as this is. He's more expressive as a result. It doesn't look fixed and rigid and weirdly
Yeah,
awkward.
and his
Humans
voice echoes, things
yeah.
get dull in the background.
Humans
yeah.
just don't look natural when they're slowed down to like 0.1 of a second.
In a sense, it's like you know when you have like those awkward pauses, like when it pauses on an awkward face, it's kind of like you've kind of done that here. You've like almost paused on an awkward moment and extended it.
Well, it would have
Whereas,
been
yeah,
better.
maybe if you just played it in full, it would have like
Yeah,
it
'cause
would
there's
have gotten
plenty-
more of the totality of the performance and like the expression.
There's plenty of time to make use of, as you highlighted, because I would have said, filmmaking-wise, the whole reason they do it in Khazad-dûm is because there's such a small amount of time for that huge moment that's happening to react to it, and so by extending it out with slow motion, the audience can really feel, in that moment, everything Frodo feels and everything Gandalf's probably feeling as well, and the rest of the Fellowship. So
There's a question of, it's sort of like dramatic timing as well, because you have the really hectic chase sequence, and then you have the almost the stillness and the real tension of the fight with the Balrog itself.
Yeah.
And then you have that sort of terrible release that comes when Gandalf, seemingly at the time at least, dies. So it's sort of, it has a payoff. I think that's the other problem with this scene as well, is that there's not really a purpose for it. It's not serving much of a dramatic purpose. It's simply there because they can do it, and they think it looks pretty to have a slow-mo dress. You kind of have to earn, I think, slow-mo scenes as well as you earn any other kind of payoff in drama, and they haven't done that either. So it could have been nice, I think, just maybe sped up.
It could have been nice is a really good way to describe a lot of
I think we
That would be
we
the
said
epitaph of the show.
why they should have had because they have this scene of them going out to this very, very far off place, which is odd that it's so far away from, the city and all the records and stuff are there. It seems like something you want to keep close by, but that's all right. They go to this place and they're riding and they're going through the countryside. It's very lovely. They should have them arriving at the tower, and then they both get off their horses, and she has this smile on her face and everything, and he hasn't seen that from her yet, and so he talks about
we
it. He's
need
like,
his
mentions
reaction,
it.
right? Like
Yeah,
yeah,
he-
showing him acknowledging it, sort of thing.
Yeah, because this is not typical for her to be like this. Clearly,
And then you could see her sort
He
of
notices
collapse
it.
back in on, or close the armor again over her old
Yeah.
sort of expression,
that's-
because she's
yeah.
portrays fragility and insecurity. So just in a facial expression, change of expression, you portray a lot of her character in the way that they don't do.
Yeah, oh, my emotions
Yeah,
have
what-
been noticed. Oh no.
What's
It's
more?
or there maybe
more
she actually
important, I
opens
think.
up a little bit and explains why she's having such a good time. It's like, oh, I'm finally free, or I used to ride horses back in da 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 da, or da da. Oh, this
Well, yeah,
lovely
while they were
place.
riding their
Like,
horses, they could have
walking
had
out themselves, yeah.
a good dialogue, but oh
conversation.
well.
No, that
Not,
might, I
not
guess
at
that might
full
have been
gallop.
like
They wanted to have that
hard.
gallop,
Yeah, I was about to say if they're riding real fast, it'd probably be difficult.
and they shouldn't really be in a hurry.
They don't
like,
they
they're
don't need
just
to
like,
be like. Why would they be? They don't need to be going
Yeah,
that
just
fast.
go.
I
Just
don't know. Well,
take
yeah,
some
like
stuff
that
and-
could be. Why
Someone
not
might have
a scene where it's
mentioned-
just them talking on the horseback. Yeah.
maybe she really wants to get there fast, and he's like, slow down.
Well, remember,
Well,
she
he's
has
ahead of
she's
her,
broken
so,
out though,
look.
hasn't she? She's broken out of house arrest to do this, so it's not just Lemmy who's
Broken
gotten
in
her.
quotes.
Well, yeah, it doesn't. Does it count as
He's
broken out if
assisting
she's with
her.
him because he's now in charge of her?
I guess
right?
he's okay with it.
Well, I'm
Yeah,
saying that he's
yeah.
been given the charge of taking care of her personally. So if she's with him,
Right.
she's still technically not having broken out. She's still in
I
custody.
guess. Yeah.
Though,
So,
as we know later on, Queen's not happy about this particular.
Oh god, we're getting so close.
place they've got to.
So just FYI, we're not even through half my notes for this episode yet. Like there's so much
Jesus.
shit to come. So yeah, we'll just keep moving. Now it's Hullbrand's scene where so he's like, I want to do forging, and then this dude is like, you can't forge without a crest. Now, if we're playing a video game, okay, Rags, we talked about this extensively.
We did talk about this.
Your whole brand, you're player 1, you walk in and you're like, forge your own weapon, create the sword of 1,000 truths. And then you're like, okay, cool. And then it's like, how do I do it? And it's like, you can't use this forge, you gotta have a crest. And then little objective marker, you must just, how do you get a crest? And he says, you can get a crest by the local guild if you can pass the tutorial, blah, 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 blah. And then you go over to the guild and you talk to the guild master and he's like, would you like to try the tutorial? Because they all have the same accent. And then it's like, yeah, okay, and you press A at the right times and you hammer and you say, congratulations, you passed level 1. If you can, forge a thing within this time limit into these degrees and you'll unlock the crest for level 1.
You get your smithing skill to level 50, then you'll be awarded a commendation for the guild, and that unlocks even
Here's
more
your diploma.
And
good job.
yeah,
And
good
you're like,
job.
yeah, I
you
did
are
it.
now
And
an
then
apprentice. If you make it to, a crafter proper, then whatever that rank would be,
normal. Now, if I was playing this game, let's say I was streaming it, and chat's there, and I'm Holbrand, he's like, you need to go to the guild and get yourself a crest, or whatever. And then I go, maybe I can steal a crest off somebody. Now, I would expect you guys in chat to be like, wait, what? But that's not going to work.
It's obviously not what he meant.
Obviously, you didn't mean that. But secondly, you just arrived at this place. You're like brand new. Everyone even recognizes that. You can't just steal someone else's crest. They'll be like, so how did you get this? And then there's just going to be some guy without a crest. It'll be stolen. And they'll just be like, wait, did you actually pass it in a few seconds since I last saw you? You now have one? It seems like you probably stole it then. Like, you're not going to get away with it, is my point.
Thinks that it's literal. I guess Holbrand thinks that literally, I just have to have this crest, and I can get a job here. Not the obvious implication that you have to earn your place in the guild, and the crest is just a symbol of you earning that. This guy is so fucking stupid that he takes it literally. He has his own Wonder Woman moment here.
This annoyed me because Holbrand was almost okay. He was like this character who clearly is out for himself, but he'll do a couple of the thing with the knife was really stupid.
That was really dumb, right?
But but there was this thing here, right, where he's getting heckled by this guy. He's like, you're friends with elves. You must be lame. And then he's like, you're gonna take all the things from us, and then he says, yeah, I'm gonna take your women too, and then they're like, ooh, you did not just say that. They're about to beat him up, and then he goes, wait, I'll buy you all drinks.
Our women but us.
And they're like, oh, okay, buy us all drinks. And then they just hard cut to him laughing with them and having a great time, and they're all drinking and stuff. And I was like, for a moment here, I was like, this is okay.
Good.
He almost made several enemies, but then he made friends out of them because he gave them drinks for the hospitality he's been provided in a city that's not his when he was dying. It's like this.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is like what a normal person might do. For a brief shining moment, we had something that someone might do.
Unfortunately, Cat, look closely. See where my cursor is? See this right there? That's the crest. Look at Holbrand's hand. Oh, looks like he's got a big ol' honkin' claw on that. Like he's trying to get it off with everyone watching. And
looking
with the assumption that it's just something that you could take off. It's not pinned to you. It's got to be pinned to you or attached to the little sash thing, right?
No,
sure.
Imagine how awkward it would be if
it's
he
Velcro.
It's a couple pieces of Velcro. That's it.
Numenorians invented Velcro, which allowed them to create a successful civilization.
But then he would have heard it. It's right next to his
different
ear.
from Velcro in the real world, though.
It's right next to his ear, though. Even if it was Velcro.
It's quiet Velcro. It's very quiet Velcro. It's Numenorian Velcro.
Sound. Yeah.
Also, maybe he got him drunk enough that he didn't even notice. And no one else noticed. They're drunk too. Everyone's drunk. That's a good excuse for anything.
It's just sad. Why are they so stupid with everything they're doing? Why can't they just do anything properly? And you know what's really funny about this is my big criticism, Rags was as well, and I think several people just you're not gonna get away with this, Halbrand. The show agrees. He doesn't get away with it. He doesn't get away with it for even a minute. He walks around the corner and then they all confront him for stealing the crest immediately. Oh. So Halbrand's just an idiot then. That's just in universe. He's just a fucking moron. Why did he do this? It was never gonna work, and the show was like, nope. Why didn't you go and just earn a crest? If you are talented with a forge, and the crest is given to people to signify you can safely use one, go to the
And this
go
is
to the
something
guild,
you want
whatever it
to
is.
do as a craft.
Exactly. Just go and earn the fucking crest. He plans to stay in Numenor. What is the point in stealing one when obviously everyone's gonna find out? Go and earn one. I'm sure it's not that hard.
Do you think it'd be interesting to go to the guild and say, "Hey, I'm from across the seas. You haven't had someone from across the seas. They don't come by often, I guess. I'm not sure what the world building of the world is, but I have my own take on things, my own distinct styles. I'd love to mix them with your own. I could create some really amazing stuff, and I'm skilled, very skilled at the forge. And hey, might make you look good if you take me in and I become a member of your guild, right? Plus, I'm just really skilled, supposedly. Start his life, meet a lady,
Of course, there's
forge
a, there's a
daggers all day to get that skill higher.
there's a really tedious reason that they don't do any of this, of course, and that's that they really, really want to speed up the Numenor sequence and get out of it within the
Oh, I
space
thought
of
it's
two
because they wanted to
episodes.
get him in prison.
Well,
I
no, that, but they couldn't have him work his way. Yeah, there is that as well, but that's
Not too
because
long. Yeah.
that is a quicker way of getting to the desired end point rather than it would be if they actually had the confidence of telling a long story that you could sort of string out over the course of multiple seasons. You could have spent much of a season in Numenor, not the 2 episodes that we've got. You could have had him actually, working his way, proving himself as a smith, delivering those subtle sort of calls forward to Sauron much more sort of spread out, but also much more definitely. You could have done all of that and it would have been interesting. And then you're actually building towards something like his realization as, he's worked to achieve the payoff he would eventually have. But because they really do want to speed things up, which is bizarre given how empty the rest of the show feels. But they're going through, like hundreds, if not thousands of years of history by doing all of this. And to get to the endpoint that they could have built up to over the course of 3 seasons as opposed to 1. But I just don't think they had the confidence in telling a long story, even though they do have 5 seasons. So they want to speed up these important events when they really shouldn't, and somehow still manage to make the rest of it feel slow and empty.
Well, they don't know how to write
Later.
emergent personalities. So
Mhm.
if you have, from the point we meet him in all of his conversations, like we see him looking at the forge and interested, is like, okay, he's interested in forging or blacksmithing or whatever it is. You could have him talk about like what he used to do as a kid, maybe in a conversation that pops up, or he notices, that's very fine craftsmanship on that sword. Is it such and such kind of steel? Like, yes, it is. How did you know? Or like, it's very interesting that you know, or I appreciate that someone can recognize the metallurgy, that something like that, where
Mhm.
he has this knowledge, and so it eventually comes out naturally in some way instead of forcing this plot where he has to steal a crest.
Which, by the way, I was going to say, what I think of that they wanted to get done as well is to put him into a fight where we can feel like, ooh, that was dirty fighting. Ooh, this guy, he's not like Aragorn, where he fights people and it feels good. This felt a bit more, ooh, because of course
Yeah,
it's setting the groundwork for how he's not a good man.
There's a darkness in him somewhere.
Still spooky, like an
What's
evil
in all of
tempest.
him? It's very dark inside.
So yeah, this was all just annoying. And then he gets into a fight and like beats them all. And then he gets arrested. Woohoo.
Who could have foreseen this happening?
I know,
as a
right? It's just like
consequence of my choices.
yeah. Oh yeah, before he delivers the final blow, I think, to the last guy, he says, "Call me Hullbrand." It's just like, okay.
Okay. That's kind of cringe, bro. Not gonna
Yeah.
lie.
I could picture the guy on the floor with like a broken nose and be like, "Why did you say that?" Like, that was just stupid. Like, I don't even know who you. What was I
Who
supposed
are
to
you?
think?
You stole
Yeah, like,
from me. I don't know why are you. Why did you do? We helped you.
literally, who is Hullbrand? Like, what was I supposed to think with that? That he's like, "Oh, I go by another name, but I can't tell you it yet, and it's way cooler. You just wait."
It's Brandho.
Whoa! Oh no!
B-hole for short.
We're at
Oh,
possibly
we're
the biggest
here.
problem in the whole 4 episodes
God.
now.
Oh,
Here we go.
no.
So, they say the king was loyal to the elves, but now he's just in a bed. But this was a place that he made sure was kept safe and stuff because the townspeople were like, "Boo! This place was elven place. We don't like this place." And she's been brought here because he was. I can't remember the reason. Something like, I think it's just elf stuff, and she likes elf stuff. I think it's not too complicated, but looking around, and she shows the mark of Sauron to like the librarian here. And he brings out something for them to have a little look-see at. And
Immediately, it must be said. There's like
Yeah,
30
it doesn't take
seconds
long.
elapsed between that. You have this whole massive library, one incredibly rare symbol. You don't even know if it's in the library, but no, 30 seconds later, just after a little bit of character dialogue is allowed to take place, 30 seconds later, on cue, on Shuffle's librarian, back into the set. And yeah, and then it just gets so much worse.
Well, yeah, so I'll try and make this as clear as I could understand it. They say that there is an account from a human spy who escaped an enemy dungeon, and he drew a symbol in order to recall the tower's location in which he escaped from. So, just I'll repeat, sort of, they would have had, I guess, a Numenorian who was taken to somewhere, and he was tortured and kept in a thing, and then when he got out of there, he was like, I need to write something down, like a symbol, to denote where I was kept and where this tower is. And it's the sigil, it's the mark of Sauron. It's like, oh my god. And she realizes, Galadriel, that it matches a part of the map. It's Mordor.
Oh.
Dun,
like
dun, dun.
The mount.
There are
Except for
many
that one
issues with this. Like,
Where did he even start?
Jesus Christ. So she concludes from this that Sauron has been doing this for a very long time, and like the whole idea here is to build up his forces and to do it in secret, but to simultaneously draw orcs in, and they will be directed here via that clue, being that the mark represents that part of the map on Middle-earth.
And she
The
learns all
orcs
this.
know that.
There's an inscription alongside the little symbol. So the spy's account also said, I think
That's
I've actually got the
subtitles.
direct quote. It speaks of a plan by which to create a realm of their own where evil will not only endure but thrive. A plan to be enacted in the event of Morgoth's defeat by his successor. Matters are worse than I imagined. So
there is like 17 things wrong with this.
Yeah. If you wanted to start, I guess like chronologically, the problem would be right back, presumably a couple of 1,000 years ago, when the spy's actually in the dungeon. So has he just been? He was sort of chilling out there, and he had access to a map, presumably, in order to be able to get the rough shape of Mordor to write down in the first place. But also, he either overheard or he found something just really conveniently written down by the evil guys explaining their
like
evil
Halo.
plan. It's yeah, there are more competent Bond villains than this. And then, so this is somehow makes its way back to Numenor, where it's kept for more than 2,000 years and doesn't decay or disappear. Just in order for Galadriel to turn up and see the reference, and she just happens to have seen the map behind them on the wall anyway, so that's cool. So, but how do the orcs know that that's a map reference unless the orcs have a map?
The orcs knew, because the elven scholars did not.
Don't have
Exactly.
Google
The orcs
Maps.
knew.
It's not how this works.
The fucking ditch digging orcs who hit the tree, they knew what this symbol meant, but exactly
all of the elves did not.
didn't.
All of everyone
The
did
men
not.
Didn't. No one knew.
Yeah, so we're
Orcs are
gonna have to
like
just
that.
keep talking about our issues with this, because I don't know how in the world we could possibly cover them all. But we'll just keep moving around, because I was just gonna say that. So this human spy, did he write all this out and then it got sent here, or did he got out and provided this to them, right? So like, why is it vague? Why wouldn't he be like, it's literally this part of the map right here, and then write it down in words?
Southlands.
Yeah, like
That's
he
where
can do coordinates. He can be like, this part of the. Why write a symbol to be like, this is the symbol to represent the landmark in which I escaped the tower,
Or just
like,
draw the
what?
map.
Yeah, just
If you're familiar enough with the mountain range, then just draw the little mountain range.
Why?
And everyone's like, "Oh, that looks really. Oh, wow, that's just the mountain range. That's a location."
Exactly. They would have had names. They, like I said, would have had. You can build a map. You can then just draw a little crude version and draw an X. Like, what is this bullshit? Where you draw like an artsy version of the symbol of the mountains? What is that? Why are you doing that? You're making it more
Are you trying to-
complicated.
Yeah, are you trying to help us? Are you trying to like get us to a location? Why are you
Exactly.
being? This is like the cryptic lingo of symbology.
And then,
Just tell us what you want.
if you're telling us that this has been enacted since the day Morgoth died, which, correct me if I'm wrong,
Well,
that was
before, 'cause
hundreds.
it says it's contingent in case of his defeat, so it's before he dies. Even.
Before he
So
died.
you're
So,
talking.
wait,
Thousands
It is
of years.
thousands of years. I think it's like
How-
1,500 to 2,000 years.
Jeez.
didn't she say we've only found 2 of these sigils in total?
Yes.
Well,
How
three.
entire
Her
of that time.
brother, the altar, and here.
Okay, so how the fuck are these supposed to guide the orcs? Like, what?
Well, if the orcs ever find her brother, then they'll
In
know
case
to go to
they
Mordor.
grave rob her brother, they'll have a
In case they
direction to
grave-
Mordor. I seriously can't, like, this was blowing my mind. I was like, why did you write it this way? This is so stupid. Like, the other sigil they found was in, like, a fortress keep place. It's like,
Yeah,
why
on,
is
like
it
a
in
stone
there?
altar
And the
with weird
far
spooky
north of
magic.
the world as well. It's like as far away from Mordor as you can get up in Forodwaith is the other one. But then random kid finds one on a sword in a basement, so there must be more of them lying around. So how didn't she find
It's in
one?
case the orcs find the sword.
And then
Very
Sauron, fucking
simple.
dumbass. He's like, yeah, it's to direct the orcs here. It's like, don't you think that'll direct everyone to know where you are? Why would it only direct orcs? He's like, because only
Well,
orcs will
because only
recognize the
orcs
mountain
know.
range.
Especially
Only
if you
orcs have maps.
you carve it on the brother of a main character. You think maybe the elves might have noticed.
I can't. It's
And
unbelievably
is there only
stupid.
one map? Did no one else at any point in Lindon or any of the elven cities, did they not have maps? How did she not? Because she doesn't even need to be here to gain this knowledge. She needs to be anywhere with a map, basically, and just have that brain click moment. It's a location. Okay, well, I'll stick it on the map there. It's clear. Like, none of this actually needs to have happened. There are so many like simpler and shorter ways of reaching this same point. But for some reason, we've gone as far away as we can possibly go to find the knowledge we need to get as far away to the other direction to get back to the Southlands, which we should already have known was evil. Because bearing in mind as well, she already knows that she wants to go to the Southlands because she already knows that's where the orcs are because Halbrand told her that on the raft in the last episode. So she doesn't actually even gain much new knowledge from this entire stupid shit show. It's oh god.
It was a lot to take in, and it was so quick. Like, it was like, this is
Yeah.
true, and it's like,
This is
what?
presented so matter of factly, but it's so dumb. Like this show's really dumb for a show that is trying to be very grandiose. Oh, look at us! Look at our flowery language. You see, the stone looks down into the darkness. Oh, aren't we? It's very, very clever. This show's dumb.
Yes.
This is the kind of show that a dumb person might watch and think is very smart.
Frustrating. But I suppose we'll move on. Great, we got that as part of our fucking plot line now. Why
Oh,
not?
that's fun. Yeah, that's fun. We're having fun. We're all having fun here. It's all great.
Hey guys, remember the Harfoots? We're going back.
Oh, the Harfoots. I can't believe
Oh.
just for the sheer sake of scenery, new people. I'm glad
The
to see
really
new people.
weird musical transition that takes place here as well, because it's like this really sinister choir music that makes you think, is
The
it the
Harfoots are
dwarves
evil?
now? Because it sounds much more like the dwarves, this musical cue. But no, we're back with the Harfoots, and yeah, we will find out that they're evil momentarily.
Yeah, we're almost there. So they're singing the chanty song, which whoever came up with this, whoever wrote this song, props to you. Great stuff, talented work. If I can just share the lyrics with you guys, it's
Yes.
nobody
okay.
goes off trail and nobody,
nobody
walks
goes off
alone.
trail.
Walks alone.
Okay, what's the next one?
Oh, that's the whole
nobody goes
song.
off trail. Nobody walks alone. Okay, got it. So the next bit.
That's the song.
Nobody walks off trail. Oh wait, so they just say it the one time then? It's really just more of a slogan.
Well,
It's like it's like a
they-
good thing to tell them before they go out. Like, remember, everyone, stay on trail. Don't don't walk alone. And everyone's like, yeah, remember. It's like buddy system, right? Hold up your buddy's hand in the pool, and Yeah, that's good. That's fine. It's for a
Don't
little
abandon
slogan.
your friend while they're drowning.
Hey, we're gonna get to all. That's the only fun thing we have to talk about. Nothing else happens in the Harvard scenes. Like, it's good God, nothing happens in these scenes. But yeah, they're all having huge amounts of fun, and they just keep saying nobody goes off trail and nobody walks alone again and again and again and again and again and again and again. It's just like, oh my
man.
God, please stop.
Are those
It's
the only
not-
two
yeah.
lines you could come up with? Like, you couldn't think of just like a third one?
Yeah, it can't even rhyme. Like you can't come up with
No.
other lines about general like this is generally how we survive. Let's make a song out of it. You teach our kids, we could dance and sing and we'll have a gay old time
This
and
is
we'll
the best
remember
that
it
they
because
could
it's
come
like a
up with.
song. But it's just this one line. Nobody goes off trail, nobody walks alone.
That's the best they could do.
I
Yep,
guess.
that's the best they
It's
do.
bizarre, isn't it? Like you have all of these
Mhm.
like a lot of effort goes in the show clearly, and you couldn't be like, yeah, just maybe like make a actual song,
That's
not just the
draft
same thing
one.
repeating.
Let's
That
let's
that's
take it
like
to the
that's the draft for line 1.
yeah.
Maybe we should add more than just one line that, you know. And also it's not very optimistic when your song's just about things we can't do.
Yeah, that's true, actually. Yeah.
I just, but it makes a special amount of no sense when the next things happen. Like this is their big
Yes.
old song that nobody gets left behind. Essentially, that's what it feels like they're saying. But
Nobody
no,
walks alone. We're here. And it would make sense because we're a small, tight knit community.
exactly.
Everyone knows everyone. We've grown up together.
Mhm.
Oh, it's the one scene I like.
Well, I was gonna say, do you
There
want
was
to?
just one very quick gripe I had because it's established in I think it's in episode 1, isn't it? Where there are hunters around in their near vicinity much earlier in the year than they were expecting. So they're all slightly on edge, or they're supposed to be, and they're thinking of migrating to get away from the hunters. If you're like a hyper secretive little village dwelling bunch of
Yeah.
gypsies, do you think you'd really be going around shouting and chanting and just generally
Yeah.
making everyone know exactly where you are? That seems a little bit incongruous.
So, Rags, why don't you tell everybody what you liked about this scene?
I like this scene. This tiny little moment that I liked. This is Sadak and I think Marigold. No, Sadak is the one
the dog's
outside.
the yeah, Letty Henry.
It's how come it doesn't cut to her? I wish these two. I forget the name. I think her name's Marigold. I forget what his name is. Maybe someone can.
Dad
The Brandyfoot,
Dad
essentially.
character.
Dad, Mr. and Mrs. Brandyfoot. And he, as you recall, he in a comically presented fashion really like twisted his ankle or hurt himself while he was putting up a tent pole for the festivities that everyone's enjoying. Yeah, he hurt himself doing that because no one else fucking helped him. And so he's inside their little cart and he's sitting down. He's like, "Oh no," she's really worried. Your foot's not better, and we're gonna migrate soon. Oh my goodness, you're gonna get like, are you gonna get left behind? What's gonna happen? She's very concerned, obviously, about her husband and getting left. Yeah, it's weird that we have to have this conversation, but I guess we do. And they just sort of talk to each other. And he's like, no, 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 no Brandyfoot's ever been left behind. And he sees that she's really, really distraught and worried about what might happen if that does happen. And then he cheers her up by telling her she's great. And he talks about how they met. And I really like the acting here and the expressions. And it's just like a small little intimate moment that I really enjoy that is unfortunately just surrounded by horse shit. It makes it tough to enjoy the scene, but I like this in total isolation.
Yeah, because that's the
Like
only way that
they're
I
laughing
would.
and expressing, and it's great.
Because when I watched, I was just unbelievably distracted by what I thought was a lack of information. I don't know what the stakes
Yes.
are here. Why is everyone so worried? It's like, we can help this guy out. Yeah, he sprained his ankle or whatever, but who cares?
That probably happens a lot.
Yeah,
'Cause
you
we
guys
walk
can look
everywhere.
after him, of
Hmm.
course. And I
Yeah,
didn't
it
understand
helped.
the gravity of the situation.
No one did. So I made this apparently unwise prediction in the video I did on episodes 1 and 2, where I said, well, because the reason he twists his ankle is because names? What's the main irritating young hobbit's
Nori.
name? Nori, that's
Nori.
the one. So she's out gallivanting, and then that means she can't be at home to put up the tent, so he does it for her, so he twists her ankle. So I assumed from this that, well, he can't walk, so they'll all stay in place too long, and then something bad will happen to the camp, like they'll be attacked by the hunters or the wolf that they trailed in episode 1, and like her friends and companions will be killed, and then she'll be driven out on this adventure she never asked for. And it's sort of like this realization, an ironic realization of what she is always sort of wanted, to go out on an adventure, but to really understand that this is a darker and deeper and more tragic world than she could possibly have imagined. So I just assumed something like that would happen. So it would be, yeah, they would be stuck in camp, something would go wrong, most people would die, they'd be sent off. I assumed that would happen. And so I wasn't sort of jarred by a lack of information in this scene, because it's still sort of comported with that. But no. I
was about to say, what you just came up with was way more interesting, that she gets her wish, but it's like a monkey's paw thing. Like, yeah, you get to go on your adventure, but it's your whole family died or something like that.
Yeah, and as a consequence of
That's
her
kind of like Luke
adventurousness
Skywalker
as well. Yeah, I mean, it's not particularly complex as a narrative thing, but it's tried and tested, and it works for a reason. And I think it would
It's
have
a
fit with
reverse
the
Luke
character
Skywalker, though.
Why?
Yeah, I guess so.
Because she would get her adventure, and as a result of that, the parents died. Whereas the parents
no.
dying,
He's saying by having looked after Gandalf, they all die, and then she gets outcasted and goes on her adventure. I thought that's what you were saying.
Yeah, because this is the reason that her dad gets injured in the first place. Is because she's out looking after. I refuse to call him Gandalf. I call him Steve. But she's out like looking after him.
You're right. I forgot that because that's dumb too. So I forgot about it. The fact that it's Nori's fault somehow that he hurt himself,
which doesn't make any sense. Yeah,
which makes no sense. You're right. That was so dumb. I didn't even remember.
So I thought there would be some kind of, payoff based on that, because, that seems fairly important, and it's an obvious thing to do, and it actually keeps their character as a community consistent, because they all voluntarily essentially sacrificed themselves. They didn't know that was happening, but, they voluntarily chose to stay in place rather than running off and leaving people behind. How wrong I was. That just seemed like it would make sense, but no.
Yeah, well,
I don't know if they would want to take I think maybe for tonality's sake, they want to try and keep the Harfoot stuff more lower stakes and lighthearted.
But then they get
unfortunately,
I mean, but understanding the situation is not true. That is it. Like
yes, but I don't know if that's the thing we constantly talk about. Was it their intention? What I'm pulling from this, whether it's with characters or with plot, so it's very strange.
Yeah,
because I don't think that they, like, as we'll see, I don't think that it's their intention to make the Harfoots like horrifically villainous as a people.
Right. That's their intention.
That's not their intention. My additional question. He says, we'll make it to the Grove. Now, if this place they're migrating to is very well known and understood in terms of a location, then them falling behind doesn't mean they can't make it to the Grove necessarily.
They'll just get there later.
And if the implication is, well, if you're on your own, you're much more weak to bandit attacks or something. It's like, true, but you're all pretty weak to anyone attacking, really.
It might even be safer if you're not part of the big group.
Yeah, because you're louder and more easy to spot. So
yeah,
I'm just saying, like, because we'll get to all the other issues. I think it's the end of this episode we can talk about how fucking insane this whole thing is. But the fact that he said, like, we'll make it to the Grove, it's just, we know where it is. It's just, this is going to take us a bit longer because I got a bad foot or whatever. Because he also says we'll go to the front of the caravan, so...
Oh, no, that doesn't make any sense either, because... Does that mean that they don't ever overtake the person in front? Because if they refuse to overtake the person in front, then what's the point in this entire thing?
Well, it's because if it's all about being left behind, then being at the front is the safest place to be.
Well, no, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that, okay, let's say that they put them at the front of the caravan, but he's still injured and slower than everybody else. So he will fall behind eventually, and then he will be left behind anyway. Unless he sets the pace, in which case they refuse to go faster than the person in front. But then if they refuse to go faster than the person in front, what's the difference between going faster than the person in front and faster than the person behind? Like, there's no reason.
It's literally just like, it's almost like a ceremonial position. Like, if you're in the front, well, no, it isn't, because if you're in the back, like, actually, it's almost like a status thing. Like, if you're in the back, you can be left behind. That's why you're in the back. We don't mind losing you. You're in the back.
But,
That's
the
why if
famous
you fall
thing-
behind, you're not slowing anyone down if you fall behind if you're in the back. Because fuck you.
It just, to be fair, though, it doesn't even look like it would be very easy to overtake people when we see the actual road that they're on, at least at that point. And if there's, because he wants to be at the front, it's just like, you should just get a couple days head start, mate. That's probably the best way to do it, honestly.
But is it, well, I mean, Rags would know, I think, for the familial resemblance, but I think it's true of wolf packs that the older and the slower member of the pack goes at the front, and then the rest of the pack refuses to overtake or leave it behind, which actually makes the Harfoots less civilized than actual wolves, according to
Makes sense.
what we see on the screen.
It makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, the Harfoots almost seem like this
They're
semi
foul
like
people.
they're dirty and grimy, sure, but you're like, they're not miserable, I guess. This isn't so bad, I suppose, if you lived as a Harfoot, assuming you didn't get eaten by a wolf. Yes. But then it's just like, no, being a Harfoot's fucking shit, mate.
And because I rewatched it after the end, and then because you get that scene with Lenny Henry giving the sort of the emotional speech about the people who died and the people. That puts
yes.
an entirely different complexion
We'll
on that,
get
because then
there.
you realize that most of
Absolutely.
these people didn't
We'll
just
get
randomly die; they were just
Yeah.
abandoned by their kin.
Yeah,
Well, in
we'll
fact,
get
there's
there.
only one thing I wanted to mention before that, and it's literally that there's one scene between the one we're on now and that, and it is this scene that is actually 16 hours long, and it's where Nori is trying to grab a piece of paper. 18 hours, I think. Maybe even 20, I'm not sure.
It could be. It's anywhere between 15 and 20 hours.
It just
worth
keeps
of
going forever.
And it's totally
and ever.
unnecessary. You have so many better things to spend your time on than with this. What the fuck are you doing, show?
This,
Just
by
like
the
we were
way, is
saying
the
earlier when we
comedy.
were talking about episode 1 and 2. Yeah, it's supposed to be comedy and I almost said light-footed, light-hearted, but it's just like, just fuck, do the thing, go. Why are we spending so much time on this? We don't know who you people are. And
No.
you're fucking around with a book.
But like, oh, will she get the paper? Will she not? Will she? Will she? I was just like, I can't remember any of their names.
I don't care. I don't even care.
Well, this is the highest the stakes have been in some time, Rags. Okay,
It is.
Will she get that paper?
This is probably the most tense moment of their entire lives.
So yeah, that scene does finally end, and then yeah, they start doing this like sort of, I guess, the last night speech where we're all celebrating how much fun we've had in this glade, and he says like, as much as it's fun that we're moving on to new things, better things, we have to remember those we've lost, and he starts like reading out the names of all the people who I guess have fallen off the trail.
Whatever that means.
Are no longer with us for one reason or another.
Yeah.
Also, he says, in life we could not wait for them, but here now we welcome to our circle, and then names a whole bunch of people who've died. And one of the things he says is, stuck in the snows of the mountain pass. It's like, you left him, didn't you?
You did. Oh, wait, did they say an avalanche? No, one was a mudslide.
Stuck
so I
in
guess
the
they're off
snows. He just
One was just bees.
Yeah, one was bees. I guess the bees killed him.
Bees.
Bees
I guess
got
they had
him.
an allergic reaction to the bees, I suppose.
It could be that. Could be that. Yeah,
Just
I think the
stuck on
worst
them.
one is stuck in the snow, because that just sounds like a guy was stuck and they left him.
Yeah, like he's like, oh damn, I'm stuck in this really deep snow, and it's like, guys,
Give me a hand.
wait,
No.
guys.
And then all you can hear in the distance is,
Yeah.
nobody walks alone. Nobody goes off
And
trail.
then
He says
starts
stuck in the
to-
snows. He got stuck in the snow. Yeah, it wasn't like an avalanche. It wasn't
No.
that something terrible happened or there was a blizzard. No, he's stuck in the snow,
Can you
which is
imagine
weird.
the
I don't know how you got
accidental-
stuck in the snow if you're in like a group.
Well,
Like,
maybe
it seems
because
like
it could be as
Just
simple as he
there.
was just getting real cold, real tired, and then he stood a little too deep and was just like, "Oh fuck, just give me a hand." And they're all just like, "Nah, man, every man for himself. Fuck you."
Imagine the existential dread that you would go through as you're sitting there freezing to death alone,
And you
while
realize
the
your
people
entire
who you thought were
community,
your friends,
yeah, that you've
are
grown up
singing
with.
a little shanty while they leave you behind
Yeah,
to die
they all
alone
well,
in the cold.
Well, hey, to be fair, you will die knowing that in their celebration at the end, they'll have a moment where they say your name, how you fucking died, and then everyone raises their glass and says, "We wait for you."
Well, so it gets
But you don't.
it gets better than that, right?
It's like,
Because
it's like posthumous trolling.
yeah,
It kind of is posthumous trolling, as excellent way to put it is posthumous trolling.
They name
We wait for you.
They name that guy, and then the snows. They name the landslide one and the bees, but then they have like 4 names in a row, and they don't tell us how those ones died. And I was like, were those ones just too controversial to have written down? Like, one of them falls over as like an old man who's like, help! And they're like, oh jeez, what do we say about this one? It's like his walking stick broke. I don't know.
Sardock felt really bad writing "We left them behind" after every name, so he just doesn't bother anymore.
He got bored. Imagine if you're one of those people who he's just too tired to list even in full how they abandoned you to death.
And like
abandoned you to death.
They're crying. Like they're very sad, and they're crying that these people got left behind. Yeah, it's like you're not.
You start to wonder. It's like, are you all just bought in that you cannot help someone if they fall over? Like that is just.
It's against the natural order or something.
Yeah,
that it's just forbidden by some weird religion you have.
Nobody walks alone except you are entirely on your own, and if you can't keep up, then fuck you.
If you are not within 10 feet of another Harfoot, you are dead to us.
The whole point, I thought, of this group and this society is everybody works together because alone you can't do it. But it seems like their ideology in terms of abandoning people is you must be entirely self-sufficient. If you need any help at all, you're no good to us.
And look how this one died. Look at this one here. She ate the wrong kind of berries. That sounds like a fuck up that doesn't happen often. Like you tell everyone.
No, it wasn't that. He ate her.
It was a cover story. That's what the code is. Like, oh yeah, they ate the sunshine yellow berries. Oh yeah, you don't want to. Also, you don't have a name for it. You call them the sunshine.
There'll be like a particularly plump Harfoot. Everyone's looking at that one, and then Sardock is like, "We're having berries tonight," and several of them are like, "Oh."
Which berry? Oh.
That explains why Podge is the only one who stays behind with the Brandyfoots, because she's the obvious candidate, and she must know that because she's partaken of the Harfoot flesh before.
Yeah, and when you eat too much Harfoot flesh, you yourself may end up becoming their food because you get too big. How it works? It's a cycle.
One of the big issues, I mean, maybe the issue, it stems from an attempt at a unifying culture. So, by the way that they speak of things. The ancient Egyptians, whenever someone died, they would say they've gone west, right? Someone dies, they've gone west, because the sun sets in the west, right? So that's where, the day ends of the west, the sun goes away. It's like death, the pyramids and everything, all those sites for burial on the west side of the Nile. Right, it matches their culture, and it's intuitive. You're like, oh, okay, that makes sense. So if you are making a Harfoot culture, and it's about like staying together as a group and moving and traveling at times, and so your language is, oh yes, we to remember them, we say we wait for you, and no one gets left behind, or when someone dies, we say they were left behind, or being left behind means you died essentially. That does not mesh with the culture that we've been presented with.
No.
You want to have lingo, and you want to have this unifying concept that's prevalent in this culture, but it doesn't actually match what the culture does and is. There's a huge
it's like that poetic symbolism of the Egyptians married with the sort of the cold, bloodthirsty brutality of the Aztecs, which is actually what we've got. Just complete nihilism about your own community. It's sort of, well, it's Darwinian in a sense, isn't it? I mean, every time they move, it is literally the survival of the fittest, or at least the death of the least fit, which is pretty much the same way.
Almost weirder than that. I don't want to talk about it yet because we'll have it for the final scene. But the nature in which they fall behind is very curious to me in terms of all the issues that come with it. In terms of thinking about how all this works.
This story is almost like it's set up to be the first act of a story where Norfoot realizes the truth about her culture and has to rebel against it and change it for the better. But I don't think we're doing that. Like, this unironically is one of those stories where you learn about the seedy, evil underworking of what makes your civilization function, and then a character has to go and try and set that right.
So then Nori's got this page, and this page is taken out of a book that Sardock has drawn the constellations as he's seen them. I don't understand how that is helpful to Gandalf / whoever. He's holding, because this page is just the constellation he drew out with fireflies. That's it. There's nothing else. So I don't know why that's useful.
Can we pause just a second there? because I think I when he describes the person who was killed by bees, everyone laughs.
I mean, they probably ate him.
They remember the taste. They remember the meal and the sauce that they used for him.
They had
I was
honey.
like, that's. I imagine dying from bees is horrific. You
Yeah.
know, it's like the terrible way to die, especially if you're small and bees are larger by comparison, and there's a swarm of them, and you just get stung and stung until you just fucking die. And they all chuckling when that's brought up. It's like, I don't know, man. That
But do
seems
they mean
really
like
fucking disrespectful,
they
honestly.
marinated him in honey or something? Maybe it's
Oh,
code for that.
no. You catch, you know what they say, you catch more bees with honey.
Jesus.
That's fucked up. I don't even know who Blovo. His name was like Blovo. It's a fucky. It's one of those fluke names. I gotta
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Blovo Bulgerbuck. I
Of
don't even know
course.
Blovo Bulgerbuck. Blovo Bulgerbuck. No, I feel bad for him. I feel worse for him than these fuckers did, and they lived with him,
Yep.
literally laughing at his demise from bees.
They
They
actually
didn't
called him
laugh at the one
Egypt
who
as
got torn
well.
apart by wolves.
No, that's not as funny.
He says we all loved him. He said we all loved him, but he was an idiot. Like, oh, the man died from bees, guys.
I don't know. Yeah, is
Everyone's
it? Are you an
laughing.
idiot if you? I guess maybe it's like he's put his hand in like honey and then he gets eaten by the bees. So they ate him. It's obvious at this point. They ate
Yeah,
him.
they ate the dumb one
Yeah.
because
They
it's
killed
fine to
him
eat
because he
the.
was an idiot. That's
Yeah,
the
like they
reason
put
he
him in a
died.
little stew pot and started heating it up, and he was like, "This is a bath," and they were like,
Oh,
"Yeah, it's
God.
a bath."
At the
Yep.
festival, they do IQ tests,
They see who they're gonna
and these
wipe
are
out
just the
next.
survivors. Oh my God.
That's the
From,
true
from,
survival of the fittest.
we've added from cannibalism. We've also added the execution of the mentally ill.
Yes.
The charming
The
society.
Harfords are wonderful. So Nori's still in that
Wait,
page.
wait! Before you go on, the last one of the last names, he mentions that someone. He says Ma Hambly was making a sculpture. ... And it goes back to Gandalf, and I'm like, what the fuck happened?
It fell on
She
it.
died when she was making a sculpture.
Dude, you know what happened? It was a big sculpture. Sardok walks past, nudges it onto it, and it fucking falls and kills her. And he goes, "Ooh, whoops! Guess we're eating
Someone
berries
got left
tonight.
behind.
It was a tragic accident.
It's a shame, yeah. It's tragic.
Gotta make use of the flesh." It's so obvious at this point. There's no hiding it. Anyway.
So yeah,
Nori's got this page, and you're like, good job, she got it. This is the next step in the getting Oldman what he needs to get, I guess. And she just fucking throws it down on some random table. And it's like, don't you want to put that in somewhere more secret? It's very important to your goals. But, you know, okay. And fucking, I guess Gandalf was watching it. He just goes and grabs it and starts looking at it. And then he sets it on fire by accident. And I was just like, fucking hell.
this plot is clunking forwards. She gets the book or the page. She sets the page down on a random table in the camp. He happens to stumble into camp, go to that table, picks up that page, which has what he needs, take it to a fire, and have it light on fire. Like, none of this, like, it it makes logical sense, right? But it doesn't.
It can happen.
You
That these
know,
things
it
can
can
happen.
happen. You know, so good on you for doing that. But this is just coincidence and convenience clunking this plot forwards.
It's duplicated setup as well. We've literally just had a sequence with a map of swords, which is discovered. And that leads the way to the next part of the plot. Here we are again, another map of sorts, which is conveniently discovered. Moving on. It's almost as though they have no ideas at all.
And it takes
the
so
only way around
long
that-
for them to do this as well. It's never quick. They take 10 years to get these scenes done. You're just like,
If I were trying to be, if I were being like really, really unduly optimistic on the part of the writers and their intelligence, I would say, you know, maybe what they're eventually going to do is to try and make some kind of point of the symmetry between the Brandyfoot storyline and the Galadriel storyline. You know, you've got these two female characters who are rebelling against the sort of the cloistering and stifling upbringing that they've had to suffer in the societies in which they live, and then they have
But that's
these
only
these
one of them.
simultaneous moments. But well, I don't know, because in a way it's the same, because Galadriel is constantly rejected, or at least her theories are denied and dismissed by the
Only
upper class of elven society, whereas Brandy is also denied and dismissed, and her aspirations, people still sort of look
no,
turn
no,
her away
she's
and look down on her.
she's given centuries of being able to look for it, and she lives this very expansive life where she's this revered general who controls troops, and she goes on these big battles and everything, and she's had all of this time to do all of these things. It doesn't work for her, so that because people don't really believe her at this one point here, based off of a shocking lack of evidence
Hmm.
that she's being stifled.
No, that's a fair point. Yeah.
Maybe
Oh, in
maybe
which case
maybe it's
I
one of
will.
those what like the writers want us to think that instead of remembering, "Oh, right, we've established that she has this history and she's been
Yeah.
doing all these things for many, 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 many lifetimes worth of, adventures."
Yeah, well, I
You
mean, that
can't
was
just
sort of like that was the foundation of the theory, given that they've basically pretended as though the thousands of years of her existence until this point haven't actually occurred. So we are going from as though episode one is sort of year zero, basically. Like past events don't matter for character or for plot, really, not that much. And so, when we're first introduced to Galadriel as the adult Galadriel, then she is rejected by the rest of her society in the sense that her troops all abandon her. She goes back. She tries to convince Elrond, who rejects her theories. She tries to convince Gil-galad, who rejects her theories. This is all, this is the strong and the independent female character who is having these ideas, and we, the audience, know that she's right. So, we sympathize with her against the stifling conformity of the menfolk. And you see the exact same thing taking place with the Harfoots as well, albeit on a very sort of different scale. So if I were trying to say, being as kind as possible in my estimation of the writer's abilities, then maybe they will try and make a point of this symmetry going forward, notwithstanding what you said about the fact that it doesn't actually work because of Galadriel's past experience and all the rest of it. But
we'll
every time I
see.
find myself in the position saying, well, okay, maybe the writers are going to try and do this thing because that at least wouldn't be terrible, or it wouldn't be completely unadulterated shit, they usually end up letting me down anyway. So,
Yes.
yeah.
Well, speaking of that, I've even seen some people try to. I don't know if they're memeing or not. I feel like it's a meme, but like I was gonna make the joke. It's unfortunate that Gandalf comes across the one fire in the world that's hot.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because yeah, of course, it wouldn't have burned on the cold ones. But some people are like, well, yeah, there you go. That explains it. He's not used to hot fires. It's like, okay, so you would have detected a hot fucking fire before setting this thing on fire. And are you telling me he actually doesn't understand what fire is? They didn't like. Are you serious? Like,
It's not like a basil kind
does he
of
actually think
I
fires are
guess you
cold?
have
And then, but look at this shot, right? Like he should be shocked with it already. He should be like, whoa, why is this?
Well, I mean, if you're that close to a fire, you could feel the extreme heat coming
Yeah.
off of it. Fires can be, super
He
duper
will feel it well
hot
before, and
instantly.
yeah, so it's dumb as fuck. He sets it on fire.
Gandalf,
An
he
idiot.
is supposed to be the Maya or the wizard most closely associated with fire as well. So, like, I don't think this is just a Third Age thing, because he gets the ring, the Elven ring, which is the fire ring. Nenya, I think it's called.
A ring of
But
fire.
kind of, yeah. He fell
Ooh.
into it. But it's so he's supposed to have more knowledge, I think, of fire even at this point in sort of his history. I think though, like the fact that
He's the
meteor
wielder
crash
of the
site
flame of Arnor, is he
is
not?
of Arnor, yes, yeah, exactly. So he is. I think they were trying to tease that as kind of, is this guy Sauron? Because when you see him in the middle of the meteor crash site, it does look kind of like a fiery eye. The last time we saw fire that gave off no heat was in the Northern Fortress, where Sauron once was. I think it's it's incompetently done, but I think they were actually trying to tease that possibility, however ineptly. But now it gets to the point where at some point he will have to learn what fire is, and apparently just hasn't done that yet.
Yeah, I just it's tiring. Okay, like we need to have it so that he bursts into the scene. That's the other thing I didn't even fucking mention right now. Has Nori told him to stay secret, or does he just not give a shit? I don't know.
Wait, could Nori tell him to stay secret?
Well, so apparently he does understand what she's saying. I don't know though. Like it's so hard to follow
He
because
says
he says friend and Nori, but I don't know what's happening.
so. Like maybe, we should have had some setup where he wants to keep going with her back, and she motions him to stay here. So when she doesn't show up, maybe because she has to help with festival stuff, she tells her friend like, "I haven't visited him, like all day. I've been busy. I'm worried if he'll come looking for me." And then he actually comes and looks for her. He doesn't just randomly happen to stumble in at just the right point. You actually, dare I say, set up that he might come looking for her if she doesn't visit him.
It's
Moving on.
I mean, it's it's a little bit like just there's not barely anything is happening, and the way they do it is so incompetent. The writers, I mean, like there's so little for you to have to achieve in these very long scenes, and you still can't do it. How do we get it so they accidentally stumble across the stranger, as he's called? Like, well, we'll have it so that he stumbles across the page that she put down for no reason on a particular table, and then he'll try and read it with the fire and accidentally set it on fire, get spooked, and then run himself into a tent and get up and reveal his face, and everyone will see him. It's like, what the why? Why any of all of that? If you already had it so that he was just going to wander out because he doesn't seem to care if anyone sees him, then you've already got your answer right there. Just have that happen. You can have one of the fucking Hoffits just notice there's a huge man over there. No, it has to be more interesting than that, right? It has to fall over and go, whoa!
Whoa.
Anyway, that happens. And,
So yeah, that happened.
and everyone's like, ah! And then he's like, Nori? And then it's like, oh no. And so there's a big, I guess, town meeting, and it's like, you've lied, you've stolen, and you've, hidden away a spooker, big old spooky Tolman. And they say, by our laws, she has to be banished. And then Sardok is like, yeah, but she's young, it's fine.
The actual weird random word is de-caravanned is the term.
De-caravanned, yeah. Yeah, that would be a whole family too, right? Not just her.
Yeah.
Yeah, I assume it would be a whole family. The whole.
God, what fucking stupid
so-
society.
You banish people if they because you. What exactly? Like, what is actually what she's being punished for? Is it not
There's sort
telling
of-
them that there's someone? Is it bringing him to because she didn't bring him to camp?
No, and
No.
she actually says he was lost, he was hurt. Was I supposed to just leave him? And they don't answer a question.
Maybe.
Well, because the answer is yes, leave him or eat him.
You're
That's what we
supposed
do.
to leave him.
According
Yes.
to the rules of this society, yeah.
That's what they would do. They probably have it on the books that you're supposed to, kill him in his sleep and eat his flesh. Like, that's what you're supposed to do, Nori, and you fucked up. You didn't stay on the trail, Nori.
When they found him, they didn't just jump on him with little knives and just skin him alive.
Yeah,
Like
because
piranhas.
that scene has this awkward cut where he's just at a rock now and they're talking and he's not tangled up in the tent anymore. It just cuts. So that would have been interesting to see how all those things resolved in between scenes. But that's why we didn't get to see it. It's like during Saving Minors. We just cut away from that. But a better writer would have thought, Sardok, right? You're in charge of all these. You're in charge of your people, right? You're trying to allegedly keep them all alive. How interesting that. Wouldn't it be neat if you had this non-threatening, sort of dim-witted but friendly giant, essentially, who is just with you and wants to be your friend,
Yeah.
helping out? That would be, especially if you have this Brandyfoot, maybe we call it Brokenfoot, and his family might get left behind, and that's like 1, 2, 3, 4 people, something like that. So, like, what if he there's no gears do not spin in anyone's mind.
Nope.
There's no. It's just nope. You brought someone back. You're banished. I guess you're young, so you're not.
And it was like, if you fail this test, if I win, you're banished from all dwarven lands. He fails. Well, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Oh. Okay. What? This was like a
Glad we
full-on
had
rule.
that scene.
What's? This is hurt my brain. But yeah, like that's the conclusion. But you're like, so was all that pretty much worthless? Then it's like, no. Sardok decides as punishment they will go to the back of the caravan, which is the one thing the dad didn't want to happen. How unfortunate. And then he's like, whoa, Sardok, don't do that. And he's like, leave me alone. I'm going to sleep now. Bye. And it's like, oh, shucks.
Oh, okay. I
And
feel
I'm gonna
like
be
we
honest
should
with you.
continue to discuss this.
Gonna be honest with you guys.
Jesus.
If you told me, let's say it's us four, we're all family, and I've broken my foot, and I tell you, so Sardok said we have to go to the back of the caravan tomorrow morning, and it's like, oof. that means we're probably gonna die because we'll be left alone, and then we wouldn't probably die because we fucking whatever.
Might
Anyway,
slit his throat
let's
at night
just
out of
yeah, I was
spite.
gonna say they'll eat us, but you know what? Let's go with it. Let's say because that seems to be what this village believe. You'll die if you're left behind, right? So let's just go with that as the stakes. It's like, okay, fuck it, let's get ready right now and start going. We'll be ahead. Whatever. What are they gonna do? Decaravan us?
Yeah.
Well, we're a part of the caravan one way or another. You're gonna have to fuck. And you know what? I'll be slow because of my broken foot. But I mean, if we get a good half day's start, then we should be ahead of them, and they'll catch up with us maybe. And what are they gonna do? They're not gonna kill us. They'll just have to go past us. I don't care if you
But
send me
even
to the back of the
from-
caravan. I'm staying at the front, bitch.
Even from the tribe's perspective, this is like the world's shittest trolley problem.
Yeah.
Do we send them away or do we leave them behind? It means exactly the same thing. There's no difference between those two things. at all.
Will shit
So-
a trolley problem.
And if it is
True.
your family's life at stake, you should be protesting a bit more, I feel. You need to be
Agreed.
like, no, like this is me and my family's like lives essentially. We have got to discuss this. I'm not going to
Well, yeah, it's
not
like,
have a conversation.
hey Sardok, you seemed really concerned in episode 2 when you found out I'd hurt my leg sorting out your fucking festival. It seemed like you cared that I might be left behind with all of my family, and now you're actually facilitating that by putting me at the end. And why? This seemed pretty arbitrary. You're just like, fuck it, you're in the last now. Meh. I don't know. That's just the way it is. You're just like, okay, cool, so I'm not gonna do that. And you're not gonna be able to stop me unless you kill me, which, you know, fuck it, whatever, if you have the balls.
And it doesn't accord with the earlier conversation, the one that Rags said he liked, which I kind of agree with. You know, with between the mum and the dad, when they're really, really worried about the prospect of
Worried.
being left behind. Like, worried is probably an understatement, but they are concerned to be at the prospect of being left behind. And then when this argument sort of comes to fruition and then comes to an end, and the mum takes Nori, I'm going to keep forgetting her name. I think it's Nori aside, and then she tells her off. As she said, you nearly got us kicked out of camp. I was like, well, no, but I did get us put to the back of the camp, which was the thing you said you were scared of in the last scene. So you shouldn't just accept it, really, as
Should we go into Sardok?
in that interpersonal thing. Like, you should have. Where is the fight here? What happens to the stakes that were
Lives
just
are
set
at
up in the
stake,
previous
yes.
scene?
If you care about your wife, yourself, your kids, and the threat is them all dying as a result of this, like you need to be raising hell.
Think of
And
how
where's that
old-
emotional appeal of to everyone else? Like, are you just gonna let us fucking die?
Think of how old a lot of
that
them
it?
are. They must have known Sardok for ages, and they must be able to just walk up to him and be like, dude, this is the first thing that's ever gone wrong. It's a guy fell out of space, dude. Like, this is a pretty weird scenario, and our daughter decided to try and look after him, and what? You're gonna kill us because of this? Seriously?
Like, yeah, you're gonna punish her for the same kindness we allegedly are showing to each other.
Like,
Like
this
that's
is
weird. What are we then?
Like, Sardok, we've been your neighbor for, like, presumably decades? I don't even
Decades.
know. Yeah.
It's got to be decades.
Like,
I mean,
are you
if
really doing this?
Bilbo-
And you looked like you didn't even know why you were doing it. You just went, back of the caravan, bye. I was like, what are you doing, man? What are you doing? Just stop. Just don't do that.
Who elected you?
Yeah.
I did.
Seems bizarre.
It is bizarre. This culture is strange. I get there's that striking contrast between the close, intimate community where everyone knows each other from birth to death. You know everyone, and the death of a member in this kind of society is like a tragic thing to happen. And then you contrast that with just this casual, you're going in the back. You're fucking dead. You broke. You not even broke, but you sprained your ankle. It's like, we're not waiting for it to heal. Fuck you. You die. And your family dies too.
And then we eat you.
And then we eat the berries. Mhm.
The other bizarre thing is that there's no word on the crazy long man. They don't do anything with him.
Well, because we cut that scene where that might have happened.
But if they even if they did cut that scene, what were the repercussions of it? Nothing.
I don't know.
Like
He's
it's
just over here.
They're all like scared of him, but they don't want him anywhere near them. But they didn't say anything about it. He's just literally 4 meters away from them, looking at them, and they don't do anything. They're just like, there he is.
To be fair, 4 meters away to them is like 60 meters for us.
That's
so
true.
It's a safe distance.
Wait,
It's
you
a
mean-
safe distance. But
I mean,
But
not the other way
it
around,
is so
or-
much more important that they have the exact same argument with Nori again. The mother and Nori have to have their,
Yes.
you're being too adventurous for a not hobbit. It's unnatural for a not hobbit to be so adventurous. Why can't you just be normal? The tallest milkweed gets snipped, or whatever the fucking metaphor is. Like, that is evidently, having that played out for the 12th time much
Isn't
more
that
important than
metaphor?
seeing what the consequences of having Steve in camp were. I mean, it's just ugh.
Well,
Yeah,
she
why
says,
would you cut the tallest milkweed? You cut them at the bottom, right?
well, so, but just for that though,
Yes.
she says we don't need
Please carry
friends, we need to survive. And her response is, without friends, what are we surviving for? And then her response is, our way has kept us alive for thousands of years, or 1,000 years, or whatever. I'm just like,
Not all of us.
Not all of you.
I'm
Some
very.
of us got fucking stung by bees.
Well, I'm just confused because like survival, but like we pick surviving over friends. Like, isn't the whole idea here that you're a community that supports each other?
You're not just
Yeah.
merely
No.
surviving.
Not
that
these utterly ruthless people who will just leave behind anybody who's a mild burden.
because you seem to be getting along. Like if the idea is to present to me as an audience member that they live a very perilous life, they have not done enough work to convince me of that. Because they seem to be getting along really well with moderate amounts of not really even moderate amounts of care taken to keeping themselves hidden. I mean, you guys are having this big old party here. Like I don't it's that disconnect. I don't believe what you're telling me is the case based on what you've shown me.
The tallest salt gets snipped for looking down.
Assault gets
Yeah, so
Give you
she
a
says to him,
moment
there's a reason he's here. And she's like, do you think you're special? You're just a child. She's like, I'm not special, but he's special. I can feel it. And I if I were in the scene, I'd be like, I mean, he did fall from space. That's like, he
Yeah,
probably
to be
is
fair,
special.
it's not just a feeling, sweetheart. He fell from space. We would have known this if we went and checked out the crash site, which is in walking distance, but we didn't.
Now, as for the tallest milkweed gets snipped. I was talking to Frankie
What
about
is
this.
milkweed?
The idea that like the prize flower is the one that's gonna sort of attract the attention of the gardener and get taken.
Yeah.
Is actually something I appreciate, but I don't understand what the fuck her mum is talking about here. I don't
Because
understand
that
how
means
this
they're
relates.
going to cull. She's going to cull her own daughter. If
Well,
that's
so
the thing they're going for there.
Well, it's so the whole point of the saying of like, oh, the one that stands tallest. It's that like by being prominent, you like draw attention to yourself, including negative attention, and people who might vie to.
Well, exactly, but how does that relate to
the
this?
power or status that you? That's what I'm saying. Like in this case, what is she doing that is equivalent to that? Attaining like status. And
She tried to remain
enemies.
a secret. An entire
But
like
you guys
she
are,
did.
and to be fair, you guys are having this big old party, running around,
Exactly.
dancing with torches and singing. You guys are being the
I know.
tallest milkweed.
Well,
That's
yeah, like
you.
what by helping somebody else for like no apparent gain other than to do a nice thing, what exactly does that have to do with drawing attention to yourself so much so that it puts a target on your back?
I
what
think,
does
I
that
mean,
even
maybe,
mean?
I'd guess the metaphor's being used, well, inaccurately, as all of them are, but I think it's supposed to be a little bit broader than that. So it's not just, it's broadly speaking, drawing attention to yourself. Now, you can draw attention to yourself simply by being different, not necessarily by trying to attain status, which, of course, that's what the metaphor is supposed to convey. But I think the way they're using it is simply making yourself known, like differentiating yourself from the community is what they're talking about. The metaphor doesn't work there because, I mean, again, if the tallest milkweed gets snipped is what they're going with, well, in this analogy or this metaphor, the farmer or whoever is snipping the milkweed is the community around her. So the mother is implicitly saying, or almost explicitly saying,
I will kill
that
you.
the community
your
will kill you if you
Yeah.
carry on doing this.
You
I
are
don't
you
know
are
if that's what she meant to
linking
say.
you're linking prominent acts of selfless kindness to a thing that you should not do.
Yeah.
No, because that's not what the community does. The
No,
community
not this
will
community. This
ostracize
community is
you.
like,
Well,
if you die of bees, we will laugh at you at your funeral.
Have you? Because Little Platoon, have you seen Game of Thrones, the show?
Yeah.
So, funnily enough, because I was talking to Frank about this. One of my favorite scenes from all of Game of Thrones isn't in Game of Thrones. It was a deleted scene. I don't know why they deleted it. It's a really, really good scene. And this comes up, and I want to talk about it because it's just a perfect counterexample. But like, there's a character in Game of Thrones called Grand Maester Pycelle. He's very old, and he walks with like a super hunchback, and he'll do things all the time. He'll literally talk like this. He'll be like, "Hello, sir. Good morning. How are you doing?" And he'll be like, "Oh, I forgot." and he'll be holding like a message for someone, and you'll like wiggle his hand trying to lift it up, and you'll pass it to him. You might drop it and go, "Oh, I'm so sorry," that sort of thing. But then you get a couple scenes where he's alone, and he's fine. He can walk normally. He can talk normally, even pretty fast. And there's just a great moment. I think it's the end of season 1 where he puts his clothes. He's like sprightly. He's full on walking around everywhere and stuff. He puts on his clothes, and then he like simulates the hunchback, and then starts walking out of his room really slowly, because that's the act that he puts on. The scene I'm talking about is Tywin has arrived at King's Landing, and he's getting everything fucking in order, because it's all a mess. And he meets with Pycelle. He pulls him out of the black cells, I think it is, because that's where Tyrion put the Maester. And that was in the show. It's not in the show. I wish it was in the show. Tywin's like fishing, I think, and I'm pretty sure there's symbology there for the fucking the Catelyn's house stuff. There's so much good shit in Game of Thrones when it was good. Anyway, Tywin's like asking him more and more questions about how he's been operating that are kind of like, in a sense, fishing for plot holes about the decisions that Pycelle has been making. And he eventually starts going like, "Oh God, Lord, my Lord, I did." He just goes, "Did this act work for like anyone? Seriously?" And then he like pauses and just goes, "Well, works for a lot of people, yeah." And Tywin's just like, "It's impressive, honestly, but like, you know, not working for me." And then he's like, "Why do you do this? Like, what is with this whole like, oh, I'm a little old man, don't worry about me." And he eventually says like, the tallest flower in the garden. If you are the tallest flower, you're going to get plucked. I just want to live in the garden. He says something like that. And obviously the point is that he just tries to come across as not too important, while actually like doing things he wants to do just to be able to stay alive. He doesn't annoy anybody. He doesn't create too many ripples. And that's how he's
unassuming,
managed.
Old man, don't have to worry about him. Everyone is, that's just old man Jenkins. He's fine. He's
exactly, and everyone tolerates him because he's just the old dude. He's fine. Don't worry about
old
him.
Man.
Just pause to appreciate
anybody.
the fact that a Game of Thrones deleted scene is
better
than every single scene in Rings of Power that made it into the final cut. It's unbelievable.
Can you imagine how bad the deleted scenes must be for Rings of Power?
Fucking
Or maybe
hell.
they cut the good ones. Maybe they could have done that. They could have cut all the good ones.
And yeah, it's a great scene for Tywin because it shows that he sees right through the fucking act immediately, and it's a great scene for Pycelle because you really get a good insight into why he does a lot of what he does. And then you have the analogy that works really well. And it's so funny when she said it in this scene. I was just like, "What the fuck are you referring to? Like, is it literally?" Because as you guys have already pointed out, the community will destroy you if you continue to do nice things. It's like, what? Meanwhile, what Pycelle was kind of referring to is a lot of the people who get killed in King's Landing are the ones that are making the big power plays, the ones that become a problem for people, the ones that are doing this, that, and the other. He's just a kindly old man. Who would care about him? So yeah, I don't know. I was really surprised, but it's consistent. These writers keep doing this. They keep coming up with these different ways to try and analogize or create metaphors, and they're always embarrassing, and you get confused as to what the point was, as opposed to just using normal standard English. You guys just do that. You're not very good at it, but do that, because it gets even more difficult to like decipher scenes when they don't.
Another bees.
Yeah.
Well,
we're up to 4 hours, by the way. Like,
I prefer the hobbits from the Shire.
Oh, you know, yeah, I could agree with that. I think
after I would just, what a lovely place to live. That's like ultimate top tier. If you had to live in a fantasy setting, where to be? The fucking Shire. Give me the Shire any day. I'll live in the Shire. Absolutely.
Yeah, it'd be pretty neat.
Growing flowers and pumpkins and just having a good time with all your buddies and living in your cozy house. Oh, give me that any day. I would not be a Harfoot.
No, I don't want to die. I don't want to be eaten.
I don't want to be killed by who I thought were my friends. Every person who dies is just like, it's like Mufasa being chucked off the canyon wall, where it's like, "Brother, help me," and they're like, "No, actually," they leave you behind.
By the way, I was looking through my notes, and it's just the conclusion you all had as well. It's just I put, "Don't be a good person because you might die." What the fuck is this? What does this mean? It's such a bizarre lesson to give your own child.
And I don't know if it's the intention to make the Harfoots evil,
I
but they
don't know.
are. I don't know. I can't tell what's a legitimate fuck up and what's just a terrible decision. They blend together like salt on a table.
Oh, it's like lots of people, like, they have problems following thoughts through to their conclusions. Like, most people have that occasionally. But the writers of this show, they can't follow a thought beyond step one. Like, there's no connotation from what they're saying. Like, I genuinely don't think it occurred to them when they drafted that stupid metaphor that, even to think what that mean. What are the parts of that metaphor? Who conforms to the different parts? Who is the milkweed in this scenario, and who is the person doing the cutting? I don't think they thought about it. I think maybe they had a vague idea that they wanted to portray the Harfoots as like a more primitive version of the Hobbits, which of course they are, and to do maybe something a little bit more brutal with the world they're set in. I don't think, though, that they realized that they would, by doing that, turning the Harfoots into cannibalistic, nihilistic, masochistic bastards. I mean, it's just,
Yeah,
I don't think they thought it.
You're not making the Harfoots make a tough choice. Like, we really don't want to do this,
No.
but our survival's at stake. Where you like understand it. This is just an outright act of evil.
Yeah.
We get this in media a lot because a lot of media is shit these days. In particular, we don't know where the incompetence like begins and ends. If the writing is so bad throughout, we're not sure if it's just a really bad decision that they decided to go with, or if it's a legitimate fuck up and they didn't intend for it. Because they both blend together. They're often indistinguishable.
So we're back to Isildur and Elendil and the girl. I forget her name. Harford screaming.
I actually.
So this scene we find out like Isildur has 9 days before he completes his captain fleams or whatever, and he wants to defer. That's bizarre when you have 9 days left. And like he just sort of he tells Elendil this, and then he's like, "What?" And he's like, "Did you know?" And then the sister's like, "Yeah, I know because I listened to him." And I remember thinking, like,
Not like
what?
you, Dad.
Like some of these scenes they can go by, and I don't like sort of think about them because I'm just like, whatever, that scene's over now. But I was like, wait a minute. So like to translate, this is like your kid telling you they're 9 days away from completing like university, but they just want to not do it for a year and then go back to it when they're 9 days left. Like, what? And then you're like, wait, did other family member know about this and not tell me? And then her response is, well, yeah, you're a shitty dad who doesn't listen to your son. It's like, what?
That's not the approach I'd take, Galadriel. I mean, other lady.
It's like she's trying to like meme a bit, but it's like I was just told my son like wants to fuck off from his whole like education / career. Yeah. And you're
Did
like poking at me for not being a good dad. Like, fuck you, man. Like, what is this? Like,
I'm busy, by the way. Like, I'm a really busy guy. I'm like a sea captain, and I have so much semen underneath me that I have to keep tidy. And I'm just gone, and I'm doing missions, and I got this fucking elf. Like, I got shit to do. Could you not put me down here when we're having dinner?
And then they make him say, the past is dead. We either move forward or die with it.
Oh, for fuck's sake. It's just, do you remember, Elendil, how in the previous scene you were in, you went back to a library and looked up the past and it was incredibly useful?
Yeah, this line is fine for an appropriate character who thinks that and acts consistently with it, but coming out of your mouth, it seems odd.
It really felt like they wanted it for the trailer, and this because they didn't feel natural at all in this conversation.
That's most of the scenes, Mahler. It's for the trailer. If you watch the show through the lens of imagine the trailers, oh man, wow, so many amazing scenes. Story-wise, it's shit, but if for trailers, gold.
Yeah, daughter lady, she's made it into the Builders Guild. Lady. Okay, and Isildur, obviously he doesn't want to be sea captain person. He wants to go to Middle Earth, I guess.
No, he wants to go to West Numenor. He doesn't want to go to Middle Earth. He wants to go to the west of the island, which is where his family comes from. That's why Elendil says, leave the past behind. The past is dead.
Does he say why?
It's time for the Jedi to die. No, I don't think he does.
We'll get that.
Not knowing the character's motivations makes
We'll get it next season, Rags. Jesus.
Oh, But, like, that's something that should be asked. It's like, "Oh, if you don't wanna do this, what do you wanna do?" It's like, "I wanna go to the west end of the island." And I'm like, "Why?
It's
What's
I
over
think
there for you that isn't here? Your
they're
family's
drip
here?"
feeding something. It's supposed to have us sort of guessing, and it's supposed to be this dark past because they share Isildur and Elendil share a bit of dialogue when Isildur says something along the lines of, basically, I won't recreate your fuck ups or something like. There's an implied dark backstory and a dark association between Elendil and West Numenor, which is why he's much more down on the idea of going back than Isildur is. But there's hardly any of that, so there's not really enough to make anybody do anything other than say, huh? But and then again, because the show doesn't pace its events properly, even if you were minded to be intrigued by that and to ask questions of it, you don't have any time to do that because we're about to get like 3 massive exposition dumps that are much more important than that, after which you'll have just forgotten that that was a thing. So the next time you see Isildur and you wonder why he's doing what he's doing, well, you've already forgotten what the West Numenor thing was about because you never knew what it was about anyway because they gave you nothing to work with. All the relevant information in this episode just comes in the last 10 minutes, and it's just, again, terrible writing.
Yeah, we get loads.
Characters don't do what they should be doing. And if it's for meta reasons, then that's not an excuse. Characters need to be like, if you hear your son say, I don't want to do this thing that I've essentially been set up to do my whole life, you should be asking, why?
Yes.
What's over for you
Yes.
elsewhere?
That's
And, like,
a
I'm
good
your son.
start.
I am your father. I have a very personal interest in your thoughts right now. I need to explore this. Basic shit.
And so that's that scene. It was really long too. They're all very long.
She's I'm sure it's going to be relevant in later episodes, and I really resent that it will be. But she's been flirting, daughter, sister, whatever. She's flirting with the son of our Pharazon, who's the Chancellor, isn't she? Throughout this episode, and I'm sure that that's going to go places. It's just
Oh, sorry,
I really don't care.
That happens in next episode actually, because
Is that the next one? Oh
yeah.
shit! Sorry.
Yeah, I
thought
don't
it was this
blame
one.
you.
No,
Everything
I
here
don't
just
blame you
kinda
either.
starts to blend together, yeah.
It's tough to keep track because it's a mired mud. Yeah.
There's no like anchor points to the show. We're like, oh, that's really cool. I really like this aspect. Everything else is shit, but at least there's this one thing I like. And this show just doesn't have that. There's no plot line or character that you care about.
We do it again, and I just get so triggered at this point because it happens all the time. Halbrand's like, my people have no king, and then Galadriel is like, your people have no king because you are him. And I was like, wait.
So they do have a king.
So they do have it. Like, that's Galadriel, that doesn't make sense.
And also, how do you know this? Well, I found a thing in the library off screen because I don't think we even get shown her finding this particular piece of paper in the library.
That was a really productive trip.
She gets back, and then the writers decide, oh, we forgot to do that while we were there.
Yeah.
So just pretend that it happened. And if we pretend hard enough, people will just accept it. So now she knows because she found a symbol in a different book that she wasn't even looking for, and now she knows that he's the king of the Southlands.
I think there's a really...
she has the symbol of the king of the Southlands.
There's a real good chance that they did film that scene, but they ended up cutting it because when they put it together in the moment of like the big reveal of Sauron, the choir rising, and then they're like, also there's this. And she was like, oh, wow, that's the thing I saw on that guy. Huh.
Do it first. Just reorder it.
Yeah, there's loads of ways they could have done it, but no, they just like, fuck it. She looked around a bit longer and she found out there is a symbol that means that Halbrand is very likely the king of the Southlands. Or whatever. Woohoo. But I got even more triggered, because maybe there's something that I'm missing, but like, he says, my ancestors swore a blood oath to Morgoth, as a way of saying, like, we're irredeemable, us lot. And then she says, my ancestors started the war, come with me, and both of us can redeem our bloodlines. And I was like, what do you mean redeem? The elves, what did the elves do wrong? They were trying to save Middle-earth.
But this is one of those things that, again, it's relying on foreknowledge that it hasn't equipped you with. So unless you've read the book, you literally can't, though. The show doesn't tell you any of this. But so the point of that is, when the war against Morgoth is obviously nowhere near as simple as the show makes it out to be, the elves don't fashion swords first to go to war against Morgoth. They fashion swords to use against each other. Feanor is the guy who creates the Silmarils. He's the person Morgoth sort of corrupts and incites to rebel eventually against the Valar. And when Morgoth arrives in Valinor and destroys the trees, or rather Ungoliant destroys the trees at Morgoth's bidding, Morgoth then steals the Silmarils, which we've only had one mention of in episode 2. And Fëanor made them, he's very jealous of them. He also kills Fëanor's father. So Fëanor is incredibly pissed off about all of this, and he wants to go to Middle-earth to get the Silmarils back and take revenge for his dead father. And he approaches the Valar for help, and the Valar preach caution. They don't like Fëanor very much anyway, because he's been quite rebellious. So he says, well, fuck you guys then, we're going anyway. He takes his entire house and the entire Noldor race of elves to the beach, where there is another race of elves called the Teleri elves, and they're famous shipbuilders. They're the only famous shipbuilders on the entire island.
Wow.
And they go to ask the Teleri for their ships so they can get across to Middle-earth. The Teleri say no. And so the Noldor, which is Galadriel's family by implication, it's also Fëanor's house, massacre the Teleri elves. So they kill, it's the kinslaying is what it's known as. So they kill their own fellow elves. The first ever time any of this happens in Valinor, it's a massive scandal. Then the Noldor, including Fëanor, Galadriel, all the rest of them, when they leave, they are banished then from Valinor. They're not allowed to go back. The Valar prevent them from doing it. So when she says in this scene, we can mend the history of both of our households, we can redeem both our households, she's referencing that, but the show has said nothing about any of it. So we don't know.
Which leaves us confused.
That's
Yeah,
incredible.
exactly.
There's
now that we have all the
nothing.
pussies quivering in chat from
Like,
the Lord of the Rings Expo.
There's
That
nothing
is
in the
not-
show for this.
There's
Like,
there's nothing. Like, maybe the writers forgot, but we're just going to have to be honest here. The vast, 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 vast majority of everyone who watches the show has not read that book.
Exactly.
That's just the reality of it. And then that goes for
I-
Marvel and comic books. That goes for like
But-
most people just don't. They haven't read that thing.
Yeah, you can't just name drop shit with no context, especially if it's. I mean, even if few people have read it reasonably, relatively speaking, read the Lord of the Rings. Even it's not an easy book to get through. But of all the people who've read the Lord of the Rings, like maybe 10% have read the Silmarillion as well. Like hardly anyone really has read the
that's
Silmarillion.
me.
It's
I have not read
tricky
it
to get through. So you
I
can't.
read Lord of the Rings, not Silmarillion.
But you can't just name drop shit in the Silmarillion, which has massive connotations and consequences, and then do nothing with that. You can't just say, well, that's self-explanatory. It's not. There's so much history that you've ignored in the show. No viewer, realistically, is going to have this knowledge, or very few of them will. So what the hell is the audience supposed to make of a line like that? And is the show going to go and backfill the information as it's done with everything else? Possibly. But it's not going to be very satisfying if we get 30 seconds of exposition from Galadriel on episode 7 to explain what she's just told us in episode 3.
I don't even think that
utterly bizarre.
I don't even think that's really appropriate, because the way the line is delivered is as though we have the information we need to understand it. She's like, it's said as like a kind of a cool, like, yeah, you've just told me that there's there's evil in your history, and as we know, there's evil in mine. So we're in a similar. And it's like, wait, what? Like, what did the way they introduced everything in the show? The elves seem like the cool kids who've done nothing wrong. Like, you need to let us know about this context, because she says it so casually, and I was just like, I don't remember any of the. Like, when did you talk about this? And then, if they just bring it up. It's not, the way that they do it in shows usually, it's just like, if someone said like, oh, the elves are amazing, and then she can like look down, and you could be like, and then another episode, they're like, oh yeah, you got nothing to redeem in your history, and then she's like, don't speak of things you know nothing about, so, and we go, oh, so it's something that, no, she says it here, as though it's something we're already aware of. It's just like, that was confusing, because, yeah. It's such a fail.
Episode 1 has an introductory monologue, the only purpose of which is to establish this stuff.
Yeah.
And it mentions none of it. So the only way around it is to do as you say, is to turn it into this sort of unspoken of tragedy in the past, which no one really wants to address. Understandably so. You hint at this darkness in the past. You don't assume everyone already knows it, which is the approach they did take. It just doesn't make for compelling narrative. Most people will just be confused by that.
Galadriel coming to Beehole in the dungeon, right, and telling them that we have to redeem both of our bloodlines. It's like if you start a new job and you meet Tim who works there, you're like, hi Tim, you're like, hi you, and then you go to work and things are fine and you get along well enough, and then the next day he comes to you with a knife and he cuts his hand and he says, we are blood brothers now.
Yeah, it's a pretty intense development they've had when I guess they're trying to justify this because he gave her that knife back, okay? So she likes him. He's charming.
The
Shut up.
easiest way to an elf's heart is through her knife.
Mm-hmm. Hey, yeah, it does make some sense actually.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
one
it
of those.
does.
It's one of the. I'm sure that
It's too
analogy
smart for
phrase
this
will
show,
come up.
okay?
It's just a general idiom. One thing too that I think is interesting is that does this show want us to think that men suck and elves are great?
Well, so the problem, I was gonna go with the whole like the people they want us to think suck suck, and the people they want us to think are great also suck. So everyone just sucks.
Yeah, like they've screwed up basically.
You could say that,
They
yeah.
screwed it up.
They have
Um,
erred.
And it doesn't end there, by the way, because like the seed ends with him saying, "You're stuck here, and you have no army." So like, how could she possibly enact her plan? And she just goes, "That's all about to change." I legit was like, "Oh my god, what is she gonna do? Like, is she gonna kill everybody and tell them like under threat of death she must follow her into battle?" I legit have no fucking clue what she could possibly do. And the next episode doesn't help in terms of how we get from here. Yeah, like no spoilerinos, technically, because we like going through these as if the people here aren't watching it, so they get to be surprised. But yes, by the end of the next episode, she will indeed have an army, and she will be leaving here to fight a war in Middle-earth.
It just sort of happened.
We'll get to the how. It's not good, but like
keep that plot idea in mind with what it took to get the riders to get the soldiers of Rohan to come to Gondor's aid. Just think about like maybe what it takes to get an army to go fight another. It just maybe as a gentle comparison between this show and The Lord of the Rings. That's cool too. What they did was very cool.
It's almost cruel to invite that comparison. It's almost like it's abusing Rings of Power just because it's like beating a cripple. It just doesn't. It's not good.
Yeah, Rex, stop beating the cripple.
No, carry on because it's really enjoyable.
I'd never beat a cripple. Also... I'd fucking put him in the back of the caravan and let him get eaten by bees. Then laugh at him.
Green Regent visits her bedridden dad, dude. I don't remember if anything significant happens there.
She just gives the audience some exposition. She says it's what we feared has come to pass. The elf has arrived, or something.
I think that sounds about right.
What we feared has come to pass. That's the show.
Yeah, we'll get more on that actually in the opening of the next episode. But here we are, the famous scene. They are at the back of the caravan. They are unable to pull their cart very well, which was interesting in that I don't know. I wonder the reality of this. It's like so yeah. There's a lot to consider. Maybe I can get the wide shot to better show what we're dealing with here. It's like so you can see here, right? That's where they are. Caravan's there, so they've abandoned them pretty much already.
Yeah,
that's
great.
What
a bunch of assholes!
No,
what a bunch of terrible people. I hope they all get eaten by bees.
I need you to understand. There is a lot of people in this caravan who are just walking. Now, I'm not saying that means you're not exerting any, stress at all. You are. But I mean,
they're having a good time. They're laughing. We're having a great time. We love it.
The big reason why the Brandyfoots are not going to be able to make it is because one of their family members is not up to full strength. He's at like what you could call half, or maybe even a third, whatever.
Yeah.
So, you guys have neighbors, presumably. You might be like, well, we've got, 3 sons, and the dad and the mum and maybe a daughter or something. We can, old Benny here, you go help the Brandyfoots. You take the position, because, like, they've helped us out.
Because they're our friends. Yeah, we've known them for decades. We grew up with them, and we don't want them to die horribly in the wilderness and be eaten by bees.
This is just baffling, and it shouldn't happen. And you should never consider the Harfords good people after this. This is horrifying. And
the reason why he's hurt is because none of you jerks helped him while he was trying to do all the work in the town.
He wasn't.
He's condemned to death. Him and his whole family.
Because he tried to help entertain the town or village.
Yeah. Exactly. He got hurt helping you guys. It's not like he was him hauling around, fucking off somewhere in the wilderness doing something he shouldn't have been doing. And no, he got hurt helping you guys for your stupid fucking festival where you laugh at people who are dead.
Yeah.
And it's prophetic.
I guess he should have known better.
there's another dark element to this as well, because Podge is using her, like lugging her caravan on her own. I think the implication is, and it might even be said in the show, her parents are amongst the list of the dead, which means in that earlier scene, she is sitting there and she is listening as Lenny Henry reads out and does posthumous trolling about the fact that they, and probably including her, ate her parents.
Yeah,
So
I
good
actually
for
don't
Podge.
now that you've said that, I would just recognize, like, yeah, she's just pulling her own cart, I guess. What the fuck is wrong with this community?
Twisted and wrong.
I think it's just one of those, an example of what happens when you're a really bad writer. It
Yeah.
seeps into what you write. And so now you might not have wanted it, but you have written a little mini civilization of evil, terrible, cruel people that I can't care
And
for.
the thing is that you could retain the core concept of like a caravan that's moving around that has to make difficult choices when like people in their community fall very ill, or like when
Get really
they
old.
actually do something that's like a serious breach. Like
Yeah, with the
difficult
elderly,
choices,
they should have a
you know?
system for this because of old people.
You
We're
would
not going
think
to
that they
leave
would have a
grandma
system, right?
behind.
Like,
We like grandma. We're going to carry her on the
well,
cart.
I guess what I'm saying is the scenario that you could put forth is one where their choice really isn't great, where like
Yeah, where you force
somebody is
Sardoc to make a tough
seriously,
decision.
yeah, and maybe like you know that there's imminent danger, right? Like maybe you see the tracks of like some critter that's not very friendly, and like
Yeah.
somebody is seriously ill, and you just don't have the resources to take care of them, and it's like, well, do we keep trying to take care of them and potentially endanger everybody else here, or do we make the really difficult choice to actually leave someone behind? Rather
Yeah, and
than
even
this
then, leave them
bullshit
behind
where,
with like, here, we'll make a
yeah,
place
like,
for you to hide out. We'll leave you some provisions. We'll try to come back later
yeah,
if we
rather than
can.
just walking off and leaving them to die. Like when the difficult choice comes, if it does come because of the scenario presented in the story, you see like just how compassionate they are. Instead of you got hurt because none of us were helping you, and your daughter was helping another person. Because of that, you're all condemned to death. We're gonna leave you here. And the worst part is, it's like we're gonna let you try to keep up. We're gonna like
Yeah.
entertain the notion
Yeah.
that you can continue
Dude,
to be part of our society.
Look at how
And
And
it's
we
the whole
jolly.
just appear beyond the
family.
horizon.
Look at how jolly they are,
family.
abandoning them.
Yeah.
It's nuts.
Exactly. Yeah, they're laughing, having a great
But, like,
time.
what is this? Like, am I meant to like these people? Like, they're horrible.
I forgot. Did we get a scene of Broken Foot like telling his family, "You've got"? Oh, I guess no. He's like, "Give me a moment to get my breath." Yeah, they're still just sort of. Then they get interrupted by the big man.
They're like rushing. This is our chance to abandon them, guys. Go, 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 go.
Go! Fuck those guys! Fuck all 5 of them. That whole family.
Yeah.
Always hated
I just can't believe it. It's terrible, and it just condemns the Harvest to never being likable. This is a permanent blotch on their record. Like, what am I supposed to do with this?
It's basically
Like-
just it's virtually murder.
Nori helps someone and she gets punished for it. And not
And
only
that
does she get
punishment-
punished, her whole family gets punished too.
And her family
Yeah.
established
Family.
that in universe she is being punished for being a good person, and she shouldn't.
Yeah.
What is wrong with
Like,
this
yeah,
show?
Nori shouldn't listen to any of you. Your entire like culture is terrible.
She'd be like, I don't want to be in
Abandon
your
people
caravan
to
anyway.
die.
Your caravan sucks. You guys are psychopaths. I don't want to be any part of that. We're gonna go with this new guy from the sky, and we're gonna do
The
something.
fact that they can't even be evil, like, with some recognition of how bad they are, that they do it, like, smiling gleefully. What's smiling
They don't-
gleefully as opposed to smiling unhappily?
It's
Like,
the,
I
South
suppose
Park,
there is-
the South Park episode with the Christmas critters.
You could
Like, they're
smile.
really, really cute and
Oh,
cheerful,
God,
and then
yeah.
they just start pissing in people's eye sockets. And then
Happy
that's
tree
what they are,
friends.
Christmas critters.
It's so not much else to say. They fucking put their 2 remaining brain cells together and think, oh yeah, the big tall guy, he could probably help. And I think the best part of this is that they hear noises and they like get spooked, and then he like turns up. And the thing about it is, it's like, wait a sec. The carriage like
Where was he?
moves as though something has gotten out of it, and it's like, was he hitching a ride this whole time?
Carrying Steve the whole
There's
way.
no way there's room in there. Like, well, yeah, I was confused
He-
at first as well
if he
because it
curled
does
up-
shake like he's getting out the back.
If he curled up in there, which I think is what is the suggesting is happening, and I can't fucking believe it because that means he slowed them down and didn't help. It's just an asshole.
They would have been fine if he hadn't just been snoozing in the back of the damn caravan.
I think, so I guess what's going to happen is they're going to use him to pull the cart. He's going to catch up to everyone. They're going to be like, see, he's really helpful after all. And then they put him to work.
And then they're like, how can we use this poor Sam to advance our interests and goals?
Well, they're like, well, if he's going to stay, it should be, Sardock has the thought that he should have had. I was like, oh, I guess he doesn't seem to be that dangerous, actually. He just seems to be like a lost old man in the woods who thinks that Nori's his friend. This could help us immensely if he's just looking for a place to hang out.
Dude, well, we're going to have that scene where Sardock is talking to some random about, like, did the Brandyfoots make it? Did they make it? Are they here? And it's like, no. And everyone's like, oh, no. And then they look, they're like, wait, what's that? And they squint and they see in the distance, there they are. They've made it. And the creepy old man is doing it. What? And then, yeah, it'll cut to them being like, I guess he can stay. I guess so. And everyone will be happy and will love the Harfoots. What a great and wonderful community. And we're going to
get that montage of him putting up all the buildings, and he's doing it so easy. He's putting up the big awning and no one breaks their foot. And he just does everything so great. It's like, wow, it's amazing. He's like the giant who helps us out.
And the thing about it is, like, when we review that, we're going to be like, you know, when he's saying, like, did they make it? It's like, why are you asking that as if you couldn't have done anything about this? Like, oh, what a shame. You can walk back the trail. Like, you could get everyone you want to get to wherever they're going, and they'd be like, I'm gonna go back and help them. But no, they're not gonna entertain that either. At what
point is like, where's the cutoff point before they go back to help? So like, they get to their destination, they look back down the road, and they see them maybe, I don't know, 40 feet away. Well, that's fine that they've made it. Okay, 80 feet away. You know, they're still in sight, so they've made it. 160 feet away. Do you just walk back a few feet just to find where they are? Or is it just out of eyesight, out of mind? And that's it.
Like, we can't even see them, but we can hear them screaming for help and begging us to come and assist them.
They sound really close, but I can't see them, so...
They want it to be whimsical, and it's just terrible. Like...
It's not whimsical at all. This is not whimsy.
No.
This is not whimsy at all.
This is not whimsy.
I would be so furious with the stupid ass Harfoots in general if I was here for any of this. If I was just a part of a different family and I was like, I'll help them out. Yeah, they've got one dude with one bad foot. We just need to give them one healthy person. That's it.
Help them out? Like, what do you mean? I could help pull their cart. Like,
no, they have to die.
What? Is that allowed?
They have to die.
They have to die. They got left behind. We don't know what you don't want to get left behind too.
We have to wait for them to die, then collect the corpses to eat. That's the rule.
Yeah, like as they're dying,
have to eat the berries.
Man, it sounds like a horror movie as they're there in the ground, like writhing in agony, the whole just blank-faced, staring at them as they're dying.
You have Nori, who's like
circle.
Nori's rattling breaths as she's like slowly about to die. All of her family are dead around it, and then like there comes Sardock, grabs one by the foot and drags them away, and he's like, "I'll come back for you later." This is like, oh god.
I know. I like the idea that they are not allowed to kill them themselves. They do just stand around and wait for them to die. Like as long as it takes, just in a circle, days at a time.
Totally glass-eyed.
You're
just looking at them,
smiling vacantly.
It's like when Joe Pilato gets ripped in half in Day of the Dead, and they're just like,
yeah, they just tuck in. And the thing is, like, I could picture if all of them were on their last breaths, all the Harfoots, Brandyfoots, sorry, and then the Harfoots show up, they would all be smiling. They're like, "Yep, we didn't make it. Feel free to feast on our corpses. That's how this works. Thank you so much, guys. Sorry we couldn't make it." Off we go. Oh, we're dead now.
It's an unwitting horror movie that they've created.
Yeah, like someone just being like, you know, sacrifice me to the gods for the greater good or whatever. It's just like, ugh. And the episode's not even over. Oh god, this is gonna take ages to talk about. This scene's terrible. It's the one where they try to escape.
Dude, it's nearly 5 hours.
Oh my god, yeah, we have the whole hilarious escape scene. Oh my gosh, you're right. This isn't the end.
No, and we got a lot to talk about as well. Dude.
Oh, we do.
What are we supposed to do? There's too much for us to cover.
Soldier forth. All right, everyone, order your pizzas and grab your drinks. We're gonna be here
I
talking
don't-
about
I don't-
Rings of
yeah.
Power for a while.
Well, let's put it this way. I don't think we'll be able to do super chats tonight. It'll be either the next episode or super chats. We can't be doing both. Well, we'll see what chat says about that. I'd be curious. I don't know. I think they're gonna vote for the episode, probably, aren't they? Those bastards. I'll have to figure out, because the thing is, next Wednesday is another bonus EFAP episode. We've got that much shit to do. We've got that many episodes planned. Oh god, I didn't expect this to take this long. The first 2 episodes we covered went way quicker than this.
Well, we were done with the first 2 episodes by now. We were
Because
finished.
there was so much nothing, but now that we're starting to get some, I get payoffs, you could call them, or things. I don't know. This one's more thick. It's thick. It's still boring, but it's thick boring.
I like the fact that the first 2 episodes is basically, why aren't you doing stuff? And then when they start doing stuff in episode 3, it's, why are you doing stuff? Stop it. It's all terrible. Stop doing stuff.
Exactly.
Just, no, too much stuff to cover.
Well, I think I summarized it with the title of the stream. I said Rings of Power continues to exist. Like, that's a problem. We have to stop it. We can't. Keeps existing. Well, may as well get started, eh? So, we're
Yeah,
back.
that's right.
Drop yourselves
Keep
in.
to it.
And is this seriously how this fucking scene opens? I couldn't even remember that. Yeah, they're all like giving glances to each other like, we go do something now. This is gonna be it. Here it comes.
Time for a prison
Legit.
break.
Look at this. It's like, what is happening here? What? Did you go? Like, what is that? The guy wasn't even facing you. You could have just wrapped the chain around his neck and broken the neck or strangled him. Instead, you try and whip him.
This is the point where I started to laugh when he's
This is what I
fighting
mean.
with the chain.
We have to go so slow because this is all so fucking bad. So you get that whip, and I guess that orc is just done. He's out. You know, that's gonna get. And then he whips someone else, and down goes that orc. Stop whipping with the chains. It looks so stupid. Got him again.
God,
Oh,
poor thing.
god. Why? This isn't even the part that I remembered. Like, this is not the part that I want to be critical of. Whipping people and stuff. But yeah, so they start grabbing the hoods off the orcs that are currently, like, slave driving them to make them sizzle in the sun. And I'm starting to wonder, like, does it kill them or does it just hurt them?
No, it's not supposed to do either of those things. They don't like it. Like, they're scared of it because
It hurts them.
originally there is no sun and there is no moon in Middle Earth. So when the Valar, having lost the trees and lost the Silmarils, they decide, well, we need to give some light to Middle Earth. So they send two of the gods up essentially to the heavens. One forms the moon, one forms the sun. Melkor, or Morgoth, who creates the orcs, didn't anticipate this. He fears it. The orcs have never known anything but darkness. They don't like it. It weakens them. They don't see well in it. But they're not fucking vampires. They don't fry to death in the sun. Or they're not supposed to.
Well, they do now.
Well, they do now, but then again, but also they don't do now because, like, sometimes some of them do, and then some of them don't. Because earlier they were standing out in the sun with only their helmets and the clothes on, but the faces weren't frying. But in this one, if you take the helmet off, then they fry again. But then later, if they're out in the sun, they don't fry. They just sort of moan.
You are correct.
And
They are
then-
very inconsistent on it.
Nothing makes sense.
Check out this, by the way. This guy's going to strike Elfman, and it looks like with the amount of force that's coming in with that chain there, that ain't stopping him. He would have cut right through that arm. But obviously the
It
action.
actually does hit him on the shoulder there, from what I'm seeing.
It looks like it's connecting. He should. What I'm trying to say is when you try and block with a chain like that, there's going to be enough of an not elasticity, but enough of a slack that it's not going to be able to stop the sword in time. That it's going to cut the arm for sure. But it's okay. He got him. Because he's Elfman. He's our main Elfman. He's going to be fine. Oh god, what happens next? I remember hating everything about this. So yeah, they're
Everything
all...
was, yeah, I hated it, but it did make this whole scene was hilarious. I laughed so much during this whole thing. It was so silly that I couldn't help myself. I was cackling like someone in a straitjacket.
all the orcs like
It was really nice.
have been defeated except one, and so he's now ran off to go and like do the equivalent of, you know, setting off the alarm. Like the slaves are doing a thing, and then our collection of slaves here have lined up all of their chains to make like a a singular point to break, and they're all just hitting one after each other. Which to me is like, this is probably the most okayest part of all of this. That it's like the way they've done this is that if they break any one chain, it'll represent like breaking one slave out. Like, oh, okay, that's probably pretty efficient.
Yeah, this will be like a constant thing. This is almost like our ticking, clock, our bomb that's going to go off in a sense, where you could see progress happening. We're trying to rescue everyone, so they're going to stick with this concept. I think that'll be really cool to see.
Yeah,
It'll
Would
be
you
good
not
for establishing stakes. Yeah.
focus on one chain to break one chain, so you've
So-
at least freed someone to either defend you or
The
to
thing
run
is-
off and get help?
technically speaking, they should all be aware that is what they're doing. The top chain will break first. All the axes are hitting that first, so...
But it's going to be... Surely the impact will be lessened by the fact it's laying on multiple other chains.
Well, I think
assume-
it'll help, because otherwise it would just be on dirt, which is going to give a bit more. And I think
Oh, yeah,
the
yeah.
chain are probably a good idea here. Plus, they can focus everyone could just keep going and going and going.
Either way, it seems to cut, but then, like, one girl runs off, and while the rest of them seem to still be chained. And so I was immediately like, no, continue. Break all of your chains when you've got the maximum amount of power, which is everybody with those axes and swords, right? You don't just have one run off whenever you break one.
Oh, no. Oh, you and I read this differently then. I thought she was just running to save her own skin.
Really?
Yeah, that's what I got.
Oh, so, like, this is bad that she's doing that. Like,
Yeah.
from the point of view of the characters, too. Because I thought this was part of the plan or something.
There is the dialogue earlier in the scene, though, when they says as soon as one of you gets a chance to go over, go make for the tree line and go and get help.
Oh, wow. So instead of... Oh,
This is what I mean.
Okay.
I mean,
why not
it's
make
dumb
most
in this context?
make
but
most use of your resources when you have the maximum amount of axe power or sword power, whatever it is. Break as many of you out as you can until the very moment the first set of orcs start to come to get you, and then all of you scatter and try and get out of this trench. If that's the plan.
instead of drip feeding elves to the orcs to stop you.
Exactly.
The best thing that can happen is the elves come one at a time.
So, like, this is a terrible idea, especially because you have no idea what's above that trench. You're just hoping. I mean, I guess our elf dude saw above it earlier, but still.
Yeah,
You don't know
guess. And
what's
plus
going to be up
it's
there right
sunlight,
now.
So
Especially with alarms going off and stuff. But what I don't understand is that this lot are elves and villagers with weapons that they seem to know how to use. And then Elfman, our main Elfman, he should be able to take out several orcs on his own, I would imagine. Especially when you're in the sun and they fucking hate it and you're free of your chain. He seems like you've got... We'll get to what actually happens in a sec. But my point is just that focus on breaking everyone's chains. Then you have all of you as warriors, essentially. And then, if you really want to go up the trench, go up the trench. But I would probably recommend you got a shit ton of slaves. You can set up a revolt. All of them, just your standard. You wrap your chain around. You can. All the people who are currently chained up can basically help you. They'll be limited in their helping, but they can help. They can throw things. They can wrap their chains around some of the captors. If you've got 6 guys free, you can start a chain reaction. You might even say. So there's lots of ideas for the plan, but that's what they do. She just runs off and then she gets killed. You're like, oh, and then they all start getting like grabbed, and it's like, man, if you just continued your fucking plan of breaking the chain, but oh well.
Well, and that is just like a plan in the most generous sort of sense, because the element in the show that you could have is an interesting one of your plots turns into like a prison break. All of these elves and whoever it is, it could be men, elves, everyone you've got, right? Escaping their bondage from these orcs, right? That could be an interesting side plot. We could learn a little bit about orcs. We could learn about some of these people under pressure, like the elves and whatnot, and how they talk. They formulate a plan. They think about it. They talk to the other prisoners. How long have you been here? And where are you from? And here's our plan. And they come up with a plan. And then we finally, after a while, see that plan executed. And
Yeah.
it could have been so much better than this. And if you wanted to have that scene where you could have had this clump of survivors, this big group, actually escape and make it to the trees, and they're being pursued by orcs the whole way. So you can have your action scenes in your tension of, oh, who's going to die? Who are the orcs going to get? How can they make it back to essentially civilization while they're being pursued? And it turns into a long like chase sequence you can cut back to break up the more monotonous elements of this production. You can always go back to that chase scene which is exciting. And the stakes are high, so you didn't have to knock out all the elves essentially here. You could have staggered them out a little bit better, probably wiser narratively
Yeah,
during this
because
chase
you
sequence.
need to keep Don Lemon needs to stay because he obviously has to be brought before the guy that they are going to again try and persuade us is Sauron later on. So he needs to stay, but there's no reason, as you say, that they can't actually have. You could even leave the question open. You wouldn't even necessarily need to show much of the chase. You can leave the question open. If you free a lot of the elves and they all manage to make it out except for him, A, it's a noble sacrifice on his part that he's enabled them to escape. B, you then have the intriguing aspect of, well, did they make it? And sort of the implication would probably have to be that they didn't. But again, that would have been, as you say, much more sort of enjoyable to watch. They probably could have saved time doing it, and they wouldn't have had to introduce, well, the thing we'll see later.
Dude, imagine we did actually care about all of these people. They did get over that trench. He sees them escape, and he had to make that sacrifice, like you said. He gets taken in, and then they release him with a message, and he's almost confused because he's like, why release me? Well, basically, he's let out, and he's walking through the like orc-controlled village, and he just like sees all of the friends that he thought escaped are all just strung up as an example or something.
Yeah. See, that would be amazing. Wish they'd done that.
They didn't make it, sort of thing. But again, like even if they did that,
of different things.
it would have been frustrating because again, we don't know any of these people, but they've had plenty of time for us to get.
You've had so much time.
Yeah, these guys don't like die heroically to defend our main elf. They don't really speak and act in a way that I really get to learn about their characters and personalities, though of course that's something that should have been established before we got here. We don't It's just the way they did it was terrible. I
You're
don't
not
pull
taking
anything from
advantage of
this.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Just not taking advantage of the opportunities before them. Yeah. For like potency, narrative potency. And,
Yeah, instead we're fucking around with these slow-mo scenes and just all kinds of stuff.
I also have an editing criticism.
Wasting time.
Oh.
So, lady gets. They break the chain. She sees that. It's acknowledged. She starts running off. This is the plan. Get up that trench. Oh, she doesn't make it because someone threw a sword at her, I guess. And then they all go, holy shit, the orcs are here. How didn't we know? Like, we probably should have been paying attention to that. Apparently, in the time it took for her to go from that circle up there to the top of the trench and then get killed, they didn't think to check if the orcs were here yet. This was a surprise, I guess. Like, okay.
She didn't.
No, neither did she.
She didn't either, no.
And then there's a
I feel
pull.
like I'd be looking.
They show us an orc pulling, and some dude gets pulled, and he gets dragged into the abyss, essentially. He's like, blah! And it's just like, oh. And as that's happening, the camera pans up to all these orcs who are pulling chains, and you're like, wait, what? So that guy got pulled into the place, and then these guys are all pulling as well. So is that all our guys are caught off guard then? They're all unsurprised, right? And it's like, no, they're in the middle of a tug of war. What?
When did this do the tug of war? Oh god, I remember.
Oh, that's really bad.
Like,
yeah, I guess
that's really bad.
Now, yeah, all of your chains were in that like star pattern on the ground. Like
but now we're all here.
That's really bad. Yeah, that's pretty bad.
I guess they probably filmed a more coherent action scene, but they edited it like shit.
Well, and they cut it, I guess.
I guess so.
It's like that She-Hulk thing, right, in episode 1, where you clearly cut stuff.
Yeah.
And now, like, it's hard to follow, because it seems that something that's really important in terms of these fights and communicating a fight is making sure that people know what happens, like, in between, I guess you could say, the focal points. Like, if this is the main thing that we're doing right now, we need the shot that shows us what happened. Otherwise, it's just difficult to keep track of what's going on.
By the way, pretty sure the girl to the right there, she's an elf, and the guy to the left of main dude is an elf as well. And I'm just thinking to myself, like, if that other girl that got killed was an elf, it's like, if you had 5 elves with weapons, surely you guys can take down at least a few orcs, right?
Yeah, like when you're here,
so?
we can probably fight them off extremely easily because there's 5 of us and they have to funnel towards us.
And then you've got a shit ton of villagers as well, who, yes, they're not necessarily trained, but they know how to tackle someone, you know?
Yeah,
they can help you.
Yeah, absolutely, they can help. And even if they can't help, then I mean, they can do something. Here's a sharp stick, or here's just pull this chain, or do this, or go and get weapons for us. We're elf warriors. Get weapons for us. Go pick up some weapons.
Yeah, they're just doing this tug of war thing, and obviously the stakes there are that they pull them in and they're doomed. But if they pull the orcs into the sunlight, that might give them a victory. And so then
might hurt them a little bit, I guess. They're wearing clothes though, but
main elfman is like, I have an idea. I will jump up the chain and slice down the wooden beam that's holding the thing. And
you're right. He jumps on the chain.
yeah.
As they're all holding these chains, he like runs on the chain instead of the perfectly good earth. He runs on these chains, flies up, and then
it is funny. Because, like, they all have their sun protective clothing, but it just doesn't work anymore as soon as he reveals the sun to them. You know what I mean? Like, they've all got the stuff they wear when they go out in the sun, but then the sun hits them and they're like, ah, no. Some of them just, their hoods just come off. It's like, put the hood back on? I don't know. Good God.
Also, this thing's flimsy as fuck.
Yeah.
If you could cut one thing and the whole thing comes down.
Yeah.
Like, I guess I could forgive the orc
I thought the whole point of
but,
this was to have a really good canopy that protects you from the sun. I thought that's the whole point.
I guess they didn't think about someone hitting that spot with an axe, but I guess...
Like, you're prisoners. Yeah, I guess it is kind of high up, but, like, even then...
Also, I guess I'm curious how he knew that would happen, because he seems very confident that this will happen when he hits the axe there.
I guess you got no other options, right? Like, you might as well give it a try.
They had plenty of other things he could have been doing.
Wow, yeah, true. That's chain, right.
Okay, you guys got to see this.
All right.
What is that girl doing?
Is she hitting the dirt?
She's missing. She's not hitting anything.
Oh no, dude! You had Nah, come on, $500 million. Come on.
What's the what's the guy in the back on the right doing? He's picking up a stick and then just hitting the floor.
He's just hitting the ground, or maybe he's hitting his chain with a stick.
I don't see any chain. This is stick, Rags. What's a stick gonna do to a chain?
Sorry.
There's a guy trying to break the chain with his hands.
He's pulling it apart with his hands.
He's trying to pull the chains apart with his hands.
Maybe I can just pull this chain apart with my hands.
Oh my God. It looks as well like the dude on the left is just hitting his own leg with the fucking knife. Oh God.
Look at the guy the guy on the left is just sort of, he's got just like a stick.
Yeah.
You had this in the editing bed. You're like, yeah, this is good.
Humans in this show are actually retarded. No wonder they did themselves.
With his hands.
Look at all these barbarians compared to the elf organization. These fucking barbarians just trying to pull like they don't know what metal is.
Pretty sure that the guy in front of as well. Like you were swinging that sword really close to that guy's arm. I gotta say.
Yeah. So she looks like she's about to hit the guy's fist. Like she's about to crush it with her hammer or whatever that is.
Why is his fist there?
I don't know. He's holding the chain, but is he trying to rip it? Like, what's he doing?
I don't know what anyone is doing in this scene. It's so funny.
You filmed it. You saw it happening.
It's literally like a joke scene. It's like a your squad versus my squad.
Yeah.
You didn't have to put this in, but you did.
My team versus the enemy team.
You could have cut this shot. Team. You legit didn't have to have this shot. You could have left it out.
But you did.
But you left it in.
I'm almost getting like Monty Python peasant vibes.
Yeah.
Fighting in the dirt.
You have the elves, the civilized, organized elves. Ching, 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 ching.
Dude, I legit
all planned out, and then you pull to the humans in the dirt and the mud, just like trying to pull the chains apart with their hands or hitting the dirt itself.
Swatting their own ankles with sticks.
I don't even know which is my favorite. They're all so funny.
Can't hit their ankles, they'll get left behind.
I think it's the guy trying to rip the chain apart. I think that might be my favorite.
That's pretty fucking funny, honestly.
I don't know. I'm particularly tempted by the guy with the stick, and he's found like an ant he wants to kill or something. He's just like...
He really... I like how casual he is as well. He's so casual.
Yeah, he's just like, you know.
Where's the director saying, guys, what the fuck are you doing? I know you're extras, but goddamn.
Well, they told them to do this, right?
They told them to just generally do something, and they didn't fucking care. Like, at what... Like, this is obviously the director's fault, but it's also the fault of these people.
Oh, come on, they didn't spend that much money on this. This is a cheap...
To be fair, they are probably like, they're Amazon warehouse workers on the shift. That's probably what they're doing.
That's true.
Do you want to be an extra? Do you want to be an extra in the Amazon movie? And like,
I just want to go home. No, you're going to be a fucking extra.
Take you outside.
Yeah, this is what they have to do on their toilet break. This is... This is it.
This is just footage from the Amazon warehouse. It's an actual escape attempt by the workers. They just put it into the show. All the peasants in squalor in the mud trying to break their chains so they can leave work and go home.
I just like as well.
Put it in the show.
You know, the lady there, she was probably like, I think I missed my chain again and again. And then they were like, we'll fix it in post. And they just like CGI her arm over or something. Like, but they ran out of money.
It's so funny.
It's a gift that keeps on giving.
I'm just watching it with my eyes.
She caught me because she was like, she's almost the center of the camera. And then I was just like, wait a minute.
She's not looking at
There's
what
other
she's
things
doing.
happening. If I just pull really hard, the chains will break. That's how that works, right? It's like, oh my god.
It really is like Monty Python peasants just randomly stacking dirt or something.
The guy with the big stick looks so like bored. He's just like, I'll give it a
He's like,
shot.
I guess I'll escape. I don't know.
If this works out, that'd be
The
great.
way that his,
I guess
like,
I could
his-
go
his-
home. I don't know.
Oh man, what is this?
Oh
What are we
my
doing?
I don't even think that guy has a sword. I think that's just a stick.
It's
don't-
unclear.
is
I'll
it a
try and
sword?
find it. I'll try and see if I can.
Is he in like?
Um,
Does that prop in another scene?
It
Maybe.
looks like a dagger of
I
some
think
sort.
it's a dagger, but it's
Yeah, it is.
Is it?
it's
It
very
looks like it's got like little you know, like the ends of a rope where it's got how
The
am I meant to
phrase?
describe it? Yeah, it looks
The
like it's
frayed
got a
ends of
bunch
a
of
rope?
phrase on the
Kind of.
on the
Yeah, I
handle.
don't know. Maybe it's like a root, and those are parts. It's hard to tell. I want
What,
to
he
find this
pulled
prop
he
in
pulled a
another
tree
sec-
root out and then started bashing
homemade
his chain with the tree root.
knife thing. Yeah.
I'm gonna
Hmm.
change to maybe I want to get to the scene, and it doesn't help that the elves look just like identical to everyone else except for the pointed ears. Elves used to have this sort of like they looked like a different
Yeah.
race than humans, and now they're just humans with pointy ears. Like you can't look at a crowd and tell who's who anymore. Every species is so incredibly multiracial. It's kind of weird.
It's sort of, you have to ask, how much money does it look like they spent on their hair? And if it's above $60, they're probably elves, and if it's under $60, it's probably men. But it's not a cast iron guarantee.
How much do they spend on this moment? Is what I want to know.
Man has not invented shampoo.
Oh boy, yeah. So that's happening, and I don't know what the orcs would be worrying about at this point. Like, they'll probably kill themselves if they get out of this trench. So, kind of solves the problem itself. But yes, he's like, get the wog, and it's like, oh my god, they're gonna release
goodness.
big wolfy doggo on him. It's gonna be scary. And so obviously they don't want to work together to kill this thing. They want to attack it one by one incompetently, because that would be probably the best thing to do, I think.
And yeah, the really, and I hate this. I mean, the warg fight was hilarious, but it was very dumb.
What do you
and
think about the
bad
look of the
from
warg, by the way?
I like it.
Awful.
I
Really?
like it too.
I like it a
Yeah.
lot. Absolutely. It
I-
looks very much like an animal. It looks like a beast you could find out in the wild. It's got like dog elements to it, and I actually really like it.
It looks
I
like a
totally-
pug that's just spent 3 generations
'cause-
breeding with its own sister.
That's fine.
That's
Look, I
fine.
think this looks like an appropriately list evil sort of beast creature. I dig it. I could believe if I went into the spooky ass fucking woods, I might run into one of these creatures.
Oh, no, see, like, okay, maybe for a still image, I'd agree, but
Well,
I'm
yeah, but it's always
very
the
much put
movement,
off by
right?
the movement,
Like,
which
it's
at times
always
it
the
looks
Oh,
like
are we
it's...
talking about? No, like, are we talking about its animation quality, or are we talking about its design? Because I like the
Ah,
design a lot. I'd have to see the. Well, everything in this whole fight is weird from an animation style, like the way that the elf flips through the air and everything. But
See, I'm
I'd have to.
very cool on the design, and I very much hate the animation. So
Yeah, but I mean,
I-
I think the animation is always what betrays like these effects, isn't it? Like you can, it seems like it's not. It's not that it's not difficult. It's that it's very much possible to create something that, like, as a still image, looks pretty photorealistic. But then once it starts moving, it's like, it's not real. Like you know, it's not real.
I'm overall, I guess I think it's what they chose to animate it doing, which is getting it for me more than the animation generally itself. They
Well,
have
I
oh, he's got 4 nostrils. But
it's the
like
weirdiness is absent in the way that it's moving. Like you can see it there, right? Like he's
kind
moving.
of,
It
yeah.
feel like he has
Um
any.
like he doesn't have any weight or heft to him.
Yeah, whereas like the Balrog looks heavy. Like he looks
The
like a
Balrog does
chongus
look heavy,
Oh, yeah.
fella.
yes.
Well, there's an easy compare it to the wargs you saw in the Two Towers. I mean, that's what 2002.
Well, yeah, I didn't want to invoke them, but I way prefer them to this one myself. But I haven't
Yeah.
got much to say on exactly why. I'm not fond of this myself.
In terms of just the look.
I think so. He's given off weird vibes to me, but I'm struggling to explain more so than that. I haven't got much.
You think he's giving off edgy the hedgy vibes?
A little bit, yeah. With the little spike. Is he wearing like a spike collar?
Oh, well, that's not his fault. That's the orc's fault.
That's not his fault, exactly.
Yeah, Mahler.
Just like it's not Shadow the Hedgehog's fault that what he's the ultimate life form.
Yeah, he didn't ask for this, Mahler. He just happens to be the ultimate life form. I think if we took away all like the bones that the orcs put in its hair, because the orcs are, you know, they're sensible about that sort of thing, you know. But yeah, I like legit like this creature in
I
terms
like
of
it
like
too.
being a ferocious beast. I don't want this thing anywhere the fuck near me.
Well, that's you know, whether you want to keep him as a pet, I guess, is a different
Yeah,
conversation.
in its incarnation, if I was his, like, if you had a nice warg and you got along, he'd be great. You know, he could. And plus, this is clearly a warg not in their ideal form. Like it's got it. It looks like it's, you know, it's like orcs kept it. It's not like
Its
it's been
eyes
groomed.
are pointing in different directions.
I know, it's great. I love that.
Of course, that means you can keep track of 2 people at once. So
Yeah,
there's that.
man. But I
How did-
like the idea that it's just sort of they're looking off into somewhat different directions.
Was a good chance has it been tortured possibly or fucked with by the orcs?
Probably in some degree to make it like angry and upset and agitated.
But like most of the really evil creatures as well have sort of come about through like long periods of, I guess you'd call it selective breeding, or in this case, not especially selective breeding, or maybe even overly selective breeding. But like, I think this is like a prototype warg. So
This
that
is what the
thing that
royal
evolves.
corgis are going to become now.
Those fucking sex bots are back. No.
Are they?
I
What have they
thought
ever
I got
done for
rid of
me?
them because I found a really cool way to stop them. Damn
Oh.
you. I hope they don't. If they start turning up more often, we'll have to keep track of what emojis they're typically using.
When you said those fucking sex bots are back, I had to look at the screens. Like, I don't remember those in Rings of Power.
And then the sex bots come back.
So yeah. Anyway, the warg
Anyway.
fight begins, and it's so awful. It hurts.
Funny. It is so.
I was thinking to myself, like, oof, yeah, this could be tough. This could be tough. And she immediately grabs a spear, and I was like, first of all, what the fuck is
Wow,
a spear
that's
doing
there.
here? Like,
Yeah, where did that enter the
Right
into-
here
into
next
play?
to all of you prisoners.
I just don't know why there's a spear here, but yeah, there's a spear here, so let's make use of it. It's like,
Here now, boys.
and I was thinking to myself, like, you know what? That's a fantastic weapon for this animal. Like,
Absolutely.
that's good. You
Keep it
can
at a
plant
distance.
it, but oh god,
This idiot.
god damn it! This is one of those like, did you just want to die? Was that what that was? Like,
I
what?
guess this elf had just had enough.
Charge
Oh,
at it. You hold the spear like really close to the, I guess we call it the pointy end, right? I don't know the spear anatomy, okay?
Spearhead?
But like
The head of the,
tip,
spear.
yeah,
The
the
pointy
head
bit
of the spear, the tip of the spear. You put your hands real close to it and then
of the spear.
charge
It's like
it.
the salt of the table.
well, yeah. I'll summarize
Why?
with imagery, right? So she pulls it out and then spins it almost, and then starts running toward it while spinning the spear. What are you doing,
What
woman?
Are you doing?
And
Why
then
are you so shit?
it almost looks like she's well. Now she like this is not the way you should have
Now
used this
we're
weapon.
dead.
However, at the
That's
very
more
least,
continuity.
from this moment, you could be like, if she aims it right, it still will do a decent amount of damage.
Look at how close.
Nope, she just missed. It looks like she deliberately moves away from him.
I guess the problem is, yeah, like what happened there?
What
Yeah,
was
with the
that?
acid, what did you?
Well, you're
Yeah,
acting against nothing, so like I guess I don't know. Like I
But
don't know
part of
what
the
her
point of a
reference
spear
was.
is that a spear is also kind of a repelling weapon. So it's not you're
Yeah.
not just trying to stab the thing. You're also trying to
Yeah.
keep the thing a long fucking way away from you. If
which
you're
is what
holding it
I'm thinking
right
if I'm looking at this
next,
damn thing.
yeah, like
I'm
that's
like,
what you
stay the
would
fuck away.
do if you do it with charging horses. You do it with even charging elephants. You would do it with a charging dog. You don't want because the closer you are to the tip of the spear, if you go wrong or if you miss it, or even if you go too deep into the thing's body, its head is going to go right past that tip and bite you in the face, and you don't want that to
Yeah.
happen. So you hold the spear further back, you keep the animal away from you. Even if you don't kill it on the first go, at least you've got leverage over it and you can keep it away
Also,
so it can't kill you. But
think
no.
about this as well. Like you're the one with the weapon. Nobody else really has any like proper weapons. Thanks for losing it. Like
Yeah,
She's got the
like-
best weapon, yeah, and she wastes it.
Yeah.
But it's
and
more to
apparently you could just, and this thing doesn't seem to be particularly resilient to hits. It's like many beasts if you hit them with a weapon.
yeah.
But
Dude, a spear down its
um,
throat, that might just put it out of commission.
Doesn't it
down
get
its
one-shotted
throat,
later
yeah.
anyway?
yes.
Like, I'm sure someone throws something. You could throw the spear at it and it would be
You could.
all right. I mean, it's still
She would've
not like
missed. She
it's a
would've
bit of a
fucking missed.
gamble. Yeah, she probably would. But
I ain't throwing that thing. I'm like, this is
I
staying
would
in
just
my
do the
hands forever. I
normal
will
human thing. Hopefully it lunges at you, you put the spear right in its fucking head, and then down it goes.
jab at it, poking.
for some like anti-cavalry spears and things, you'd actually you'd almost
Yeah.
like jab the end into the ground and you'd
Yeah,
brace
yeah.
your foot against it, and then you sort of hold it there. And then you've got the extra leverage and the extra strength as well. The one thing you don't do is hold it at the tip. And
The one thing you
then
don't do is
charge
fucking
at
spin it
massive
around like a
mangy dog.
retard when you're running toward your enemy. What is she doing? I hate it. It's so annoying. But the thing we
That's-
have to keep in mind.
Flourish with weapons all the time and like quit. You are in a very dangerous situation. Your life is in jeopardy. It's not the time for showmanship.
No. Leroy Jenkins indeed. Now, look at this. First of all, the people at the really far back, I don't know what they're even doing. I don't know what's going on there. Maybe they're just trying to get on with the job and be like, we're not a part of this revolt. We're chill. We want to be.
I'm trying to pull my chains apart back here with my hands. Don't mind me.
Yeah, that's what they are. However, on her right looks to be a guy with a chain, but plenty of slack, and he's holding a weapon. Remember, he would have used that to break one of the chains along with everyone else. To her left, Elfman. He's also chained, plenty of slack, but he's also got a weapon, the same weapon that he used to break the wooden big pillar thing. And then
Yes.
another guy behind him, who presumably also has a weapon that was just one of the ones he used to break it. Point being, within 1 meter of her, we have 3 men with weapons absolutely capable of just fucking up any normal animal. She
Yeah, but
goes
they're men.
down right in front of them and gets just chewed on for a good, 5 seconds. This infuriates me, because it means that all of them just Do you see that? See the guy? He's running away. He's running away. Look at him, he's out of the
Help
frame.
your friend. Help your friend.
Now our main character is suddenly on the floor when he was standing. Okay.
Oh, he is. Yeah, he was so shocked by that it just knocked him off his feet like salt from a table.
And he's grabbing a chain and he's running off to go and set some kind of weird trap. Where was the third guy? Don't know.
He had he's got other things to do. Oh, look at that spear laying there.
Yeah, that'd be good.
That would
Probably
be
pick
cool.
that up.
I would be grabbing that thing the fucking second I could. That thing is my tool that is my path to salvation.
Yeah, so this shitty ass
Also,
editing.
what's this sword connected to?
Chain.
How did the chain get over there?
I don't know why the chain is in front of the wall. Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
How does it have did it have that chain before when it entered into the fray? I don't think it did.
What is this guy doing?
It didn't. Wait, let me check.
I'm gonna give you my arm.
What even? I don't even know what to say about that. That was just weird.
Yeah, he enters
I'm
with
not-
the chain, or I guess she enters with the chain around it, and now suddenly the chain is in front of it.
I think that they're trying to argue that the momentum of it crashing into her swings the chain from behind it to in front of it.
Oh, that doesn't work.
Not really, and you kind of had to look out to do that. And then stupid main character is like, I'm gonna tie it to the tree instead of just killing it. You could have killed it here. You had the chance. When an animal is eating your friend, it gives you a great opportunity to just shove an axe in its head.
Oh, also there's a continuity error for where the spear falls. The spear does not fall there at all.
No, of
If
course
that
not.
spear was to become something important in the future and someone picked it up, that would have been an issue.
Dude, imagine how shit you all have to be to not take this opportunity and to not try and help your friend. God, I hate a lot of them. But yeah, seriously, I have no idea how to describe this. The Wog is like running into the camera almost, and then this guy just sort of walks in and almost feeds it his arm. But like,
yeah,
I
that
don't know.
was 7 seconds when it was chowing on the first chick. So
What is he actually holding a weapon when he's charging in there?
Yes, but
Because he seems to actually push his weapon out of the way of its mouth as opposed to shoving it into its mouth when he's running at it.
so weird. But
To be
he's
honest, both
dead.
of these people deserved it. I wouldn't have tried to help them. But
got a weapon. Oh yeah, it's two. He's not quick enough. Oh, he's got the sticky thing from the chain. That's the thing. That's the one. I think that's the prop
Wow.
that they used. Yeah, I think that's the one. I knew it would show up again. I love seeing familiar faces.
If only anyone had done anything, you know?
If only anyone had done anything. Yes. Does it have the fuzz stuff on it? I think it does. It's hard to tell.
Hey, this is the closest you'll get to gore in this,
Two
I guess.
two people have been eaten, and while both of them were chowed on, you didn't do anything. You're sitting there pulling it towards you with a chain instead of.
Well, so, funnily enough, he is doing at least one kind of thing, but there is a guy here who is standing around doing nothing right now, and we're gonna see him again in a sec. I don't know what...
The Captain Man.
Yeah, Captain Man, he's just
Yeah,
not doing anything.
not present. He has been out of frame, out of mind.
So, you might be thinking, aha, I'm grabbing its chain. Now what's this thing gonna do? It's like, well, we're gonna come to you, right? Like
I don't believe that you could do this. I think that it's way stronger than you.
Yeah, I think so too.
You can't pull this thing back.
But you know, not a great idea anyway, because he's gonna get you.
He'll just turn around, and then pulling the chain doesn't really achieve much other than hasten your death.
But he's got a plan.
He does have a plan.
Yeah, check this out, guys. Here it comes. This is a pretty cool thing he's gonna do here. He's gonna jump. And like, look how close this is. He easily could have died here. And it doesn't even... It looks like the Wog kind of it would have missed even if he had done like a normal jump. Or just like went to the side. You should have just gone to the side. That's what any normal person would do.
And I guess it flies forwards and uncontrollably so violently that it just crashes away.
Yeah. Look at the way it falls. It's so funny. It just goes, whoa!
No! How could this have happened? Also, we get to see it fly into the tree twice, so that's cool.
Question, why did they clear all of the dirt out of the tree and not the tree when they were ordered to take out the tree?
Because, don't think about it.
Like, why is this? Because, like, it can't fall into the roots in a sense of it becoming like a cage if there's loads of dirt there. You know what I mean?
So they cleared all of the dirt from
They cleared out, which would have taken way longer than just clearing the whole thing out. They took the time to clean out the roots, but leave them...
But not chop the wood as they went.
What? It's like, what? Yeah, and so he like traps it by wrapping the chain around. And so the awkward thing that's happening here is like we have Captain who's like, you know, oh god, I gotta choose between helping you with that thing or freeing myself and running away, I guess. And our main character is like, go, just go, do it. And the most annoying thing about it is it shows Captain Guy getting up. Like that's the first time we've seen him. It's like, what did he do in this whole scene? He just sort of awkwardly fell over and didn't do anything.
You know how I don't know.
And you might think, you know, oh, either I help him with the warg or I free myself and run off. However, it is tied up. I could just kill it with one axe stroke to the head.
Yeah. I can go grab that spear that's laying right there.
Oh, you got the spear too, yeah. And then we could maybe both get out.
Yeah.
That would be crazy.
I do care about my brethren, allegedly.
And now he's going to start hitting his own chain with his axe again. And it's just like, why didn't you guys... Like, it just reminds me at the beginning. If you had just continued to hit all of you guys, you could all have been freed. Said that weird shit with, like, first person who breaks out, go, I guess. And the Warg really is actually, like, completely fucked by this weird chain tree cage thing. But the orcs are coming back out with their their good old makeshift sun protection that didn't work for no reason temporarily. And this is the thing, it's what Little Platoon was saying. Like, the sun is clearly on their limbs. And their face. Which apparently burns them in other scenes, but doesn't here. It's just like, good job, guys.
Yeah, I feel like they would just constantly be going, ow, 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 ow.
Yeah.
And I'm not going out there. I'll just shoot them with a ranged weapon, a bow. Why do we do this during the day? What the fuck? Adar is retarded.
Adar is kind of retarded. Yeah, this is very tension filled, terrifying.
Absolutely.
Even we don't even know what may happen. Who knows? Just oh god, I hope they can make it. But then they pull. Oh fuck! I forgot about this. Like as it was happening, 'cause it's done in slow mo. I'm pretty sure. Like
Yeah,
basically, everyone on the planet would have collectively said, "That's a twig." And you might be thinking, "Wait, what?" So let me show you, chat. I gotta show chat, alright? One sec. So you got... They pull his chain. He sees that they're doing that. Yank. I need you to understand this, okay? This is a good image. That is a twig. Look how easily he grabs it and breaks off. If you don't know, a twig is basically like the weakest part of what is still like the tree's, I don't know, core components, not the leaves. Like the end point, okay? You can get some leaves on a twig, but a twig is often used to represent how weak a thing is, or thin a thing is.
To kill people, he uses leaves.
She's like, you know, someone's as thin as a twig, or as like breakable and shit as a twig. This is what happens with this twig. Good God.
Good. Yeah.
This must be the most embarrassed orc in history. It's like, how did you die? A twig.
Death by twig.
Twig.
He's up there and he's like, "How'd you die?" He's like, I was attacked by a savage elf. I was ambushed. Yeah. That's, like, he's gonna lie about it. He's not gonna tell the truth.
He's not gonna tell the truth. That would be... It's a twig.
It's a twig. What the hell?
Like this.
And they try and make it so epic.
Why didn't you make it like a big branch or something? Like a really sharp
Fuck
branch,
it, dude. Just have
you know?
it be a weapon. He saw a weapon on the
Have it
floor.
be a weapon, yeah. Look at that twig.
This orc is like, ah, the twig. Ah.
Oh, it has a right to exist. Ah.
So bad.
Oh, embarrassing, I guess.
Jeez.
Uh,
It continues. Oh, look, he broke free with the weird
Broke
axe.
free.
It's like... Is that the
broke-
weird axe?
I think it's just
No,
a...
the weird axe is like
Or is
double.
that just a
Yeah,
regular
it's
axe?
well, it's
Well,
closer to regular axe, I
by
guess, yeah.
orc standards, I guess.
And so yeah, he's broken free, so it's like, well, I guess I'm going over the trench top. Well, you know, goodbye, friendo. Your sacrifice was not in vain, because the warg escapes as well, and it's like, oh god, and he's about to die. Is it all over? Ah! And then he uses the spear in a way that
It was that easy to kill.
Yeah, and it's not
Yeah.
even
Yeah, it was, actually.
just to look at that again. That warg goes down right away.
Yeah, that's pretty
Yeah.
awkward, actually.
I guess you hit it in the side with a big old spear. I guess it just goes down. I guess it could happen. Hard to tell.
Like,
Let's see.
I want to see how big the blade is. I mean, it's not small, but at the same time, where that's gone in, that thing is thrashing for a while. But no, it just
Yeah.
instantly dies, as though it's been hit in the head.
Yeah, because the spear's got those weird little splayed things at the end of the tip that stop it actually going in any further. So, if anything, it should just be sort of maimed and angry.
Very
I
angry.
can't say. Yeah, it's weird. Like
It shouldn't
they
insta
should
die. There's no way.
they should have done more.
But yeah, our main man Elf here, he's just done all the fucking work, and he doesn't even get to escape. He's still chained. Poor guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, our dude, he's off, and hope as he said, if he gets out there, then we
get some
can
help.
bring back a huge amount of everybody. But oh no, you fool! Why are you standing there? You gotta run. Stop appreciating the sun, you weirdo.
Yeah.
Gosh, go.
Man. Oh, it's so nice up here.
Wait, hold
up in there.
Why would main elf, if he clearly still has a chain attached to him, why is he trying to climb up and out?
I guess
I
to
guess
make
just-
sure that he's okay.
Yeah, just to see. Well, you know why, right? It's sort of a cinematic sort of thing, but yeah, I guess for
Yeah,
him
but
in
why is-
universe, he just wants to see that
Yeah,
he
like-
managed to pull it off. Yeah.
He's okay. Yeah.
Also, Boromir tanked, was it 5 arrows before he went down?
I think 4.
And maybe 4, and then the 5th one finished him off. This guy's got 1 in the lower abdomen. So I can understand the shock, which would probably stop him. But he sort of turns around like it's...
Well, for
it's
dramatic effect, he knows that the camera is behind main Elfman's shoulder, so he needs to turn around to reveal it dramatically.
turn around and reveal that all of that work has been for absolutely
For
fucking
nothing.
nothing. What
Yeah.
the hell was the point in that?
Yeah,
Mhm.
you are absolutely right. When you were this desperate, you're gonna pull that out, break it, or whatever, and just keep running.
Yeah.
I think
But he just gives straight up. He's just done. Maybe it hit him in
I
the
don't know.
spine.
I'll cut him some slack. It's an arrow in him. That looks pretty bad.
Oh no, it would
Yeah,
be
it does look
bad,
pretty
but
bad.
if you're
I agree.
desperate, then and it's not in a particularly
well,
bad place. Is it a
yeah.
lung? Maybe is punctured. I guess that's quite bad, actually. But
I-
even so,
Yeah.
That might
Not
be
at
the
all gonna
lung,
blame
yeah.
him for reacting this way to having an
Just-
arrow set go inside.
just
No,
a
him.
I
flesh
just
wound.
find it amusing the dramatic turn. That's all.
dramatic
Like
turn
it-
is clearly a dramatic.
But
turn.
as for being
I would still
incapacitated
push
by
harder than
even
that.
one arrow,
If,
yeah,
The only reason why I would allow this maybe is that we'll allow that it hit the lung, and that could be enough to stop him. But if this thing had hit him in the gut and it was as deep as an arrowhead, yeah, I think he would snap it and start sprinting. And you'd
Lung
even
is-
get an adrenaline boost theoretically from that.
No, it doesn't. I can believe that this is it for him. Like, I
Yeah.
can totally believe that.
I believe
Yeah.
it's it for him. He just could have tried harder.
I don't know. Like
I don't know how much I want to judge somebody for how hard they try when they've just had
Yeah,
an arrow
like,
in
he's
the
got-
chest.
If
I
the
don't know.
alternative is dying, you'd want them to try
Well,
quite
I
hard.
don't know that there's a matter of
not like a
alternative. I think
choice.
that I don't think he gets to choose on this one. I think that's it for this guy. He's
Yeah,
Like I said,
yeah,
if
like-
it's the lung, I'll give that to you. But if that was the gut, I disagree with you hardcore.
Yeah.
but look at where it is. Like, it's over.
Also,
Yeah,
do
but we
you
don't
do you
know
agree
how
with what I
deep
said
it
then, or
is,
no?
or how-
It depends where it hits him in the gut, right? Like, it depends on what it hits, surely. Like, if it goes through his blood or something, like, that's probably it for him.
No, yeah, I'm not saying. Well, so that's the thing about the gut, right? It could very well kill him. But like getting hit in the gut by an arrow to just dead stop you, that's what I'm assuming Little Platoon is referring to. Like, it seems like he's
yeah,
just like, well, I'm out, and it's like, whoa.
Well, I get what you mean, right? Think about, like, he's running across the field, he gets hit in the chest with an arrow, and he just stands totally upright and still in the field. Feels
It
like
would-
he'd fall over, or, like...
I
had
don't know
momentum,
because
think
the
it
force
would
of the
work.
arrow at that force of an arrow at that distance wouldn't floor you. You wouldn't be knocked back particularly. I mean, the shock of the impact would probably stop you. That's kind of fair enough. But I guess what I'm saying is that he's no Boromir, so I'm with Boromir on this one. He could
I
have
guess
carried
all I'm
on.
saying is, like, I think this killed him. Like, that's... You
That's
know what I
not.
mean? Like, I'm not...
Pay attention. That's not the actual criticism. It's the.
Okay, alright.
So what Little Platoon I assume would prefer, and I would also prefer, is that he can like when he gets up over the trench, you can see him running, and then he gets slower and slower and just falls over and you can see an arrows in him and you're like, oh shit.
Well, look, you remember we had the long slow-mo, drawn-out slow-mo sequence earlier for the random guy who we knew nothing about. Why not do a Boromir reference here? Why not have him shot once? He turns around, you know he's going to die, he knows he's going to die, Don Lemon knows he's going to die, but he's going to fucking well carry on trying anyway, and then he gets shot again as he tries to move away. Make that slow-mo. Make him at least try to get further until he literally physically can't get any further. And then you've dragged the scene out a bit, but you've also played up the emotional value and the desperation value and the sadness value and the payoff that you get from that scene. Like, my only criticism really is that it's a little bit perfunctory. Like, we got a long extended slow-mo sequence for a random guy we didn't know. We know this guy a little bit more. This is the culmination of a big fight scene. You could at least have him try and carry on and then get felled finally, and then you get the payoff of the desperation.
Like, just give him more of a, give him that chance.
It's the thing that like, the first thought of just, this is so obviously done because they want him to do the turn around. You go, oh, there was an arrow in him, no.
Right, but it's like, I mean, I totally agree, right? Like, him just going up, he's just standing out in the field, dramatically turns around to reveal an arrow.
Wait, the second arrow came from the other side of the trench then, did it?
Also, let us note, while it happens, the incredible accuracy of these arrows.
Yeah, they did a really good job.
Yeah, these are some top, they've got some
They should get a promotion.
Because
that's the thing, when he goes over the top, it's unfortunate he didn't notice them with his elf eyes, because if he did, he probably would have been able to avoid the 1 or 2 archers. Probably. At least have a chance.
Well,
if he's really skilled, he could have actually caught one of the arrows in.
Oh yeah, do you think elves can do that?
It would be so cool if they actually had that in the show. I hope they do.
Wow, if they had that kind of dexterity and skill, that's useful. Wow, how about that? Not likely though.
This is what's known as foreshadowing.
Very, very subtle. But yeah, once the Wog is dead and he gets back up to start running, I assume you would have seen them. They're pretty, overt standing over there. But I guess he didn't, and then he walked a few steps forward, got hit, and he was like, I'm out.
So,
very sad end.
A character that we know virtually nothing about dies in a very stupid scene.
Let's be more honest, Raz. We know that he hates the Southland men. He thinks that they're evil sons of bitches. That's what we know.
He's bigoted against them. I don't know about hate.
Yeah. He fucking. What do you mean? Isn't that this? He's got a hyper prejudice toward him. He hates them.
I guess it's like he might not hate them, but you could be like bigoted against someone without like hating them, right? Like if he believes that those are different things.
I think he hates them.
It's like people of a certain generation in England might be a little bit distrustful of Germans for the whole Nazi thing, for example. I mean, it's basically the same thing, right? Elves, men siding with Morgoth in a previous war.
That's what we call manphobia.
Manphobia. This show has manphobia.
The show does have manphobia.
It has good writing phobia.
It has writing phobia.
Yeah, yes. Writing phobia in general. Yeah,
phobia. But afraid, terrified of good writing.
Yeah, it's definitely a moment of like, oh, there he goes, and then you just think of again. We do the whole black and white scenes of all the time we've spent with this man, and it's like, fuck, people don't even know who this is. They don't even remember which one he was.
Argio for strings over the montage of the black and white shots and just make it really sad.
It's only one
shot, but it's still
link
sad.
It back to Lord of the Rings. We just have Enya music playing. Oh my gosh!
Remember the time where he said, "Don't trust men because their ancestors were dicks." Remember that? That was great. What else? What else we got?
He came up the tower. He was the one who climbed up that one-piece ladder. That was really
man.
That ladder is literally more interesting than this character. The fact that ladder was one piece. That was a one-piece ladder, a ladder entirely in one piece of wood, and he climbed up it. And that was the most interesting thing relating to his character. Was that time he climbed the one-piece ladder.
Because, like, this could have been so much better in terms of, like, the whole idea they go for here is that this grand and just horrifying prison escape where they almost get sort of to the end several times, but gradually every single member dies, and even the last one dies right at the finish line, and our hero's dragged away back into the... It's like, oh, what a horrible... How inept, though. How, like, horribly bad they did this. And then, of course, no development anyway.
If Adar wanted... Well, I guess we'll get to that point, but yeah, if you think about what they wanted to accomplish with this whole sequence of them being captured, Imagine all the different because all you have to do is we have to end up with Elf Buddy's dead, main elf gets back. And we learn that Adar wants to do the thing that he's already doing. All right, that was helpful. Just imagine all the ways that you could end up with those, those things happening if you were to essentially have an episode for it.
There's one other thing, which is that you could reverse the roles here and have Don Lemon die and this guy survive. And it would have pretty much the same emotional weight, because despite having much more screen, well, I say much more screen time, a bit more screen time, you know virtually nothing more about Don Lemon than you know about him.
So you know what?
I don't care.
If they had done it, my comment would unironically be, "Oh, I thought they were gonna do something with the girl." Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all I've got.
You'd have the other guy elf coming back to her, right? And it would just be interesting. It would be a legitimately interesting subversion if that's what happened. Because I don't care about their relationship between Don Lemon and the lady. Like their relationship is virtually non-existent. I've essentially just been told through hearsay that they have a relationship. I don't know anything about these characters.
Well, they like each other. Isn't that enough?
Allegedly. This is all allegedly.
Oh my god. They fucked up the continuity on the blood coming out of his mouth.
They did?
Yeah.
They reversed so it's coming out of his left side?
It's not quite. I think it goes from being on the right to then in the middle.
But he's in makeup, surely. That will carry on through the green screens.
Yeah, like it doesn't match. Look at these two pictures. They got close, but they didn't quite manage to do it.
You're right, actually, yeah.
What? But surely
they actually shoot these two scenes on different days, maybe.
How is
that what happened?
Already fitted everything, and we're here on the dirt. Let's just film them both. We're here, man.
I mean, legit,
look,
it would
I'm
be
just
like
presenting it as a possible explanation. I don't know how this happened.
I would legit just be like, guys, anyone got a photo of when we did the first shot? I can compare. They go, no. It's like, no, nothing. Because
none of that.
It's actually, yeah.
You can tell it's off. It's not quite right. They fucked it up.
Yeah,
the
first one is like, Jesus.
And yeah, this is absolutely a nitpick. I just find it funny. They clearly recorded it in two different shots where he just was standing and then fell over. It's like, maybe you could just do it in one. Like, what's wrong with you people?
Why clean him up between these two scenes?
Just keep
done. Him the way he was. This happens seconds after in the story, so just keep him the way he was. Surely he'll find it annoying to have that put on twice.
I don't get it, man.
I like the idea that he was summoned back to the entire set for one whole day just to lie down in the dirt and have some...
The reshoot, like...
Just reshoot the one shot where he's lying on the floor. We didn't quite get that right.
Twice. Like the arrows.
Like the arrows. Is that it? Does the episode end at that point? Let me see.
I think so.
I think
so.
We've
suffered enough, okay.
Like, take him to Adar.
Right, yeah.
Which makes me think...
yes.
Well, they were going to kill him, and then they're like, nah, this guy is clearly super cool. He's going to Adar.
He gets to live.
Everyone
we'll let
else...
this amazing warrior deliver the message instead of someone who's going to be less antagonistic to our cause.
And then like...
Let one of those dirt farmers over there. The camera just pans over and they see these friggin' troglodyte barbarians trying to pull the chain apart, and it's like, just send one of them.
They're still doing it. It's like, don't worry about them. They'll never do it. They think that we like to give them a bit of hope. Like, we're gonna get you one day. Maybe you'll be able to pull the chains apart with your hands. Yeah, maybe. That is it, though. That the episode does indeed end at that point, and this might actually have broken the record for EFAP coverage for ratio. It might have. I'm not sure. Then again, I was thinking of a 40-minute episode. It is an hour, so maybe not actually. Multiverse of Madness is still probably the record holder, because that was 2 hours, right? That movie. And it took us 11 to cover. Close though. There was just so much to complain about. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
It really was. God knows what we missed. I'm sure there's plenty. This thing is probably thick with issues.
I feel like something should be said, like in totality, about that episode. It's really bad.
It's bad. Quite
bad.
Take a minute's silence just to mourn. what might have been.
Well, you can take a minute silence because I have to pee. So you can do that.
That's a
There you
very
go.
respectful way of marking the minute silence.
Well, while he's doing that, I can say, hey everyone, look, the time has gone red now on the plushies. That's terrifying.
Oh, it has it.
Yeah.
Oh boy, the
You know what that
urgency
means?
is now.
They're warning you.
Look.
They're saying, look, do you really want to go without a cuddly, happy, fluffy, floofy plushie? I don't think so. You best hurry.
No story.
But seriously though, it's really
good point.
fucking cool that we're, rounded. We're both at 1,500 sales.
Yeah, that's really awesome. That's really cool.
It's a crazy amount of fluffy, cuddly Mupsleys and Frongos that are going to enter the world.
In the world, yeah.
There's a factory out there who's ready and waiting to make a whole bunch of us. Looking forward to it. The Rags one, I'm pretty sure, is still on the way. I was hoping that they might have a bit of a crossover in the timeline, but I think his still isn't ready yet. But it's almost what I gather. Less than 24 hours. I know, it's terrifying.
Wow.
Now question. Little Platoon, how much? I don't remember. How much time do you have? You've been here for 6 hours. How you doing?
I'm fine. Well, honestly, I'm living the dream here because I've been listening to you guys for what 2 years, I would guess.
Oh my
God
god,
damn.
really? Neat.
Oh,
Yeah.
not at the same
So-
time. Okay.
Honestly, this is like, well, yeah, not consecutively, obviously.
I was
But,
about to say that's fucking insane.
I mean,
Calm
I'm
down.
committed, but I'm not quite that
Oh wow.
committed.
All right.
But no, like no, you guys are the reasons that I started on YouTube like 9-10 months ago, whatever it was. So like, I'm living the dream being here. So fuck the
Oh,
day job.
that's amazing.
I'm happy to be here as long as you'll have me here.
Oh my god, now that
Oh,
you've said that,
well,
it makes me feel like we really
Delete
should
those words.
do everything we can to cover. Well, so the Fringy, how much time do you have, sir?
I got like 2 hours. About 2 hours.
Are you comfortable with the idea that you may not be able to complete the coverage, that you get 2 hours of...
We've done that before, right? Where someone's had to step out, so that's fine.
What's
if you
funny
wanna
is, like,
press
in my
on.
head,
Yeah,
I'm like,
Mahler and I will do it with new Fringy.
yeah, he's not even green. That's, I don't know if he counts, but I guess so. But I was just going to say, it's funny, in my head, I was like, 2 hours? Like, surely, was it? No, we won't be done with it in 2 hours. We won't.
No way.
But-
It took us like 6 hours.
we could make a big dent in it.
We can definitely make a dent in it, yeah. But yes, I'll talk more again about these Lashushis as we go as well. So I feel like this is probably the EFAP to mention them quite a bit, because this really is the last chance. And I was mentioning as well, any idea when yours is maybe making his way to the world, Rags? Do you know?
As far as I know, email sent today. As far as I know, it should be about fit. All the revisions and changes are done as
Oh
of the
my
last email I
God.
sent.
Alrighty. Okay, cool.
It is looking fantastic.
I agree. Well then, no time to lose. Let us begin
No time
coverage
to lose with the
of
present.
The Rings of Power, episode 4. Which, by the way, I never even talked about it, but this was the day I was supposed to watch and collect notes and consolidate and have a chat with Rags while watching episodes 3 and 4. And the
I think it was,
PC
like-
got fucked between 3 and 4.
Yeah, right. I was about to say, "Where'd you go?" It's ready to start up 4, and you're like, "Oh, my PC broke." That's how I sounded. That's how I sounded. And
And then we had
You
like
had
a 40-minute
subjected it to
phone
more,
call
like-
where I was telling you like what had happened, but then we just sort of drifted into complaining about Rings of Power for a very long time. Like we were just everything you've heard us talk about for the past 6 hours, like a lot of it was mentioned already.
yes, because I had not seen episode 4, so we only talked about episode 3, and we talked
Exactly.
about the evil Harfoots and how Galadriel's a bitch.
Yep.
It was very
'cause
fun.
Fitting that your computer suicided after watching Rings of Power.
Suspicious, you
Can't
might
take
even
it.
say.
I put up with some shit, Mahler. It said I put up with a lot of shit, but this crosses the line. No
It
more.
really has. Like when this thing retires, it deserves to go to Valhalla or something. Like this
It
thing
really
is,
does.
Like it's been through a lot.
It
Feel
has
bad for
rendered
it.
some shit.
It has. So, where do we even begin? Our Queen Regent is doing a baby party or something. I legit have no idea why there's a bunch of babies there, but she's chilling out with some babies, and then like there's a bit of an earthquake, and I think she says that's just Numenor stretching or something.
The
I was
island
like,
needs to
what?
That's the
stretch that
Earth-
much.
It's like the Earth. Yeah, we're on an island or a mountain, and sometimes it needs something.
It was just. I think they wanted to make that sound kind of fun. Like, yeah, everyone stretches in the morning. So do islands. And you're like, I don't think so. Like, all right, whatever. But then there's a giant tidal wave, enormous tsunami, and it engulfs Numenor. But
So,
it's
like, you remember that one short piece of exposition we had in the last episode where it's mentioned that the Valar gave the island to Numenor?
yes.
You think that one short piece of exposition is enough to prepare people for the fact that the Valar actually drown Numenor deliberately as an act of will because the Numenorians attempt to invade Valinor because they don't want to die and they think that the Valar are withholding the prospect of eternal life from them. So
I'm
the
just gonna be
Valar.
honest. I am so fucking lost right now.
I was gonna say none of that.
None.
Well,
I was just like
point-
you. I don't know what any of this means.
This is the point, though, right? So, because it's borrowing so selectively. So, what she's being given at the moment is this prophecy of the end of Numenor. And Numenor does indeed come to an end. It gets flooded, it gets drowned in the ocean. But it gets
that
drowned in
sucks.
the ocean because the Numenorians themselves attempt to invade Valinor, which is the place we saw at the beginning of episode 1. Because they believe that the Valar are withholding the prospect of eternal life from them. The elves have it, the Numenorians don't. So they try and invade. This is all under Sauron's influence. He basically eggs them on to do this. Because
Whoa.
he's been captured and brought here and he corrupts the mind of the king. There's a whole war before that, which we don't have yet. So he corrupts them. He persuades them to invade Valinor. That leads to the entirety of Numenor getting flooded and destroyed, and the world being torn down the middle because it was flat until this point, and then it's made round by God himself. All of that is essentially the backdrop to the prophecy vision we get in the beginning of this episode. But
Wait,
none of
so-
that would be apparent to anyone unless they've read the books because the show hasn't explained any of it.
Because I guess the show is just trying to tell us like there's this foreboding cataclysm that's coming, and that's enough
Yes.
for now.
But like, how will they possibly get to that point and make it make any kind of sense without doing a little bit more than one brief expository thing where the Valar are just mentioned?
Oh, don't worry. I'm sure they're going to give us plenty of all the necessary expository dialogue
It's
right before it
unbelievable.
happens.
This
right before
is
it happens in the same episode.
because we've said for such a long time that when you adapt, you can make all the changes you want, you can tell your own story and stuff, but
Mhm.
the recent addendum we've had to all of this in order to like sort of help explain our position to people is like, however, when you sloppily adapt and take random things, it's like it just causes a minefield of contradictions because you're not taking the other things and you don't understand why the other things were there.
Yeah.
It's
There's a massive contingency problem here because they're borrowing later versions of events, but they've discarded the earlier versions of events, which would make those later events make sense. So they have this massive gap in contingency, which they haven't yet shown any indication that they're actually capable of filling and substantiating. So you just get this random prophecy of the death of Numenor at the beginning of this episode, and as far as the audience who's never read the book is concerned, well, that's just basically the apocalypse at some point for some reason, maybe, who knows? But that's it.
Yeah, because you know what's funny, by the way, is that I didn't even, because I don't know about this stuff. When I saw this, I was like, oh, it's like a metaphor. She's having a vision. It's not going to be a literal tsunami. It's going to be like it represents
No.
the fall of blah 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 through blah blah blah. But I was like, oh no, it is a literal tsunami.
It is a literal
Like,
tsunami, but it comes after like Sauron is captured after a massive war in Middle Earth. He's brought there, and he starts corrupting the king, and he turns all of the Valar, all of the Númenóreans over to worship Morgoth. There's blood sacrifices, there's human sacrifices, there's all this really, really dark shit that happens. And because of the way the show has messed with the timeline, maybe they'll do some of it, maybe they won't do any of it. You can't really know. There's no reliable guide anymore, but they will have to do something. Otherwise, it's just random apocalypse.
well, as Goga's just sent a meme, I'll try and get it on screen a sec. Well, I'll just say what the meme is. It's funny. It's envision for a moment. Actually, I'll do it myself technically. Okay, so this big old wave is coming in. Get rid of the copyright cover. There you go. Just pause at this moment where everything is crumbling. Just imagine the words "the sea is always right." It's just like Oh, this is a funny show. It's also annoying as fuck. I can't decide which I find is the more prevailing
more prominent
fucking.
in the show, annoying or funny?
I think it's annoying. I think Rags would probably say funny, but like, I don't know. It's complicated.
I don't
It
know
always
that
is
I
with really
laughed
shitty
that
shows.
much while watching it. I think I
Um,
found it mostly annoying. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
No, I found it mostly boring. Actually,
that's gonna be the dominant emotion. Yeah.
yeah. As opposed, yeah, it's rarely funny. I would actually say it's funny to talk about. But
Yeah, I think that's what's
I-
happening. Is I'm real like the most fun I've had so far is that fucking moment where everyone's trying to break their chains. That was hilarious. I didn't even see that on my first watch through, or my second.
You miss that while watching it, but when you go through it slowly, you just find these little golden nuggets. You know, It's just like,
Exactly. We're living
gotta
up to the name
cherish
of this
them.
fucking podcast. Every goddamn frame of pause. So yeah. Anyway. Oh fuck this episode. There's so much stupid shit. He's doing the thing. Yeah, so I keep forgetting his name. I want to say like Phasmazar,
I've now forgot. Our Farazon.
Farazan, is that it? Okay.
The beardy guy, the guy with the big
Yes.
bushy beard.
He's talking to his son, and he says the son's like talking about trying to be clever, and he's like, cleverness is a small man's ambition. I would much rather you are wise. It's like, be wise, don't
buddy.
be clever. What the fuck?
Thanks, pal.
Like,
Clarifies things a whole bunch.
It's like amateur dramatics Game of Thrones.
yeah,
It's
A little
budget
bit.
Game of Thrones.
it's
Budget. Yeah, it's funny that though. Budget. Costs
yeah,
more.
budget.
It costs more.
So much more expensive.
It's and once again we've got a reference to compare to, and it's from season 4, and it's a really fucking good scene. It's when Tywin is teaching, fuck, why am I forgetting his name? Tommen Lannister. Well, Tommen Baratheon. How to be a king, and he asks him what he thinks are the most important parts, and he says, piety is one, and he explains like what happened with a more religious king. Strength. Then he's got the warrior king, and like Robert Baratheon, what happened with him. I think there's a third aspect he tries to go for, like rule with fear or love or something. Be respected. He tries like a bunch of them, and then he says, like what is the most important thing? And Tywin says it's wisdom, and the wisdom to know what you don't know, and to have people to help you where you're gonna have gaps in knowledge and stuff. Justice, that was the third one, yeah. Tywin offers basically that there are serious weaknesses in each of these as core elements of like what's most important, but wisdom being a grounding force is like the best one. Then you compare to this scene, and he's like, don't be clever, be wise. You're like, what the fuck am I supposed to what?
It's insultingly shallow. Game of Thrones is... I mean, if you compared the books, like the source material, the Silmarillion, I would say overmatches anything George R. R. Martin ever wrote. But compare the shows and how faithful they are, and how intelligently they're written. There is no comparison. Game of Thrones, certainly, like until season 4, it's so much. It's a different universe from Rings of Power.
Yeah.
These are writers who actually understand what they're talking about. Of course, they're borrowing liberally from the source material, but understanding basic things of human nature and philosophy, and Rings of Power gives you fucking this. Ugh.
Well, you know what? I've kind of undersold the scene, as some people are pointing out. Tommen is actually the one who eventually says wisdom, and like Tywin just goes yes, like he's really happy that he came up with it on his own. So it's actually one of the more endearing scenes to Tywin, because it comes across as though he's trying to sort of prepare his grandson for ruling.
He has a couple of those, right? I mean, like some of his scenes with Olenna Martell are kind of endearing in their own way. Like Tywin is the one guy you'd say he's not unambiguously an asshole. Like he does have some kind of values and principles.
Yeah, you'd expect
honor.
When everything chills back down, when there isn't a war, when there isn't people to kill everywhere, that he would probably be he'd probably happily like have a bit of fun. Just like, jabs at different people or whatever. Yeah, him and Olenna have some of the best scenes as well. To be fair, all the Tywin scenes are just top notch.
Oh yes.
Well, Rags, we're talking about it because there was a quote in Game of Thrones that it talks about wisdom and why it is important. It's a really good scene. They do it in this
Yeah.
show where he says, "Don't be
Mhm.
clever, be wise."
Love this line. Yeah, I love it. It's so. Oh, that's what the writers were told before they started
like,
writing.
oh,
They're like,
okay.
Amazon was like, don't be clever, be wise, and it brought us this show. I really I hate this line. It makes no like sense. The way I feel like if you're gonna tell me that, you have to really explain yourself. Like, wait. What do you mean? Like that I shouldn't be clever? And that clever. What they say? Cleverness is for. What was it? Like
Cleverness is a small man's ambition.
I am
I just don't
not.
get
I
it.
am not in agreement with that.
It's
I
just
am not in
stupid
agreement with
because
that.
most people
Oh,
would
sorry,
intuit
phone. God damn it.
being clever isn't too far away from being wise. Like, you need to tell me why they're meaningfully separated.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible to meaningfully separate
Yeah.
them, but the show doesn't do that. I mean, there's a massive difference between them if you care to delve into it. But the show, it's kind of ironic because in this sense, the show is being clever, not wise. That's the irony of the writing material. They think this is a clever line to speak. That's why they've included it. It's not a wise line to speak because it actually doesn't convey truth. It's a kind of sophistry. It sounds, it gives the impression of verisimilitude. It's the idea that what it's conveying, it just seems truthiness. It has the seemingness of truthiness to it. That's all it is. That is the definition of cleverness and not wisdom. It's sophistry is what the show's entire writing methodology is. So it's kind of ironic that they should actually sort of try and refute their own sophistry in their own dialogue and thereby prove their own sophistry.
It's like
Unless they're trying to set this guy up as being wrong, or that he's a bad person,
so
and so by linking his quote to him, it's like not a good quote to follow.
I mean, I would go as far as saying I'm pretty sure the writers of the show are like, being clever is like low level, sort of just, oh, I did a kind of smart thing here, while wise is like planning everything in a big ol' thing and being fully aware of everything that's happening and knowing how things will come. Like, clever is like, again, with the small man's ambition, it's like clever is like this the small version, while wise is the big version, or some bullshit like that. In the same way, by the way, that if they said, don't be
Like
quick,
tactics versus strategy.
don't be quick, be fast, you'd be like, what the fuck does that mean? But you'd be like, quick is like smaller and shorter term, while fast is like an attribute you have as, but like, you could just make shit up, because this really doesn't necessarily apply, but it's like TLJ, where the work is done on the viewer level to what the fuck he means. It's like the evil version of when you can infer stuff because of how well the characters are characterized. You can talk about what they may mean. This is when they use that power when they've given you nothing, and they're just like, hopefully you come up with it because we don't know.
It's like it's postmodern art, basically, in dialogue. You put something on a page, on a sheet, on the screen, you put it on the wall, and then you invite your audience to pretend that they are very clever in seeing what the meaning behind it is, even though actually the real meaning is that there was no meaning behind it whatsoever. That you're just inviting the audience to pat themselves on the back if they think they understand the line, but there's no actual meaning behind the line itself. So
Oh yeah,
No.
asking someone to explain what that means, they wouldn't be able to, or they would invent something that is totally all within their head, and they're just attributing that to what they heard
Mm.
when that was all inside from the get-go.
Yeah, it's not to say that you can't possibly draw meaning out of what he said, it's just that they needed to do a better job than that to make us feel like this guy's actually got something to add, instead of being like just a vague person. That's the thing, though, as Rags just highlighted, it's like, oh wait, are they characterizing him that way? And it's like, I don't know, Rags, I can't tell. Like, I don't know the difference in the show. It's impossible to tell. Oh, and then we get to the cringe scene.
Which one?
Which
They took our
loads
jobs.
of those.
They took our
your
gerbs.
jobs.
They did your
Oh,
gerbs.
God.
You know those elves on the other side of that gigantic ass ocean or whatever? They took our jobs?
The one of them that's here.
The
Yeah, I
one
mean,
of
to get it,
the
yeah,
unruly elf
to,
bitch.
I like how, like, as soon as the scene starts and he talks for like 5 seconds, it's like, oh, they took our jobs.
it's so
Like-
fucking stupid. To just, the obvious highlight here is that he is rallying a bunch of men to feel threatened by the growing elf population. They don't tire, they don't age, they're better than us, and they're gonna do what we do but better. And it's like, right, okay. Evidence? It's like, well, there is one elf here. She hates this place and wants to leave.
And she hasn't taken any jobs. She hasn't sought any job whatsoever.
It's
In fact, it was the human who tried to take your job.
it was a
Tried to
human,
take
yeah, you're
your-
right, and he was
He took your
unsuccessful. Like it was never gonna work.
It's
So
like, it's so deracinated. So the whole idea behind this, that these guys are like they're the embodiment of the Kingsmen, which I think is it the Kingsmen? Yeah, the Kingsmen is one of the two factions. These people are loyal to Numenor and they reject the Valar and they reject the elves first and foremost. They hate the elves because they think the elves have been promised eternal life while they've been promised death, which they believe is a great travesty, even though the elves and the Valar themselves try to persuade them that that's not the case. So in the lore version, you have this deep philosophical unhappiness and unease with their own position in the world. That's what gives rise to their antipathy toward the elves and to the Valar, and that eventually leads to their own destruction because they succumb to hubris essentially. But in this, it's literally just they took our jobs, even though none of them are here. But that's it. And then you see why people who've read the book and love the lore get a little bit irritated when they see this put on screen, because it's like you've got gold and then you've got a pile of shit. And we've gone for the pile of shit, but it's been dressed up as the gold. That's kind of why people are getting a bit irritated by the way the show kind of borrows bits from the mythos and the
dude,
literary.
it's almost
so
more
shallow.
frustrating when it does that, right? Because if it were a clean just break and nothing was connected to the original source, you could just be like, whatever this monstrous show was, whatever, fine. But the fact that it implies that someone writing this read something, but they just didn't seem to give a shit to adapt it properly.
This is what they took from it.
Exactly. Like, it's like, oh, that's even more annoying than someone who just didn't give a shit at all and didn't touch it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the whole point of the Numenorians and the Kingsmen is essentially it's the political manifestation of the underlying myth that underpins the Epic of Gilgamesh, for example. Like the biggest, longest lasting human myths in the real world have been this quest for eternal life. And this is like the political approximation of that. This is Tolkien's
And ironically, the show
same
makes them
thing.
want to die.
Yeah.
I know. And I wish they would hurry up and die. But
Clever. I wish everyone would die,
I
starting
like
with the
that they-
Barfoots.
As they were writing the story, and they're like, "Oh, if Galadriel shows up in Numenor, and they don't like elves. I mean, it's only natural that some of the people on the island would start to question whether she's going to
They're
take
taking
their
our jobs.
One,
They're gonna,
it's it's really weird that they simultaneously. Well, they want
Carry
to
on,
do two
I'll be
things
right back.
simultaneously. They show pretty much every race and group in this world as being multiracial and in extreme racial harmony, right, amongst themselves, which is already very strange.
Mhm.
And then they also want to have one elf shows up, absolutely unacceptable. This will not stand. Because, like, I don't know, you guys seem like you're really well adjusted to different looking people.
But
I don't.
the guy who did the speech, a human tried to take his job. Literally tried to take his job. Take the symbol of his job off of his shoulder. And yet
I bet
he's
the
like,
elf told him to do it.
is
Yeah,
he-
she's behind
yeah.
this. Yeah,
Because
you know how they
what?
are.
I know Galadriel looks like somebody who wants to take this guy's job specifically.
Oh yeah, she'd be the best blacksmith. Oh,
It's
Why
like,
would this?
it's the bicycle man meme, though, isn't it? It's like he's cycling along, and then another human tries to take his job, so he jams a stick in his own wheel and says, "Fucking elves." It's like it doesn't make sense from a world building perspective. There are no elves to take your damn jobs, you hick. Stop it.
Yeah, like is it simply because an elf showed up on the island, like one elf?
Well, like,
That the prospect of jobs being taken is now a thing at the forefront of his mind.
So it's mentioned in the previous episode that they have been turning away boats. So the implication is sort of like plural. There have been a number of boats that have attempted to land in Numenor. The problem is, like, we're never given a sense of scale or duration. Like, is this a frequent occurrence? Do these happen like dozens a year, or is it like one every decade or one every 100 years? We don't have the world building to underpin why they think this. So
I think it's
it
a
doesn't.
persistent problem in the show. Actually, is like I don't know the timelines here. To me, it seems like the Hobbit story, the pace at which it's going, can't be tracking with the pace of this story. Like the story that we're seeing here, surely has to have taken place. Like the Galadriel Numenor one has had to have taken place over a greater length of time because she sailed all the way out, jumped into the ocean, got in the raft. Like, surely that took more time than the couple of days that we've got for that story. and I'm not sure that tracks to the story of the Elfman either. Like, I'm struggling to figure out when all of this is taking place.
It's really weird, especially because like the Harfords and the and Don Lemon's guy. So the Don Lemon's character, seemingly at least, it's in the span of one day. At least that's how it seems.
Maybe
He
two
leaves
tops.
the tower. He goes to meet his wench. He finds the sick cow. He goes to the village. He gets captured. But in that time, Galadriel, or not Galadriel, has left Lindon for Valinor, which is like thousands of miles of ocean, has rejected heaven, has been attacked by Cthulhu's gay fish, has been rescued by random raft, has been rescued by random ship, has been taken back to Numenor, all in the same span of time.
And also, when she got taken back to Numenor, rode all the way across the island to, well, not across, but a good distance, and then back, or at least she's on her way. No, wait, she's already back. Like, yeah, all in the course of a day. These are taking place at different points in time, but the show does not do a good job of establishing very clearly the relative time at which these stories are taking place. And I don't think it does a good job of, like, even giving you enough information. It's astounding, like, how little they managed to achieve, given how long these episodes are. It's kind of remarkable.
True.
But I think this is a problem with the placement of information. Again, it comes up in the end of the last episode. The fact that nothing happens and then everything happens in the last 10 minutes. All the consequential information is packed into the last 10 minutes of an episode. But if you spread that out,
and it doesn't feel like you're building to it. It just
doesn't.
Like hits you. It's not like, oh, you don't get that tantric or that tension that comes. Oh, something's gonna happen, and then it all just boom happens. It's just like, oh, you're like surprised by it. I guess all the things are happening now.
You're slumbering on the sofa, and then eventually, at the last 10 minutes, you sort of bleary-eyed wake up and half pay attention to the massive amounts of stuff it just suddenly decided to throw at you. It's not how you write screenplays.
No. And then Faz Razmataz does a speech to get them all feeling better, and I've summarized it in my notes as him saying, "Elves can't threaten us. We're awesome. It's just one elf. My friends, trust in me that elves will never take our helm. Everybody have some drinks." That's the speech.
Okay.
So, like,
Don't worry, they won't take your jobs, all right?
Yeah, instead of just telling them the obvious reality of, like, well, there's no elves to take your jobs, guys.
There's one elf here, and she's not trying to take your job.
She's kind of nuts, honestly. You have no idea.
She's in prison.
She's currently in prison. Oh no, wait! She's not in prison yet. She's about to be.
No, she's escaped. Oh,
right.
Arrest.
Well, she wants to leave really bad to the point of insanity. She wants nothing to do with us, as it seems.
By the way, it seems like he prepared it ahead of time, the whole drinks part, because like he says it, then just people start delivering drinks. And it's like,
I assume he did, right?
So don't worry, guys. The one immigrant we have wants to leave.
So this is what I mean.
Fine. Isn't that the idea that this was planned?
Nobody could take this seriously because of that. Like it was absurd. It was getting memed to hell and back on the internet. It was this, and the scene where she was riding the horse. I'm trying to the ones that were just popping up. I was just like, oh god, what are we in for? What is this? Like, and it's like, yeah, the context doesn't exactly help. Such a weird scene. But this is wiseness in action, where you just
wiseness in action, where you go up and say, "Don't worry, guys, they're not going to take your germs."
But see,
because I wouldn't call this wise. I would call it clever. That you have came across, even though apparently this was planned, you came across this guy making a speech. You essentially co-opted that speech, spun it into something that got everyone to really, really like you, and then gave them booze. That doesn't come across as
that
wisdom
seems clever to me.
It seems very clever that you were able to do that.
In fact, it's quintessentially clever, isn't it? Because you're essentially manipulating people.
Well, cleverness cleverness is like value neutral. Cleverness is amoral, so cleverness allows for immoral acts.
Yeah.
Essentially, cleverness allows for politics to exist. Politics is by definition
you call it cunning, maybe.
Cunning and cleverness, they're almost synonyms, I think. So
like evil cleverness.
Ar-Pharazôn, not Al-Pharazôn. Ar-Pharazôn, I think is his name.
Al-Pharazôn?
This will build towards something, because this is the guy who must, I think, come to challenge the Queen Regent at some point and take her authority. And so what we're seeing is like his building towards...
He does it with racism.
Yeah, no,
he's essentially the Trumpian populist type figure here. We've got the Trump immigration rally, and we have the Trumpian figure who is owning the crowd. He's playing to the crowd. He's giving the crowd what the crowd wants to hear. That is cleverness personified. But that will have an impact later on. Obviously.
Definitely got that from the scene. That the scene's whole point is, look at this guy's ability to control a crowd. You know, he's going to be pretty popular with these guys, right? And I'm just like, yeah, no, I got that. I wish you could write dialogue better. That's all I've got. Like,
yeah.
Sorry.
That makes sense because there are millions of undocumented elves pouring across the border every year, and so I mean, yes, they have every reason to be concerned. It just makes sense.
It's such a.
They're bringing lambus. They're bringing pipeweed. Some of them probably are. That's how it goes.
Yeah, and it's just that they keep showing that guy. He keeps ending up around all these events. You know, this guy. He was in the main hall when the Galadriel first arrived, and then he was the one that.
Guy.
Well, he's like one of those.
No, not that
like
guy.
One of those minor characters that just is like around.
Yeah,
like always sort of around.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm talking about the guy who, like, he was in the main room, and then he ended up being like, you, guy who was with Elf, and then he got beaten up, his crest was still, and now he's here trying to rally everybody. It's just like, why this guy? And you'd think, the way you'd want to write it would, him getting beaten up by the guy for his crest and everything, like, that would somehow inform this, but it only uninforms it. Like, it doesn't help at all.
Those Southlanders are terrible. The only interaction I've had with them has been terrible. And Numenorians, like, they wouldn't care about the racial component in the sense, like, it's like, no, it's those people from the Southlands, them. Not because they're men, it's because they're shit.
Try to fucking kill me and my friends and take our job. Literally, we've said it. It's fine. We'll move on.
Yeah, Benny's going to be out of commission for like 4 months. He can't work. We got to pitch in.
And then these two are getting closer, I guess. Obviously, this is going somewhere. I don't really care, but, you know.
I don't care. He seems nice.
Sure.
I get he seems nice. I'm complimenting the show that they have a character who seems nice.
Yeah, he seems alright.
He seems like a nice guy.
Alright, what's up next?
Galadriel versus... We're doing this again. Another scene with Galadriel and the Queen Regent, and the dialogue is so hideous. So we open with, because I've got it like summarized. You vex me, elf. You steal scrolls while your friend hurts my people. Like,
more people should say vex.
Vex is kind of a cool one. Yeah,
vex is nice. It's like when you just threw in a deracinated there, and it just you gotta slip those in.
Call it
I find it vexatious when people don't use the language correctly.
Oh. So her response to that, right? So what she's just been told is you steal scrolls and you hurt my people. So like if I were Galadriel, I'd be like, so I need to clarify why those scrolls were stolen, quote unquote. I don't even know if they were stolen. Whatever. You need to talk about how important it is what they represent, and then simultaneously be like, you know, if she knows the story about her friend getting hurt, it's like he was attacked. To be fair, but then if you know the full story, he stole a fucking crest. There's not much defending that, is there? Anyway, Galadriel chooses to respond to it with, that man is the lost heir in exile. His men are leaderless. You need to help the men of the Southlands, back his people to beat Sauron. And I'm just like, back the fuck up. Jesus. There is so much you have to explain. You can't just go like, oh, he's like a king, and you gotta go help his men. Like, what?
That's a massive assumption to begin with.
She doesn't even know it. He's denied it.
The only reason she thinks he's the king is that he's wearing a symbol that he himself claimed he got from a dead man.
He stole, and he's tried to steal things, and we've seen him steal things. Like, what was...
Maybe he just likes stealing.
It's like, Galadriel, you've shown how idiotic you are in so many ways, but this is a new one. You are believing in full that he's absolutely a lost king to the men of the Southlands. You have no reason to think this, and now you wanted to, like, send everybody in Numenor to war? To help him get his people. What the fuck?
The only thing that could possibly be worse is if the Numenorians agreed to it. But we'll get there.
Would never
of course, they would never do that.
Incapable. She just seemed she really seems incapable of understanding anybody else's perspective ever. Like, she can never fathom that somebody might disagree with something that she proposes, or
It's
that they
because in
may
her
have a
life
different
she's
point of
never
view.
needed to.
I would, like, if I were her advisor, her king's hand, if you will, or Galadriel hand, whatever, I'd be like, right, we're going to want to try and get her to suggest an army. The second we do it, it's going to become very clear what we're after, right? So the way do we do that? First of all, we need to set up the Sauron shit. We need to get clear that we have strong evidence. That's the whole reason we're here. You know, that's why we're here. We know we're not going to play with assumptions, because she'll never believe us if we do that. We know we were a part of a big old elf thing, and we found loads of evidence, and you know, we were sent back because our watch was done or whatever. But Sauron, you know, I found strong evidence in your libraries or whatever. You know, this is where he is, and point to the stupid sigil, point to the blah blah blah. And be like, he's gathering forces. We know for a fact he's annihilating villages, and you know you know about the war, you know about the histories. Like, he's coming back. Now, I'm hell bent on trying to stop him. I understand if you know don't care because you're on your little island, and that's great. That's fine. You know, I'm sure you guys will be fine, but not forever. You know, if you don't give us a hand. So all I'm asking is you allow me to leave, and maybe with a couple of guys, they can confirm Sauron is back, there's a threat, and go back to you. And then, you know, you'll know the threat is real. And maybe...
Yeah, send with me men that you trust, and I will convince them, and we'll come back, and we'll prove it.
And, like, you know, I know this is a lot to ask. I know there's a lot to bet on me, but, like this is no coincidence. I brought this sigil to you guys, and you guys got it in your own records that this is evidence of a man you used to, you know, have. He's a spy. And even he knew that Sauron was building his forces. The second that, even before Morgoth died, like this is all stuff that's pretty compelling, at least to some degree.
What if she said, I mean, you pulled me from the ocean, and after all, the sea is always right. She notices an aspect of their culture and uses that as a way to convince them.
That would be interesting, though. We can't do that.
That would be yes, which is why it's not in this show. Because that would be interesting.
You're not seizing.
None of the dialogue is ever interesting, and it's so sad because we've had 4 episodes of it, which means we're never gonna fucking get interesting dialogue, are we? It's a strong pattern.
I think that it's been established at this point the manner of dialogue that's going to be in this show. Nothing's going to change dramatically.
Not fair. Anyway.
It's not really, is it?
There's another. It's a slightly. Only slightly, I think, more convoluted way, but it accomplishes the same thing. So, and it fills in some of the world-building gaps the show has left for itself, because the Númenóreans are supposed to have settled in Middle-earth for a while by this point. Of course, the show likes to pretend that they've not visited for a very long time. They're supposed to have established colonies there.
The world.
Oh, well, exactly. It makes no sense. But they're supposed to have colonies in Middle-earth. So if you were taking a longer approach to this, and you were staying in, even just in Númenor, you could have Galadriel saying, like, a couple of different meetings with the Queen, because she has to mend the relationship she spectacularly ruined in the last meeting they had. You have to mend that relationship.
Yeah.
Have a couple of different meetings and say, look, I've learned that this great threat is arising in the Southlands, for example, and being dismissed and rejected again. And then the scouts or the emissaries or the people they have in the colonies that are placed in Middle-earth begin to send news back that something is indeed wrong in the Southlands. That feeds back to the Queen, who then takes a different look or a different approach to what Galadriel has been telling her. She maybe comes to her own realization that maybe what she's hearing is correct. That fills in a lot of world-building gaps about the Númenóreans' relationships with Middle-earth, but it also explains how the Queen Regent can come to this conclusion of her own account, rather than just being essentially bitched into submission by Galadriel, which is what we get over the course of this episode.
Oh god, I hate it so much. But yeah, you're right. And yeah, there's so many alternatives, and it's like they desperately try to avoid anything interesting, anything accurate to what these people should be able to say and think about. Because like I said, it's not even a response. When you say, you've stolen shit from me and your friend is attacking my people, you don't just go, send your armies to help the men of the Southlands. It's like...
No. I'm less likely to do
really
that now.
address, like...
Were you not
What does that have to
listening?
do with what I just said?
Yeah,
But
but
like,
second,
do you not
like,
hear what I just said?
nothing to do with what I said, but also, what? Like, what?
Yeah.
No.
Like,
But yeah,
no, I will not send you an army, bitch.
but the thing is, like, it annoys me that you could argue her response is accurate to what you'd think about it as a character, but it's still not satisfactory to me. She basically says Numenor has chosen another path. As if to say, yeah, we could help you with the war, but we're not going to.
We're
When,
doing
like I said,
something else instead.
she should be saying something like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, sending an army. And can you please address the fact that the guy is in jail, you're stealing stuff, but no, just, that's what I mean. And then, because, like, I'm trying to summarize it in my notes as well, but Galadriel's just like, okay, let me talk to your dad instead.
Well, what
Oh
the
my
queen
God,
should have
it's-
said was noticed, oh, the thing you want us to do, that seems to work out really in favor of what you originally wanted, which was basically a free ship back to Middle Earth. So I don't believe you.
This is what
You
yeah.
come back tomorrow with a new story about how there's the Sauron, da 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 da. It's like, no, I know what you asked for first. You're just trying to fool us and get us to give you what you originally wanted.
You are-
Obviously, I don't believe you.
You're absolutely right, because why the fuck wouldn't the Queen Regent be like, I'm sorry, did you just say, like, a evil force is about to take over the entire world, you want me an army to attack it with you? And she's like, yes. And it's like, you didn't mention this yesterday. It doesn't
I only
sound
found
very
out about it
urgent.
today.
It's like, really?
Like, oh,
It's
you
like,
just found about it today on a little trip you took with this guy who isn't doing a very good
the
job
elf
watching over
friend.
you.
Elendil, the
sure,
elf
yeah.
friend. We can't trust him.
Yeah.
God, it's so terrible.
He had one job.
But then, like, as if to further the impression we have of Galadriel as essentially fantasy Karen, she demands to see the manager,
Yeah.
which is just
It's, oh, God.
everything about her is written to be as just objectionable as you could possibly imagine.
So, this is what happens. She says, let me talk to your dad, and she's like, no. And then Galadriel, as she's like walking away, is like, you don't have the authority I require, or something like that. And then in response, because they're catty as hell, they don't actually have conversations, they just want to outwit each other in the conversation. The Queen Regent says, what authority do you have begging for scraps in a tempest? Which, I guess, sets her up to say, I have a tempest in me.
Oh,
And like, oh, the delivery, man. I think, Free, when we were watching it, didn't we like cringe?
I mean, it is pretty cringe-inducing, gotta say.
No offense
cringing
to
now.
yeah, no offense to Morvid Clark. Oof. Let me play it actually. I'll play it even with audio too. What an incredible service you get on the stream.
There's a tempest.
Oh
We
fuck,
love
it's all
your
out of
work.
sync. God damn it.
Oh no.
I think there's even a gap after she finishes it and the camera hangs on her and you're just like, ugh.
Trailer shot.
Or are you a castaway, grasping for a handhold in a...
Yeah, are you a castaway grasping for a handhold in a tempest? I don't even think that's a particularly well-written line. I don't like any
Or
of
are
it.
you a cat grasping for a handhold? I don't know. Yeah.
It has an internal consistency that a lot of the metaphors don't. I'll give it that.
It's just to set up what Galadriel says. That's the only reason they squirmed that way in
Yeah.
that word.
Yes.
Tempest. There's a tempest.
God damn it, VLC, you're pathetic. I'm trying to avoid copyright, but by doing so, it desyncs the video and audio, because whatever you... ugh. Maybe I can get away with...
Or
Oh.
are you a castaway, grasping for
Blah,
a
blah,
handhold in
blah,
a
blah, blah,
tempest?
blah.
There's a tempest in me. It swept
It's
me.
that little glare after it as well. Ah, it's so awkward.
Yeah.
That's the best I can do, chat, okay?
Yeah.
Maybe it's just consider it a reprieve, maybe. From the cringe.
You
You get to imagine the cringe in your head.
Call it a micro expression. I don't know, but it looks like the actress even felt she had bitten off more than she could chew with that delivery at the end there. Like, a very small
You
thing.
noticed-
She was expecting to do another one, but they're like, no, that's great.
Maybe. Yeah, and then she says, she ends it with saying, I will not be quelled by you, Regent. And it's like, what are you doing, Galadriel? Like,
So
what-
Galadriel literally, yes, you will be.
It's
I have a feeling this is a Return of the King reference. So when Gandalf is
Yes.
before Denethor, he says, "The authority is not given to you, Regent, to deny the Return of the
he
King."
says, authority is not given to you to
Steward,
deny the
steward.
return of the king, steward.
Steward,
It's fucking
that's the
great.
That's such a good line, and this is such a terrible one.
This is such a terrible one because tactically this is a fucking hideous decision. Like, what are you thinking?
You're yelling at the person
just
who
to-
has like all of the power in this situation.
Yeah, whereas
You have no
Gandalf is
power
like
here.
purposefully putting the words king and regent, or king and steward next to each other in the sentence.
Mhm.
It's so
Oh.
like the scene in Return of the King. He's like, he says, "I will not bow to this ranger from the north." When he's trying to like dismiss and trivialize how important it is that Aragorn could return to give Gondor a king, and like
broken
Gandalf's
line,
almost fucking
Lord
pissed
Long
off
Directive.
that a fucking steward would even deny the literal return of the king. That's what the line's about. This one is just
like that's really clever interplay as well, because this is going for interplay. Like the interplay between them has been consistently whenever they've shared scenes together. The whole thing about you're welcome to try. I don't need your welcome. You're outstaying your welcome.
But
The whole thing is supposed to be interplay, but you compare that with the analogous scene in Return of the King. The authority is not given to you to deny the Return of the King, steward. I will not bow to the Ranger of the North. This last of a forgotten lion, long bereft of lordship. Like that,
Yeah.
it's aiming for exactly the same dynamic, but one of them is very, very cleverly written, and the other one is incredibly awfully written. And it's almost unfair and cruel to put them side by side, because it's like comparing Shakespeare with a child. It just doesn't work, but that's what they're going for, so they're inviting the
I
comparison.
think you're absolutely right, yeah. That is totally what they're trying to evoke. The irony being, of course, that she feels much more like Denethor here than Gandalf.
Oh yes.
Like, desperate clinging to any sense of authority that she absolutely does not have or deserve. Why do you want everyone to hate her? Like, why are you writing her this way? Stop.
Extremely unlikable and spoiled.
I think the reason is going to be the payoff. They have this one payoff in mind. They want her to be this way all the way through until the point at which the one person she's come to trust betrays her, which is Halbrand, of course, when it's revealed to be Sauron, and of course she's accidentally helped the one person she was attempting to fight against all the way through. And that's, as a premise, that's a creditable idea. The problem is that you can't just have premise and assume that everything then follows. That's all you need to fill in character and personality. You need to do clever things with that. Yes, that's what you want to do. But the question is, how do you want to do that? And if you're only going to make her this one-note, one-toned, objectionable, cold, frigid hyper bitch, then no one's going to want to actually stick through the series.
Yeah, I don't
see
want her
the
to
payoff when you get
succeed.
there.
I don't like her.
No,
I
I
have no
would be
investment
happy
in
to see
her.
Sauron beat her. That
Yes!
would be great.
Yeah,
Good
maybe
on
Sauron's a little more
Sauron.
reasonable.
Sauron's like this underdog who was actually having to use like ingenuity and some level of creativity. Like, how am I not going to? I'm just going to prefer him. Like, he's going to be more interesting.
At least he's got some charm, for God's sake.
This would be like if she went against Thanos in Infinity War. You'd be like, I don't know. I feel like there's just no reason for me to pick you over him. I'm sorry. Because like at least Halbert, Sauron, whatever. Like he's still kind of he's made annoying decisions as a result of just being in this show. But there is a good chance that he'll end up being like my favorite character, because when modern shitty writing tries to make you hate someone, they end up
inadvertently.
yeah.
Yeah, make you. It turns out they were actually the reasonable, correct one that I sympathize with. Even though you tried to write them as the opposite, you're just that shit at your job.
John Walker is like the best representation of that.
John Walker's literally I was right about to say John Walker.
And he's probably gonna get ruined in Thunderbolts. Woohoo!
Probably everyone's gonna get ruined in that show. Everyone.
Everyone's gonna get ruined in everything. This is the fate of the
Surprised
world.
we got him as he is.
There is a tempest in me. Calm down. Everyone's got shit to do.
Yeah, that's your problem, is that there's a tempest in you and you need to fucking chill, you psycho.
Yep, and so she ends up in prison. Lol.
Too
And that's
late, but-
don't feel satisfied by that at all. She won't be there for long, and my god, that scene. Oh. Just
You might be
genius.
asking as well, wait, did they put her in an adjacent cell to her companion? It's like,
Yes.
yeah,
Of course
they did.
Why wouldn't they?
So now they could
Yay.
freely communicate.
This is a
Yay.
very
Numenorians
quiet
are
and
very
empty
smart.
prison, and you put them in themselves next to each other instead of in, you know, any other one.
Different prisons. I assume that it's a
Yeah,
whole city.
even
You've got more
across the
than
room, I
Did
would
it-
settle for.
that'd be
you know?
better.
I was just thinking about it again. Like, in her head, did she honestly think, if I insult her and her authority, then she'll listen to me? Like, what?
Yeah, my problem was I didn't insult her good enough the first time.
And
Gosh,
yeah,
she's
what are we
such
to
an
make
idiot.
of that? That she clearly doesn't care. Either she thought that that would help her, in which case she's a fool, or she doesn't really care if she insults somebody and it
When it's the end of the
impacts her
world.
ability to save the world,
Yeah.
which is worse. So we have to settle for she's just dumb.
She's just
That's
dumb.
better for her.
And to clarify,
It's
like,
better for her.
someone, if they wanted to try and make the argument against Gandalf, it's like, it's not going to be useful to threaten Denethor's authority, right? And it's like, well, it's reality is kind of what Gandalf's commenting on in that moment. He's like, you cannot stop Aragorn coming back. And Gandalf sees Aragorn unifying the world of men to be very fucking important. Like, you literally
also-
cannot stop that from happening, steward.
There's
And also,
additionally,
Gandalf knows that he's a wizard.
He's a wizard.
Well, yeah, but there's a subtler reason as well, which is that Gandalf is, in a sense, playing the room. Gandalf knows what Denethor is and what his character is and how low he's sunk because of his despair from the visions he saw through the Palantir. Gandalf is establishing himself as the authority on behalf of Aragorn in that scene, which is part of it's like the first instance of him creating for himself the power to command the troops later on when Denethor has abandoned his position and responsibility. So Gandalf is kind of acting as King Regent in that scene, and he's deliberately playing Denethor down in a way that he knows he must feel that everyone else in the room also recognizes, whether they acknowledge it to themselves or not. So like the subtleties in that scene as well, which is just again, it's almost an unfair comparison just because it's so overmatched. But there are many reasons for Gandalf taking the line that he took, because some thought went into him taking that line. No thought goes into this. It's just Galadriel is a bitch. That's it. So she gets thrown in prison because that's where the plot needs it to be. The end.
Temporarily.
The plot needs you to be in
Temporarily.
prison now, not being thrown in prison after you threaten the life of the queen in front of her court. We're not going to throw her in prison for that. She doesn't need to be in
That happens
prison
every
yet.
day. It's fine. She did it metaphorically
fine, it's
almost. She already
normal.
implied
We
it,
have a
right?
very-
It's different.
We have a
Fine.
very libertarian free speech policy in the royal chambers. Luckily for her, it's these things. You take the bad with the good. It's part of the
To be honest, dude, we should be thankful that when she said, "I have a tempest in me," the queen didn't go, "Well, so do I. And mine's bigger, so fuck you." You're like,
no, mine. I've got a bigger tempest than you.
and Elendil's just like, "I have a tempest. Yeah,
I sometimes have a tempest. Yeah,
I'm cool too."
I had a tempest the other day when my son said he would quit being a seaman.
To be fair,
I had a little bit of a tempest.
it must be the most interesting life has been on Numenor for so long. There's this crazy elf lady rocks up and just starts threatening to kill everybody. It's like, oh, why not?
I'm gonna cement these feelings they have for the elves with horrific efficiency.
Ugh.
The Numenorians are like, I don't know why we ever thought about this about elves in the first place, but we were right.
I always loved
They were
that aspect of Denethor's story, by the way, that he had a Palantir, and that I feel like one scene that would have made that like definitively in the story for the films would have been a lot better in terms of helping us
yeah, it would
understand
have
him.
helped out.
'Cause he-
Instead of just
he
he's just sort of
alludes to it.
unstable.
Yeah, but you never get more of an official sort of word on it, or even a scene. Because I just I'm trying to think of where I'd even put it, or maybe I wouldn't at all. Maybe eventually I'd be like, you know what, I don't want to touch those films. They're so bloody wonderful.
No, I would be reluctant to touch them. I think the way you would do it is when he learns of Boromir's death. So I don't know if this does happen. I have a feeling in the book
When he's holding the split horn.
Yeah, well, he discovers the horn. Yeah, he holds the horn later. But I have a feeling in the book he gets a premonition of Boromir's death, and then that's confirmed when the split horn drifts down the river toward him.
Right.
So if you were to do it in the film's context, what you would, I think, do is the point where he reveals to Gandalf that he's learned of Boromir's death and he has the broken horn on his lap. That's when you would say he might just a single line of dialogue even to say, "And I saw this coming." Essentially, that's all it really would have taken to reveal that. Well, okay, there's a reason he saw this coming. Of course, that relies on the extended edition stuff though, because I think you would need references.
We're always talking extended editions with us.
Of course, it's
Those
the
are
only
fuck yeah.
acceptable
only-
version.
Oh,
of
yeah.
course.
Yeah, you're
Oh, yeah.
always talking about the extended.
Yeah, because when you've seen Saruman with the Palantir, then immediately another reference to the Palantir makes sense.
Yeah.
Whereas if you're doing the theatrical cut, maybe it wouldn't so much. But
Because you can infer it when he's like, "Do you think the eye is blind? I've seen more than you know." It's like, but the thing is, if you don't know from the book what he's kind of referring to there, I think any normal just person watching might not think that. They might be like, "Oh, I don't know how he's seen it, but he's seen more
does
than."
he have like a castle or court thing or
Or he
some
has
dark magic
spies,
or spy? Yeah,
something, I don't know. Yeah, but he
okay,
said,
he's
see,
got
you know,
connections, but
but then
we
if a
need more.
friend said, "Oh, well, in the book, it's actually he has a Palantir," it's like, oh, and I really like the idea that Sauron has been, you know, and the influence of the Palantir has really brought him further down than he already was.
Boromir's death just
Yeah.
it crosses that line. Yeah,
So yeah, I don't know. We're fans of Lord of the Rings. I'd say
we
all four
really
of us.
like the Lord of the Rings.
It's really fucking cool.
We also really like the ring Amazon. The Amazon's The Rings of Power. It's very good. It's very powerful and emotional, and
Well, I mean, I can't
enjoy the cast of characters and how
even wait.
just the relationship of the family and faith, hope,
it's
emotion, and a journey, believing in yourself.
That too, yeah.
Yeah,
it's beautiful
empowering
and
diversity.
terrible as the sea, and
The sea is always right.
treacherous as the sea.
Yes.
Sorry, but of course the sea
There
is always
was-
right. So
There was a tempest in my heart, but it was quelled by the quality of this show, and now
Could the sea be
I'm
wrong
very happy.
sometimes though? Maybe. No. Okay.
no,
Not even
no.
once.
Everything's better down where it's wetter. Take it from me.
Oh, could you imagine trying to feed these lines to like
the sea is always right.
aspiring? I don't even know. Just some person who's learning. You're like, the sea is always right, but it cannot commit treason, and it will point you to the light if you
I'm
look up.
Still so confused by that
Just
line.
be like, what in the fuck am I supposed to make of all that? Just like, look, just don't be clever, be wise.
I like how I think it's really
Like,
interesting
thanks,
how
buddy.
it's really clever. I guess you could say how they took Galadriel being tempted by the ring in that one scene and just turned that into her whole character for a show. That was it. That's an interesting creative decision.
Yeah. And you know what, as well, if you start combining all the advice, like, don't be clever, be wise, but also don't be good, or don't be too good, because you'll get snipped, and then you'll get
Don't be
washed from the
good 'cause
table
you'll get
like
snipped.
salt.
Wash from the table means
Only the good
all
boys
of your
get
all of
snipped.
your friends will abandon you to die.
It's like you collect
Yeah, it's
all
like,
of it
don't
up,
help
and you're
your
just like,
friends because you might die too.
Don't help your friends, or else I will exclude you personally.
Yeah.
I will,
Bad
I will,
things
I will
happen.
disown you.
Sometimes being selfless, sometimes it doesn't work out for you if you're selfless. So just don't.
Just don't. Fuck it.
Don't be a gambler. Don't be a gambler. Don't gamble on love.
Listen, Nori, you didn't know this before. I'm telling you it now. You gotta stay on the trail, okay? Like, Mom,
It's really
I don't know
easy
what
to
the
remember
fuck
her
that
name.
means.
Nori. No reason.
Stay
to
on the
care
trail
about
means
her.
be evil. It means never help people.
But how do I know that the trail is
Because the trail looks upright.
Because then Sardoc just turns to her. Do you know why a trail
Floats.
floats? Do you know why a trail floats and the not trail sinks?
The not trail
Because the trail
is always
looking
right.
up and the not trail is looking down.
God, they were so
And that's
proud
just,
of
it's a recurring
themselves.
thing everywhere in the show, regardless of context.
And like we said, we're barely halfway through. There's still so much cringe to come, I imagine, in the next four.
Yeah,
And that's
prepare
even
your
just one
anus,
season.
everybody.
Think of the other seasons. Why would they do
God,
this?
I'm trying not to.
I know, it's cruel. Cruel and unusual. It's not fair. So
This-
anyway...
this legitimately, watching this show would be prohibited as a death penalty treatment in America. You can't actually
No,
impose cruel and unusual punishments.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just you wouldn't let people watch Rings of Power first.
They just get bored.
Yeah, well, boring people to death is a cruel and unusual punishment. Death is normally a bit more interesting than that.
They're like, no, put on the Snyder cut, please.
Aw.
Anything but this.
Uh,
Yo, 4 hours of this, 4 hours Snyder cut. Hey, there
Actually-
you go.
Oh, shit,
4
yeah.
episode. You know, we're at the same. You know, who wore it better? That 4 hour
Who wore the
time
4
giver.
hours better? I don't want to
If
have
you
to
had
think about
rewatch
answering
the
that
first 4
question, Rag.
episodes
Don't
of
make
this
me.
or Snyder cut.
Wait,
Hello?
did you say what would I rather rewatch?
Would oh, sorry, your voice did tism for a moment. Would you rather rewatch these 4 episodes or the Snyder cut?
Well, so the problem with these questions is I'll always pick the one that I'm less familiar with, and it's going to be Snyder Cut right now because they come too close. So it would be slightly more interesting because I've forgotten a lot of it, you know? Especially if I'm watching it with friends. Holy shit, we can laugh at it.
Okay. All right. Okay.
If I was
All right.
fully familiar with both, I have no idea. I have no idea.
Oh yeah, it's tough. I think I'd pick the Rings of Power. I'd rather watch. I think there's enough little. I'd just be watching for maybe little bitty things like little cool set stuff and some cool props and that 2-minute conversation with Broken Foot and Marigold.
You just wait for that
And
one
maybe
scene.
we could make we could make fun of how the fat Harfoot is just doing that weird standing pose at the crater.
Yeah.
And whenever I see the
times.
people beating the dirt or trying to rip their chains off with their hands, I'll be like, oh,
No,
that
good
was fun.
moments.
That was fun. Yeah,
and then
that
in
was
the long
great.
intervening moments, you can catch up on some sleep. So it's actually Rings of Power is quite good for the health. Maybe.
Yeah,
Very
maybe. Yeah.
therapeutic.
So we're back with Isildur on his little
Yes, we are.
little
That's
seafaring
exciting.
adventures, and he fucks up the thing with the rope, and the same problem we saw happen before happens, and they're like, oh my god, blah, blah, blah. And it was the thing we kind of mentioned all those hours ago, and I suppose we'll mention now, is that this error is spotted by the sea master person, whoever, and he's like, you've done that so many times in life that you couldn't possibly have done that by accident, so therefore
It's
you're
so
fired.
Obviously contrived. He says, I've seen you do that hundreds of times. This must have been deliberate. You're off the team. Like, no, you saw him do it in the last episode.
I don't understand. Yeah, it's so
okay.
weird.
Maybe he was looking a different way.
Well, so that's the
But
craziest part.
He wasn't. He saw it. He saw it all. Oh.
If they show that he wasn't looking at him, and then this happens, and he's like looks over there, and I'm like, oh, what the fuck? So it's like, had you shown that he was looking at him, and so he saw him deliberately fuck it up, that would make so much more sense.
Yeah, you have the scene of Isildur and his buddies pulling the guy back on the ship, and then the focus changes, and we see in the foreground the ship master captain watching this, like, and then
He's
he
watching
goes
the whole
back to his
time, yeah.
normal task because everything seems to be back on track. That sets up that he knew. He paid attention. See, here's the problem, right? The problem is that off the top of our heads, we come up with these ideas that they, with their bajillions of dollars and God knows how long planning, didn't do.
And
This is a state.
now you're making me think
things.
as well. Like Isildur could look over, look around, look about, like, oh fuck, was that it? Have I fucked it up? And the captain's like, no, carry on. And then once everything's over and they land and they're all like going back to whatever they're up to, he like stops Isildur and he's like, you know, whatever's going on with you, like, it's putting your mate in danger.
Your mind's wandering, boy. I've seen
it's
it
not
many
even
times
that,
in
like,
young cadets.
goes like even serious to
have
the point
a
of just
pirate
being
voice.
like, I don't really care what it is you're working through. It's getting to the point where it could like kill your teammates, so you're out. It's as simple as that. I don't like whatever you're working through, whatever deliberate shit is happening. It's just like you're unsuitable for this. There's no way I would pass you when you're like almost killing people on purpose.
Yes. You're putting other people's lives in danger. You need to sort your stuff out. And maybe he puts Isildur on a break, essentially. He's like, you're a very talented sailor, because he has to have a pirate captain voice. You're a very talented sailor, Isildur, but your mind's a wandering. You need to take a break and settle your issues. I can't have a weak link on me ship, because that's how I say it.
You're a weak link
that
on my ship.
And then when Isildur's father learns about him being sort of like put on leave for a moment to sort things out, that's when they can have their conversation, not just, that would give him a reason to, and it would. Do you think they're ever going to do that with the fact that? Well, I guess we'll get to it. How Isildur gets his friends fucked over, but
Well, yeah, that's
Isildur's an
next.
idiot. Basically,
That's
I hate
next.
him. He's
well,
dumb. He's a dumb, stupid.
To be
idiot.
fair, he is a dumb, stupid, dumb, but that part of it is bizarre. This guy is like, Isildur, you clearly sabotaged this. You're blah blah blah. Okay, you're out. Also, your 2 friends there are out too. Fuck it. It's like what?
You're just like the Brandyfoots, collective punishment.
What? But why? And it's just like
actually, why? Like, we seem to be really good sailors. Like, sorry for knowing him.
It doesn't.
I guess.
Like, I can't even remotely understand what that's about. Why did you fire them too? What did they do?
But in the first instance, though, he's distracted. He doesn't do it deliberately. He's distracted because he's passing West Numenor, which is the place he has this
Hears a voice saying his name.
inexplicable desire to go to. So they must have sailed in this region before. It's not impossible or even implausible that he's been distracted in this way in this area before, but the guy took no notice, paid no attention to it when it happened previously. It's so jarring. It's such an obvious we need to move the plot along moment for him to suddenly say, I've seen you do it. You did it deliberately this time. You and your friends are off. It's so overtly an attempt just to press things along. It's subtlety is the enemy of this show. It just doesn't understand what character writing is at all.
And then his friends are understandably pissed, but even
Very
still,
pissed.
they don't know how to write dialogue. So the friend is like, "You're sorry, fuck you, you've ruined our lives." And then Isildur's like, I wanted to get out of it." And he's like, "You didn't even earn your way out there. I did. I've been trying my whole life." And then Isildur's like, "Oh, jeez, oh man." And then the guy goes, "All you ever do is brood and blubber about your dead mum." It's like, wow, dude. Like, what?
Does he? Because
First of all,
I
yeah,
guess I'll take your word for it.
I haven't heard that before, but we have to take his word for it.
I was just like, did they just want to escalate the nature of the conversation? He just said, because like, if I was the other friend, I'd be like, okay, yeah, I kind of hate him too for getting this fuck, but what are you doing? Like, oh, fuck you for caring about your mum having died. Like, what are we doing? What's happening? Why? I guess he's just super angry, which, yeah, I guess he should be, because he just got booted off the course for no reason at all. It's so hard to just have any investment in any of it. It's all so nonsensical. You're just like, oh, okay. Why? We're not going to get answers on why. It's just happened. Get over it. We need to know his mum was dead. That's why. You can find better ways. You
Do you think that
do
would
it like
be something that comes out of their conversation before with the family there, the dad and the 2 kids?
Yeah, I mean,
That
yeah,
could be something
you'd
that
say
pops up.
the easy
or
thing is
her
just your
death.
mum would be proud. You know, that's an easy way to open that up. And then you can talk about it, or whatever. But yeah, I don't know, man. Back to our main man Elf, who is chatting with good old Mr. Adar. Finally, we still get like many minutes of time code of him walking toward him, because how else are we gonna fill these scenes?
It is egregious.
Yes. And then we get a very strange moment where Adar is pretty much getting teary-eyed over an orc dying. Okay.
All right. Turns out they were misunderstood the whole time, but all right.
Or it's just he just really likes orcs. All right.
I guess. I mean, don't you? They're great.
I guess so.
What's not to like? What's
Yeah,
not
that's
to
true.
like?
It's very true. So talk about a couple things in this conversation, but the main thing is that he's gonna free Mr. Elfman with a message for the people in the tower, in the watchtower. Oh. Okay. He says you've been told so many lies that run so deep the roots and rocks believe them too. Like, I guess I can understand what you're trying to say there,
Fine
but
line,
still.
I suppose. Like, I get it. Yeah, that's a really deep lie. I am getting what you are saying. Like, I understand your analogy.
And that's all I got for this scene. That's it. That's the.
Well, the weird orc funeral killing thing.
Mm-hmm.
Strange. Okay. And this scene goes on.
It takes a
He
while.
talks about like where he's from, right? Where were you born?
Yeah,
Where were you from?
it's the kind of
I
thing.
remember there were flowers there.
it's like you say like, oh, where are you from? You're like, oh, 51st Street, and then you go, oh, next to the Chippy, and it's like, to imply like, how do you know about that? You must be, oh my God, Adar is like an elfman, and why is he? Oh
like,
my God,
have
such
you been
mysteries,
there?
such mystery, like a box of mystery.
Yeah, yes.
On way to pry it open.
A riddle wrapped in an enigma, wrapped in a mystery, or however it goes. Fringy knows.
An enigma wrapped in a fringy.
Wrapped in
I
a
mean,
puddle.
what is that? I'm trying to visualize what
Oh, hi,
that.
Fringy.
What does it mean to be wrapped in a fringy?
I don't know. I guess you'd be the authority on that, right?
Yeah,
I
you're the
don't
one-
know that's. I don't know. I don't think so.
That's why you're here. What do you mean you don't know?
What? That's the only reason I'm here. Wow.
Yeah, for
All right.
Simpsons references, that's why Mueller and I had a whole conversation where we weeded out candidates.
We had a guy
And
who
it
was
was part of
really,
the-
really good with Family Guy references, and we were like, that's fine. Kind of looking for a higher caliber.
Yeah, we're looking for it's definitely we had a guy who was really into BoJack, but was like, nah, it's still too low tier. We have
Yeah,
to
gotta
go
go
a little bit
higher.
higher than that.
Oh yeah, Simpsons.
Yeah, and so you knew the Simpsons stuff. So we're like, you know what? That settles it. Fringy's gonna be the one. When do we break the news? And I think we
We
settled
did it on
Right,
the
we
anniversary of
decided
Simpsons being
Now
created.
is the
Yeah.
time.
We
Wow.
brought you on a few more times to talk about the Simpsons.
It does seem to play well with the audience.
So what is the implication here? Is what I'm why bring it up now that was your motive?
Well, see, this guy on screen right now, he kind of reminds me of Homer.
Yeah.
You know what?
He's the
I'm not sure I
homeriest
agree.
person.
Is it why?
Yes.
You know that hat he's wearing is not like a bald head, right?
That's not true at all.
That's
It's just
ridiculous, Free.
particularly,
Look, this is
it's
Where's the
particularly
line
pale. He
that
normally wears a
represents
hat. That's why it's so pale.
this is why
Because
you
he normally does have a hat on.
This is the low budget of the show. That is a bold cap. It's just not looking great, is it?
They're like, shave me hair. He's also a sea captain for this. Shave me hair. I'll do no such
$1
thing.
million.
I'll put on a
TV
cap.
show.
It's painted white. White cap.
Someone said he looks, I'm just not seeing the Homer Simpson. I'm just
That's
not
all right.
seeing it.
That's okay.
It surprised us because you're the Simpsons person.
Yeah.
I am the
they're
Simpsons
here.
You'd think
person,
you would
so if
get it
anything,
more than us,
My
but-
statement on this should be the authoritative, definitive,
Not-
and conclusive.
Not really, because the three of us on the panel, we think it does, and you're the only one who
that
doesn't.
is just pure Homer
Okay, well, I'm
Simpson.
glad that you admit that the three of you are needed to match my claim.
Oh, and it's
of-
not
of
matched.
Simpsons-
You misunderstand
Simpsons.
it. It's not matching. We heavily outweigh you in the court of
Heavily outweigh.
Overmatch is the word you're
Yes.
looking for.
So
Yeah.
what is okay? I mean, look, you're entitled to that opinion. You're allowed
That's
to feel
nice.
that way. But
Oh,
we
yeah.
all know the truth, which is that when it comes to conclusive,
Well, three of us do.
Simpsons decisions, I am the arbiter. Hey, you're changing the picture.
I feel
You're
like this is
drawing over
representing it very.
You're drawing over the picture.
This is like exactly what you can see. I don't know what you mean, Free. It's like
Look at that! You've drawn out into the Look at what you've done. You're
God,
changing
Troy,
the image.
you make
Oh,
me
you
laugh
know,
too
that's a
much.
Bart. That's a Freudian drawing right there. He actually looks like Bart Simpson, not Homer.
I can't keep the
You can
mouse
tell him
straight.
giggling
saw
with, on
that.
the lines.
You
and he giggles, the
saw
line
it.
fucks
You
up.
all saw that. He drew. He was drawing Bart.
It looks like he's smoking a
can't
massive
draw-
spliff now.
It does, yeah. The woman's hair, yeah. The top. Oh man. I'm glad I stuck around for this one.
There we go. I feel like now you can see it, Friggy, right? As a
Yeah,
Simpsons
that's so
fan.
obviously Homer Simpson.
If we ignore many aspects of like how this drawing doesn't map onto the face here at all.
Oh wait,
But
sorry.
none of those
I could
aspects
see
are
it
important.
now that I
Like,
put
all
the hair in.
important
You can
ones are
see it.
there.
You can see it now.
What, you mean you put the hair in where it doesn't exist on him? Yeah.
What do you mean? It's right there. It's just I made it more prominent. So now, yeah, see, he can understand now that he can see because that's what me and Rags could see. It was
Also, you've drawn it inaccurately. Homer's hair on the top runs from left to right. You've drawn it like front to back.
I don't know what you mean.
Well, yeah, it's underneath the cap. It's under the cap. That's what the hair would be on the cap. When he puts it on, he slides it over.
Yeah.
So when he puts the hat on, the direction of the hair changes. In your opinion.
Absolutely. Yeah, when he drags
it changes from left to right. To
I don't know what's hard to understand about this, Bree.
Over the forehead.
Oh, is it because I haven't colored in the pupils? That's probably it.
It's probably it. It'll pop instantly when it.
Yeah, and I didn't connect the eyebrow. That's probably one of the things holding back. Now you can understand it.
I just don't see the resemblance.
I mean, the lip is a little off from the original, but I'm sure you don't mind that. Like you can envision.
I mean, I need to envision because the drawing isn't exactly.
It's not exact. I agree, but I'm glad you agree. Finally, like it's a broad sort of.
Yes,
approach.
if I totally use my imagination and completely invent an alternate scenario where the character looks totally different, then yes, I can see Homer.
Excellent. There you go, Rex. You got it.
It looks exactly the same.
Gorgeous.
Yeah, some people can sort of fully understand it.
Are we watching an episode? Oh, that's not actually. Oh, it's my. I thought that was actually Homer for a second.
I was actually going to say I should probably take it off screen. People are going to start joining the stream. Like, why are you reviewing Simpsons? We're trying to do fucking Rings of Power.
Yeah.
So it is odd though, because he's so fucking uncanny, especially when he moves.
Really is.
Look at it when he's moving.
Oh, when he moves, especially. Yeah, just the way that he carries himself.
The animation is so much better than the Warg. Yeah. I don't know how they do it.
They must have hired someone who worked on both.
Because we were talking at the beginning of the stream, like 2D animation or 3D animation in general, and how it can make you feel a lot. Like, he's integrated just perfectly. Because these are all real people. Except him, obviously. But it looks like they're interacting with him and shit. It's cool. I think that a lot of the money went onto this. Obviously cameos and stuff. Jangling them keys. I'm hoping they just do something with him, though. Something more significant than he's just here. What else happens in this scene, though? That's what we're here to talk about. The scene where they, oh yeah, they're realizing they've got no food. Now,
that's the thing you suddenly realize, of course.
I have many issues with this. It pains me. Gives me the big brain pain. We discover just sort of through a casual line of dialogue, they've got like another village is pouring in. Basically, like all of the surrounding villages have been collecting up into this tower. But apparently none of them are bringing food. Everyone's leaving their food behind. It's not even a matter of... Because this is the thing. You might be thinking, well, they don't have any, right? And if you move out of your village, you know, what are you going to be... All your tools for food making are all back there. And it's like, well... Most villages would have some form of storage for food.
Well, later on, we learned that they took the time to scatter all of the food across the floor of the room before they left. So it must have been deliberate?
Well,
maybe?
No, that was just salt. They swept it off the table.
Oh, that was... Oh, of course, yes. Yes, that was for the...
Got to do that before you leave. It's for good luck. So this was annoying to me because as far as the timeline goes, I was like, haven't you guys been here for like half a day? How are you already starving?
You run out of food.
Did you not think that in your...
It was like when Homer was on the raft, the real Homer, and he ate all the peanuts, the Flanders. You gotta eat them like this. Num 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 num. Just eating them all. That's what happened.
I think this show, it's like one of those things that makes me think, this show wants me to think that men are shit and elves are just the best. Well, men are too stupid to bring food with them.
I don't even know what the fuck they were thinking, because yeah, like, this is the thing. You might be thinking... I implied with my description that they have chewed through their entire rations. It's like, no, they didn't bring any. They left all their food.
They couldn't prioritize the food over the linen, you know? You needed those bed sheets.
I can't explain how fucking stupid it is.
It would be a great comedy scene to have her being like, well, what did you bring? And they just have like random shit. They have like farming equipment and
I don't want to
like a
dismiss
pile of shirts.
Bed linen. I really don't want to dismiss that. I feel like a stack of bed linen just sitting in the corner.
They just have buckets of dirt. He
Old
just thought they
sketch where like the housewife sends the husband away shopping, and he comes back. And she says, you know, did you get the stuff we needed? Did you get, you know, the beans? Did you get the rice? Did you get this? And this is even better than that. And then he just brings out this random list of utter horseshit that they have no conceivable need of.
Meant to be.
It's
Waller.
I'm not doing
Stop
nothing.
it.
Leave
You're
me alone.
tormenting me.
It's absolutely
It's
absurd.
torment.
They have like a food storage, just an entire thing. They didn't touch any of it. And you remember the visual from episode 2, I want to say? They're all very slowly walking away from the village, and they've packed up loads of shit. They have like little like wheelbarrows and carriages and stuff, and it's like, none of you wanted the food?
No,
Is there no
someone else will
fat
bring it.
person
It's
among
fine.
you that was like, I'll carry the
Bring
food.
some
I
snacks
like
for the
food."
road.
Yeah. I don't understand it. And it's obviously because it's like, what are we gonna do with this plot line? It's like, I don't know, they need food. Like, but they wouldn't need food because they would have stacked up ahead of time, right? They would have known this is gonna happen. We later find out, by the way, they can't hunt because all of the animals in the area have either run away or they're dead. And it's like, why wouldn't... You know what? You guys should just be moving away. This place is gonna...
Yeah, why did you stop here? Keep going.
This ain't a good place to be. It's terrible. And the orcs are like... They're not that far away, you know?
Because they wouldn't have. Because surely they didn't come here expecting to find elves, right?
No, I don't even know.
Because she would have obviously. She would have told them that they're gone, and they would have probably said that, hey, we're leaving. So they wouldn't have come here expecting elves. So they just came here because. Why did they actually come here?
For safety?
I don't know why you didn't draw this guy on the left as like Mo. You drew the other two, but
I don't know
then
how
you
to draw
decided-
Mo. Believe it or not, those are actually like really badly done drawings, but they're like the best I can do from having drawn it several million times when I was a kid. I don't know what I need to see a
Well,
picture of
you are
Mo.
drawing with a mouse, which is kind of tricky. So there's that.
They are not
and
beautiful
also
drawings, I
you-
will admit.
You don't know how to draw Mo.
Oh well, without seeing a picture of him, I think I'm trying to. I don't know if I could. I don't think so.
I couldn't. I can't remember.
What about I'm just thinking of like secondary characters that would be easy. Principal Skinner feels like he'd be an easy one to
The
draw.
thing is, it's bizarre. I can picture him fully in my head, but the second I try and draw it, I feel like, oh, what am I doing? The main thing I remember about Mo is his like big
He's
old.
got a very big
He's
old Billy
a
sort
side
of
afro thing, doesn't he? He's got
yeah.
like pointy nose and side afro.
What's that? Oh, well, see, you gotta like aim it upward more so with like Mo's face. It's all right.
You could.
You're kind of like capturing the spirit
I know.
of Mo. Yeah.
I know. I know who that is. He's the bar guy, right?
He's the bar
He is.
guy.
The bar
Yeah,
guy.
that's
God,
him. I
oh
know.
my
See, I know.
God. See, I was figuring out if I could like draw Mo from memory, and I just started drawing Barney for some reason. I
With
put
the
in
guy's-
like the teeth.
The guy's
overhanging.
natural hair, you could just turn him into Patty or Selma because they're basically the same. But he also has kind of got the haircut.
Hmm. Sorry, what were we talking about? Was it Rings of Power? I don't know.
Oh,
We're talking about
Probably not
Homer in the
Rings.
castle.
No, but we're
Oh,
looking
yes.
for any escape from it. It's why you see Homer Simpson in this man who doesn't look like him at all.
He looks
Wait,
which
he
man?
looks very. He
The
looks
show is-
actually
the show is-
suspiciously
It's
similar.
It's
Image.
warping your mind.
No,
of what
I
you
think
can
that
see.
I
Fox
agree. The guy
should-
with
paranoid
the
delusions.
guy with the
I
potatoes
think
doesn't look
Fox
like Homer.
needs
That's
to look
fair.
into like legally, like the stolen inspiration from Amazon.
Yeah,
Honestly,
The guy on the right is the Homer guy. The guy on the left. I'm not saying the guy on the left looks like Homer.
oh no, he looks like Mo.
Yeah. Well, to be
Yeah.
fair, Fringy pointed that out, and he's apparently the Simpsons
Oh, no,
expert.
Fringy
so-
got- Fringy
why-
got
I
this
said
one
why-
right. Yeah,
I said, why didn't you draw him like Mo?
No, I'm saying I
Do
agree with you. He
think
does
Because
look
he
like
looks-
Mo.
yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
that would be the first thought that
Right,
you have
so
is he
the-
looks
the
so much
lady-
like
the
Mo.
lady
Why would
there
you
is
not draw him like
Marge.
that?
It's not Marge. The lady there is Bart.
I was gonna say her hair is way more Bart than Marge. Come on.
Yeah, and also because Marge
Mark
wears
and
a
Marge.
lime green dress, and this is a very blue dress. Not to be confused with her blue hair, which is not naturally blue, is it? Isn't it like naturally brown? But then she dyes it blue.
I can't remember.
That's some of that super duper Simpsons lore
Like
there.
like Ninja.
Blue.
Um,
I don't. Well, I imagine Ninja's hair is not naturally blue.
Oh,
prefer-
well,
Oh no,
That's like
no,
saying the
it's
Tooth
definitely
Fairy's not
dyed.
real.
It's a very big. Yeah, it's important if you want to be a
Well,
successful.
I'm glad
swimmer,
you cleared
have
that
to dye
up,
your hair
Rags.
blue.
I'm
Just
glad
to
you
say,
cleared that
Joe,
up.
just like much like this character you're talking about, I know that Ninja dyed his hair blue. That's the most interesting thing about him.
Well, this woman hasn't dyed her hair blue. She's just wearing a blue dress and like a
I don't know
blue-
about that.
Did she dye the
I
dress
don't know
blue?
about that. Oh, is she a Numenorian
so-
sailor?
Her hair is
Maybe.
naturally blue, but then she dyes it.
She dyes it brown just because she doesn't want to be seen as a freak. She doesn't want to be. She doesn't want to be the tallest.
That's
There are
what
plenty of
her
blue-haired
arc is gonna
people
be.
in the Simpsons world, but it's not blue in the same way that blue is in our world. It's like a normal color.
Well, yeah, because there was that. What was that? Who's the
Van
damn it,
Houten?
There's another. Well, there's them, but there's someone else with blue hair, right? Like the guy, but I can't remember in the early seasons. Do you know who I'm talking about? There's like a guy with blue hair.
You know anything else about him?
Damn it! I'm just trying to figure out like who he knew or interacted with.
It's
There's
Chief
definitely
Wiggum
somebody-
people.
Oh,
are
of course.
saying.
Well, I'm not talking about Wiggum. It's someone else.
The guy.
There is a guy with blue hair. He wears like a suit jacket. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, Burns' lawyer. Yeah, I think he has.
No,
blue hair.
it's not Burns' lawyer. It's someone else. That's what I'm saying. It's
Isn't it-
actually not Burns' lawyer.
No, we did the Van Houten, so it's not Millhouse or his dad. God, keep up, chat.
Oh.
Jeez.
Kid with glasses, right? That's him.
No,
That's
there's
Millhouse?
Sideshow Mel's got light blue hair.
Yeah, that doesn't
That's
quite
not what I'm
count.
thinking about either. Gil does not have blue hair. I don't like Gil.
He's got gray hair,
Gil's got
dude.
blue hair.
Homer.
Rusty.
No, Krusty's also got the. I know that I'm not. I know that there's a guy. Hold on, let me see
glad
if
we
I
met
can
our
figure this
quota.
out.
There is a tempest
all right.
within Fringy, and he will unleash it.
There is a tempest in me, and I need to know who
It's mandatory
has-
that every EFAP episode has a Simpsons tangent. So this is all. This is all planned.
All
This is
planned, yeah.
all planned.
Well, it's suitable that we do this with
Oh.
the Simpsons characters on screen as well.
Well, because I can't be thinking of just Marge's dad because he's got blue hair.
Yeah, he's.
He does have blue
Does
hair.
he show up in early seasons?
Uh,
When you said earlier seasons, what were you thinking? Like,
I'm really struggling. I'm sure that there's like, I'm sure that there was a character,
I'm gonna get a
but
drink.
I can't.
You did.
Is it maybe I was thinking of I feel like I've only ever seen. Oh, I was thinking of. That's it. The Itchy and Scratchy, the guy who makes Itchy and Scratchy. He's got blue hair. Do you remember him?
oh, you're not talking about the original creator, the guy.
No, not
Yeah, I
the
know what you're
original
talking
creator. This Itchy and Scratchy man.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, I'm him.
I know him.
I think
yeah.
that might have been who I was thinking about. Yeah. It all lines up. It all makes sense now. We have concluded the mystery man with blue hair in The Simpsons, because there are several characters who have blue hair.
Roger
So you're saying
Myers
that
Jr.
that's- You're saying that's the guy on the left of the shot at the moment.
No, he said Mo.
No, he's
Mo
I-
doesn't look
no.
much like Roger Myers Jr.
he doesn't.
All right, so
We've solved the mystery, and now, that's a relief. I was really stressed there trying to figure out who the other blue-haired man in The Simpsons was.
So they're all mad because they're like, we don't have food. What are we gonna do? And then they're like, what could we do? And her kid, the annoying kid, he's like, we'll just go get the food from our stores. And like everyone all over the earth sighs and wonders why they didn't do that in the first place. But fine, that's gonna be the best option right now. And then it's like, no, we'll hunt. And someone else is like, hunt for what? There's gonna be like, the best we can do is like a couple of bunnies. And then I think I was watching it with Rags, and he was just like, why not both? I don't understand. Just like send people to go hunt, and then also send a group of, like, men who are capable with some weapons. Maybe someone who's a good runner as well. You can call for help if something goes wrong. I don't know. Someone to look out.
Or, like, alternatively, you bring the food with you when you leave the village.
We've
Shocking suggestion,
shut
I know.
that out as an option. Only smart people do that, and we don't have any of those, so that's a no. But I would say, yeah, okay, so just do both plans and be careful. But no, absolutely no, we're not doing that. And then it just cuts to a scene where I guess these two are gonna go get the food from the town village. I was thinking about it. I was like, of all the people who are currently in the Watchtower, think about it. Let's just say it's 100, for the sake of argument, because it's like several villages worth, so I'm sure it's more than that. But hey, fuck it. Let's say it's 100. Of all the people in there who are close to starving, if you said there is a supply of food that's about, presumably, half a mile from here or more, and the orcs might not even have gotten there yet, and it's daylight, you could go grab it. Any volunteers? Don't you think you'd get quite a few people?
I mean, as a point of reference, you walk at about 3 miles an hour. If you're in a hurry, you could easily do 5.
And when it's daylight, and the orcs, they're pretty bad in daylight. They go, ooh, don't like that.
I don't like it. No, I don't like it. Nope.
So if you see them crawling all over the village, you'd be like, fuck it, can't do that. But if they're not, you'd be like, all right, get a little closer, and then maybe, like I said, send someone who's a fast runner, slowly make their way forward. And if the orcs are hiding, like in a well or something ridiculous, and they go, blah, 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 it's like, oh god, and runs back, and he's like, nope, the place is taken over by orcs, can't go there. But no, nobody wants to go get the food. Except these 2 kids. Well, one was a kid, one was like a teenager, I don't know.
That leads me to believe that they really are starving. Nobody wants to go get food.
Oh,
because if I'm starving, I'm taking my fucking chances.
Yeah, I would too. Well, dude, food. When I said wouldn't anyone volunteer, it's like I probably would. I'd be like, look, this is like our only chance.
It's food, guys.
The orcs might kill me. Starvation absolutely will kill me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll take my chances with the maybe. And also because I have like eyes, so I can perceive objects at distances.
Yeah.
I could look and see if the orcs are in town. Oh, they're not. Let's go while they're not here in the daylight. And then before it gets dark, we can fuck back off and go home with the food we should have brought the first time.
So they get a decent selection, actually, a couple bags of stuff. And then before they're about to leave, he's like, I want to check one more place. You wait for me. And then like they stop playing creepy music, and he goes in and he's like, oh, there's this bag of stuff on the floor. They grab it up. Then like he hears noises and like, oh god, oh, what's happening? Oh, jeez. And then well, the kid first off runs away. He's just like, ah, and then an orc appears, blah blah blah, and we got a fight. And so he grabs his spooky demon hilt, stabs it into himself to create the sword. And it's such a like, what the fuck?
Like that is, it feels he just knows to do it. You saw I wouldn't have guessed. Like I just thought that sword. I didn't think that a lot of blood makes the sword grow based on that first thing. I'm like, oh, it likes blood, and when it's around blood, it makes the little glow. I wouldn't have guessed. I wouldn't have guessed that the more blood it gets, the more full of a sword it magically reforms. That's not at all what I got.
Massive leap. So like, obviously we see at the end of episode 2, isn't it, where when he has blood on his arm and it drips toward the sword. So there is a relationship that's been established between sword and blood, but
and it likes blood.
It likes blood. But for him to to make that jump from, well, I see it attracts blood, therefore if I stab myself in the wrist with it, it will become a lightsaber and grow. That's a big,
dark saber.
Big jump, a dark saber. It's a pretty big leap of the imagination. And all of this only happens anyway because a fortuitous cloud happens to come across the sun, which lets the orcs come out. It's not actually nighttime. It's just lucky cloud for the orcs anyway.
Yeah.
And then he actually slices the orc, and the orc is so surprised he like waddles over to the side, back facing our character, ready to just be killed. And the kid instead runs away. Now you might be like, well, I mean, I don't know, run into the sunlight. I guess that is the best. But I was just like, I don't know, killing him. I would have taken that option, but I guess I can understand if you're just scared and you run off.
Yeah, he's a kid. It's an orc. He cut it and then he ran. That's fair.
But then things get weird. Kid goes out the door. Like, all right, orc is gonna follow him. Out he goes, and we cut to like pretty broadly. It's so annoying because like there's just no way, even with the outfit he's wearing, that the sun isn't hitting him. It is, and it should make him go ooh, ouchies. But it's, you know.
Yeah, they should. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you know how like it's pretty, even when it's cloudy, like you can see pretty well. It's because the light still get through the clouds. Like it's still daytime.
I guess it's not intense enough. Or
to be fair, he very deliberately prepares his coverings to go out in this, as if to imply this is enough.
Even this is enough to upset him. Yeah.
But fuck it, I don't know, whatever. Anyway. So, the kid burst out and immediately jumped down the well.
Yeah.
And he was lucky enough that none of the other orcs have seen him, who are now clamoring over this whole place.
Oh, by the way, actually, what does it mean to jump down this well?
It
did
means
he know,
he's playing lots and lots of Assassin's Creed.
Yes.
Because he knows
I
exactly how
guess,
to escape
yeah.
the guards. But it's the second time, because like in episode 2, when he manages to jump from the top of the stairs after lassoing the orc mole and then suspending it with his own weight. Like this kid is basically a ninja.
Yeah.
And
He has to be a
we
ninja.
just
But
don't
there's a bit of
understand
a-
why.
Bit of a mental state thing going on in my head with this. It's like, he bursts through that door, he starts running. His first instinct, of course, would be just run home. But he'll see maybe that there's some orcs running around. He goes, oh, fuck, down the well. It's like, really?
You
It's
can't
just
stay here forever.
it's
you
a
know
really
it, and
bad
you don't know
hiding
how
spot.
long the orcs are going to go for,
If you-
and you don't know if any of them are going to look down. Maybe just take your chances and run.
And
for
run,
it, you know?
or try and
like,
sneak around the house.
captions, the captions here have kind of given it away. He's hiding here somewhere, splashing. Is that
Splashing.
not
Yeah.
maybe a giveaway?
Man, yeah, I was like meters behind him, and he's gone. Where could he have gone? Looks around. Man, oh, I can hear like watery noises. Can't be this well.
Does water just like do that on its own, like unperturbed? It just sort of sloshes around in a well.
Yeah, I mean, someone, you know, a brick fell
And
into
I guess
it.
that's what I'm like. So he jumped down the well, and I guess he shimmied like he didn't like jump straight in, right? Because like he doesn't know how deep that well is. He might have broken his leg. So I guess he jumped.
He's very
in,
familiar with
and,
the
like,
well,
kind of
Fringy. Very familiar.
shimmied
He
or,
built
like,
this well.
went down and grabbed onto the
Well,
onto that trunk.
This is
that
the thing,
my
right?
wife
When you're
put.
writing this, like, he jumped down the well, and it's like, well, how's he... You can't just jump down, you'll just fall. What's he holding on to? And it's like, a root. It's like, there's a root? It's
Did
like,
he
yeah,
grab
there's just a
that
root.
as he was falling down the well?
He
Did
shimmied
jump
down,
into
grabbed the
well?
root, and now he's fine. It's not convenient.
Well,
There's plenty of
fine.
roots in wells.
Fine, you know.
No, there is
Gonna be
no way he
absolutely
got his
fine.
arm inside that root while he was falling down.
No, yes,
No,
there is.
so he must
He
have
used the
maneuvered his way
hilt,
down.
the spooky hilt, to fly. It probably has that power. He
If
floated
he, by the
down.
way, if he left the building and just went to the left, he would have been fine.
Yep,
because he
that's what I was
just-
saying. He could have ran
Hide
home.
the
He could have
house.
gone around the back of the house and then like crouched and made his way up the hill, and they wouldn't have found him.
Do the meme in movies where like you just run and then you sort of go to the left or something, and then the bad guy just keeps running forward for some reason, and then you
Once
can
he
get
left
away.
the door, if he would have did that thing where he was standing up against the wall next to the door, and the orc just runs out fast right past him, and he sneaks back in, that would have been something.
Well, look, Vrath. His name is Vrath, and he's grunting. Oh, look at this.
And
Oh,
panting.
splashes onto the camera.
How do
Whoa.
How do orcs get their names?
They choose them.
Do they have mothers? Who gives them their names? When they're pulled
Adar.
out of their pods or wherever the fuck they're from.
Adar is like, I'm gonna call you Sklunch. And he's like, I don't want
And then Splurge in the
that.
back is like, "You called me Splurge." And like, oh, yeah, that's right.
Well, some other guy is like, you know,
Sklorch,
Vrath.
you're
And
Sklorch.
you got Lutz. And it's like, can I have a cooler name? And he's like, what's wrong with Sklunch? And he's like, well...
I don't know. That guy got to be Kevin.
Kevin's not even that great compared to Lutz, though. Lutz is the cool
Kevin's not
name.
actually that great either. Yeah.
So, yeah, when he pulls that shit on the kid, like, luckily he doesn't make any noise that could alert him, and he didn't look down the well. You'd think he might, considering it's just one thing to knock off the list of things to check, right? But, unfortunately for Child, he throws the bucket down, and that hits, the kid in the head, or at least I think it either falls in front of him or hits him. Either way, he makes a noise. He goes, meh, or, and the orc is already like a meter away. I guess he was walking away and he tossed it in or whatever, but you hear the sound of a person clearly come from the well. Now, to me, that's enough to be like, guys, someone help me out, he's probably in here. Like, you know. But let me check, I guess, on my own, and if I don't see him, then that must mean he's not in there. It's like, okay, orcs aren't this stupid. Like, Jesus. And I think what annoys me even more about this too is that he looks down and the water is just still. It wouldn't be.
No.
Yeah.
I don't think they realize how
And
long it
it-
takes water to settle, even from dropping a
There-
pebble in it.
There's that element of I'm concerned enough to like try and spook whoever's hiding in this well with my weapon out, and I look down, but I'm not gonna just wait a few moments to see, just in case they're below the water, if they're gonna, have them come back up.
And to clarify, it's not completely still, but it's way more still than it would be for a whole ass human like diving down into it.
Well, even if he dropped the bucket into it, it wouldn't be this still. And he
Well,
did drop the bucket into it.
The bucket didn't
so-
go into it. It's if you can see from this shot, it seems to be just above.
Wait, the bucket hit the kid and didn't go into the water.
Yeah, because the kid. If you think of it, the water, and then above that, about a meter, is the kid, and the bucket hits
Oh,
him
I
in the
see.
head and is just above it. So then, that's the thing though that kind of makes it worse, because that means the kid had to fall a good like maybe meter and more. I don't know, because he wasn't in the water; he was up on the root. If you fall like a meter into the water, that's making a big sound, and it's not
It's a pretty
recovering.
big splash.
Yeah, like it's not recovering quickly. It's like it's over. But then magic. He's just like, no, there's nothing there. And the orc is stupid enough to be like, well, there's no way he could possibly hide here, so he must not be here. It's like, I don't know, man. What about under the water? That seems like
Basically, he's
That's
a level 1 Metal Gear Solid guard. That's all it
It's-
is. It's just
it's the kind of thing where I want to be in his head and be like, hey, Mr. Orky Man, like if he is under the water, you just need to wait just a couple seconds, maybe a minute.
I mean, you know how
Watch him.
important this is. He has the magic sword.
I'm not asking you to get in there. Just watch, see if he resurfaces. Oh, there he is. You got him.
Oh,
Great
yeah,
job.
guys. He's
And
down
he's
here.
trapped. He's literally
gone.
trapped. He can't go anywhere.
Yeah.
He can drown himself, but
Got this poison there too. We can go get it later. Probably just fell down to the bottom.
But yeah, very clever. He's right in there, and yeah. That's it for his story for now. We're going back to the dwarves and Elrond. Yay! Remember this
I'd have
storyline?
forgotten. Yeah, remember this storyline?
Like, oh my god. To be fair, when we were doing like a summary of the last episodes at the beginning of the stream, it's like, yeah, it's been an hour and a half, and they're finally showing us these guys again. It's like, you spoil us. Not like we would. It's like, what storyline would you want? Like, which of the main 4 ones?
I
What's my
guess-
favorite?
No, which one do you want? If you get a roulette wheel, you're gonna get a scene from any one of them. Which one would you want?
I guess the dwarf one.
I guess so. Yeah, because I was like, there's no way it's the Harfoots.
No,
Galadriel
my
is
bad.
absolutely insufferable. And then like the elf guy with the humans plotline, we were just doing that. That's pretty bad too. And it's like, so
He-
it probably
he has
is.
no character. No.
Yeah, so it's
No.
it probably is Durin / Disa / Elrond doing things. That probably is the most.
I may have
interesting one.
I may have misseen this scene, but am I right in thinking so you get a glimpse through the window at some point, and the construction project is well underway when you see it?
Yeah, which now makes us
How-
wonder how the fuck much time has passed.
Yeah, again the whole time thing with this show, as we were discussing, it just doesn't make a huge any sense at all. Actually, it's how did they get this far? Are we led to believe now that months have passed, even though quite clearly months haven't passed? Because the last time we saw Don Lemon, only 2 days had passed, and Galadriel about 4 days had passed. Here, months have passed. I don't. The show
Unless they're
doesn't seem to have
suggesting-
any idea about how to link its timelines together.
Unless they're suggesting that dwarves and elves working together is so good, this was done in like a day. It's just like, oh, okay, sure, I believe you. But yeah, I don't know. When I saw this, I was just like, are you fucking kidding me? Holy shit. Also, no people in the CGI. It's just background. Yeah, there's no one working on anything.
Yeah. Also,
About to
yeah,
say,
and,
the town looks very empty. It just looks vacant.
Do you think they forgot to CGI in the workers?
Maybe it's the
I
lunch
don't know
break.
if it's forgot or that there was like no consideration to do that.
You'd think you'd see one guy, at least.
Just one guy chilling, like like
Yeah.
those pictures
Eating
in
a sandwich.
1920s, 30s
Yeah.
New York, sitting on the thing with a lunchbox.
yeah,
in his
yeah,
hard
the
hat.
steel beams up there.
Yeah.
Also,
I want to see a story about those guys, honestly. The life
I'd-
of building this thing.
that's way more interesting than Rings of Power. This amazing
It
magical
is.
fantasy world is like, no, I just want to learn about the 20s, just how they did
Yeah.
things.
Oh, they did things.
And judging by this tower, what's our time? What time is it? How long has it been?
Wow, you
Since
weren't listening to
we-
anything that was said. Fuck you. That's what me and Little Platoon were just talking about for like 5 minutes.
Oh, is it? Oh,
Rags, like
sorry.
I
I
understand.
was-
We're coming up to 8 hours. I understand.
No, I must have been thinking of something else.
Having
I
another
must have been
Biden
thinking of
moment.
them-
That's okay.
Thinking about them Harfoots.
That's okay. It's okay to have a little bit of a memory moment, you know, or
Yeah, I was
something.
thinking about Harfoots. I love them.
So this
Speaking
scene,
of memory moments, Celebrimbor has one in
yes,
this scene.
it's very
Which is,
weird.
he gives us one of the most useful lines when we're critiquing the show itself, because he's filling in his own background, isn't he? And then he says something like, I'd quite forgotten it until this moment. Like, yeah, that's the approach of the entire show. It's just nothing happens until the
I'm-
writers remember it in the moment.
I'm somewhat okay with, I guess, the
No.
explanation of why he remembers it. It's just Elrond just happens to be in a way that
No.
reminds him of his father.
Why now?
It's that
Why
he
wouldn't it
gives
be
him
the whole time they've
something-
been working together?
Oh, he's never really looked out that window quite that way, in quite that light before, while Celebrimbor was standing in
Oh,
that
you just-
particular place to catch it.
You totally look like your dad at that very moment. Never have you looked like your dad enough before that it reminded me of the time your dad said you'd be important to my work. Like, ugh, it just sounds so shit.
Yeah, maybe there's a painting of him that Celebrimbor or Celebrimbor. Which one is it? Hard or soft?
I think hard.
I think it's Celebrimbor.
Celebrimbor. Yeah, he's a portrait of his dad, purely platonic, and he looks at this portrait a lot, and it just happens to be in that sort of position. And then
Well-
it just gets him thinking. He just loves thinking.
Either way, he says that also that he's pretty sure the dwarves are hiding something. Go check it out. And then Elrond's like, okay.
It's like the most generic of NPC dialogue.
Yep.
You look troubled, my lord. I think the dwarves are hiding something from me. Go have a look. Okay.
Yeah, I
Side
will.
quest accepted. Off we go.
Yeah, it's literally that. And then cut to
Yeah,
him
just
with
with more flowery language.
sometimes not even. Like, they don't even
That's
manage
true,
to pull that off.
sometimes not even, you're right.
So Elrond Sherlocks his way into saying Disa's lying to him about where Durin is, which is true, but she manages to cover by, I don't know, saying like, no, it makes sense that I'm making this thing because of this reason, and he hasn't taken his favorite axe thing because he doesn't need it, because you pry this stuff, you don't mine it out or whatever. And he's like, okay. But then Elrond uses his superpower that they really probably should have given us some context for, considering a lot of people would have no idea that Elrond can even do this. But simultaneously, I wonder if anyone's going to bring up at any point, it's a little bit naughty to spy on people, just because you assume they have
That's fine,
secrets.
Don't think about it. The writers don't even like that. Would never have even occurred to them.
Elrond is the CIA or whatever. he's looking at your phone calls. But yeah,
Freedom of Elformation Act.
nice. He discovers that yes, they are. I think that the conversation Durin and Disa have is like the most useful conversation that he could have been eavesdropping on. He like says where the thing is and that they are doing secretisms. He's like, whoa. And then these two gentlemen turn up. And Rags, I think you were fond of the way their mask opened up, right?
It was hilarious how the mask just opens up. If
Yeah.
you play the, it
There
just
it is.
yeah. Like how did that happen? How
He-
seriously? Do you have like a lever or a string that you're pulling somewhere?
No,
How did-
it's like the Marvel like nanotech helmets. They just intuitively know when you want to say
Yep.
something. And they
I
open
wonder
up.
how they did it on set, unless that was CGI.
I
that
don't
they-
think they did it on set, Rags. That's my impression. I imagine that was something that they. Fuck, maybe they did do it on set. Actually,
it
it
does look pretty
it
good,
opens up so.
but it could be CG. I don't know.
Yes,
It is
yeah.
kind of funny though.
The other ones doesn't too. It's just his. It's
Well,
totally
no, he needs
unnecessary.
to talk. He wants to talk, and the other guy.
Do you like
Can
that
you
they
not talk
have
while you're wearing that? You know,
No,
they
it's
have
not
partial beard armor?
it is partial beard armor. You're right.
Good to protect.
You got
the
to
beard.
protect that beard, though. If you've been growing that for years, you know you don't want to be in battle and some.
and it's just good to have
inconsiderate
armor
jerk
there
chops it off.
anyway.
Sure.
Yeah. Protects the thing beneath you.
Well, I hope it
Your
doesn't-
upper chest and your neck area.
Pretty
Yeah.
important, you know, pretty important part of the body.
The fact that it protects the beard, that's just a bonus.
But can you move
Yeah.
your head on?
I was gonna say, it looks like it's
which axis
attached.
Should it be this wire?
It looks like it's attached
Can
to
you
the
even, like,
helmet.
look
Oh
up?
yeah. Because it's not attached to the helmet; it's attached to the chest plate. So it
You
means
sure?
your beard is Well, maybe we need
Otherwise, their heads are locked in position, which is really.
That's what I'm
not
saying. Like,
convenient.
if it's attached to the helmet, that is shit.
Yeah, but I
Maybe
mean,
the
if that's
position is
attached
mostly
to the
ceremonial.
well, it has to. But if it's attached to the helmet, your beard armor is going to be bumping into your chest plate when you turn. It's going to
Yeah.
be real inconvenient. But if it's attached to your chest plate, you can't move your head either.
You can't even turn your head sideways if
So
it's
you
actually
lose
attached
either
to your
way.
helmet.
Your beard just gets ripped off every time you turn. You're like,
You know,
I need to
yeah,
look to my left. Ah!
You
Okay,
wanna-
yep, all right, he's over there.
You just want to bundle it up or something, roll it up, or maybe stick it underneath your shirt.
Yeah,
Or
I guess.
tie it back
that's,
around you or
that's
something.
hardly convenient. That is hardly convenient. I'm starting to think that this beard armor is not as good as I thought it was.
Yeah, rip beard
No.
armor. You know, you rise and fell in the
Yeah,
same
I guess
moment.
it depends on how you connect it.
Or beard armor.
It's really cool looking. Well, really, it might be
It's
doing a
neat.
bit of legwork.
It's neat.
It's quaint, if anything.
Gimli
need-
doesn't need beard armor. Gimli is fine.
Gimli's just cool.
He doesn't need beard armor because he's impervious to being. Nobody's
Impervious to
nobody
being.
can touch him.
Alright, so Elrond overheard that there's a secret place to do secret things. He sort of just walks down to the entrance to the secret mine where they're mining something that's never been seen before. Already I was like, oof, you're annoying me. Why aren't there guards here?
Horseshit.
Yep.
And if you were like, well, you wouldn't want to put guards there because it's a secret entrance, that would imply there's something to hide. And it's like, that's when you have old Derek the dwarf,
guards.
who's just like, oh, I'm just a janitor cleaning some stuff up. I'm definitely not an actual guard who's just keeping an eye to make sure nobody gets in here, and I'm going to ask you what the
Just
fuck you're doing
minor.
here.
Yeah.
That's what you do. You put an inconspicuous dude. He's just sitting down having a sandwich, and he's like, oh, hey man, what are you doing? And he's like,
You've been
nothing.
having a sandwich for 3 days. The game is up.
Move along, elf. This is my sandwich eating place. A bastard. And so this part just really I didn't understand. So he tries to push open the door because he sees footprints leading to it, which by the way, great job of your secret entrance by like, come on. Are the dwarves that idiotic? They'd be like, oh, whoops, we forgot the part where our footprints clearly show it leads to a secret door. Whatever. He tries to push on the door. That doesn't work. And then he sings or speaks out a song he heard Deesa's children singing earlier. You kidding me?
Is that where he? I was trying to think where he'd heard that before because it just seemed like it came from nowhere. But no, apparently he remembered this one specific chant that he heard some children singing, and that just happens to be the password. Like if you're going to do a secret door thing, you might as do Age of Ultron. Just please be a secret door, please be a secret door, please be a secret door, and then by luck he finds it. At least you can play it for laughs. Don't do like, that some kids about 3 hours ago were maybe humming a kind of a tune. Possibly.
Why do they know the
I
secret
remember
code?
it.
Why are they not singing it? What the fuck is wrong with you? Why would you make that? Why would you make it a word that just is distant and not used? Why would you? And why would Elrond think? You know what? The code is probably that song those kids
That
were singing.
must be
Like
it.
what? Why would you
It's almost
think
like a
that?
comedy thing where he tries it, it doesn't work, and he's like, yeah, I don't know why that would work. I don't know what I was fucking thinking.
Bizarre.
What?
And it works.
It's shit. It's really shit.
There you go, secret entrance opened. And then I was like, alright, so there's gotta be guards on that side of it, right? No guards. This is incredibly annoying. And then, I don't know why this happens exactly, but Durin detects that Elrond is here and is outraged and wants to shout at him. And it's just like, how did
It
you
just
know?
turns up.
How did you... Like, were you just walking by this way anyway? Is this just a huge coincidence? What? You can't write. You just can't. None of this follows anything. You're just having things happen. And so begins an exchange that was driving me mad. Because every goddamn conversation in this show does that.
Sucks. Except
Durin
that one.
opens with being like, you motherfucker, you're here to discover my secret. Which is, that follows along from the paranoia they've had in other episodes where they think that the elves have decided to try and engage this contractual obligation of creating that old forge as a front, when in reality they're after their new ore. That's what they believe is probably happening. And so this is proof. Elrond is in your secret mine, and he's snooping. So yeah, he's like, "You're here for the secret, you bastard." And then Elrond says, "I don't care about the secret. I just want to know what's going on." And it's like that. So you want to know about the secret?
Yeah.
Like
Don't
that's what that is.
They play on the line of the previous episode, and there's one when he says, like, "Is this the only reason you came to see me? You wanted to find out the secret?" And he says, "I came because 20 years is far too long a time to be away from a friend." It's like, well,
That's
no,
bullshit.
the whole point of the preceding argument was that you didn't realize that 20 years was a long time.
Exactly.
So you're obviously bullshitting. Don't do that.
He's obviously, well, the fact is, like, he almost admits, like, what, you stumble into the secret area without any interest in secrets? Fuck off, you absolute liar. And, like, for some reason, Durin can't tell.
It's cool. I'm here because friendship. That's it.
Yeah.
The power of friendship famously solves all problems, and so...
And so, as far as I'm concerned, Durin has all the reason in the world to be furious. He already didn't believe that Elrond was here for good intentions, and now he's caught him red-handed in his secret area, having broken in, essentially, because this is absolutely not... Like, Elrond's not stupid enough to think, oh, I'm allowed to be in
past
here.
the door now.
So, yeah, this is everything you thought. This is all your fears come true. And Elrond's just like...
over.
And Elrond's like, no,
Again.
it's chill. It's chill. That's fine. And then Durin's like, okay, well, if I tell you the secret, you've got to promise not to tell anyone. My head fell out of my skull.
I know you might
like,
be a spy, but if I tell you the secret, don't tell anyone,
Don't
okay?
tell anyone.
Pinky
Also,
promise.
I don't get
Also,
it.
I'll give you a piece of the secret.
Wait, we're
but just
getting
don't
there,
give it to
okay?
anyone else.
Piece
Yeah,
by we're
just don't
getting
do
there,
anything
step
else.
by step, because this shit is unreal. Why would you be like, I will now tell you the secret? After confirming he was literally searching for your secrets and has just found it himself anyway. I mean, he's found enough to be able to report back. But all he has to say is like, no, I'm not in your secret room, having discovered your secret code because I have interest in your secrets. I'm just here because I'm your friend. And Durin's like,
That's
oh,
what
okay,
friends
I trust
do. They
you.
discover
Yeah.
each other's secrets.
I think
I
that's right.
turned up 2 days ago after 20 years because I wanted something from you.
And then,
I'm obviously just here now because of friendship.
but do you understand, like, the reason this is killing me? He's like, you want my secrets? His response is, no, I don't. And Durin's response to that is, okay, I'll tell you
Have
my secrets.
Have my
What the
secret.
fuck? That doesn't make any sense. None of that
A spy
follows.
wouldn't lie to me.
And then Elrond, if he was to be consistent with what he's just said, would be like, well, I don't care about your secrets. You don't have to tell me. But instead, he's like, oh, yeah, sure, give me your secrets. It's like, what did you... Durin, do you need any more evidence? What's wrong with you? He just wants the secrets. Then he's like, you gotta swear on the mountain that you'll never tell a soul. And that if you do... Does he say your life is forfeit? I don't even remember.
This along those lines.
You know what he
Something
should
like
have
that.
done? He should have taken Elrond up to that special tree and so you swear on the tree. That means more to you than swearing on a mountain. You're an elf.
And so...
You swear on this fucking tree. Then the tree comes up again in the story.
So he explains what it is.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
It's like,
Yeah.
it's an
Thank you.
ore. And he says that the ore is lighter than something, thread, cloth, something like that. Silk, I think. Lighter than silk and like better than any metal they've come across. Basically, it's just, you know, it's the magical metal that a lot of IPs have. Adamantium, for example, or vibranium. You get that special super metal. And this is mithril. He explains that to him, and then Elrond says, why all the secrecy for that? I'm like, I just want to die. I'm like, what do you mean, why all this? It's the most valuable thing
You're not
ever.
listening.
Like, what? Like, this is a new discovery. It would change everything about all technology. Why would you say, oh, why do I want to keep that secret? It's like,
I think, yeah, I mean, Durin even says that this has the potential to revolutionize everything. That new wealth, new fortune, new technology, new science, everything changes because of this. I guess the only reason to take Elrond's side in that, though, is because you don't have an indication of its abundancy. So the show hasn't made it clear, I don't think anywhere, that it's an especially rare substance.
even
so
still.
You could argue that Elrond is at least able to ask the question because for all he knows, it might be super abundant, in which case there's no real reason to be secretive about it because there's enough to go around for everyone. But the show doesn't then go on to explain how rare it really is. So
I mean, I don't even know that you could say that he could infer that when it's like this is the first discovery of it across Middle Earth. Like this, like it's obvious. Isn't it just rare by necessity at that point?
Yeah, to their it
Um,
must be if they're just now. He even calls it a new ore.
Yeah,
It must be extremely
Yeah.
rare.
if there is a literal
It,
infinite
their
amount
knowledge.
in this tunnel, which is incredibly unlikely, it would still be it would still be an incredibly high demand. It would still be like a
Mhm.
incredibly valuable thing until it's widespread enough. Like,
Yeah, and the
Elrond,
implication is because the king is very unsettled about the prospect of them digging as deep as they are digging for mithril.
Mhm.
So it must be very hard to get down to.
Yeah.
The problem is, though, that the setup is that Durin explains that Disa sensed the presence of mithril randomly on one excursion down a tunnel, which isn't the most evocative reveal you could possibly imagine.
No.
But it's obviously this is leading up to the revelation, the awakening of the Balrog. I mean, that's what everyone remembers mithril from. The dwarves delved too greedily and too deep.
Yeah.
That's where this is all leading.
Yeah.
The problem is, that's a massive event in history, in the history of Middle Earth. But unfortunately, the previous episode, no, sorry, the one before the previous episode, episode 2, closes with the literal mystery box, right? So the king takes him down into one of the deeper recesses of the caves, and he opens a box, and you see it glowing, and you think, oh, it's Marcellus Wallace's prehistoric briefcase, but you don't know what's in it. If it's going to just be mithril inside that case, which it turns out it is, that's almost an anticlimax compared to what they could be doing, because they're going to discover mithril at some point. The elves have no pre-established keen interest in mithril, so all of this is kind of supposed to be teasing the collapse in relations between elves and dwarves, hence all the distrust between them. But if you go back to the lore, there are many, many reasons to set up that distrust and to actually break the alliance between elves and dwarves. There's a fight, an actual war against the elves by the dwarves over one of the Silmarils, for example. You could have introduced that as a secondary or a separate thing. If it's just mithril, which we all know is going to be discovered anyway, it's kind of like, oh, well, yeah, but we knew that was coming. So the mystery box isn't really a mystery. Also, it's in the fucking trailers, so it's not a mystery either. The mithril thing was just a bit kind of meh to me.
Yeah. No, I follow. And this gets worse then, because as you brought up, but we're at it now, is that he's gone as far as revealing the whole secret to Elrond, which is something he was absolutely not supposed to do, had no reason to actually do it, and Elrond said he doesn't care to find it out either. So this is just incredibly frustrating, and I already know that it's facilitating something, kind of what you were alluding to in what you just said, because in the next time on Rings of Power, we saw something, and I'm going to get to it in just a sec. He gives him a piece of mithril, for no reason at all. In fact, I would just be like, if I were Elrond, I'd be like, what are you trying to set me up? Yeah, are you doing this on purpose? Because why the fuck would you do this? It's such a weird move. And he's like, it's a token of our friendship. And it's like, man, you are a trusting guy when you have this is what frustrates me so much about Durin. He's such a fucking idiot. He has no reason to trust Elrond at all. Elrond has been absolutely top-tier manipulator to someone who is just an idiot. He wouldn't have gotten away with all this shit with a normal person. Because, like I said, he wouldn't have gotten back into his good graces at all if he ditched him for 2 decades to a normal person. But, not only that, then, just fuck, he broke in, dude. I know it doesn't really count as a break-in if they have a key, but, he stole the key, you know what I mean?
But exactly, he didn't just randomly accidentally walk into a place. He figured out the secret code to get into the secret place.
Yeah, what are you going to argue? Oh, that was all just a coincidence. I don't know. I was whistling the tune and then this door opened. I don't know.
I assumed a locked door was there for me to open. If I happen to have overheard the password, that means I'm allowed in.
Yeah, locked doors are meant to be unlocked, right? That's the whole point.
Yeah, it's kind of that there is a long-standing narrative problem with the show, which is that it has this conception of the point of a particular character, but it's incapable of not hammering that point right into your fucking face. So it's the same thing with the Brandy, for example. Every conversation she has to be about her being rebellious and going against the norms of society every single time, just in case you missed the point. So the point they had with Elrond and Durin is the fractured friendship, but the desire to remake it. And in the first episode, when they meet each other, sorry, episode 2, that is, isn't it? I think when they finally meet again, it's kind of movingly done. They portray it reasonably well. They actually have the show's only emotional exchange in dialogue between two characters.
I'll agree with you
And
on that.
that works quite well between Elrond and Durin on the lift. And they carry it on reasonably well as well. So you have the tree that he's planted, because the tree is kind of the symbolic representation of this everything you lose when the friendship falls apart, but also everything you symbolically want to recreate or regrow. And that's all really good. And the show does it really well. The problem is it thinks it's onto a good thing, and so it wants to really hammer home the repaired friendship point, which is what leads it then to this scene. So Durin immediately trusting or distrusting and then trusting that this is symbolic of the repaired friendship, and then the giving of Mithril to Elrond for no substantial reason at all. That's again symbolic of the point the show wants to convey with these two characters. It's not justifiable within universe, but like it's justifiable from the writer's point of view because this is the point of these two characters. It's just really, there are subtler ways you could go about this. It would have been more engrossing if you had been subtler about it, but they don't trust the audience, I don't think, to actually appreciate a subtle sort of friendship repairing story, I don't think.
Well, I was just going to go as far as saying, like, that is absolutely their goals. I just think their execution with all of it has been really pissed, because that was actually one of the, I think, my favorite moment across the 4 episodes, when Durin just straight up rips into him for being a bad friend. I was like, oh, that's cool. And then that just sort of gets like undone a scene
Instantly,
later.
pretty much, yeah.
It's just like, oh, that's
Because
lame.
in the next scene, they play it for laughs. So you have the whole elevator sequence, which is really emotionally fraught and quite well delivered, apart from Elrond's apology, which isn't. But then there's a cut to when they're walking in, and he says, no staying for dinner, no making friends. It's just, oh, okay. So we have this nice, real, impactful, emotional scene, but now we have to just joke about that. So, no.
Yeah, and now we've pretty much moved on to the point of, like, that's all done with. Like, you're forgiven. We're friends again.
Yeah,
except,
God, what else can we do?
You might be after my secrets. And he's like, I'm not after your secrets. I'm just in your secret room to talk to you about not things to do with your secrets. And he's like, oh, that's great. I believe you. Now let's talk about my secrets.
Now let's talk about them. And let's not only talk about them.
Paul, are you describing the events as they happen accurately as being really unfair to this show?
That's
a good point, Rags. It's very unfair. Look at how uncharitable he's been.
Handing Elrond the ore, you only offer him now proof to the other elves and an actual piece to be able to study. Why would you do that?
Trust him, by the way. Even if you totally trust him, he could just drop that shit. Like, he could it could fall out of his pocket, or he could, like, put it down on his desk and then forget about it and someone notices.
There is
like,
no reason at all to do that. But
no, absolutely no reason.
And I'm so sorry to do this. Apologies ahead of time. Next time on Rings of Power, the first scene they show you is Elrond showing the ore to Celebrimbor.
Awesome.
Why would they choose that? Like, that's an interesting decision from a meta perspective of what are we going to show in our coming up. Instantly betraying the promise that he made.
Yeah, just to clarify, he made him promise, like, on the mountain. This is like, who the fuck cares, right?
Yeah.
Who cares?
And Elrond swears on, like,
he would never say anything to anybody, not anybody.
Elrond swears on, like, his father or something.
But he's like, yeah, I trust him though. Don't worry.
This is what I mean. Are we gonna get a moment where Elrond just says, like, yeah, fuck Durin? Something, I don't know. Is that gonna happen, or is he just gonna be like, oh no, I didn't tell anybody about your secret. I just showed him the cool rock. Is that a secret? I didn't realize. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's
we're
what
still
we were
friends.
swearing over. Oh, I'm sorry.
That was I thought the secret was the cave-in.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna tell him about that.
I was gonna tell him about the cave-in, dude.
I wasn't gonna tell OSHA about the cave-in. Is what I was. I thought that's okay.
Oh, it's so stupid. And yeah, like he said, remember Elrond's supposed to be banished from all dwarven lands, by the way.
Well, he is supposed to be.
He's supposed to be.
The challenge. He lost, like, definitively.
But that just didn't. Yeah, it just didn't. Whatever.
Matter. Why did they do that?
I don't know. And they have an Avengers moment here. At least that's how I will refer to it, and you'll know what I mean in a second. But he's like, pretty sure it's like Moba or something, and then Elrond's like, no, it's this, that, the other. It's Mithril. and the camera like really tight on him as well, and it's just like, dun, 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 dun. You like references to things. Yeah, this is the shot, by the way, when he says it. Look at this. It's such a like, hey audience, you remember that? Remember the vest, the t-shirty thing, the saves for that was made of this. You remember that?
Symbolically, he's eating the member berry as we watch.
Yep. Ugh. Boo. Keep it as a token of our friendship. Oh god, I hate you.
You know that really deep friendship that we have.
I'm gonna betray in one episode.
2 hours ago.
Anyway.
Yep, he just straight up betrays him straight away. Why do you make us watch this? Earth, this was your fault. You could have just had us remain as the primordial soup. That's what we could have been, just amoebas running around. But no, had to develop us all up and then make this show. Scene with girl and guy. I got nothing for this.
He's wooing her. Next scene.
Alrighty. We got us.
I reckon for that though. I mean, I don't know if anyone's ever seen. Is it Carnival Row?
I have
the Amazon thing with
Furniture Row.
Furniture Row, probably about the same quality. Orlando Bloom and Cara Delevingne.
Yes.
And there's a subplot in there where the Chancellor's son and the daughter of the leader of the opposition sort of hook up, and it leads to political shenanigans.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a really, really strong feeling that Amazon has been trialing these fantasy shows. So Carnival Row and Wheel of Time has been victim of this test period. And what it's doing for this show is essentially borrowing elements from all of them. So you have the corrupting dagger, which you see in Wheel of Time. You have the relationship between the daughter of two political leaders as instantiated in these two characters. I have a nasty feeling that's what they're doing, and so this will become very relevant later. It's just that we don't give a fuck about either of the characters involved in it, so we won't care when it comes to fruition. But I'm sure they're doing this for intrigue purposes, and it will actually have some kind of impact.
It'll have a great consequence, yeah, and we're going to be like, ugh. So anyway, Galadriel scene!
Yay.
Yeah.
It's been so long.
I was going to say,
I've forgotten what she's like as a person.
It's a really good scene, too. Sauron is like, you're not battling trolls or orcs, you're battling men. And then she goes, are you really trying to instruct me? Yeah. Fuck it, everyone knows, right? She's like, are you really trying to instruct me in the art of war? It's like,
You are a dense motherfucker, aren't you?
Every time. She just never misses a beat. Yeah, and he basically says,
line when he says, show them what they fear, and then she interrupts and says, so I can use it against them. Like, no.
She's a bad guy. So
you can give them what they fear. I say, so this is supposed to be subtle foreshadowing to what you're doing to her, not Sauron, or actual Sauron. But her instinctive reaction is just, so I can manipulate people and batter the fuck out of them. No, just stop being such normal a dunce.
Legit, if he was giving her advice on how to deal with the region, she would just keep asking, like, when do I kill her? When do I slit her throat? When do I kill her in her sleep? And he's just like, can you stop for 5 seconds?
I'm trying
fucking
to
crazy
manipulate
person.
you. Stop fucking talking.
Can you believe that he rudely didn't let me manipulate her? What a dick, am I right?
What I found annoying about this is he's like, you've been trying to get to her, and you didn't realize, like, what was happening when you finally got to her, and she's like, oh, it's when I was talking about her dad. And it's like, well, a lot more was happening in those sentences than just the dad being brought up. Like, you questioned her authority in general. That could have been what pissed her off, not the fact that you're bringing up her dad. Or the fact that you're being so impetulant and she hates you anyway. And it's like, no, we've concluded it's about her dad. And it's just like, okay, I guess. I mean, we've got to conclude it's that to move on. We haven't got time. I just think it's really lame. We are once again being like, see how clever the whole brand is and how neat it is that she's picking up on this stuff too. And it's just like, no. The stuff they come up with, and it works, it's all bullshit. Unfortunately,
there will honestly be There will be people who look back on this scene at the end of the show once Sauron has been revealed to be Halbrand, and they will say, look how clever this writing was, because in this scene, he was telling her exactly what he was doing to her.
Yeah.
Isn't this an example of subtle, clever, nuanced, manipulative writing? And you'll think, no.
It's clearly
because
manipulative.
Everyone saw this coming from about 5 miles away.
It's time.
Oh, fuck.
this-
Oh, this is. Oh my goodness, this is such a great
no.
scene. I love this scene. It's one of my favorites.
Anybody in chat who hasn't seen this, get excited, all right? This is a treat.
This is
So-
spectacular.
The gods are here to collect Galadriel. Galadriel. I should gotta roll those R's, you know. And she is, of course, ready and willing to submit because she's a good girl. Or is she? We are about to see something pretty fucking cool, guys.
Oh,
I hope you guys are ready for this episode of Batwoman.
I'm preemptively cringing.
So, as you can see, she had her hands ready for some chains, but this poor fucker, he was like, "Oh, I'll put them on." And then
He took her at her word.
Yeah.
That was his first mistake and last.
look at these hand movements. What's going on? It's so unclear. She. Ah! Did you see the god? He's just like, "Oh no, I'm hurt. I guess."
Oh,
You got
Oh no,
me.
I should have been a stormtrooper.
Ah!
I hear the
you
Wilhelm.
got me.
So we really need to keep track of this. We're going slow. That guy is just falling headfirst
right.
into her little cage thing. I don't know why.
another one.
He just
There's two of
is.
them.
Well, yeah. We'll go one by one, all right? So that guy's in. He's just going right in. But the guy behind it to the left, he's now falling into. And in he
How
goes.
did this happen? Oh,
How did that
gravity.
happen? I have no idea.
Oh, he just walks into it.
Kind of walked
Oh,
in.
oh, the misery.
It's
He just walked
oh, the misery.
He walked in. Look at him.
So this is hilarious. I don't know what the fuck they were thinking, but I will happily play it again because there are ways you could do the scene, probably, but just bringing her hands down, just doing some weird movement. I love the expression of this guy. Ah! Like,
Oh no, she's so
Terrified. He's
strong somehow.
petrified.
How is she so strong?
petrified,
She's
though.
so skinny.
Just look at that guy. He just goes in. He just kind
He
of like
just goes
twists and
in.
contorts in.
guys,
Oh, he voluntarily went
Guys,
in. He
is
saw
it-
this.
is that-
He's like, this is a female protagonist. I ain't getting anywhere near her.
Is that
Let me
three?
in for my own safety.
is that 3 guys?
Wait, how'd the third? It does
there's
look like
three?
there's another guy in there. Why are you in there?
No,
doing in there?
No, there's only
Why are
two,
you in
right?
there?
I assumed
There's
there were
only-
only 4 in total. not
There's
Oh,
4 in
what?
Oh, wait.
total. So
If
that
there's
means-
4 in
Wait,
total,
four
then
in-
There
Yeah.
must be
No,
one.
no,
in
come
there.
on.
Yeah,
Come
that's
on.
where he hangs out.
No,
Yeah,
no,
it's- yeah,
come on. No, I
absolutely.
don't. No, I don't accept that. That's absurd.
No, see, there's.
I'll try and get you a,
Okay, so
a
we
wide
need
shot
to figure it
here.
out.
Just
Okay,
the
so there's-
thing.
Oh, you're
I
right.
don't-
There's 3 of them. You're right.
There's
There's
4.
2
There are 4
standing by the
guards, so
door.
yeah,
Actually,
she sends
oh
us.
my
4
God.
guards.
There-
Jesus.
There is
By
just.
throwing one of them, the 3 of them like maneuver and nudge their way into the
Can you
cell.
imagine-
3 are
like
in
the-
instantly for no reason at all. Like, they just-
Yeah,
There's
look at him.
3 in one
Wow.
go. Oh my god.
They
It was
just
bad
walk
enough.
They
in.
just go
Two.
in. They just
They're
walk
just
in for her.
walking in. They're walking in.
Jesus fuck.
How do you
it's
direct
so
this without-
bad.
Because you'd have to just direct them to just sort of just walk in and
Well,
act as
I
if
think-
you've been pushed in.
It's kind of like you're on set and you're like, oh, this can't work, and then you're just like, well, fuck it, nobody will notice.
Oh god. Yeah, then the last one she's dealing with, she just tosses him right in too. So Phasmataz is pulling his sword out, and the fucking other prisoner is like, I wouldn't advise fighting. And he's like, I can't just let her leave. And he goes, you could, if you knew where she was going.
Oh my god.
Which is like, what? What do you mean? And what he means is, if you know that she's heading to the King's Tower, that's where she's going, you can let her go. Because then you can head her off at that place.
As
It's like-
opposed to what? Actually apprehending her right here and now in this prison.
While he just watches his men get, like, shepherded into himself for no reason at all. It's
Yeah.
such a weird scene.
And what do you think those men are gonna say when they later get asked
At
what
their
happened?
performance
It's like-
review.
yeah.
So
All right, guys,
embarrassing.
okay. It's like the cop comes in. He's like, "All right, let's take it from the top.
Like, pushes him
What
in with,
happened?"
like grabbing his cloak.
Well, you see,
He's
is counted 4 armed guards somehow end up in a cell
pushes him in.
by
I see you've got
this scrawny
6
little
years, 6 years exemplary service, but there's just this one incident on your record.
Yeah.
What? So tell me what
You,
happened.
don't-
It's like,
you
well,
understand, like, that when someone pushes you, you don't need to, like, move your feet. You can just, like, keep them still on the ground. Like,
You know,
can-
as,
She got
as a palace
me.
guard, we expect you to resist aggression in
what
some
what
ways.
actually happened? What actually happened is that
we expect
Oh
you
yeah,
to
yeah, they wouldn't
uphold.
They've
believe
been-
her.
they've
Believe
been
them,
on
and
their
so they're like,
feet.
"What's up with this?"
Look, they've been on their feet for 12 hours. They weren't given, like, a lunch break. It's like, this is the quickest way that I'm gonna get to sit down. Like, alright, I still got, like, another 5 hours on this shift. If
She
I just
throws
go
him
in
in.
the cell and sit
Yeah,
down.
and then they help her to close the door, I guess. Because why
Actually,
wouldn't
Well,
they?
yeah, 'cause
Somewhere, I
look, the
suppose.
door is closing from the inside.
It's so
closing from
fucking
the-
stupid. What were they
Why would they
thinking?
do it like this? You didn't have. It could have been 2 guards. You know what?
Look at
you
this.
should have just.
He can grab her through the bars, but he refuses to. Like, you can put an arm through, but he just won't.
Damn these.
Damn you,
Don't
you've
they
got
have the key
me.
to open it up? How can they not get out? They have the keys.
Well,
right?
yeah. You think that
Apparently
any
not.
number of
Apparently
them would have a
she's
key?
locked it from outside. The all grunting thing is what I imagine the
All
writers' room
grunt-
sounded like when they
all
were discussing this
grunting.
scene.
Does this have an automatic lock? She closes the door and it's locked. Does she not need to lock it with a key?
I guess
Or just
not.
closing it, lock it?
No, no,
Man,
no, no.
okay,
It just does it
that-
itself.
That's the most believable part of this entire. Like, what a stupid scene.
It's
This is
really
incredibly
bad.
dumb. This is desperate. This scene is desperate to make her look cool and amazing. There's no way that you can have her doing this that's believable. Well, maybe not no way. It would take an incredible amount of skill to make this believable.
Why
Why
not
not just
make it
have?
like
Why
an
not have Al
actual fight
Farazon?
scene?
Or Al Farazon just comes in with 1 guard that she lobs into the cell.
There's
There's
no
no
Yeah, at
reason
least
for
then
her
I'll
to
complain
do
and be
that.
like, they should have had more guards, but that's better than this.
Or
Yeah.
you could just have this be like an action scene where she has to like take them all like one by one, and like she incapacitates all of them methodically, rather
There
than
has to be
like.
something.
Well, I mean, if we're going to show her prowess as like a fighter, that probably seems like the way to do it. Actually, have her engage in a fight where she beats them through like smarts, basically.
Skills and tactics
Finds
and
ways to
cunning
isolate them
and
and then take them out, rather than
something. And
grabbing one guy and hoping that the 2 guys behind you just sort of waddle in to the cell, and then you grab the last guy before he manages to attack you and then throw him in.
yeah, inexplicable overpowering of these 4 men. I don't believe you that she can do that. I don't believe you. You're
well,
gonna have to
so
do
for me-
something else.
For me, it really is the waddling that destroys it. It's the fact that the 2 guys behind her like kind of waddle into this.
Oh, I guess we're going in here now.
That's the part that does it for me.
Dude, it's so odd, because look at the positioning that they were in as she walked out. How did you move 3 of them behind you and into the cell? How?
Well, what was her plan if those 2 guys weren't right directly behind her? I
They-
guess you
but
would've
they
had to
weren't.
fight
That's the whole
more.
point I'm making. They were not behind her, but then they
Yeah,
teleport
one of
behind her.
Teleports there.
That's right. Well, yeah, because if you pause, like,
Nothing
if you-
personal,
if you-
kiddo. Teleports
Right,
behind her.
yeah. Oh,
He even
oh.
closed the door. Wait a minute.
Oh, also
he
the
did
door
close the
opens.
door.
Wait, the door opens
door is
from the
closed.
outside. Wait a minute. The door
It
opens. Did you
swings
see
both
that?
ways,
The
I
door
guess.
opens to the outs. Does it?
I guess it swings both ways. I guess if it's just on a hinge and there's nothing to stop it.
But if
It
he
will
closed
just-
it, it has the automatic lock, doesn't it?
How do you
But
lock
then it would-
then? Like what?
Well, I guess
don't
you could lock it
understand.
at a particular point as long as
But
the
she
locking.
just closes it.
Yeah, how is she
slams
closing
shut
it then?
and shuts and
Either
stops.
it auto
Well,
locks
it
or
should
it
be on the
doesn't.
side
Totally
now.
out?
Yeah, because if they
Yeah.
go through it, the door's on their side. But
Exactly, but then she pulls it and it stops. It doesn't go
To be
fully
fair,
the other way.
all we have to do to make her seem really cool is to break space and time in the rules of motion.
The
They
rules
don't
of
really
everything.
break. It's more so that they break the logic of doors and locks. I don't.
I mean that.
It's a form of breaking space, I think.
That's
That
the
is
door-
more-
time.
that's
door is-
true.
The
That's
door
true.
is magically
yeah.
open again.
Yeah, so
was
just to make sure you understand, right? If you could just
Oh,
push someone
yeah,
into the
right.
door and it opens, that means it wasn't locked automatically when you pulled it close, and then she pulls it close and it does auto lock. It's just
And
like
what was her plan if they had locked it behind her? She throws them into the door. It's
When
like,
is it
oh,
open?
well, that
Find this-
was annoying.
Yeah,
we
it's
got
still
you
on the
now.
inside here.
But
On
it
that scene,
can't.
it was on
why
the
would it be on
inside.
the
Unless-
inside?
Because
Unless
they
she
went through it.
closed-
That makes sense.
is she bolting
Oh,
it
she
with that
pulled
action
it?
there? In which
Wait,
case,
if she pulled it, how does it
Then
stop?
why would it bolt there if the door opens beyond that point?
But if there's
Yeah,
a
you'd
bolt,
have
then they
to
could just reach
physically-
through the bars and unbolt
I was
it
about
again,
to.
so it
So
can't
I
be
was about to say,
bolt.
first
It
of all, they
starts
could
with
just
the
undo
keys.
it pretty easily, and secondly, like, how did she have the time to get it closed down to do that with 4 guys trying to get out of there straight away? Like,
That
and you
she's
can
that quick,
grab
Mahler.
her.
That's how
You
quick
can
she is.
grab her.
No, I can grab the bars.
I can grab the bars and go, grr.
It's like, oh no,
Goddamn.
I'm stuck. Ah, maybe it's a roleplay thing.
Why? Why? It's so badly done. Why? You have so much money.
You have 500 million.
Anyway,
Bad writing. It all counts for nothing.
Isildur says, "I shame my family. I don't deserve stuff." Next
Correct.
scene.
Yeah, you're a fucking prick. I hate you, Isildur. You're right.
Fuck. We're on to
You're
this
absolutely
part. So there's the King's Tower. Galadriel fucking scaled the entire thing. I don't know
Yeah.
how.
I missed this entire bit. So she actually climbed that entire tower.
Yes.
The outside dress.
Jesus.
In a dress.
I don't-
How
don't
the
ask-
fuck?
Holding on to because I couldn't tell you the answer to that.
You can see her at the top. How did you do this?
Without anyone seeing you, anyone noticing you. Not to mention the fact that I don't believe it's physically possible for you to climb that tower.
No.
There's nothing for you to grab onto. It looks like just sheer edges.
Yeah, no,
I'm glad
it's
to
not
have this
happening.
opportunity to go back through all these scenes that I overlooked on my first watch and find that, no, in fact, they're actually worse than I remembered them being. That's great.
We did, well, hopefully nobody's confused on how 3 and 4 are much worse than 1 and 2. Like, this is pretty staggering. We didn't have anywhere near this amount of things to talk about. But she gets in. I don't know where to begin with this one. It drives me nuts, but I suppose we should go with Faradab's in. He knows this is happening. He knows that she's going there. That's what that line was for. So he's informed the Queen Regent, who's got access to all kinds of guards. So that's all happening, while Galadriel assumes she's got the jump on the king. And of course, she wants to get to the king to be able to talk to him about how, hey, Sauron's a real threat, I need help, give me some armies. That, by the way, is her ace in the hole. She believes that if she gets to this guy, because he's a friend to the elves, that he will just authorize going to war and give her armies.
But that can't be a thing because she knows the Queen Regent's title is the Queen Regent, so
Yes.
the king isn't in charge.
The king does not have...
No.
She should know that very well. The king is lucky to be in this tower. Like, he's lucky to be in this comfy bed. It sounds like nobody's fucking listening to him. So this is Galadriel's plan. I don't know why this is her plan. I don't know why she thinks this will work. Spoilers, it does work. But maybe more pressing is this. This is a reveal. It's like the Queen Regent was here the whole time. Bum bum bum. And then the first thought you
She's
should
not
have is like, where are the guards?
Elton smashed in through the fucking window. She just turns around.
The
as though
guards are in
she
the
were
cell.
expecting it.
Where are her legion of guards? She says she has a garrison, but they're all waiting outside, is what she says. They might want to be inside, love, because Galadriel's already said she's willing to kill you. You might want to get some.
And you broke out of prison. You climbed into the old king's chamber, and apparently our queen's up there too.
Well, yeah.
Oh,
How
boy.
many crimes has she committed? Like several.
All of them.
All
She's
of them?
done pretty much. She's gone through the book like a fucking checklist.
This is so
Great
stupid.
character.
It's treated as though the Queen Regent has hatched a plan here, like a really good trap, when she hasn't done shit all that's going to be helpful to her if Galadriel just makes a couple decisions here. In fact, she might just kill the Queen Regent for annoying her. I wouldn't be surprised. And there's nothing stopping her from doing so, even though the Queen Regent had the full upper hand here. It's amazing. But then the other question came to mind in my head. How did Farazan, whatever, how did he know she was coming here?
Did he tell her after? Did Beehole tell him after
So-
she left?
That was going to be my only guess, was that Halbrand was the one that told him. But why would
Because
he
he
do
had
that?
How would?
I think because he's trying to ingratiate himself with all the principal players.
But
So eventually he has to corrupt both Galadriel, according to
wait.
this show's canon, and also
That's-
Ar-Pharazôn even.
that's gonna have this unfortunate effect of making Galadriel feel completely fucking betrayed.
But I think that's the point eventually, is she will be, and she'll
Maybe
realize
she
that.
But it's a bit too early, isn't it?
But she would have to. Well, oh, I see.
You
I
have to
see what
learn
you're saying.
about
So
it?
she would have to discover that that's the reason he found out.
It takes 2
So the show
seconds to
will
figure
have
this
to-
out. Like,
Yeah.
the only other person who knew is like, I don't understand. This is what I mean. I was like,
one
either
person in the room.
they just knew for no reason at all, which is terrible, or they found out from Holbrand, which means that Galadriel will be like, "Wow, Holbrand, you sold me out, you piece of shit."
Evidently, yes, this is complete horseshit. Yes, you're right.
I don't understand. Why do they write? Why not just not write at all? Just stop it. Put the pen down. Just enough.
Because the king we see here is a vegetable, but the writers can only aspire to his level of cognition. I think that's basically the reason.
Ugh. So she's like, "I got you, bitch," and then the bitch is like, "Nah," because seriously though, bad things are gonna happen. And then I think
Your level of passion is overwhelming.
she's like, the king is like, "Sweetheart, I feel ill." And then she's like, "Oh, that sucks." And then I think Galadriel's like, "Tell me about stuff and things." And then she like literally takes her on a little fucking history tour. I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
She just
Yep.
gets to
I
do
just couldn't believe
everything
it.
she wants.
I was like, "Who are you? Were you supposed to?" Do you remember when she was chewing out Elendil for saving her life, and now she's taking her on a full tour of her like most secret area of the entire city? Like, what are you?
See, if you've
It
got
just
to,
keeps happening.
What is
It
happening? Like, what
at
is?
the end of episode 2, I might have said, look, she's got some of the traits of a Mary Sue, but she's not a Mary Sue because she's quite clearly objectionable to a lot of people in universe. But by the end of episode 4, all the people she's offended have now come to like and trust her, and she has not changed one iota. So she basically, unfortunately and irritatingly, is kind of a Mary Sue, overpowered, and everyone in the end comes to like and trust her and to show her their deepest, darkest secrets, including in this case, actually giving her a glimpse through the Palantir.
The logic
is
of the
not-
world bends to facilitate her desires.
Yes.
The world
This
is
is
in league with
Galadriel's
her.
world, yeah. It's so great that she can break into the fucking king's bedroom after having locked all of her captors into her own cell, after having broken out, and she can just get away with all of that. It's insane. Absolutely mind-blowing. But then she's like, "I have a Palantir." And then she's like, "You should touch the Palantir." And she's like, "I have touched them before. You have not touched one like this." And then she's like, "I have touched them before." It's like an echo
there's-
of episode 1.
What's interesting is that the queen says we don't know. There are 7. We don't. The other 6 are destroyed or unaccounted for. And instantly she says, "Well, I've touched one."
The
And
queen
at
doesn't
that,
feel
the
the
queen
need
should
to
be going,
yeah.
Exactly. The queen doesn't feel the need to wait, what? You know where another one is. This is like the gateway to modern viewing and travel and communication. Are you shitting me? You really know?
Yeah, and
And
it's not even a matter of like it doesn't have to be that the Queen Regent believes she could get it. It's just that it would just be a curiosity to be like, this is the only one we're aware of, and then she's like, "Oh, I've used one before." And it's
I've
like,
touched one.
Oh shit, where, when?
Oh, really?
What was it like?
Yeah.
What did it say? What did it do?
Who has it? Is it one of your people who has it? Can we chat? Can we double check?
You
Because that would be
just-
really useful right now if we could check in with them and see like what they think of you and all this.
Yeah, you'd think she'd show more interest in that line, but I don't even know that the actress was told or anyone
don't
knew
give a
anything about
fuck.
anything. I just
Well, they don't, because at this point in history, I mean, the point of the Palantirs at this point in history isn't really to give glimpses of the future. They are actually used for long-range communication. So the elves have, I think, all
Please, for Lord of
7.
the Rings.
One of them is given to the Numenorians, but the rest of them are with the various tribes of the elves, and they're placed in towers to allow them to communicate across vast distances. They, of course, have the power to do foresight and the rest of it once their sort of central link node hub is broken. At this point, that's not supposed to have happened, but the fact that they've introduced one here, whilst also assuming that the rest have already been lost or disappeared or broken, just begs so many more questions that, again, the show isn't going to have time to answer properly. So why is it that there's only one that they know of in Numenor? What happened to the other ones? Are they going to address that? There
I
should be
guess
many more. There are 7 others, or 6 others, sorry, which they should account for at some point.
I guess if you're here on this island and and you stop getting messages back, you just assume, well, we don't know what happened to him. So that's lame.
So she sees the vision of the tsunami, and then she's like, "Oh dear, terrible, outrageous. You may even say, awful."
Oh no, this terrible
Did you-
prophecy. That means you must do exactly what I tell you.
Oh, this hasn't got anything to do with like, the stuff that she's dealing with. I could totally picture it being like, honestly, I don't give a shit about your little town. Okay, I just need your armies. Give me. Yeah, she's like, your arrival is what is gonna begin the downfall of Numenor. She believes that about Elf Lady. Elf Lady, like, oh man, that sucks. There's a line I got triggered by. She's talking about virtue or whatever, to regain it, I think, or something. And then Galadriel says, your virtue was your ancestors' loyalty to the elves.
Yeah, someone's fucking full of themselves.
I was about to say, do you understand how vain that statement is? What's good about you is being loyal to my people. It's like, wow.
You're such a fucking bitch.
It's amazing, right? Like
The show is like the elves are, and I think that the show is like behind her on this.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's supposed to
be,
be like kind of a cool line.
This is like the pro elves. This show is elf propaganda.
True.
Which I don't appreciate.
So she says,
it's not supposed to be. So the elves are powerful, they are strong, they are long-lived, they are very wise. But the reason
as long as they're not clever.
Well, but the reason the Numenorians get involved with them in the first place is that the elves cannot alone stand against, well, first Morgoth and then more pertinently Sauron when he's established, although in this show he isn't. So the Numenorians are the preeminent power in the universe at this point. They are the strongest, the most militarily successful, the richest, the most technologically advanced. They colonize Middle-earth because they are more powerful, more advanced than the elves are. They are like the Americans to the British in World War I, for example. It should not be used as an example of the elves being wisest and best, because the whole point of Numenor is the pride comes before the fall. Numenor is more powerful than the elves, but their pride leads them to error and then to egotism, and then to tyranny, and then to downfall. That's what the whole message of Numenor is supposed to be about. But as you say, in this one, it's just, well, the elves are the best. Don't you know that? No, we deny it. Well, okay, but here, the elves are the best. Don't you accept that? Well, maybe you are, but the elves are the best. Yeah, maybe you're right after all. We're going to give you an army now, so yeah, we're all on board with you. That's fine. Brilliant. So, okay, Tolkien has been honored. That's a really deep lore. Fantastic. Well done.
Men are pretty shit, though. They're dirty and just skeevy and nasty. And they live in the dirt. And they try to pull chains apart with their bare hands.
Hey, we've all been there. We have all been there, trying to pull them chains apart.
Man is born free, but is everywhere in chains.
Well, Lord of the Rings was like, yeah, the men aren't perfect, but, you know, they're capable of some really amazing things. And this show's like, nah, fuck men.
I was going to say, they weren't successful in pulling those chains apart.
They should have been more of them working together than pull those chains apart.
So
she's enough men, you can do amazing things.
In conclusion, she's like, I'm going to announce that you're leaving tomorrow and we'll avoid the apocalypse. It's like, oh, okay. And then I was thinking to myself, imagine you're in that garrison, all right? You get told by the Queen Regent, wait outside, I'll signal. In fact, you know what? You'll probably hear a smash, and that'll likely be her. But you know what? I'll signal you. Come in and arrest her. It's going to be great. I can't wait. It's going to be so fucking good. You're like, oh, Queen Regent, maybe we should be in the room. I mean, when she breaks in through a window, we can just grab her, because what's she going to do? Jump back out? Like, I think, I think that'll work. She's like, no. It needs to just be me, just in case I need to tell her about, the law. Like, oh, okay. So we'll wait until you signal us. Yeah. And she's like, they hear the smash, and they're like, oh boy, she's gonna call us in any second. And maybe they hear a bit of like, oh, they're having a chat, I guess. Okay. And then he like goes quiet, and then like half an hour later, they're like, is the queen dead? She's probably dead.
Should we go in and
Like-
check? Just knock on the door. Just letting you know we're still here. The garrison.
Queen's probably dead.
I mean,
Oh well. It's bizarre.
I thought you were actually going with another angle. Of course that, but also well, we'll get to it later. Just carry on. It'll come up.
If the conclusion is, I can't be dealing with you, we got a tsunami coming, and I'm almost certain it's because of you being here, you gotta go. If she truly believed that, why the hell did she waste even a second not getting her the hell out of here?
Because it's that weird vision prophecy stuff in stories where it can simultaneously be something I'm concerned about and also something that compels me to make immediate action for the fear that it will come true. It's like, oh, now's the time we start taking it seriously, kind of thing.
There is a parable. I don't know if it's a biblical one or a Greek one. I think it's a biblical one. And the story goes that there is a man. He lives in a big city. He's quite well off. He's successful, and all the rest of that. And he meets a seer, and the seer tells him, "You will be killed in the city at night in 2 days' time." And so he panics and he says, "Well, shit. That means I must leave the city." So he goes to stay with his brother in the neighboring city, where he is killed in 2 days' time. Like, it's this idea that
That's Greek. That's
you
totally
cannot-
fucking Greek.
well, I think it is, but then much of the Old Testament is inspired
No,
therefrom.
the Greeks are all about, ooh, if Croesus attacked the Persians, a mighty army will fall.
Yeah,
It's that thing.
that's true. But I mean, the Old Testament is Greek first and foremost. I think it might even be in the Old Testament, but the Greek or the Koine version. But the point being that what they're doing is essentially the same thing. So she has this prophecy where Numenor is destroyed by helping the elves, or allowing the elves to reside within Numenor's walls. So they say, well, we can't have any elves here. So when the elf turns up, they say, okay, we'll help the elf leave, and we'll also give her our armies. And so the sort of fait accompli is, well, the city is destroyed by virtue of helping the elves, I think, which is where they're going with this. But it's not very subtly done, and it's not sort of thoughtfully done, because a good prophecy is kind of, there is foreshadowing in it which allows you to foresee its end before the end happens, but allows the sort of the element of surprise as well. And this one is just, well, obvious. It's so obvious that by virtue of helping Galadriel, by sending an army to Middle-earth, she has actually ensured the fate she seeks to avoid. That it's so obviously foreshadowed that there's not going to be any surprise when it actually happens. And that's kind of disappointing. Like, I like that they've tried the idea, I guess, but it's so overtly done that it's just kind of, there won't be any kind of pleasant surprise when it does actually happen. It's kind of, I like the intent is good, but the delivery, again, as so often, is flawed.
Can you, and because I'm not very, I don't depending on their, I guess, how they exist in a world. I really kind of hate fate and prophecy and destiny. In Lord of the Rings, that world is a prophecy, just like it's gonna happen. Period. You can't do anything to change it.
No, not necessarily, because so when if you take in the Fellowship of the Ring, when Frodo's in Lothlorien, and Galadriel shows him the seeing glass, the seeing water, and she says it shows you things that were, things that are, some things that have not yet come to be, and one of the visions he sees is the Shire going
scouring.
to ruin, because the scouring of the Shire, which actually in the book does happen. It's one of the things the film leaves out. I think the books are slightly unclear as to whether or not these things are determined and strictly determined. But
I think she says this is what happens if you fail.
It's what happens when you fail, but then again, that allows for the element of choice and volition. So
Yeah.
it's not determined. That's still an element of free will that comes in there. There is a strong element of determinism from what I remember of the books, in the sense that, so it was, therefore it must come to be. But as in that instance,
That could just
if
mean
you
cause and effect,
choose,
right?
yeah, if you choose a certain way, you might be able to change the history that you've been shown or the prophecy you've been shown. But in the case of the fall of Numenor, that's pretty deterministic. There's not really a way around that. So
That's shit.
it's biblical in that sense. There are some events, some elements of it which are sort of loosely determined, and there are some which are strongly determined. And the fall of Numenor is strongly determined. So that's an inevitability. That's not going to change. That will happen at some point.
So there's nothing that can be done to stop it. It's just going to happen.
Yes, and their attempts to stop it happening in this show will probably be the thing which leads to it happening.
That was what was going to happen all along.
Yes.
Oh, I don't like that.
It depends how it's played. Like, sometimes you can play it very effectively if you keep the audience on edge. If the audience isn't keenly aware or pre-informed of what will happen, then you can make it seem still like a choice or the seemingness of choice. The problem is if you foreshadow it so overtly that the audience knows this about 2,000 years before it actually happens, and it's
Well-
clear by the time it happens that there is no alternative to that.
Separate from the narrative element of it, I am not at all keen about in fictional worlds having prophecies that will absolutely happen, fate and destiny, and that I hate it. Kind of, I really don't like it at all.
So I don't mean to interrupt your discussion. I must depart now.
Oh, Fringy's got to go. It was fated to happen that
It was
Fringy.
It was. It
We
was.
did
it was
say this was gonna
preordained
happen,
that I-
yeah.
Yeah. And how many minutes left of the episode are there? Not much, right?
We're getting
Or
there.
am
We got
I
another.
We're actually made pretty good progress
Yeah.
considering.
It's like another 20 minutes ish.
Well. So, oh, God. All right. Well, short man, 8.5 hours. 8.5 hours.
Dude, it's not even gonna be 8. It's gonna be more than that by the time we're done.
No, for,
We got
yeah,
it.
for you
We got
guys.
Got this,
But
baby.
hey, that means that I don't have to talk about the show for another little while.
2 weeks.
That's
When's the
something
next
like that.
episode out?
Well, that'll be Thursday,
Oh well,
Friday.
we need 5 and 6, right? That
Yeah,
seems to
we'll
be
do
the,
2 at a time.
the
So
structure. But I guess before I depart, this will be my final reminder. The Fringy and Mauler plushes. You got less than
Oh.
24 hours.
Oh, do
So
it
if
now.
you want a little cute, adorable Fringo with his goo and a mischievous Mubes with his little cookie box, you only got less than 24 hours. I don't know how many exactly, but
I could
just keep
tell
that
you it's
in mind if you
20
wanna
hours
get
and 25
little
minutes exactly.
cuddly, happy plague doctor and a long man with all of the little tentacles, I suppose. They're tentacles, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah. But yeah, I gotta go. Enjoy the rest of the stream. Have fun banters. I'll catch you all later on. Bye 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 bye
Bye.
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 Good to meet you.
Well.
So we gotta talk about this line that I hate. A decision based in fear.
No,
Galadriel
I'm not
says
done
to-
yet.
Wait, what? Okay.
What prompted that whole crazy deviation into determinism or whatever the fuck that was? I was trying to say, take all these facts to be true, which they are. She is surprised that the elf wasn't left to die. She is surprised the elf was brought back to be safe here. She suggests the possibility of even the elf being killed, but certainly imprisoned. And she's very much engaging in all of that. And she concludes here that the elf has to leave because the elf will lead to the destruction of Numenor. Why the hell has it taken her so long to do that? Why has she waited this long to get the elf the fuck out of Numenor? What's going on?
Well, yeah, because she's been saying that though since Galadriel arrived. Like the first conversation she has with Ar-Pharazôn is, the elf is here. This is what was foretold. Then the interrupted conversation with the vegetable father is what we prophesied has come true. Yeah, get the fuck rid of her. But what you don't do is leave with her and an army, because that's, if there is one thing guaranteed to make this from at least a suspicion of determinism to actually determined event, it's giving the elf what she wants. Like, that's just a narrative rule. What are you doing? It doesn't make any sense at all.
That's what I mean. And it feels like they wanted to establish that she's very anti-elf, but at the same time we need the clues from the place where Galadriel ends up going, and all the kerfuffle with the father, and then she gets booted out. so that we can get all those bits and bobs, and then she's not going to be booted out. That, by the way, is part of the reason why we're not going to be here as long as I'd imagine, because that takes ages, that scene, and nothing fucking happens, so plenty of room for me to skip right over it. But anyway, Rags, what were you saying just now?
About this line, I hate this line that Galadriel says where she chastises the other person for making a decision based in fear, when that's literally what Galadriel's doing.
Is that supposed to have some level of self-awareness, or are the writers retarded? What do you think?
I think the writers are retarded. I
I
think
would
this is
agree.
Galadriel. I think this is Galadriel unknowingly chastising someone else for something that she's literally doing. But the show thinks that she is right in the decision she's making, but the queen is not right, so it's okay to get on her for making that decision based in fear, because the show doesn't have the awareness enough to realize anything about its writing. It's a shit line, and I hate it. And she's a huge fucking hypocrite, but the show doesn't recognize it.
True.
She can't be wrong. Good stuff.
I don't think there's a way to fix the line.
Don't have it. I mean, it's either, well, in a good show, like Galadriel, if you're trying to bring her down a peg because she's so fucking headstrong and everything, she has this bad attitude, and you're trying to get her to fucking take a chill pill and teach her some wisdom and cleverness, God forbid, then she could say that to the queen, and the queen is like, she's like, yeah, well, that's what you're doing. And also, like, it's fine to make decisions based in fear. Fear is a very natural thing that often leads to survival and prosperity. If you're afraid of things and you prepare for those things, then if those things happen, you're ready for it. Or you're afraid of a consequence if you don't act. Like, it's not a this isn't a productive thing to say that your decision is based in fear. Like, yeah, I'm afraid of what's going to happen if we don't do what I think we should do.
Did you see the vision?
Yeah, did you see it? I'm really afraid of Numenor being fucking killed. So, yeah, I'm going to act based off of that fear.
A vision of the apocalypse. What do you expect me to feel?
I also hate a line that comes soon after that, or before it, to be honest with you. Can't even tell anymore.
I probably do too. Which one are you referring to?
She says, I know what it's like to be the only one who sees and knows.
Oh, fuck, that was annoying.
I hate it so much. It's not
so
fair.
weird.
That is the
We are
writers
all
telling us.
Together.
Galadriel believes with full certainty that she and the Queen Regent share this aspect, that they know and they see the truth. Fuck off. Like, it's so annoying. Why do you think you're so awesome? Stop. Have some humility.
Again, the only redemptive aspect of that is going to be if, and I'm sure this is what they will do, they eventually end up playing her confidence off against her, and so Halbrand, again being Sauron, plays on her confidence and destroys it. That's like, that will at least partly redeem this, I think.
I think their plan for that is to somehow involve her as to setting these things in motion, but they're going to frame it in a way that she couldn't have possibly known, and it isn't her like, she's not responsible for it. It's only technically her fault. That's the show's way of having it their cake and eating it too. It's
I was
not
gonna say,
her fault.
it really doesn't feel like they'd have the balls to actually have a scene where, like, she's like, "Oh my god, I was wrong about everything." Like, I really don't know that they
have to change. Yeah, they won't. No,
I think this is the problem, because like the the Harfoot scene, when I thought they were going to do something much better than they did, I think I'm probably giving them too much credit in assuming that they will take the wise course of action narratively. So my assumption, a basic level, not even an especially adept level of competence, but a basic level of competence would be, you've built Galadriel up as being so self-assured, so self-confident, so sure in the knowledge of her actions and her beliefs. And so the ultimate payoff of that is when the one person she comes to trust as having her best interest in heart, the one person she opens up to, which is Halbrand, betrays her. This destroys her entire worldview. Because that's the obvious, and I stress obvious in a sense, in a negative way, because it's a cheap thing to do, but it's an obvious thing to do. That's such an obvious thing to do. The one person she comes to have a relationship with, the one person she opens up to, betrays her. Turns out to be the person that she's been working against the entire time. So that levels her. And then you bring her character back down to the ground and you build her up again as a more knowledgeable, patient, wise
Well,
person. That's
to
what they
me, that
should
seems like the
do.
message is don't trust anyone because the first time you trust someone, they fucking stab you in the back.
Well, no, because yeah, I don't think that's necessarily true. I think that there are other
Oh yeah,
people that
it's
she
not
could have
true in
trusted
reality,
from.
but
Yeah.
from her perspective, if the show wants to say you need to, like, I guess, trust people more, and she finally trusts someone, and that person just destroys her.
Oh, no, no, I'm not necessarily saying that the narrative should want her to. The lesson shouldn't necessarily be she should trust people more. The lesson should be that she is unwise to trust herself to the degree that she has done so far. Like the most objectionable thing about her is how self-assured she is, right? So if you present one person, one other character that she actually kind of opens up to a little bit, and he turns out to be the very person she's been working against her entire life. That levels her. That means you have to recreate her own character. She has to recreate her own character from the ground up. She has to be more self aware. She has to be more all encompassing. She has to be more worldly wise. And that will lead her to a personality which is not quite so objectionable as we've seen it so far. I think that's the only payoff to making her so insufferably self-assured as she's been so far. That's the only way you can make it seem like it was worthwhile. She has to be completely destroyed at the end of this season, and Sauron has to come about as a direct result of her actions, even though her actions were designed to stop Sauron coming about. I think that's the only way you can do that. But again, with the Harford example, I I can't see another way of doing it. But then again, with the Harfords, I thought they were going to do something very different than they did because again, it was the only way they could actually keep true to the characters they depicted. So yeah, so basically, I think they will fuck it up, but there is a way they could fix it. But they will fuck it up. Is my
Yeah, because I don't
broad
think they have
thesis.
the balls to do what it would take.
Mhm.
No, because they would have to level their strong female character, which they
Yeah,
won't
they'd have to
really
Yeah.
want to do.
totally,
Well,
yeah,
look at what they've
put
done
her in
so
check.
far. The amount of victories they have piled on her. Like, I don't believe they have the balls to give her the biggest loss in the whole thing. But we'll see. We'll see what they do.
Absolutely. If they do that, if they actually do
Yeah,
pull that off, I will. If they if they do pull that off, I will happily do a long video praising the fact that they did it because that's a sensible, good writing choice that they would
Wow,
have
our
made
bar is
if
high,
they
I
did
could
that.
sense.
And they've not done
Even
that so far.
if they were to get anywhere near doing it, they would still fill it with bullshit. Like, it would still be all fucked. Even if it, like, I don't,
Yeah.
they would never. I don't believe it. But hey,
Yeah, because
I've been wrong before.
there's a subordinate question, isn't there? Because even if it turns out that Halbrand betrays her, they could still portray that as her having been fundamentally right. The emphasis could be on her being right, and she's just wrong on the particulars. In which case, we aren't going to be invited to sympathize with her or to understand the fall she's gone through because it won't be portrayed as a fall to begin with. So, yeah, there is a way they could take the right course and still completely fuck it up. There is, but well, again, there is a clear direction they could take which would redeem her character. But yeah, if you were to back on them actually taking that route and put money on that, then you are a fool. But
Yeah.
it is at least there, so maybe
Mm.
small odds it will happen.
So, back to the
Don't
watchtower with the
Fuck,
humans.
sorry.
And wait, what? Sorry for what?
Oh
Yeah,
no,
you
sorry.
said-
I was ranting. Sorry.
No, it's all good.
No, you weren't. We're here to talk about the writing. That's
Yeah,
why,
we're
that is
doing
why
it,
we're
and
here.
we're
That's
still
why
not
we
anywhere near the
dragged you into
cap.
this
We'll be fine.
catastrophe.
We're gonna make it. Back to the man people in the watchtower, or whatever. And you got the kids coming home with all the food, of which he's managed to fill like a wheelbarrow, which isn't too bad. But when you've got, like I said, I think hundreds of people here who apparently are all
That's
starving. Well, I think
something, I
it's
guess,
definitely
given the
good. It's
circumstances
just
you
that
run in. Yeah.
you need to make more long-term plans, everybody. 'Cause this is not
Yeah.
going to last. But then of course they're like, but where is the kid? What happened to the kid? Well, he's still in the well. Well.
He
And
said, well, the guy says he said he'd be right behind. He lied.
yeah,
So he'd be right behind me. He lied. Instead, he could have just said we were orcs attacked and
we
we
go
ran.
separated.
And
Yeah,
I don't know where he is. Yeah, there's no reason to lie. Just say like
Yeah.
there were fucking orcs everywhere. I ran. I hope he's okay, but I mean, what do you
Well,
want
if
me
you
to
remember,
do?
he's the one that was like, "Oh, leave it out, die fears." He's the racist, so he's a bad
Yeah.
man.
He's already the bad person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
Even though the elves do seem to be pretty racist
I know
themselves, but
Well, yes.
all the chat are thinking to themselves,
how come the elves get to be racist, but this guy doesn't?
"I know, right? He got a hero death, even though
Why?
he was racist."
Yeah, that guy was a racist too. If anything, he was worse than the human. The human's on the receiving end of the racism, so it feels a little bit more justified in a way. And the elf is just like, nah, fuck them. They're shit. I came up here on that One Piece ladder to tell you that they're shit twice. And it's like he's just a good guy. It's okay to be racist to
Hey,
humans.
Rags, got good news for you. When we were watching this scene, remember when you
Yes.
said, "I heard an orc grunt, but I didn't know which orc it was"? Well, now we know. Orc 2.
Oh, it was Orc 2. All right. I love Orc 2.
Yeah, he's
I'm
my
glad that
favorite.
Orc 2 was in. Yeah, I'm glad he got a good speaking role in this.
Yes.
I've been rooting for him, Orc 2. He's great.
So the sun's down. He's been in this
Wasn't that
well
a
for a
planet
real
in
fucking
Star
long
Wars?
time, and that is a cold bit of water in there at that point.
I'd guess like 4 to 6 hours must have passed, given the position of the sun in the last shot we saw him in.
Yeah, he's
been down there a long time.
That would suck.
It would suck.
But okay. Now, chat, you're probably thinking to yourselves like, so why is he coming out of the well now? Well, he chose the perfect time. He just sort of comes out and hopes that nobody sees him. And luckily for him, there are several orcs walking around, but all of them missed him coming out then. And look at that. This is such a joke, man. Like, you kidding me? He was that lucky. The orcs are right here. In fact, they seem like they're within earshot of someone climbing out of a well.
But again, the writers have been playing Assassin's Creed. They know exactly what movements to make and to where. They know how the mechanics work for a video game, so
Well,
that's what they base this on.
Did you notice that they were very proud of themselves for this scene? Because it's a wanna, but it's like...
Yeah, I did notice that. That's right. Yeah.
It's like a faux wanna. It's one of the ones I don't like, where it's like you've got nothing at risk because everyone's just walking, and they have to pretend like they don't see
starting
him.
positions. Yeah,
That's it. There's nothing to lose here. So yeah, God, this fucking part is so stupid. So he's like, obviously he's just gunning to get to a position where he can just sprint home. And he's moving around, right? And he almost walks right into an orc. He's like, whoa, that was close. Gosh, it would be so bad if the orc was to see me. Luckily, I'm super wet, so I can slip and slide, or that'd be so funny if he just slid and just went home. Because he's just gated. That's how bad the ride is at this point. I wouldn't be surprised. Fuck it. Anyway, the orc smells him. He's like, sniff, sniff. Oh, I was pretty sure that smells like a human. That should be like red alert. The fact that you've just sniffed a person, and he's got the thing they're all searching for, by the way. This is like high demand person. They really want to catch this guy. And they can't find him anywhere. And then an orc smells a person. And it's like, well, get everyone to search the area. Because apparently he's right here. But then he's just like called away. They're like, hey, Orcman, we're doing orc things. And he's like, all right, okay, sorry. And just walks off.
There's also a slight point of irritation there, because the captions say orc in black speech, which means that they do speak the black speech to each other. So in episode 3, when it turns out the tower warden who's been captured has learned everything about their plans from them, like the tunnels, the reason they're building them, what they're searching for. Throughout that entire period he was captured, they were not speaking in black speech, because the elves don't really generally know black speech. And also when they hear black speech, it makes them physically unwell. But here, they've just introduced the fact that the orcs sometimes speak to each other in black speech, but sometimes speak to each other in the common tongue, and the plot decides when it's most convenient for them to do one or the other of them.
I'm sure that guy who got captured knew black speech back to front. He knew it.
But then he would have been physically sick, because the elves are
he
physically
was.
sick.
He threw up a whole bunch, but he didn't die, so it's all good.
Oh, okay.
He actually he collected all the sick, and then he threw it on the orcs, and that's how he escaped.
Oh.
Because they were like, gross, and then they had to go to the
yeah,
bathroom.
that makes so much sense than whatever the writers actually gave
I was going to
us.
say, it's better than whatever they actually wrote. Don't worry about it. So, yeah, he's moving through, and it's so tense. Oh my goodness, what's going to happen? You never know. And he thinks he's made it, and then unfortunately he's grabbed. Like, oh no. And I thought, like, so this is over, because there's orcs all around, and you've been grabbed by one, and all he has to do is be like, I found him, you know, I've got him, the fucking kid who's got the most important thing we need right now. But, no, he doesn't announce anything. He just sort of taunts the kid, like, hey, I'm gonna get you, I've got you now. And it's just like, dude, you might wanna mention to some people, I don't know.
Sound the alarm.
I don't know what you're up to.
But
Yeah.
he's like, you know, I want that hilt or whatever. So, you know what? I'm gonna chop your arm off, because he's mean. He's a mean old orc, and he's just gonna chop his arm off, I guess. And then it does like a cut to make you possibly be convinced for even a moment that he was actually successful, because the kid is like splattered by a bit of blood. But you're like, you know, what happened? Is he dead? Is the kid dead? Did the kid lose an arm? Like, maybe, or maybe the orc has been stabbed. Now, chat, you have been provided with all the information you would need to know who stabbed him. But even if you were to guess correctly as to who stabbed him, you'd have to conclude, like everyone else, what the fuck? And yes, it does indeed turn out to be... God, it's taking too long. Copyright. Elfman! I don't even know where to begin with this, okay? Why the fuck does he have his weapons?
Why does he have his weapons? How does he get in between all of the many orcs we just saw?
Send him back with all of his weapons.
To remind everyone, the last we saw him, he was, like, distraught, covered in mud and chained up, and he was about to be released to be giving a message to the men in the watchtower by the orcs. Now we see him, he's, like, all cleaned up, well-dressed, and he's got his weaponry, and he's saving a person's life in the village. What the hell happened? Adar, did you give him all of his shit back? Why? And then you sent him to what? Walk through the orc village and I guess be like, don't kill him, everybody, he's got a message to send. And then he'd be like, okay, why did you give him his bow and arrow and a sword? What's that about? And he's like, don't worry about it. We're friends. I like him. He's chill. And then he's like walking through. Imagine being him, Elfman, and you're walking through. And you hear like I don't know, someone getting tackled. And you're like, oh, what's that? And you walk over and there's an orc that's about to chop the arm off some kid. And you kill him. And you're like, okay. This is happening, I guess. Now it's time for us to run because everyone's chasing it. What the fuck are the odds?
And if only that were the most improbable meeting that happens in the next 2 minutes. But it's not.
It's not.
It's
no.
only one of the two improbable meetings that happen in the next 2 minutes. But again, as you say, the fact he turns up at the precise moment, at the precise time, with the precise events in motion. None of this works. The entire thing is contrived as fuck. But then every important event in this show is contrived as fuck. And there's almost an entire video to be made about just listing contrivances, just one after the other, and you would still get to probably 2 hours over the course of 5 episodes. It's
it was unbelievable. I couldn't fathom how this had come to pass, but it did. This is what it was. What it is. And now they gotta get the fuck out of here. And they start playing, like, tragedy music.
And they go slow-mo, so you assume one of them's going
to
die.
This
was
is
bizarre.
Some of the most clearest messaging you could get that someone's going to die.
Someone will die. Absolutely, yes.
Very, very, like, oh gosh.
Yeah. The music is very sad. It's like Gandalf dying music.
And, yeah, this is the part. Check it out, everybody. Arrow is flung. It's about to hit the poor boy, but boom, caught. Also, they miss every single other arrow, just FYI. And I can see you in chat. I can see you thinking. You're like, wait, whoa. They're firing arrows at Elfman? And you're like, yes. But isn't he carrying the message from Adar to the Watchtower? Doesn't Adar want him alive?
We didn't tell everyone else, and
like,
you know, you give this warrior elf weapons, he might fight your orcs, and you know, I guess.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Adar,
Why didn't you
you're
just
looking
send an orc to tell him? Just say like,
exactly,
all right, orc, carry this white flag, and just go talk to him and tell him what your demands are.
Have an orc, right? Have a little bit of paper, scribble in little orc handwriting. Go away, because that was the message, by the way. That's what we find out it is. Go the fuck away. That's what the message is. Get that piece of paper, wrap it around a rock, walk up to the watchtower, throw it in, walk off, done. You didn't need this. And by doing this, you've now lost the hilt that you could have gotten, and you've lost a whole bunch of orcs, and for some reason you didn't tell any of your orcs that you actually wanted this guy alive. What a disaster. Did someone come back to Adar to report all this? Be like, dude.
Adar, I don't know what you were expecting, but I have to report
I
what
have
happened.
bad news.
You wouldn't believe it. Did you believe that this elf was like killing our dudes? And we tried to kill him, but I guess luckily we didn't succeed at that. That's lucky. That's weird because we nailed that other elf 2 for 2 with arrows.
Yeah,
from
we
a
were doing
great
great,
distance,
man. We nailed
we
them
just
all.
can't hit this one. I don't know. He's got something protecting him.
Some kind of armor.
We only had
magic
2
spell.
good marksmen in our entire battalion, and
They're watching the trench. Yeah, they're on trench.
They were
duty.
watching the tunnel.
So, something to keep in mind, because I'm sure you guys didn't know this, is common film knowledge that I have. So, we are seeing Elfman and Kid in slow-mo. They have been put in slow-mo. The orcs, however, are not actually in slow-mo. That's just their regular speed, and that's why they can't catch up.
They're just naturally slow.
They are just that slow. They just can't keep up. It's impossible. But yes, as Little Platoon alluded to, there is a third person here. Who is it? Who is this person?
Who is
here on the way?
I wouldn't have. Is it like an? Who could it be?
Maybe it's the Balrog.
Is it? What? The Balrog?
I don't know.
No, that would make. I don't know.
That would make sense.
Yeah, I don't know who it could
as
be.
much sense as this.
Oh my god, it's her.
Lady.
What the fuck are you doing out here?
So this means that when she found out he was like, oh, he was right behind me, I'm pretty sure. She went, I'm gonna go search for him and hopefully find him. By everyone, and no one cared. No one went with her. And she just rushed out here, ran toward the village, almost into an army of orcs, and happened to bump right into them.
Maybe he's in the woods at night.
I can't believe it.
Honestly, the only way to redeem the scene is if she runs in, just by chance, during the slow-mo, and she gets shot in the, well, I was going to say the head, but probably the chest, so she can die more quickly,
right in
more
the
slowly
heart.
even. Yeah, she gets shot. She turns up in slow-mo. Everything is like really dramatic. She comes to rescue her son, and she gets shot, and she dies. That makes the scene worthwhile. But
Does
no.
it?
Yeah, well, more than we got. At least someone dies.
Because we just got rid of a
You're
character.
saying, well, I'm assuming you're saying
Yes.
to at least have some level of a consequence for all of this stupid shit. Yeah, but no.
Well,
I mean, I would still
but
say it's bad even if she did die.
There's I think it would be bad because in the sense that how the fuck would she know where in the woods to be at the precise moment to meet them? That's fine. That's a criticism, but it's one of those payoff things. So like, okay, he has had the argument with her back in the tower hours ago, and she has told him deliberately not to go. It's the same thing with the Brandyfoot people. She's told him that he's not allowed to go out adventuring. So he goes out adventuring despite her orders. He runs back, fleeing from the orcs. She has come to rescue him, and as a result of his own actions in betraying him, she dies. I'm not saying that's good.
I understand what you're saying, yeah.
But I am saying it's better than what we got, which is just meaningless. Absolutely.
You could call it narrative
no purpose
juice. There's something there. But even then, though, if that happened, I'd be like, I mean, we didn't get much time between those two, did we? Like, we got...
Yeah, but on the other hand, there are so many characters in this show that we know nothing and care nothing about that it's about time we killed some of them off, like just for satisfaction purposes. I'd be happy if the elf guy died. Don't know anything about him. Pointless character. Just kill him. Fine. Don't care. Move on.
What do you mean? They're gonna have a marriage or something. Him and girl. I can't wait. Yay.
It's gonna be really great. It's
yeah, they're doing. There's a story in the lore, the story of Beren and Luthien, which is the origin of Aragorn and Arwen's story in the Lord of the Rings trilogy. Like this doomed love between elf and man, and I'm sure that's what they're doing with this. And so, like at some point, by virtue of his love for her, he will be sent off on an impossible mission. He will sacrifice himself for love. She will probably meet him at some point during the time of his death, and everything will be sad. That will be the end of it.
Everything will be sad.
There's an entire book to be written about the story of Beren and Luthien. It's a beautiful story. It's like Romeo and Juliet, but in fantasy. It's beautiful, and I'm sure that's what they're doing, a cheap pastiche off here, but it will be a cheap pastiche and unsatisfying. But that, I think, is what they're going for.
So, every arrow misses. It's so unfortunate, they're just not getting them. However, our intrepid heroes have made it to a clearing of some kind. And they're moving through it. It's still pretty dark, so, you gotta run. And then, like, they start to slow down. It's like, wait, what you doing? You need to keep going. And, like, the kid sort of falls over. It's like, my leg. It's just, my leg's so bad. And so the woman just starts going like, okay, let's have a look at your leg. Meanwhile, the elf is like, alright, I'm gonna pull out my sword and get ready to fight. It's like, why don't you just pick the kid up? You're an elf. Pick the kid up and get out of here, you fucking idiots. She's not even looking out for his leg. She gets up with her own... She's got like one of them hand scythe things. So their plan is literally to fight this army of orcs, those two. Instead of just picking the kid up and running. Fucking hurts my brain. It always hurts my brain.
They also they stop within bow range of the tree line, which
Yes.
isn't good.
They've had many arrows shot at them already, and they're just gonna hope that they don't use arrows. And luckily for them, no arrows are used here.
That is very. I think at the very end, some start to come by, which just adds the problem
I
of
was
it
gonna
sure
say,
is a
yeah.
good thing that the two sniper orcs killed that one other guy, but none of them will hit you. A lot of arrows missed you guys. A lot of
And
arrows
so,
missed you.
the sun comes out, and we've still got plenty of dudes who are in the same fucking getup they had when they were immune to the sun in the trench.
Mhm.
But apparently they're not immune to it anymore. And this is like, this kid has the most important item they need or whatever, and they're not willing to brave the sun anymore. But they will brave the sun when their slaves are vaguely attempting to escape.
Yes.
Vaguely attempting to escape.
I just...
Accurate view of a plan. Yes.
Yeah, and then...
There's no
yeah.
there's no
I like it.
consistency of value in the show. That you'd think of all the things that they would want to break cover for, it would be that item. But nah, I guess they don't
Yeah.
care in this instance because the sun is painful. Just yeah.
Yeah. So, we cut to the dwarves. Oh, we didn't even mention, sorry. We were just rushing over everything. At the end of Elrond and Durin's conversation, there's a cave-in, and they both rush into the mine to go and help the dwarves. And it's like the most interesting thing that's ever happened in this entire show, and then they cut away, and you're like, oh.
Yeah.
And now,
Something interesting was about to happen.
now we're cutting back, and it's post-cave-in, mopping up stuff. Elrond is like, he's not even got dust on him. He's just so pristine somehow. I guess he took a bath or something.
He didn't go help, maybe.
Maybe he just
or
didn't
it-
help, yeah. Maybe that would
I
be
think
more
he
in
didn't
line.
Help.
Isa's doing a sing. I don't know why. Like a funeral,
it's
I thought,
weird
or
because
something.
They say they're pleading to the mountain to let their
Yeah.
miners go.
It's a specific prayer to the rocks themselves, and we've actually seen. I think it might even be in this scene, but we've seen I think once previously where an equivalent prayer has been sung, and you've seen the rocks moving. You've seen Mithril either retreating or excreting from rocks.
Have we?
So yeah. It might even be in the setup for this scene. I could be wrong, but there is definitely a scene where there is music of this kind playing, and you see a vein of Mithril seemingly moving. And that's
Really?
supposed to.
Because I don't.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I don't remember
saw
that. I think the only time we see Mithril is when Elrond finds it.
Well, no, because remember he finds a vein of Mithril even
Yeah, in the
outside the
stone.
secret door, and then once he's inside the secret door, he finds the true vein itself. I'm sure. Maybe I have just made this up because the rest
I
of the
think he
episode
only
was
finds
so
it in the door.
fucking boring. But
He
I'm
goes in the door and
sure-
finds the vein.
Yeah,
It's behind that. It's behind that drape.
I'm pretty sure that you see something in the rocks moving when you hear this song playing. I'm pretty sure. I might have just been inventing it because the show was so devoid of content, but I'm
I was
sure.
gonna say,
I'm
I
sure
got
it
nothing on
happened.
that. I'd have to relook at the scene.
Are you thinking of the
Yeah.
intro sequence? Are the dwarves singing to the dust, which makes it form all those
Yes.
patterns and stuff?
Yes.
No. I don't think so.
Oh.
Um,
It would be
okay.
funny though.
I'm sure you get a cutaway to some rocks where some patterns in the rocks are moving, but it's not the intro sequence. I think it's this scene, but again, I might have just made it up out of sheer
Elrond sees
exasperated
like
boredom.
some dust move.
Well, maybe that's it. But then again, but that's kind of the same thing,
It's
right? So
just
the dust is moving as a result of the
no.
song.
Well, I mean, it's different than the mithril coming out of its
I was
veins,
gonna
but
say it's
I think it's on
different.
a step.
It's
Yeah.
like you could argue she's
I know what
rumbling the
yeah, here,
rocks,
yeah,
and the
where they're
dust is
just
moving here
vibrating.
because of vibrations, not because it's like
Yeah.
actually like what you're describing with the mithril vein sounds a little bit more involved, you know?
Maybe, but then again, I would say they accomplish the same dramatic effect. I mean, if you're moving fragments of rock via prayer
It's
song,
it's
that's not.
dust reacting to vibrations, it looks like.
Have you ever sung and moved dust by vibrations?
Has anyone?
Well, that's the point. Like I have, and I've never moved dust. As in, I've sung and I've never moved dust.
Me neither.
Um,
But I think the
so
dwarves are special in that they could their this song is so voluminous and special that it just creates sound waves that makes the dust rumble.
well, okay. So we're sort of halfway agreeing in the sense that the dwarf's prayer song is moving stuff, and the question is whether the moving of stuff is designed to be symbolic to prayer or simply
Just from a
mechanical
sound.
vibration.
So far, I'm willing to the vibration I'm willing to give it. I need some. I'll need a push to get it to think that it's like a special magic song that gets the rock to do that
I mean, Disa
because it
looks
sounds very
large.
loud and it's like a special chamber that she does it in.
Yes.
So maybe there's something about the construction of the chamber that lets it resonate better,
Well,
which is kind of what theaters are do anyway.
yeah, but
But
dust doesn't move when you sing in theaters.
this is a particular kind of dwarf singing that is enough to make dust vibrate
But
and shake.
okay, but then we are coming closer to an accord, I think, in the sense that the dwarves have a prayer song. That prayer song, if you sung it anywhere else in the world, would not have any effect whatever. It's a
So it has
specific
to be
prayer
in the
song with
chamber
symbolic meaning and message. They might be in a specific chamber when they're singing it, but nevertheless, to them at least, this seems like
because we have a
prayer.
lot of variables. It could be the words of it. It could be the place that they're doing it in. It could be
Well,
is it
if
specific to dwarves?
if the words determine that matter moves, I would say that's proof that prayer works. If it's that the dwarves are doing it because they have some unique resonance with the rock, there might be a scientific explanation for that. But my reading of the moving of rock dust or mithril or whatever it was is that this is supposed to convey the power of the prayer song.
And when you say the power of the prayer song, you're talking about its magical properties, not its physical ones.
I would say in universe, probably the magical properties, yes. Because if you
I
transplanted the
need
dwarf,
convincing for the magical properties. I'll
well,
believe the physical ones
yeah,
now.
in the real world, I would need convincing of that. But in this world, you're talking.
Even in this world, I need
If
that.
you removed the dwarves from that specific cavern of Khazad-dûm and you put them in Lindon in the open air, would the same song have the same effect? Is the question I'm asking. I don't think it would. Now, you could say it might still have physical properties, which creates the movement. But then what you're arguing for is kind of an anthropogenic religion, which is in the sense that the songs they have created are uniquely attuned to the place they have grown up in. So therefore, to the dwarves, this is as good as faithful truth, as opposed to simply brute scientific truth and reality.
Out of curiosity, do you believe the dust is moving, or do you as in like it's actually itself is moving, or do you think that the rock around it is rumbling and thus the dust is just falling to the lowest point?
I'm not
Because
sure.
that's my understanding of it. That's
I'm
what
assuming
I.
it's the latter, but at the same
don't know.
time, I would happily consider that magic, as in like her voice is that powerful via magic that it's doing that or something.
The difference without a distinction. I don't really see the
Well,
Right. So,
no,
no, I can
think there is
explain.
a
So, like
distinction, yeah.
the when you have say for example, I'm holding like a plate, and at the top of the rim there's a circle of dust, and then I start to shake the plate just on a micro level. The dust will eventually start to like fall into the center through gravity and shifting around, versus me commanding with magic that the dust walk itself down into the center of the plate. Do you see what I mean?
Yes, I do, except that I think that there might be an artificial distinction being drawn between the shaking of the plate and the willing of the plate to shake. Or at least there is a distinction between those two things which could be interrogated.
On one hand, the dust is just reacting to the environment around it is falling. Meanwhile, the other is the dust itself is moving itself as a result of...
Okay, but say for the sake of argument that via magic or via magical intonation, they are singing a chant which shakes the rocks, which moves the dust,
Yeah.
as opposed to singing a chant which simply moves the dust.
Mm-hmm.
Is there
A
a
magic. Yeah, I would believe that a magic can enhance her singing to just be more powerful and resonant, as opposed to a magic that specifically targets certain particles over others and makes them move in a way. I can believe the former far more than that.
I mean, ultimately, I'll wait until what the fucking show tells me, I guess. I don't know
Yeah, I'm
exactly
not,
what this
you
is,
know.
but
That's what I think they're trying to say with this, is that her
yeah,
singing is so powerful and resonant in the mountain that it
the
causes the
theoretically
mountain
it's
to
possible to
vibrate.
sing at a pitch that shatters glass for a human to do. That's theoretically possible. But
Yeah.
within the world that we're talking about, which is a mythological world or a myth-heavy world, you could see even scientific explanations could have mythological connotations, or rather, science and myth could be confused in a mythologically based world, if that makes sense.
The reason why I thought it was interesting to talk about is because I don't believe that it's going to be moving the mithril veins.
Yeah, that one's a huge leap forward
However,
in terms of its power.
if that were shown to happen in a later episode, then so be it. But like,
Yeah.
what I get from this is just that her voice is like vibrating through all of the rock, and that
Yeah.
this might be strict foreshadowing to just let us know why the Balrog will be woken up.
Bear in mind, though, that of course in the preceding or one of the earlier scenes, we learned that the only reason they discovered Mithril was that Disa sensed it, as in via magic or the dwarf equivalent thereof, while she was on a routine exploration. Like she didn't discover it as in she saw it in the process of mining it. She sensed its presence and they mined to find it. Like
Well,
the dwarves
isn't that something they normally do? They sing to the mountain to listen to what the mountain tells them about the ores and stuff in it and where not to go.
Okay, but then you've come back to my position, which is that the dwarves' song is much more magical than it is scientific and practical.
I never said it was necessarily more than that. I said I don't think that the rumbling here on the stairs is necessary. I don't think that is magical. I think that's just a result of her doing that song. Because I can believe that the dwarves, like when she first explains how they use like their voice magic to find ore and stuff, I can buy that. I just don't think that applies to this staircase vibrating. I think that's
so
just
they
physical.
can use their voice magic to find material. But when they use their voices and material moves, that's an entirely separate question.
Because I think it's making just the mountain vibrate, which means the dust on top is going to settle.
Would you not extend that explanation to the voice magic you cited in the preceding moment, though? As in, like, what's the differentiating point there?
Between
the
making
voice
a mountain vibrate with magic and her using that to
between the voice magic to detect
just because something has a magical property doesn't mean that the magic is necessarily an explanation to every effect that it does. Because it's still a song.
No, it is still a song, but you've identified two substantively similar phenomenon, and you are saying that one is magic and one is not. Well, yes, I mean using the song to detect the presence of ore.
Yeah, but I don't know what the mechanism
to that is.
which
produces the movement of ore. You have to your burden is to explain why the magic explains the detection of ore, but not the movement of same ore later on.
I don't have. It's not an explanation even. It's just I mean, in a sense, it is. But when she says that we use this song in order to find ores and like in the mountain speaks to us, I think she says. I think that's different than she's making a very loud noise and it's making this physical stone vibrate, and
okay, but in which
so the dust on top
she could
settles.
have discovered mithril by sonar, which is a practical scientific phenomenon.
If that, again, I don't know the mechanism by which they discover the ore. Only that they use it's very ambiguous. Sort of. It's just we sing to the mountain and we can sort of learn things. We don't really know anything more than that.
I'd agree with that, but I think the fact that it's ambiguous means that you have to give sort of a degree of leeway to the world building that goes on. If you say it's ambiguous,
maybe
you acknowledge in the first instance that the song is in a sense magic, and the magic of the song detects ore. Then
it allows them to detect ore.
Having acknowledged that the magic of the song detects ore, it's more probabilistic within the world that's being built that you extend the should we say the gratuity of magic to the movement of ore as well, as opposed to saying, well,
I
I
yeah, I
accept that
definitely
magic
don't
is
think so.
operative in
Yeah.
one sense and not in the other. It just seems more consistent to say in the realm of this universe, the same thing is operative in both instances.
Then in terms of that, no, I don't agree that with the level of ambiguity we have based on this magic, that it is more probabilistic that what we see here is owed to the magical properties instead of just the normal ones.
But
For
would you read that back into
It's not
say that?
impossible, but I'm
No,
not convinced.
I agree. I agree with that. But then, would you read
Look, we're 9 hours in. Things get weird. Okay.
via magic is itself much more likely to be scientific as opposed to magical?
I couldn't say because I don't know enough about that process.
That's fair enough. But then, if you can't say that about one aspect of it, how can you say it about the other?
Because they're two different things.
But they're an extension of the same property.
They're different enough. If the property is magic, then it isn't, because we know that magic or not, regardless of how we know the magic actually works as a mechanism, we do know that it produces very, very loud sound waves. And I think that's what this scene is trying to tell us, that it's just causing this rumbling in the mountain just by its
Well, look,
volume and its
I know,
luminous nature.
I agree that that's a consistent and cogent argument. But
I'm
then,
not ready to assign a magical property to it yet.
okay,
Because
that's fine.
this seems
But
like it could be done with just mundane means.
I agree. But then, if you are going to evince that standard, you have to read that back to the preceding instance, which is the discovery of mithril in the first place. So my question was, if you repurposed, my question was, if you insist on the movement of rocks as we see in this scene being
It
via
does.
purely scientific means, which
I
is
don't
what
insist. That's what I mean, I could
well,
be wrong, but that
if you posit that that was the case,
seems to be, yeah.
okay, then why do you not extend that same principle to the discovery of those minerals earlier on in the process via the exact same process of sound magic as the show presents it to us? In other words,
Because as I said, I can keep saying it, but because we don't understand enough about the mechanism that they use this magic voice in
I,
order
know-
to discover these ores.
I agree with you that we don't understand the process. What I'm saying is that if you're going to evince or at least posit a certain standard for one aspect of the discovery, then by implication you are going to have to extend that to the other one. So if you're
Not at
saying
all.
that
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
it probably will seem very ridiculous to chat that we're arguing about dwarf magic, but nevertheless, I'm going to insist on this point. If you're saying that if the singing of the song, moving matter, moving dust, moving rock, in the
I
scene
don't
we
think it vibrates the mountain, which as a property of the vibration just causes whatever is lighter on top of it to settle.
okay, so
That's
how is
it.
that different from the discovery of the mineral to begin with, which the show tells us is essentially, or at least,
Because we don't know how it is that they discover it with this song.
but
We
we
don't
know
know if they are listening for it, or if they have, like, they're sensing vibrations with their hands. We don't know how that actually happens. Now,
no,
if they were to say in the opening that we sense the, and maybe I'm just not remembering the first conversation, but if they were to say in that, it just as a hypothetical, in that first conversation, if they said it would have to be something that would relate to this, because
Mhm.
we don't get enough to work with. It might be the case that it is just the purely magical property that's making this dust tremble or the mountain tremble, but I'm not given enough to conclude that. When I
that
know that actual sound waves will do this, and she is singing very loudly. It takes more of a leap to go to the magical aspect.
okay, well, in which case you're well, no, I don't think it does, given that the show has begun with the premise that magical explanations are at least feasible, if not probable. And in this
But
case,
it depends on
myth-
how they use it.
it is probable rather than even just a possible
So
explanation.
you're saying it's greater, it's more likely than not, is what you're saying.
I think in the case of the Lord of the Rings universe, yes, I would say the magical property of the song more accurately.
What about it being in the Lord of the Rings universe makes it more probable than not that it's magic causing this instead of just the sound
Because we're
waves?
talking about a fantasy universe where magic is operative.
Yeah, you said that again a second time with different words. What about the universe?
The fact that magic is coded into the laws of that universe.
Yeah, I know magic exists in this universe, but what about this world would lead us to believe that that magic is doing this?
Well, I'll turn it around
Because
if you don't mind.
not every magic does everything,
Having
right?
having having accepted that we live or that we are operating for these purposes in a universe where magic exists and is commonplace, what is it that makes you think that a specific event is more easily explicable via scientific means than the magical events that have already been shown in the earlier scenes to have produced results?
Because those results are different, and because mundane
I
reasons explain this
appreciate
perfectly.
song is the modus operandi here. So song is the
Song
mode.
is part of a mechanism that allows them to learn things about the mountain. How they actually go about doing that, we
Oh,
don't
but,
know.
but then you're disputing the validity of the of the magical underpin of the universe, rather
No,
than
only that they're somehow able to do something, both of which are fairly darn
okay,
ambiguous.
you, right. That's fine. I agree with that. They are somehow able to do something. I
Yes,
agree. But within
magically.
the
Yeah.
but within the laws as established in this universe, this is a universe of the
What
Valar,
laws in
for example.
particular are you referring to?
The fact that wizards exist, the Valar, who are gods with magical powers and properties, exist. The sun can be magicked into existence. The
Can be.
dwarves are created by one of the Valar in the first age, to have a unique attunement with, and that might not be a word, but I think it is, with the rocks, because they are created by one of the Valar outside the plan of God. This whole thing sort of feeds into itself. The elves, by contrast, are uniquely attuned to the magic of the moon and the water. The Sindar elves,
What
for
about the
example, are
dwarves?
the
Because we're talking
dwarves.
about the dwarves here, right?
Well, that's
So
what I
what would
mentioned.
lead us
So the dwarves are actually unique in the creation story of Middle Earth because they are the only creation that's outside of God's plan. One of God's demigods, one of the Valar, creates the dwarves because he's jealous of God's creative capacity.
just to be before you go too far, is only stuff that's in the show.
Only stuff that's well, fucking none of that's in the show because
Oh,
the show's
well then yeah, then that's
the
one of
fuck up.
if all of the
Um,
if anything, that's why I was kind of stopping you there, because if anything you said about anything that would particularly lead to this being a more likely conclusion than not was in the show, then I would be going with that.
well, I think I can still square the argument though because would you accept, for example, that the person they want us to think is Gandalf is a wizard?
Yeah, he seems to have some kind of a magical ability.
So he has magical abilities. So magic
Yeah.
exists in this universe, right?
You already did
Yes.
say that. If can I? Do you mind if I just I just wanted
Please
to
do.
say quickly. For I'd have a question for both, but I'll start with Rags.
Okay.
When you say that we're drawing a line between magical stuff happening to make this stuff happen versus let's say non-magical, would you or would you not say that she would still have to be using some form of magic to be able to sing and make the mountain rumble?
Yeah, if the magic was nothing more than to make her sing louder, I could believe that far more
Because
readily.
that's where I'm at. I simultaneously, this is why it feels so awkward for me, because I feel like I'm stuck between the both of you. I actually think it is a magical singing, but that it is just, especially because I've been staring
Just
at
the
these rocks for
volume?
the past like 20 minutes, and if you look, the ones that are on the highest places are all going down, the ones that are at the bottom parts are just shaking. So it really does
Yeah, it
feel
looks
like
like the dust is settling.
mountain is rumbling, the dust is settling. Now, my theory for what's going on with the veins of the thing, I don't think she's moving the mithril or anything, but when she sings that she can, I don't know, hear the mountain like resonate the song back, and then she can detect where a particular frequency comes in, and that there's a unique one, and that's what led her to the mithril. That's what I assume. And if you said, well, would you describe that as magical? I'd be like, absolutely, because I don't think that's normal. I don't think that's how singing. I don't think so. Do you see what I mean? That's where I'm at.
I'm fine with the magic being just to make her voice louder. I think that's not unreasonable given how loud we're hearing them sing. The fact that they sing magically, I can believe that that's just a natural extension. I think that's as far as I'd go though.
Yeah.
Not that it can actually manipulate the ores themselves. I'd have to I'd have to have them talk about that or show that before I was
Oh,
able
well,
to guess
yeah,
that's something
okay.
they could do.
So there are three different aspects we're talking about here. So there is our perspective in the real world when we understand what the physics of sound and vibration are. That's one. There's the in-universe basic understanding of magic, which is that it exists fundamentally. And then there is this weird middle ground between the existence of magic in universe versus, or in conjunction with, our own understanding of what physics explains better than magic does. And so the seeming middle ground would seem to be I accept that magic is amplifying voice, but all that's doing is amplifying physical scientific effect, which is the vibrations of mountain, which creates movement of dust, of mineral, and the rest of that. And for what it's sitting in my position now in the real world, our world, I would completely agree with you that that's the most rationalistic explanation of what's going on. What I'm saying, though, is that within the laws of the universe of Rings of Power, and certainly of Lord of the Rings, like more accurately, it's deeper than that, and you have to remember as well that the point and purpose of this song is that she is praying via song for the trapped miners to be recovered, still alive. And then later on, Durin turns up and he says, I got the last one out. All of them were still breathing.
Mhm.
So what you're invited to poetically join the dance there. You're enjoined to combine the song, which is quite clearly portrayed as being powerful and magical in its intonation, and the results of that song and the stated intention of that song, and you're invited to at least suspect that the song is the reason that the dwarves were recovered alive from the bottom of the mine. Now, the great thing about the magic in Tolkien's world is that it is fundamentally naturalistic, and so it's always open to argument and debate as to what extent magic is directly responsible for effect, or to what extent magic simply leads toward effect. In other words, it influences natural processes that themselves create effect. But we can't dismiss to court the idea that the song, as presented in show, actually has a direct relationship and causes indeed the direct cause that the song is stated to be designed to attain. That was a really, really long-winded explanation. I apologize.
Kind of,
Look,
yeah.
look, you're at 9.5 hours. I don't blame you.
I like when it comes to the song in the rescue, like the rescue song she does, I'm not ready to accept that they were rescued because of the song. I don't know enough yet. Like I can't say either way
No, I agree with that,
because
but then you're not supposed to. So like,
you
Tolkien's
did,
magic is not
oh,
supposed
you
to
think
be planetary.
oh, I like the show or in the deeper lore?
I would say in both.
Well,
Uh-huh.
if we were to pretend next episode that we find out her singing is at maximum, everything it can possibly do is simply vibrate the mountain. That is it. Would you then be like, oh shit? Okay. And that's directed at Little Platoon, by the way.
Sorry. Repeat.
So
you mind.
if in the next episode they actually define her singing, the only effect it has is vibrating the mountain, and she heard the frequency, she got lucky when she found the mithril, and that these rocks are only moving, the dust's only moving because it's rumbling the mountain, that's it. Would you be like, oh? Like, would you be surprised if they did that?
Well, that would depend on the claim that's being made of said magic. So, for example, if you're saying that the only quote unquote magical effect is that the song moves the mountain, well, then how did she discover the mithril using the song? She must have had a receptive capacity, right? So,
Yeah, whether that which could be physical or magical, we don't know
I mean,
yet. I could
dwarves,
believe both depending
dwarves
on
could
which
be bats. I agree. Dwarves could be bats. I agree with that. That could be a thing. But
well, they don't have to be bats. They can make like technology, tuning forks. Who knows what stuff they can do, right? I don't know yet. That's why I'm withholding judgment.
okay, well, no, that's fair enough in that case. I would, well, again, I don't want to come across as the weird mystic of the group. I don't believe in this
Oh,
shit.
fine. We need more
myself.
mystics
I'm
around.
talking about like based on what we know of the lore of the universe. Even the one that just Rings of Power is showing us discarding whatever the Rings of Power has avoided in the lore. I don't think it's even necessarily wise to say, well, I err on the side of caution where magic is concerned, because magic is the thing that will create the Balrog, for example, and we know the Balrog will
Like,
come into it.
well, I think the element is I'm ready to believe pretty much anything in this world could happen because of magic when it's presented to me in that way. But I'll err and say things are not magical unless otherwise stated. Like the
Well, that,
default
that's
is that things aren't magic until the show explains that it
but
is. Because
then,
most
but
things
then
aren't.
the Lord of the Rings trilogy, so Fellowship of the Ring, for example, the fight against the Balrog, there are obvious magical elements in that when Gandalf
Yeah,
uh,
yeah.
uses the shield, for example. However, there is, and Gandalf's main magical faculties involve magic influencing the world around him. So, for example, in The Hobbit, you see him shattering the rock to reveal the sun, which is the thing he repeats in Return of the King when he shines the sun at the Nazgul, chasing the horsemen back toward Gondor. But in the fight against the Balrog, all he's really doing is applying magic to the breaking of his staff against the bridge. So this is physicality and magic combined.
Yeah,
You
but
can't really
it's clear
distinguish
there that there's like
from
a magical element to it in the effects that are shown and him doing it, and I think that there's far more of an obvious magical component to that than there is to this vibration we're seeing.
is there much more of an obvious one from
I
Gandalf
I think there
breaking his staff
absolutely is.
against the bridge of Khazad
He,
Dûm?
like, projects a magical shield around himself.
Oh no, I'm not talking about that one. I'm talking about when he breaks his staff against the bridge to
Yeah,
collapse the.
isn't there, like, a shockwave to it? And it is just a man hitting a stick against a bridge,
Yeah,
so
and in
him
this
being
case,
a
this is
wizard, there
this
clearly
is
has
just
to be some
this is
extra
just
t
a woman singing at some rocks.
No,
My
but
point
we don't know what the
is
element is there, and so there's so you're saying there's just as much when he breaks the bridge, there is just as much of a magical element to that as there is to which part of her singing? That her singing is magical or the
that her
tone
singing has
vibration?
physical effects.
I agree that this no, yeah, I agree the singing has some element of magic with it, but I think that it's just if there's going to be magic with it, it's to enhance the volume as far as I'll go, because sound waves just vibrating a mountain would do this to the dust on top of it.
That's a creditable position. And would you extend that then, if for Gandalf breaking his staff against the bridge, is that simply him extending the force of impact and friction to a degree that breaks the bridge?
I think there would have to be a magical component to that because we know it's just not possible for an old man to hit a bridge with
Is
a
is
wooden
is
stick.
that a magical component? Is that magical component the same as the one you accept amplifies Deesa's voice?
Um, magical the same magical component in terms of similar effects that one
Well,
that a magic that allows,
you
him
said
to
there
break the
you said
stone
there is
is
no
the
way
same
an
that
old
allows
man could break a stick hard enough to break a bridge. Well, okay, fine, but there is no way a woman could sing loud enough to break mountains.
No, I as I've said multiple times, I'm fine with the magic just creating an just making her sing louder,
Okay, yeah,
and an effect of
I,
her singing louder is the vibration.
and I accept that and grant that. Fine. All I'm saying is, do you extend the same principle to Gandalf breaking his staff on the bridge?
That it is magic making him stronger?
Magic is amplifying physical effect.
It would have to do that for him to break the bridge as far well, I'm not gonna say it has to do that because 'cause I'm not gonna pretend to even understand the magic system in Lord of the Rings, honestly. But if it's just physical for it has to be directed a particular way. But yeah, yeah, there's some yeah, probably some force-related magical component to him breaking the bridge, sure.
Okay, that's fine. But then you've accepted in principle, that magic is the progenitor of certain physical effects, right?
It can be. It not necessarily is all the time,
But in
but it
principle, it can.
can be. It can, yeah. In these 2 circumstances that we're using, because the Lord of the Rings is especially with, like, Gandalf's magic, it's really tough to know what he can or can't do a lot of the time. It's a very ambiguously sort of defined magic system, which is sort of its problem and its defense at the same time.
Yeah.
But here, like I said, I'm not ready to go any further than I am so far. Depends what the show wants to present to me in terms of information.
Yeah.
I just don't know what that'll be. As long as they try not to like set themselves up with a rule that will really that they'll end up breaking, I'm generally all right with it. Though my
Yeah.
preference is often for more hard rules.
But look, no, same. And honestly, I'm slightly playing devil's advocate in the sense that, like, my natural default position is to take the position you've taken. Like, you believe in physical effects until physical effect is not sufficient to explain actual effect, in which case magic comes into it. That's my default position. All I'm saying is that when you're considering Tolkien's universe, it's a mistake to err on the side of caution, I think.
That's what I'm doing.
And again, my natural inclination is to do the same thing. But when you're considering Tolkien's universe, it's almost a mistake to do that because
To be fair, this
it's
is
very
Amazon's
mistake.
Tolkien universe, so
So it's not a mistake to do that?
no, it is a mistake to do. It's a
You said
mistake.
it's almost a mistake.
Well,
So-
maybe I was being too polite. It is a mistake to err on the side of
Okay.
caution when it comes to that. In which case,
So
I'm
caution.
guilty.
Wait. So erring on the side of caution for this universe is that things are more likely magic than not.
Yes. So the idea basically being, if we're talking about the real world in which we live today, things that are unexplained, you can pretty much guarantee will be explained at some point via scientific means. That's a pretty solid assumption. We have a methodology for discovering things, and that methodology will extend to things we have yet to discover. But when you're talking about Tolkien's universe, you don't have the same surety of knowledge. There is
Even-
no equivalent framework.
It
Magic
seems that
and
even in
magic
this world, the
not-
vast majority of things are totally naturalistic.
Well, no, because in Tolkien's world, magic and naturalism are not easily separable in the way that
Well,
they are.
and certainly in the we are still just this is all within the confines of the show itself.
Mhm.
Virtually everything that we've seen in the show seems to be just normal stuff that happens without a magical component.
Even
The
extend-
outlying things seem to be the
singing of
magical
songs that
aspects.
move whole mountains is perfectly natural.
Sorry, what? I didn't hear you. What?
The singing of songs that move whole mountains is perfectly natural.
Why would you even say
okay.
that?
Wait,
based
because
off what I
I
said?
was about to say that's a really
that's
easy
like, holy
invite for it to
shit.
fall apart. So, what Rag said is that the most of what we've seen. So he would consider the moving of a mountain, as you put it,
Yeah,
to be
especially
a
when
single.
multiple times I've said I'm saying that this is magic.
You would say that's
yes.
a single instance versus, let's say, when they shown to operate a boat that looks to follow all the rules that we know. When they operate, like
It's
walking
not a
through
single
streets,
instance.
gravity seems like
Okay,
all of the individual
Gandalf.
actions.
Not Gandalf crashes to Earth in a meteor and controls fireflies.
Yeah, no, you're right. That would be an instance of
does
magic.
happen. Yeah, that
And
absolutely happens.
Rags
Yeah.
could see
Seems
that.
to be magical.
Because
Yeah.
I was going to say, that seems like an easy thing to concede of the majority of the actions that take place in this world, and if they were to be split into magical or normal, quote unquote, there's more normal than magical.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
but
that's
I
clearly
agree
the
with
point. It's the vast
Yeah.
majority of things that we see seem to be totally normal and without magical elements.
Magic within any kind of Tolkien mythos is augmentary magic. Like, magic is not Harry Potter magic in Tolkien's universe. It's not even Harry Potter magic in Rings of Power, which has very little to do with Tolkien's universe, but it still calls back to it. Harry Potter magic is this
In the
it's
show?
But if I may, when he makes a
shield.
shield around himself, I would consider that closer to Harry Potter magic than augmenting.
Yeah.
The shield that he uses comes from the Ring of Nenya, which he gains from the elves. It's one of the 3 rings the elves have created. One of the rings that are created for the elves by Celebrimbor.
I thought that's what
Was
you
that in
meant
the
by
movie or
when you said Harry Potter magic. I thought what you meant was like the difference between amplification and just generation of a thing from essentially nothing.
so
I know
like the
because-
light beams, right? Those are Harry Potter thing when he lasers with the light beams, right?
No,
That makes
I would say they are generation, not creation. So
generation, not creation.
the power of the Ring of Nenya, for example, which is as far as I remember, I could be misremembering, but I think I'm right. The power of the Ring of Nenya, which is what gives Gandalf the power to have his magical shield and to reject fire, also what gives him the power to control fire, is a property which is imbued within the Ring of Nenya itself. It's not something he's simply waving a wand to create. This is something which is...
But it's a wand instead of a ring, right?
I was going to say,
No,
wouldn't Harry
because
Potter argue the source of, like, they need their wands in order to cast these spells?
No, but
Yeah.
that's a difference. The wand as a vessel to cast a spell is different from a ring created from the fabric of creation itself, imbued with the elements that create.
What does that mean? The fabric of creation itself.
So when okay, I have to deviate from the law of rings of power just to explain this.
Oh, feel free to. You don't
Yeah.
need our permission, unless we're talking like having an argument about the show. Then we'll stick to it. But for this,
No,
just
no,
out of to
okay,
understand the difference, you'll.
good. I just wanted to check.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, yeah.
when it comes to the creation of the world in Tolkien's mythos, you have the Godhead, the God, which is Iluvatar, and Iluvatar creates this sub-order of demigods, you might call them. They're called the Ainur.
Mhm.
The Ainur are like, no, I guess you could say like Norse gods,
Archangels or
slightly above those. They're like Zeus or like the Greek pantheon, for example.
okay, so as like whereas Iluvatar is like the most powerful and the
Yeah.
most maximally knowledgeable that you could be, like the ultimate everything.
Yeah,
These
even
guys are like Grecian gods who have faults and okay, but they're still
exactly.
credible.
And
Okay.
even in the Greek religion, ancient Greek religion had this reference to the god above. So there's this constant above Zeus, even is a godhead.
Mhm.
That's Iluvatar. Iluvatar creates these Ainur, and the Ainur are the equivalent of the Greek pantheon. They are responsible for creation themselves. So they are imbued with the power of song and music, and they each have a different part of a harmony. And that harmony corresponds to an aspect, an element of creation of the world as we now know it today. And those Ainur, some of them become the Valar, which we hear referenced in Rings of Power. One of them is Melkor, who becomes Morgoth, the progenitor to Sauron. Sauron is responsible for chaos in the universe. But between all of them, and you have this entire complex embodiment of creation. Each of them has a part of a harmony. Morgoth is unique in having a part of all of the harmonies, but he is aspirational. He is jealous. He wants creation for himself. He creates discord and rancor and general dissatisfaction in the world.
Mhm.
When you come forward then to the creation of the rings, for example, so the rings each have reference to elements. So the ring of Nenya, which is Gandalf's ring, is referential to, I think, fire. There are two other rings for the elves which have other elements associated to them. The reason they are, again, this is partly by memory. I think I'm right about this. The reason they are referencing elements of creation is because they are imbued, in a sense, with a derivative power of the Valar themselves. In other words, the Valar who embody those elements of creation. So the Ring of Water embodies in some way, I think it's Umwe.
Valar for water, in a sense.
Yeah, exactly. The Valar for water, I think it's Umwe, but I could be wrong. There is the Ring of Nenya, which is Manwë, who's the sort of the chief god, the Zeus god. There is one of the Elven Ring, and it sort of carries on. So the reason that's different then from Harry Potter magic when you get to the level of the Lord of the Rings is that there is an entire architecture that underpins the effect of the ring that Gandalf has. So Gandalf has the Ring of Nenya. That gives him the power of fire. But that is not just waving a wand in a specific instance to create a specific magical effect. That is calling upon thousands, tens of thousands, millennia of years of almost supernatural power that imbues Gandalf with the affinity for fire that he has. Whereas in Harry Potter, of course, you just wave a wand in a specific instance, you say Wingardium Leviosa, and the thing floats. That's ad hoc magic. That's short-termist magic. That's a soft magic system. Tolkien is quite a hard magic system, by contrast.
I've always heard it said that
Wait, because
the
I've
Lord of the Rings
I've
system is
thought
soft.
it'd be
Yeah,
reversed. Yeah, I've always heard those reversed, where Harry Potter is much more hard magic and
I thought
the
hard and
Lord of
soft.
the
The
Rings
difference
magic
was
is
like
soft.
it's more vague in terms of how everything comes together and what the
Rules and
limits are. Meanwhile,
structure.
Harry
Yeah.
Potter's hard because of the fact that it's like you say this, you get this, no, nothing else, sort of thing.
It's like Dungeons and Dragons magic.
Yeah,
Yeah, but that's soft in the sense that you can say anything that sounds magic and creative.
I think it means the opposite, where you have to specifically say certain things to get specific effects. I think that's what it's referring to.
that's what I've always known it to be.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
Whereas
no.
if you were to
Okay.
watch like the Lord of the Rings and you saw Gandalf using his magic, you couldn't really pin anything or much to it in terms of rules and structure. It's kind
Yeah,
of
but
ambiguous and loose.
that's kind of paradoxical because in the case of okay, take Harry Potter for example, before J.K. Rowling came around and decided in the first Harry Potter book that Wingardium Leviosa meant levitation,
Mm-hmm.
it never meant anything. There was no wand movement, there was no language attached to the spell. She invented it solely for its effect in the immediate moment. So there's a one-to-one relationship between the invention of magic
Well, in the
and
story,
effect.
but in the world of in the universe of Harry Potter, there's a reason why those words do that spell.
True, but you can't really differentiate between the in-universe and the out-universe with J.K. Rowling because J.K. Rowling is the sole originator, progenitor, and what she's establishing are not
But
consistent
isn't
laws that
Tolkien?
apply to everything. Well, no, because, excuse me, what Tolkien's doing is Tolkien is creating laws and bases of principle, which then are extrapolated upon. So everything is referential back to the Valar's creation of the world. Everything follows from a single originating point. Everything is referential. J.K. Rowling can sit and write Harry Potter, and she can say, "Well, okay, I want a spell that turns beer into newts.
Okay.
So I'm going to say that spell is fuck offian levy spastic. Like you can make anything else you want out of that
True,
in the moment.
but
Now, it
isn't-
True, but
Isn't that the
couldn't
core of
Tolkien have
Tolkien's
done that?
magic
Yeah, that's
creation?
what
Isn't that
Tolkien could have
the
done.
baseline? Is everything comes from, you said,
Yeah.
creation? Wouldn't arguably that's
No.
not necessarily much different from whatever you want?
The difference between Tolkien and Rowling is Tolkien does not have reliance to
Oh,
spells and magic.
I'm
words
giving
in
it
the
to you
same-
that he's
It's-
clearly crafted something more meaningful, but at the core, he still gets to do whatever he
Yeah,
wants.
he gets to decide how the magic
I
in that world works, much
actually
the same way that Rowling gets to decide how her magic works.
I disagree. Very few people have been able. Maybe it's just a factor of time, but I think it's a factor of history as well. Very few people can take J.K. Rowling and they can say, well, based upon the known laws and identified patterns that J.K. Rowling has created, I'm going to expand her universe in a way that is obviously and academically consistent with what she created, without simply saying, I'm going to invent a new magic pseudo Pig Latin word and create a new effect for it. That's a different thing. What Tolkien did was Tolkien created a basis of laws. He created, in a sense, an epistemology of the universe. What he did was create laws by which his universe was governed. And from those laws, you derive truth about the universe. That's different from simply saying, I will imagine a new thing in that universe into being. Because with Tolkien, if you want to add to his universe, you have to have reference to its origin point. You have to say, based on the epistemology, based on the ontology of what has been created by Tolkien, the theology that's created in the Valar, I have to create something that is of accord with their creation of our own universe. It's materialistic in that way.
We might be talking past you on this one in terms of, are you saying that he's being more faithful to his lore than she is?
I'm saying that Tolkien has created a lore that can survive without him, and J.K. Rowling hasn't. J.K.
You don't
Rowling has
think so?
created. No, I don't think so. I think J.K. Rowling hasn't created a lore. All she's done is created a very, very loose linguistic framework which allows people to take Pig Latin and ascribe to any individual word any effect they want to happen at that given moment. That's all it is. There's no reference to a creation myth. There's no ontology or epistemology to that universe that she's created. In the way that Tolkien is, if you say that the Valar who controls the water in Tolkien gives magical spells to people in the Third Age, which contradict what he does in the First Age, you have reference point to the First Age to say, no, that's not how this works. That's obviously contradictory to the world he's created.
So
out of curiosity, right? Because again, just want to make sure it's said clearly. Tolkien put a hell of a lot more effort into the magic system than she did, from what you've been saying. However, you said Gandalf's ring, for example, is it like relates to fire.
Yes.
What is the tier, if you can do, because I have a couple of questions, if you can be as fast as possible, the tier above that ring, like it is drawn from a thing that is drawn from a thing that is drawn from it, like that's how it works, right? Like, was there when that ring comes to be thought of, is like what makes it a fire thing as opposed to a water thing or an air thing or an earth thing?
Mhm. I'd be hesitant to say definitively, just because it's been a long time since I've read this bit of the Silmarillion. But from what I remember of it, the reason the Ring of Nenya, for example, has the capacity of fire, the nature of fire, is because it is derived from the Valar, whose nature is fire. So it's derived from a godhead of a type. I could be very wrong about that. It's been years since I read this part. Chat might correct me, but
So-
I
Is
think
there
that's
any
the
other
reason.
ring that's derived from them that's not fire, or is that it?
Yes, well, all the rings are in a sense derived from the fundamental elements of the universe. So you have the Ring of Nenya, which is the Ring of Fire. I don't remember the names of the others, but Galadriel has one of the rings, which is, I think, the Ring of Water or
Okay.
of Light, one of the two. There's a third ring for the elves. There are 7 for the dwarves, 9 for the race of men, most of which Sauron has in his possession. But each of these has a fundamental aspect of creation, a character of creation embedded within the quality of the ring itself. And so that's the reason Sauron wants them, right? So Sauron wants to create and control, following
But
on from Morgoth's desire. He wants to control all of creation. So he wants the rings that embody the elements of
yeah,
creation.
if
That's why he goes out seeking them.
if someone was to, well, let's say Tolkien was still alive and he has an addendum and there's another ring at that sort of tier level and it's like the ring of, and then whatever name, but it represents plasma, would that be acceptable?
I think plasma would come under the purview of fire. So,
Well, let's just,
mm,
so yes then.
well,
lightning.
are you asking me whether if Tolkien had created a new element of creation within his universe and ascribed a ring to that element, would that be acceptable? Is that the question?
Yeah, and like let's say he contextualizes it as it's another secret ring that was not quite mentioned before because it was hidden for whatever reason.
Well, I think that would have to. There's an interesting thing with Tolkien because if you go back to the Silmarillion and the Lost Tales and the Unfinished Tales, there are multiple variants and versions of them. The question of lore and continuity with Tolkien is uniquely difficult. But there are certain consistent elements. If you were to tell me Tolkien had created a 10th ring for the man, or a 4th ring for the elves, or an 8th ring for the dwarves, that amounted to or represented a different element of creation as he described it, well, okay, I would go with that. That would be fine. And then you would have very interesting subsequent subordinate conversations as to what the implications of the existence of that ring were. But the odds are he wouldn't have done that because it wouldn't have had reference to any of the Valar who originated these themes and harmonies in the universe to begin with, if that makes sense.
The distinction I'm detecting, I think, is just what you're pointing out is JK's created a world where she could just add any spell at any time and it wouldn't need to be justified in any way, shape, or form. Meanwhile, Tolkien has created a system that means he'd have to slot it in with meaning instead of just willy-nilly throwing it in.
You
It
cannot
seems like the
randomly
systems are
invent rings of
broad.
power and stuff. Yeah, that's exactly right. You can't randomly invent magical elements within the Lord of the Rings if you're faithful to the Lord of the
Yeah,
Rings. That
the thing is,
Because that applies to individual spells, like if the firing allows you to create like a ring of fire, would that be consistent?
I think
Even though we haven't
in
seen it,
yeah,
like,
that's
but
a
that
fair
seems to
point.
follow logically, right?
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. I think what you could derive the impact of specific elements and apply them to specific types of spell. I think that would be acceptable because you would still be referencing an originating point of that magic. So, yes, Gandalf, for example, can form a ring of fire around him to shield himself from fire itself. That might not necessarily have been described in Tolkien, though I think it was actually in that case. But for the sake of argument, it need not have been. But it would still have been derived therefrom. Or at least you could make an argument. It would be up to you to make the argument from first principles in that case. You're basically what you're trying to do is to add to a mythos, a theodicy even, And both mythos and theodicy has a codified system of rules and norms that you have to conform to in order to claim to be a part of that same theodicy or mythos or system of rules. So yeah, you could theoretically invent new spells, but you would have to have reference to their originating point if it were Tolkien, I think. Chat might be blaring up telling me I'm blasphemous in this, but I think I'm
Well,
right.
couldn't you do that with Harry Potter? If all of the all the spell names seem to have like Latin links, and there are rules about some things you can't do, I assume, in the Potter
Well,
world. So
so
as
that
long
was
as
actually going to
you
be my next
held,
thing. I was going to say,
yeah,
like,
as long as you held
even
to those guidelines, wouldn't that be the same thing?
No,
if
because you're working backwards. With J.K. Rowling, you're saying this is the array of spells we have. How can we possibly work backwards and retroactively create a common origin point to these
Well,
spells?
wait, no. It's not about a common origin point. It's that in the world of Harry Potter, the like if you were, how would you know which came first? The
Well, that
spells,
comes
right?
back.
How would you know which spells
That's
came first and were added on? Because that
yes,
would be, it could have existed all along, and no one just used that particular spell. It could have been not very important or super specific, and so no one ever used it.
but this
So to
is the
say that it
important.
existed all along, but no one just ever used it, and surely she didn't. All the spells that she thought of, if we're going to get that meta about it, surely all the spells she thought of, not all of them made it into the books. So they exist in the universe in a sense, but we just don't know about. Well, well, of course, it's basically a given that there are obviously more spells in the Harry Potter universe than we see.
Yeah,
So
but
there's all that stuff that is a part of the world that we just don't know about yet.
that's
Sure.
because there is no common origin point from which those spells are derived. So
But what
in
about the? So how
Tolkien,
is the?
sorry.
Was I would say, is that similar to the fire ring example? Like we never see the fire ring, but it exists as a property in the Lord of the Rings world. Someone would be able to use the Ring of Fire with a fire ring. That wouldn't be the same.
But why does the fire ring have the power of fire? Is the question. So it's in J.K. Rowling's universe. There's no underpinning structure. There's no. Um,
I in J.K. Rowling's, there's no underpinning structure.
yes.
I would isn't there? There
No.
is,
I
I was going to say, I would have
right?
said there is. It's very simplistic, and
Yeah.
it's
Yeah, but
because
that is the difference between soft and hard magic systems. It's a soft magic underpinning system.
again, I feel like we've
I
got a different understanding of how soft versus
yeah,
hard works. But to be
I
quick, like,
understand the
so
reverse, yeah.
by virtue of, like, there's no spell that cracks the earth in two in the Harry Potter universe, and I'm pretty sure J.K. would be like, you cannot introduce that. That's not a thing. You can't have that.
Well, why? She has no reference point to anything she's created that precludes that possibility.
What if she has a book of all of this stuff, and we just don't know about it?
Well,
Would that change it if she had
if
that
if
book?
she
Like if she had
were
she made her magic rule book almost as if a guide for when she wrote the book. She basically made it a big magic rule book slash index for only herself as a guideline to make magic in the books. Would that function in the same way?
yes, because then she would be transitioning from a soft to a hard magic system. If she were to if she were to create a book which charts the entire origin of the power that gives power to magic in the first place, therefore the thing from which all magic power is derived in each individual instance of spell, that would be the creation of a hard magic system. And that would then put her on a par with someone like Tolkien, who has created the same thing. But she hasn't done that. What she's done is she started with spells as effect, and she's attempted to work down from those gradually, but not all that deeply,
I think
to the extent that
we're
still
almost
in the
there now, because now what I want to ask you is, so the Lord of the Rings movies, without reading the books, is that, from your POV, a soft or hard magic system?
I would say it's still a fairly hard magic system because it's a referential system.
You have
So it's
no
not
context
You have
whatsoever when watching those films for how any of the magic works at all, or where it comes from.
yeah.
But well, okay, this is the question of authorial input, though, isn't it? Because
Also,
if I'm to
that's
say,
why
Peter
I
Jackson.
think that's why Rags was saying, like, if there was a book that detailed all of this, but people hadn't read it from J.K., then it surely, within just the context of those movies, you'd have to concede it is soft from your POV, right?
if you're asking me to say that the three Lord of the Rings, Peter Jackson Lord of the Rings films, are divorced entirely from what Tolkien wrote, yes, that would be a soft magic system because there is no underpinning thing which gives power to the magic they use.
Mm-hmm.
I would agree with that. However, that's not what those films are, because I fundamentally disagree with the notion of death of the author. I fundamentally disagree with the idea that a film adaptation in 2002 can be treated as distinguishable from the book version of 47, I think it was, 53. I don't agree that you can differentiate those things. The reason the films work is that they are referencing something which precedes them. The books work in the same way. Bearing in mind, much of the lore of the magic that Tolkien creates isn't included even in the books for The Lord of the Rings. It's created in the mythos he creates to underpin the books of The Lord of the Rings. It's created in the Silmarillion, the Lost Tales, all the rest of that. So the films are referential, the books are referential. What creates a hard magic system is whether it's referencing a single point from which every subsequent event is derived. And a soft magic system is there is no single point from which anything is derived. Anything you say goes depending on the needs of plot, would be my definition of the two.
And hey, for the record, I am 100% in favor of Death of the Author.
Absolutely, 100%.
I adore it. I think it's fantastic. And it makes it
Kill
so I'm
the
not
authors, I
limited
say,
in my
kill 'em all.
interpretations.
I might be 50% in favor of Death of the Author.
You were very okay. That was quick. All right. We
Um,
here we don't we want those authors dead. Damn it.
Well, because the interesting comparison we always bring up, right, is going to be stuff like The Shining, where it's sort of fantastic movie and a fantastic book, but those two cannot coexist, not even close.
I disagree. You couldn't have the film without the book.
I didn't say that though.
That's not what we said.
But if they can't coexist, then you can't.
No,
have
they
both.
can't coexist as narratives, as stories. You have to take one or the other. You can't have both at the same time.
They are distinctly two different.
Well, okay, then when we're operating on different definitions of the death of the author there, because the author is the progenitor of The Shining as a story to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
If you're saying that death of the author means the complete the expunsion of one, well, then these two things literally couldn't coexist and so wouldn't coexist. The fact that The Shining is a film, which I prefer to The Shining as a book, coexists with The Shining as the book, is owed to the fact that those two things can
like
coexist.
they literally coexist, but what I'm
like physically, you could have
yeah.
a book and a DVD in the same universe. Yes.
If
We mean
well, if
the
you're trying to tell me
narratives
the
are
narrative, the plot of these things, can those two things coexist? That's different. But I don't think the death of the author restricts itself to strict definitions of plot. So without the author, Stephen King, you would not have Stanley Kubrick's version of The Shining.
Well, of course, but without any of the
There is
creators,
no
you wouldn't have the
death of the
creations.
author.
But I don't know what. Just if as fast as you possibly can, in like a sentence, if you can, what do you believe Death of the Author refers to?
Oh fuck. Death of the author means you just told me to do it quickly, so I have to not do.
We'll give you an extra sentence if you need to.
Two sentences.
Death of the author means, as far as I've sort of understood it to be, death of the author means that nothing about the moral, the intellectual, or the narrative purpose of that author exists in any work that is derived from the works of said author. That could be completely fucking wrong, but you did ask me to do it on the spot.
So mine would be the intentions and interpretations of the work from the author are irrelevant to your own, essentially.
Yes, but would your interpretations of the works of the author exist without the intentions of the author to begin with? So, The Shining is a good example. Stephen King wrote The Shining in a specific way.
Mm-hmm.
Stanley Kubrick interpreted it in a very different way.
Yep.
Would Stanley Kubrick have been able to interpret it in that way without the interpretation he had rejected in the book form, which is the version the author intended?
Well, so it sounds like you're almost making it an impossibility in terms of like physics for Death of the Author to exist. Like it cannot happen because the author had to create the thing. Like the
Yeah.
argument we're
wouldn't
familiar with is people say like you cannot interpret the work without the author's intentions. That you must do it. You know.
I've never heard quite this explanation as death of the author like this before.
Yeah, like because it sounds like you're
it's not-
saying you can't do it without the authors having created the works, and it's like,
Because
well,
we're fine with saying the
yeah.
creators owed some
I
level
would
of
say that's true by
credit
definition.
to a degree. But yeah, what you said seems to be impossible to not be the case.
I don't. Well, I wouldn't row away from the idea that it's impossible to kill off the author entirely.
Well,
think it's possible.
as much as we love killing authors, I
I-
think that it's like a separation between intent and what's in the actual thing itself, or like
Okay.
it's almost like
Well,
a
you know, like,
meta
So we're
distinction.
doing
just to-
different things here, aren't we?
to give an example, if someone saw addiction in Gollum and his story, and that the ring represents that, and how it can destroy a life and all this stuff, and then Tolkien went, that wasn't the intention at all. That's not at all in the story. That person can be like, I don't care. It's there. I don't care if it's
I-
not
What
what you
was your-
intended, sort of thing.
I don't
What
think
was your
that.
example? Your Star Wars one that you used for Twin Perfect?
Oh,
The,
well, Twin Perfect hated that example. The best example is going to be the James Gunn one with Polka Dot Man.
oh yeah. Actually, I have to pee real quick. Give him the James Gunn example.
I'm
Sure.
not familiar with this, far away.
So, the Suicide Squad has a character called Polka Dot Man, who's this very timid, very quiet dude who's dressed pretty clownishly, and his power is to launch polka dots at people and it melts them. He's not really doing anything for most of the movie, just sort of around, and then halfway through, he activates the polka dots to help the team, and it fucking wipes out the enemy, and he's just like, sorry, it's so flamboyant. Because it is ridiculous, right? It's funny, it's James Gunn.
Right.
Moving on, this new character enters the team called Milton, and he's just there, and it's a fucking great joke. He's just this dude who's with the team, and eventually, like, he's got barely any screen time. He just sort of pops up here and there, and he gets killed at one point in just a scene. It's just during a scene, he gets shot, he's dead. And Polka Dot Man is like, Jesus Christ, like, that's horrifying. He was with us, he was helping us, and the other two team members are like, who? He's like, it's Milton. They're just like, literally who? And he shouts at them. He's really upset with them for the fact that they didn't care that this guy joined their team, tried to help them, and died for the team to help them achieve their goal. Really funny. And then Polka Dot Man, toward the end of the film, gains the courage, because his story is that he's been like terrified of his mother because she's the one that experimented on him to give him the powers. And at the end, he envisions the bad guy as his mum, and manages to actually like do some damage, and he's helping to save the world, and then he dies. And it's like, ah, it's a pretty, it was a complete story. It's pretty
Tragic.
good.
Yeah, it's tragic.
So a lot of people are appreciating Polka Dot Man. They like him. He's like a guy who was almost built to be a bad person, but he came through, and they would cite that scene with Milton being like, showed he had a lot of heart. He's the only person who actually paid attention to Milton being alive. James Gunn sees these tweets. He quote tweets them and says, no. Polka Dot Man is very vain. He's very obsessed with like being seen. He wants attention. He took that opportunity with Milton. He died, and he made that about him. He starts screaming at everybody because he wants attention for himself. He didn't care about Milton. It's like he's very much a self-centered character. And everyone was like, what? If you watch the movie, there's not a single reference to Polka Dot Man being self-centered or vain. But James Gunn, the literal creator, is like, no, that's his character. And it's like, bro, that's not in your story. So, sorry. And that's what we consider Death of the Author to be. It's like, I appreciate your addition to the interpretation of this movie, but I'm disregarding it because it doesn't match the references.
Yeah. Your
even though it's its own
intentions are
work.
not necessarily a part of what you create.
I don't want to.
Your intentions are not necessarily part of what you create. Was that what we said?
Pretty much, yes. You can
Well-
intend to have something be a way, but it might not actually exist in what you create.
Okay,
That
but that's
Polka
not,
Dot
death
Man
of,
being-
that's not death of the author. That's development on the author's intent.
I'm going to be honest with you.
I-
I'm pretty sure what we just described, like with the James Gunn example, that is Death of the Author.
Yeah,
Um,
I've never heard it any other way.
Would that character have existed without the author to have created them?
No, every creation has a creator.
Okay,
That's all things that are made.
the author of creation, for example.
So
My point about death of the author isn't that you can't deviate from what the author intended. It's that you would not have deviated. You cannot deviate by definition without reference to what the author originally intended it to be. Deviations
that's-
are by definition referential.
That is
I think
So,
we just
yeah, that's
define
just
death of the author completely differently.
yeah, I've never heard it like that before. That sounds
I accept that we might do, but and I think I'm probably with you in terms of the artistic worth of derivation and deviation. All I'm saying is that you can't really classify that as death of the author if the derivation or deviation could not have existed but for the author's creation to begin with. It's like saying I created a character called Bob, and Bob is a single man. He divorced his wife. He has 3 kids. Someone comes along after that and says, I accept the existence of Bob and some of his characterization, but he only has 2 kids and he's a widower as opposed to a divorcee. Well, that's not true death of the author, is it? Because the author's inspiration, the author's creation is still there. What you're doing is deviating from authorial intent. You're not killing the author entirely. So my argument
I don't think the name is to be taken too literally for
No, I'm not saying take the name Bob seriously. I'm saying that
I mean the
the
term death of the
progenitor of the idea of said character, if you're deviating from an established norm, an established character, you're adding a new element or contradicting an established element, you're still referring to a creation that is not your own, and it is the author's unique creation. Therefore, the author is not dead by definition. The author is simply being repurposed, or his creation is being
So it sounds like you're saying death of the
Yeah,
author is
that's
an
not death of an
impossibility,
author.
right?
Something else.
I would be cautious before I even started to say that death of the author was a legitimate thing.
It's just, if you truly believe everything you just said, then surely you believe death of the author is impossible.
It's got to be.
Possibly. I would be cautious about going so far as to be so deterministic.
Well, no, because I actually think it follows from the way that you framed it that it would be impossible. And the reason I'm asking you that and hoping you'd say yes is because then I can be like, because the way we frame death of the author, it's like a choice on the individual if they want to consider it or not.
Yeah, I've only understood it as
the reason I wouldn't go so far as to say death of the author is precluded by my definition is to say that I am as yet myself personally undecided on whether a complete or at least a 99% contradiction of character created by someone else constitutes a death of author. As in, let's say you take Sherlock Holmes. Like, there are many variations on Sherlock Holmes. Most of them, however, conform to certain archetypal behavioral types, characterizations. Sherlock Holmes is a definitive entity, but with many variations. If, however, you were to tell me that Sherlock Holmes was a Vogon, and he was a 15th gender, and he wasn't a detective, but he was instead a sewage management official, would I consider that death of the author? Possibly yes, but only because you've completely detached the authorial creation from any resemblance of the intent behind the authorial creation. However, if you were to say, well, Sherlock Holmes is a Victorian gentleman, or Sherlock Holmes is a man born in the year 2003 who uses smartphones to solve mysteries, I don't think that constitutes the death of the author, because the author's intent is still there. It's simply being repurposed. So I'm not...
It might be if we this happens with the Mary Sue discussions, I find. So if we dropped death of the author entirely as a description of what me and Rags are talking about, and instead went with the creator's interpretation of events are no more meaningful necessarily to what is actually happening than anyone else's.
Let's rename it Birth of the Reader.
Maybe, yeah. So you know that example I gave you with James Gunn? Would you have said James Gunn is wrong if everything I told you was true?
I don't. Well, I'm not familiar with the character
he's
referring to.
If everything Mahler said was true, though.
Well, I can understand why he'd want something that he's more familiar with. So, let's just take Peter Jackson's talking about Lord of the Rings, and he says Gandalf is a woman, absolutely, definitively a woman in my films. That is a woman. Do you think he's wrong?
I would say that's a deviation from authorial intent, but that by definition is not proof of the death of the author.
No, we'll get to that. Don't worry. So we're dropping Death of the Author. We're getting out of here. We don't care about that anymore. We're ignoring the title. So Peter Jackson tells you Gandalf is a woman in his film Lord of the Rings.
Mhm.
Would you say to him you're wrong, or would you say, that's strange? I didn't think so.
Well, to the extent you're referring to the works of somebody who's not yourself, who's created the canon you claim to be part of the lineage of, I would say you're wrong. But I
This
wouldn't
is-
necessarily say that you are beyond the pale for reinterpreting that character in that way.
I'll try a different one.
Let's-
Tolkien's
yeah.
alive, and he tells you Aragorn is a woman in my books. He literally says he is a woman in my books. What would you say to Tolkien?
Well, that by definition is authorial intent, isn't it?
So this is maybe
what would
how I
you-
can
what
help
would you say?
explain. Again, keeping Death the Author out of the hands. What I would
Oh.
say if I was in the room with you and him, I'd be like, "That's a weird interpretation. That's not in your book,
Yeah.
mate."
Authors can quite often will contradict themselves. Tolkien did it himself. I mean, if you read that there are about 7 different versions of the Silmarillion, and different names, different characters, different lineages, all the rest of that. I don't mind deviation on the part of the author. That's just a part of creation. I've written a book. There are 2 drafts of that book. They're very different. I don't mind if the author comes along and says, well, I drafted it in one way this time, but actually now my understanding is it's different. Okay, that's fine. But that then I would consider to be authorial intent.
So when you have Tolkien, let's just say on Monday says Aragorn's a guy, Tuesday girl, Wednesday guy, Thursday girl, Friday guy, and just forever, you're just like, well, I guess he's kind of both, or it depends on the day.
Well, I think I'd have recourse to what he'd written.
Yeah, because I was going to say, I don't know if you do it the same way as me, but I would be like, Tolkien, man, I appreciate your input, but Aragorn's a guy.
Maybe, yes, but I think I might actually be more inclined to read into that what Tolkien is ambiguous about is the gender of the character in question. The question is, does it impact the character, him or herself? Does it make a difference if Aragorn is a woman or a man? If it makes a difference, then Tolkien changing his mind frequently, of course, makes a difference to my understanding of that character. If it's simply, well, I want him to be a woman or a man, but it doesn't change the character or the story, I don't see an issue or a problem with that.
You said that it would cease to be Sherlock if all those sort of details were met. You mentioned like changing him almost entirely. If, however, it was written by is it Arthur Conan
Sir
Doyle?
Arthur Conan Doyle.
Yeah. If he had not even written, actually, he'd said he saw this interpretation that you had described as that's practically death of the author right there, and he'd said, no, it's not. I'm very happy with this, actually. Would you then be like, oh, okay, it's not?
I think I'd have to have recourse to his history of published works and to see whether his newfound understanding of his character comported with the character he has established so
And
far.
what if there
I
was
think
nothing beyond him having said he thinks it is fine? That was it. That's all the information you got.
If you were to say, I have changed the name, the gender, the sexual orientation, the sexual proclivity, whatever denomination you choose to pick, of the character I have established, it would be his responsibility to make that conform with the character arc he's already set forth.
Mm-hmm.
So the authorial intent is not an immediate thing. It's a build-up of work and intent as characters taking on a life of their own up to a point. But I say up to a point because they are contingent upon the existence of the author to begin with. If Arthur Conan Doyle were to change his mind about the character or gender of Sherlock Holmes, it would be up to him to square that apparent dichotomy.
And if he didn't?
If he didn't, I would say, well, you're writing 2 different characters.
Excellent. So you would say he's wrong.
I would be inclined to say that, but it would depend on the specific instance.
So it's
Not
the
to
one
be
I
too
described where he's only
Yeah,
told
the one you
you
described.
that he approves of this new version and that is it. There's no other reference, nothing to read, nothing for him to give details. So
Oh, it's absolutely possible for an author to be wrong about their creation, yes.
That's
pretty much our position.
yeah. That's pretty much yeah.
Okay, but I wouldn't call that death of the author because the author is still the person who created the thing you're referring to by saying that the author is no longer involved.
I think you have a special, perhaps personal thing
I
for
have a
what you
special
think death of the author is. that might be a thing, but I don't think people, whenever people say death of the author, that I've never, to my understanding, I don't know of any uh one who has that meaning for that
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 could well
thing.
be true. I'm a fan of terminological exactitude. Like
I can
many
understand. Like, I can see how you
people
got there, but yeah,
metaphors as similes, but they are different
I think
things.
the
It doesn't matter
reason
to me if people mention different things but use the same terms for them. I'm asking about a specific phenomenon.
I think the reason they call it that, because of course it would be weird. This applies to like everything, even like video games, and it'd be like it's weird to call the creator of a video game an author. So it's more so it has evolved into being a very broad term. And I think the reason they gave it the name is because when an author releases a book, and it exists, there it is, you read it.
It's
The author, when they're alive, can tell you more. They can be like, "Were you curious about why Ben jumped down the hole? Well, I'm going to release another book soon. It's going to be great. It's going to talk about Ben's history, and it's going to talk about the motivation why he did all that." Unfortunately, before they release the book, they're in a tragic plane train accident. Boom, gone. And now, well, with the death of the author, everyone can sort of imagine what Ben's history might be, because they can no longer write into stone what it would have been.
I couldn't disagree with the literal death of the author.
No, I'm trying to describe like what it
refers to
simulates.
the terminology or how it arose.
This is
what referring to.
This is actually like why I'm worried about Joker 2. I like Joker's ending because there's a lot of ways to interpret what's happening. Joker 2 will put one of them in stone, which is like worrying to me because I hope they don't screw it up. It's like making it canon.
If there is such a thing as death of the author and deviation, infinite deviation can be justified based on the simple divorce of intent from the originator of the character, which seems to me to be the fundamental behind the death of the author, what reason do you have to fear that Joker 2 would contradict Joker 1, given both films were created by people other than the author who actually wrote the first instantiation of the character?
It wasn't about getting it like a contradiction. That wasn't the.
It was
the
erasing
concern.
potential interpretations.
Yes,
but
there would not be a contradiction.
Death of the author just creates infinite potential for contradiction, doesn't it? Like, if you're worried about Joker 2 contradicting Joker 1, and Joker 1 is simply more of accord with the original creator of the character of the Joker, then your problem with Joker 2 is the extent to which it deviates from the originator of the Joker as a character. In other words,
only as he was in Joker 1.
The extent to which you like or dislike Joker 2 is the extent to which that character has resulted from death or not death of the author of that character. So if Joker 1 is great because it's a really good approximation of the original creator's vision, then
which is not what we hold. As far I don't want to speak for Mahler, but as far as it's that's not why we love Joker.
Okay.
The reason why
I don't want to speak for Mahler, of course.
Yeah, the reason why I like the concept so much is because creators can destroy their own work, and it takes that power away from them.
Creators destroying their own work doesn't take power away from them. That empowers them, surely. Like they have the power.
I said it takes the power away from them to destroy their own work.
Yeah, it removes the thing that they can do.
Yeah, because when James Gunn says what he says about Polka Dot Man, that now becomes true with 100% not death of the author. You cannot interpret otherwise because the author has told you that is the truth.
Yes, he is prescriptively telling you this is how it is, regardless of what's actually in the thing.
As much as I would agree with anyone, this is the usual argument we get, which is like, well, of course the writer is an incredible resource for understanding what the story is about and what was intended. It's like, I agree, but I think there is no better source than the story itself.
Even then, when we were talking about a lot of the hypotheticals, when we were talking about death of the author, you almost always first said, "I'm going to go to the work. I'm going to go to the thing that they created." That was your first place to go.
Well, yeah, because my contention was that I'm not satisfied by the mere possibility of death of the author. Was my point.
That's foot in the door, certainly.
Yeah, because we're a few steps forward where we're just like we'll always refer to the source. I'm more than happy to hear out the author, but to be honest with you, say for example, would I rather hear Tolkien's opinions on the newest Lord of the Rings thing, or would I rather hear Fringy's? It's like, well, I'll probably go with Tolkien because that sounds like a rare opportunity.
Well, we can talk to you tomorrow. We can't.
However, would I prefer to hear Michael Waldron's opinion on Doctor Strange 2 or Friggy's when it came out, it's like probably Friggy's. Michael Waldron's would be
Friggy's.
useless.
But then you're not basing your standard upon any standard of authorship. What you're doing is you're basing your standard upon, do you agree with the characterization as depicted to you? Do you think that this character is better represented in the moment than it was in previous instantiations, irrespective of who the original author of that character was, right?
How did you
No,
know
it's
that?
about
It's-
you go ahead, Muller.
When I chose Fringy over Michael Waldron, it was because I don't think Michael Waldron has interesting or insightful things to say about his writing. Meanwhile, I would choose Tolkien over Fringy because there's an incredible chance to be able to hear the creator of Lord of the Rings talk about what he intended with his work. That would be amazing. I trust that he's got an incredible insight into his own work.
Yes, but then I'm now confused about what your standard for death of the author is.
I want to gain as much as I can in terms of interpreting and insightful like content from the source itself. That is not necessarily the author. That's what death of the author means to me.
Well, if you're trying to glean the closest possible understanding of the source material, then what you're doing is referring back to the creation of the author by definition, no?
Well, what if like so that's why the James Gunn example is so important, right? He got it completely wrong, but he is the author.
He's the author of what?
A Polka Dot Man.
The movie, The Suicide Squad.
Specifically, Polka Dot Man.
Yeah.
This is I don't know anything about. Sorry.
No, you don't need to know anything about it. My point is that he has told us how to interpret this character.
But is Polka Dot Man a derivation upon a preceding character created by somebody else?
It is, but nobody has considered that whatsoever in this. It's an adaptation. I don't even know if it has anything to do with the original.
The clue's in the word. It's an adaptation. So you haven't killed the author because the thing wouldn't exist without something from which to adapt.
So if we change Polka Dot Man to Dodecahedron Man, who's purely made up by James Gunn for this movie specifically,
is it referencing?
No, he made it up. He made it up. No references.
Is it referencing or an adaptation of a creation that is not that of the film's director or writer?
No, he made it. He purely made it up for this movie.
Well, then he's created a different character, so the death of the author isn't a consideration.
No, we were getting somewhere. We've gone back. We've circled back to what your definition was.
Yeah.
So rewind.
Sorry, I might have been distracted. Sorry.
No, rewind. We were when you said like, why would you care to get whoever's input? I was like, I want the most insight on the text, and then you were like, well, surely it would be the author because they're the ones that created it. And then I was like, yes, but in the example with James Gunn, the creator has less insight on Polka Dot Man than someone like Fringy Rags or yourself. I would rather opt for you guys' input on Polka Dot Man than the author of that particular moment, that text, that thing, his intentions.
Okay, I think my problem is that I'm not seeing how this even relates to death of the author.
You don't have to, because at this point, it's just like I said, it's just like Mary Sue. I listened to two people arguing over Mary Sue the other day. One person argued there was 3 attributes that have to be satisfied. The other one argued there was only 1, and they spent so much time arguing about that. When really, does that even matter? As long as the attributes themselves were satisfied or not in the criticism of the character. Who cares if we call them a Mary Sue? Who cares if we call this death of the author? What we're talking about is that we can freely interpret.
I am surprised to hear a relatively subjective definition coming from someone who is one of the finest purveyors of an objective standard of art criticism that I know.
You think this is subjective?
I feel like
seems to be the standard. You've just said, well, it doesn't matter if a Mary Sue is 1 characteristic or 5 characteristics. It's whether you think it's a Mary Sue or not. Like that seems subjective.
No, I didn't say that.
No. We're discussing why we don't use the term Mary Sue because it's also difficult to carry out those conversations with that term.
Yeah, I listened to 2 people who thought they had a very strong grasp on what Mary Sue is, and they spent all their time arguing over what qualifies as a Mary Sue, as opposed to simply the reason they want to get that in stone is so they can criticize a character. And it's like, why not break it down into the individual components and then see if they actually qualify? What I'm trying to do here is ignore death of the author as a title, and let's just see if we agree that can there be a time where an author says this is how it went in the story, when the story presents something completely different, and we can say, no, author, you are wrong. That is not what happened in your story.
Apologize. I've lost track of the argument. If you're asking me, can authors make mistakes or can they contradict the general theme or tenor or tone of the character they've created? Well, the answer to that is obviously yes, but but I've never disputed that. Authors can make mistakes. That seems to me to be self-evident.
I think we're okay then, because like again, you don't call that death of the author. Meanwhile, we would.
No.
The ability to say that an author is incorrect about what is happening in their story is death of the author, as I understand the meaning.
Yes. The work itself takes precedent.
Yeah.
Just a purely hypothetical example. There is a fantasy author. The fantasy author has written 18 books of a contiguous story.
Yep.
And it's been perfectly consistent up until book 18.
Uh-oh.
And at book 18, when said author is 98, has Alzheimer's, and has lost touch with reality, he creates a book which doesn't accord at all with what he'd written in the previous 17 books.
Okay.
Is that death of the author in an artistic sense as opposed to simply a material he's dying sense?
Oh, well...
I don't think we distinguish.
Yeah, so you could just say TLJ. TLJ is basically this. Like, it's what happens when we have so many contradictions in an installment of an ongoing story. What do we do? It's like, well, you can't have both. TLJ has got plot holes in it. Things don't make sense.
I don't think TLJ is a great example of many shit things in art, but I don't think it's a great example for this one. Like I'm talking about again, I'm using a hypothetical just to try and sort of elucidate the point. It's a single author, a single story with a single set of characters over 18 books. He's written them perfectly consistently. He's now at the age of 97. The 18th book contradicts everything that happened in the preceding 17 books because of the author's physical condition. Are you saying that the physical demise of the author and his contradiction of 17 books worth of consistent material is actually death of the author? Is that what?
No, that's just writing a bad story.
I was going to say that's just plot holes and contradictions.
That's just plot holes and contradictions. That doesn't have anything to do with the concept.
Also not death of the author.
That's not death of the author comes in the meta of it's outside of the stories coming in.
In my example, the meta is 17 books with a consistent storyline and an 18th which is inconsistent because of the author's meta outside of the fictional universe. Contraction of Alzheimer's, for example.
Actually,
that's just
in a sense. What's interesting is that it is a sort of variation of Death of the Author in the sense that we have canon for 17 stories, an 18th comes out that contradicts everything in those, and so we are forced to consider the 18th the contradiction that is like that is the tumor, that is the incorrect one. It couldn't happen while the other 17 did happen. One has to go, sort of thing. That's what we highlight when we're saying something's a plot hole.
Then there's one further question, which is that truly death of the author if there is even an iota of similarity in theme or moral message?
Well,
when
the author says that the hyperspace kamikaze is impossible and possible, it's going to be on the which came first, which was established as canon first.
Talking about TLJ, which is two different authors.
Well, you can understand how that translates, right? So if he did it in the 17 books that the fantasy kamikaze was not possible, and then the 18th it remains impossible. It's a hole in the 18th book.
I agree with that, but I wouldn't consider that death of the author if
Neither
the person
do we.
You don't have to consider it death of the author.
Kamikaze isn't the person who wrote the original 17 books.
We don't. That's not. Yeah, it's not death of the author, as we've said.
You don't have to call that death of the author, but you are at the same. If you're going to consider that irrelevant nonsense, like it doesn't match, then you have stopped the author's intentions. But the thing is, the author's intentions are a married bachelor. They can't even make sense.
Sorry, just to come back on that. If there are 17 books or installations, and then like TLJ with hyperspace ramming.
Mm-hmm.
If I reject hyperspace ramming, I'm saying that there is death of the author at that point. Is that what you just said? Just to be clear. Death of the author of the previous 17 installments.
Well, so it's a little bit more complicated. This is why I want to move away from even using death of the author, because when you have the authors telling you X is Y and X is X, we have to go with one. We can't go with. It's impossible to accept both.
Uh-huh.
And so typically we opt for whichever was canonized first.
Yes.
Meanwhile, if they're canonized at the exact same time, then it's just nonsense, and we have to try and figure out a way if one could make more sense than the other, sort of thing. This is actually like the system we would use. We always opt for going from the source, as opposed to if the author said, "I'm preferring X is X today," so it is.
Well, I don't necessarily disagree, but I'm now confused about what we're arguing about now compared to the original argument we had, which was
Something about
definition of-
mountains.
We're very, very
Well, no,
far down the line.
The original argument was, what is the definition of death of the author? We've now got to the point where you're saying, I don't want to talk about the definition of death of the author. I'm talking about what constitutes
Well, yeah,
law
because
and
I
canon,
Yeah,
essentially.
because
I think you
I'm happy to
agree
have an argument, but
with
that's a
what we.
different thing.
I think, but if I was to say, let's go bring down that tree with an axe, and everyone in the world is referring to a sword, and you're like, that's not an axe. I'd be like, okay, for the sake of conversation, you recognize what we're using as a tool, and that you use it too.
Well, I'm happy to entertain that argument, but I'm not sure what we're arguing about at this point.
I think you when you said that you are happy to consider the author wrong at certain points, we agreed,
Yes.
and we're all good. We just don't call it the same thing.
Yeah, but to the extent that the author, even when he's wrong, is referencing something he himself created, and that reference
Yeah. That's your
that's your own
your
concept.
definition, and I don't use yours. I think yours is a bit hard to understand.
I'm happy
Also,
to have
it's been
a
taken by
different
something
definition.
else.
Because
No, I'm genuine. I'm happy to have a different definition on that. I just wanted to be clear about what we're talking about. If we're talking about the author, that's one thing. If it's lore and canon, of course, that's something else. I think we probably do agree. It's just we are maybe using different terminology. But I am obliged to say, given this is my first time here, that I'm. Well, it was lovely to be here anyway. But the fact that I can have these arguments with you guys. Fucking Cloud9, it's fantastic. Thank you.
Oh yeah, I mean,
actually
this is a normal day on EFAP.
Good. Yeah,
I don't even know
this is what we do.
I don't know what the EFAP community will call this argument. It's gone to so many different adventures at this point. I think they're going to go with dust at first, but death of the dust maybe.
Dust magic.
Don't know.
Lord of the Rings,
prepped up a
lore
little
exploration,
It's like
writing discussion.
But yeah, like I would hope that you'd be on the same page as us if you'd seen the Suicide Squad, you'd watch Pokemon.man story, then we went over that tweet from James Gunn, and you'd be with us and saying like James Gunn's just wrong. It's not in the movie.
Yeah,
I'm willing to believe that might be the case.
Twin Perfect, who has said he 100% does not believe in death of the author, he thinks it's pish. He would tell you, no, that is Polka Dot Man. It doesn't matter what you saw in the story. He said to us, it only matters what the author said.
we are his foil.
We consider
we'll say
ourselves to be
that.
on the literal opposite end of the spectrum to him.
Yes, we think that the material, the contents of the created work it rules everything else. It is king.
How does he
Dress himself in the morning? That's a good question. I'm still.
how does he like conceptualize, for example, a schizophrenic or a multi-personality disorder author, for example?
Well, so it's funny.
That's a legitimately good question.
It's funny because he's working with a lot of David Lynch content, is what he's drawn this from, which I find fucking fascinating. That you think that David Lynch's content is going to have like one definitive authorial intent. I'm pretty sure that is not at all what he.
I should rephrase the question. Without lethal amounts of magic mushrooms, how do you reconcile a multi-personality disorder or a schizophrenic author? Like,
that's a legitimately interesting question.
Yeah, I can't answer it for you.
I would be curious. I wish he was here so that he could not answer that, because he doesn't answer questions.
But see,
maybe
that helps the whole definitions thing. Like, if he was here, and then we had a fourth person who said death of the author is only applicable when the author literally dies, that would be like 4 different interpretations, and I would just be like, maybe we should just drop the title and just see if we agree on the individual definition.
Well, that's what you do. That's what you do a lot of conversations. If you can't agree on a definition, you just say, we just won't use that word. Forget that word exists. We'll just talk about concepts. You could literally invent a word for the concept on the spot, and you've solved the problem.
Oftentimes, like, definitionals sort of they are based upon things that which you can find within the space of a conversation. Like we can be having the same conversation, and you could actually derive 7 different definitions of artistic concept from within the single conversation, even if that conversation was predicated upon a disagreement over the definition of a single artistic term. So like death of the author, for example. Well, okay, if we're disagreeing on what death of the author means, we've then had a conversation about what actually constitutes authorial consistency, and then you can derive separate definitions therefrom. Like there are so many brilliant conversations to have about that. So the reason the EFAP has been such a brilliant thing to listen to, and your two channels even individually have been such a brilliant thing to listen to for the last however many years I've been listening to you, is because like it's really really fucking. I did a master's in aesthetics at university. Never ever had such in-depth entertaining conversations as the kind of stuff I heard on EFAP and on your two individual channels. It's like this is where the most interesting conversations happen, because a lot of this comes down to what your definition of the definition is in the first place. And that's without being stupidly relativistic about it. It's simply, are we actually operating upon sound definitions to begin with? And most academics don't have a conception of sound definitions because they are idiots.
We'll ditch a term if we need to, and we'll go pure. We'll dip the map
we
and go
kept
straight to the place if we need to.
A conversation
it's all
we
concept
dug
for us.
what I think there was the bedrock. I think we finally hit it, which happens in these conversations eventually, and I don't mind spending the time to get to them. Like, plenty of people get all bitter and angry in chats. They want to see us talk about the end of this Lord of the Rings episode, but I'm sorry, guys. You know the rules, okay?
What are the rules? What are the
there
rules?
are no rules.
We have soft magic rules here on EFAP.
And they can even get really tribal about it. As far as I was concerned, this was just a conversation. But I'm hoping everybody's okay and survive.
I thought it was.
Because like it's kind of fascinating when you encounter like, because some people were, when you said your example of 17 books that were written consistently and then one that wasn't. Like, someone said, like, oh, that's a ridiculous hypothetical. It's like, oh, dude, I love ridiculous hypotheticals. They're like my favorite thing.
Yeah, the ridiculous hypotheticals. That's where all the principles come out to
exactly.
play.
Well, I mean, there is the reductio ad absurdum is usually classified as like a logical flaw in an argument. It's not. Sometimes reductio ad absurdum actually is just illustrating the extent of you're inviting someone to follow a thought through to conclusion. But in the case of like a 17-book fantasy saga, that's actually not that ridiculous. There are many very
it's easy to think about.
To be honest with you, I didn't. It didn't even
Rings 8 times.
Didn't even for a second occur to me to be like, that's an absurd. I was like, no, I'm with you. I'm following. Because someone mentioned as well, and it's probably worth one bringing up. It's like, did Han shoot first? Yes or no? Like, according to the author, he didn't.
But the movie,
I would say he did, and I think most people would say he did. It's like, fuck the author, he did.
Yeah, it's like a meme, #Han shot first and stuff like that.
Yeah,
the author is at liberty to disagree with himself, but that does not mean he's
a different version.
That's the thing.
Almost is what makes it so strange.
I'm always interested to hear what they have to say. I mean, this couple of, like I said, Michael Waldron, I don't. The less I hear about his interpretation, when he started talking about
sludge. Anything he says is sludge.
When Michael Waldron said that Wanda lost Vision, therefore she's kind of like owed the sacrifice of America, I was like, you need to stop talking about your film. The film's bad enough on its own, but like, you're making it so much fucking worse. And that's sometimes you get authors who can bring a huge amount of benefit by hearing them talk about having made their thing. So,
it can
case
give you
by
a
case.
deeper appreciation of what they've created, because you can't fit everything you want to into a book or a movie just because physical constraints of the world. So being able to get that extra, it's like watching director's commentary to things. Like, here's why we did this, here's why we did that. You're like, oh, that's really great to know that you had that kind of thought and you cared and you had so much to say. It's explanatory in terms of allowing you to appreciate things, which is I love it. I love a good director's commentary.
Funnily enough, I gave I said the example you were talking about, Rags. I said that what if George Lucas said Star Wars was a penguin on a chair?
That's it. That's
and
the one.
What was his name?
It was Twin
Perfect.
I
was gonna. My brain was going to Just Right.
Twin
Perfect.
How could you confuse them?
He said that was ridiculous as a hypothetical, right? But I'm pretty sure that's what you were referencing immediately about the schizophrenic, right? Or maybe a mentally ill creator of some kind.
In the sense of, if you came at him specifically and said, what if you had a let's say a mentally ill author who wrote that book, we could use the 18th in a series of 18, and it was just almost literal nonsense that was full of plot holes, contradictions. Is like the author was clearly not in a right mind. then what if you gave that to Twin Perfect as a hypothetical, which is really not at all an unreasonable hypothetical.
Exactly,
It's all
that's what I'm saying. Like, it
totally
was
possible.
he wrote it
Then
off as like
what
an
would he
absolute
say?
absurd, but it's just like it shouldn't be too difficult to imagine that's a thing that could happen at some
If
point.
I mean, I know a lot of times people who are of low intelligence cannot engage with hypotheticals, and some
Wow.
people are not, and some other people are not. I don't. They refuse to do it because they don't see a point. I I don't know. It's a shame because hypotheticals are our friends and they're useful and they're just so darn useful in conversations. They're
Oh
interesting
yes.
and they're fun.
Well, that's the
For
thing, right?
instance, would you torture baby Hitler? I wouldn't do it.
If
But some people might. I don't know. It's something to talk about.
But to be fair, I've never been compelled by like the whole, if there were a pool party on a spaceship that was hurtling toward the sun, it's like, would you make X decision? And then if someone said that's never happened and it's not going to happen it's not even, that's probably, if someone said to me that's probably never going to happen, I'd just be like, okay, we can still answer the
You're
question.
running. Yeah, like that people who take that approach strike me as the kind of people who know where this path leads and they don't
They
want
want
to
to
go
avoid it
there.
because if you
Yeah.
remember, this actually came up I say not too long ago. I think it might have been a year, but the sleeping with yourself thing came up in, I think it was fantasy show, sci-fi show, something, or game. Loads of people were talking about it. It was super controversial. It was just like fucking yourself, like I said, like a clone. And Cosmo Variety Hour put out a tweet saying, why the hell are people even discussing whether or not they think it's ethical to fuck a clone? It's not going to happen. It can't happen.
It's such a low
It's
IQ
Like,
thing
why?
to say.
I was just going to say, yeah.
Don't
Yeah,
engage with a
yeah.
hypothetical. It couldn't happen.
That's a way of not answering the question. The
Yeah.
question is the question will exist whether or not it's practicable in the short term. There's a Robert Heinlein novel, I don't remember which one it is, where he was a weird guy. He wrote Starship Troopers,
Yeah.
and Stranger in a Strange Land, which are about as far apart from each other philosophically and politically as you can get to. But in his later career, he wrote one, I don't remember the name of it, but the premise of which is the main character is this old guy, he's dying, and I think he clones himself. No, wait, how does this work? No, he implants his own clone embryo, I think it is, in the body of his cloned female alter ego, I think is the premise. And then the kid is born, whether that is him or isn't. You could say that's a symptom of a sick mind. I wouldn't necessarily disagree because he was at that point in his life, but it's a really interesting hypothetical. Like, at what point where are the boundaries of personality and personhood set? Like, what differentiates the clone from the derivative of clone from the originator of clone? Where do these
Mahler,
things
we gotta
actually
ask
lie?
him.
We do?
We
Oh.
do. Have you played Soma?
Oh.
I don't think I have.
You need to play
should I have?
Soma.
Play that fucking game, dude.
Can you please if here's your homework, our loyal disciple. Your homework is to play Soma. Like, legitimately, it gets better the more intelligent I think and thoughtful you are, so I think you get a lot out of it. It is like legit.
How could
please
anyone call you
play
Vade,
Soma.
Rags? I just don't get it. How could they possibly just...
I was implying someone else was those things. I'm
course,
just over
of
here
course.
being totally independent of I make no claims about myself whatsoever. I make no claims. But
I
yeah,
have
seriously,
Googled
play
this.
Soma. It's like one of the best games ever made.
And someone in chat, a couple people in chat reminded me it was Loki
I've
that
read
brought
the-
this up.
I've read the Huxley novel from which it is derived, but
So you got in Loki, it's a version of yourself is born in a different universe, but as a girl, and then grows up with a completely different life and existence. You meet her, and if you fuck, is that what is that? Is basically the question. And Cosmo Friday, I was like, I don't care
you
what it is, it
fucking
can't
yourself?
happen.
He's abhorred
Oh.
by he abhors all imagery of the female form.
It's this is the thing, it's like that's what the nature of the discussion was. Everyone was trying to figure out what do you even call it, what it necessarily means, especially because it's different universes, how exactly, like, blah blah blah, but it's just like, oh, you fucking idiots, that can't happen. Which, by the way, you don't know that can never ever happen.
No, that's the interesting thing about sort of like quantum and multiverse theories, is that it's not beyond the realms of possibility that could happen. It's just incredibly unlikely, but unlikely things are still possible. But it's a weird sort of, it's a derivation or a cloning of the sort of ship of Theseus thing, though, isn't it? Because what you're asking is an entity from an entirely different universe, which shares all of your characteristics, the same thing as you are. Like, what differentiates you from your clone from a multiverse, for example?
Yeah,
Um,
it's
which is
Yeah,
a
how much
tricky
can you take
question.
away from something before it becomes something different, in a
Exactly.
sense? What's the identity
Yes.
of a thing?
Or how much, in this example, I think it would be how much that is similar would there have to be for you to be classed as the same person? Which is, it's a different way of asking the same question, I
Yeah,
suppose.
pretty much, yeah. What's the you and you? And if those sorts of things interest you, you should play Soma.
I've now put it on my phone
Please do.
as a thing to look up tomorrow, or today,
Please
as it
do.
happens to be.
Please do. Anyway,
you
we
wanna get-
probably should
Yeah.
actually get back to Rings
Well,
of
so I was
Power.
gonna say to you guys, we've got exactly, I think, 50 minutes left before we cap out, so we best
Okay,
get going.
we got this. We got this. Let's do this shit. All right.
Let's
We've
power
got
through.
oh my gosh, we have Durin comes in. No, we have to get to Elrond is talking with Deeza now after the other dwarves depart.
Yes, and she's
He-
thanking him for how if he hadn't gone and fuck it. I found this quite interesting, right? Because what's just
Mhm.
happened in terms of what's actually happened here is that he managed to detect the secret password from her kids having singing it, detect the location in which to say it by eavesdropping on a conversation between her and her husband, to then break in and discover the greatest secret the dwarves have ever had. By
Mhm.
doing so, he may very well have saved Durin's life in the sense that Durin came out of the mines to complain about him having broken their trust as friends or whatever.
Yes.
So she's saying,
Incidentally, it seems to have done that.
yeah, she's saying, oh, thank goodness. Now, I'm not sure how I would react to something like this. Like, if someone, say for example, I knew that you came into my house to steal my TV. Let's just say I knew that was the case, but I was choking to death on a piece of cheese, and you come in and give me the Heimlich maneuver and save my life. But I know that you were only there because you wanted to steal from me. I really think I'd be torn. I'd be
I
like,
would be torn too.
thank you
Like,
so much for saving my life. But, which is
Well,
not...
here, I think that your intention was more important than something that just was a coincidence that you created. Your character is not impacted in any way that's positive from this. It's just like it's almost like a silver lining to your deception, which you don't get
Yeah.
credit for. It's
Yeah,
almost
because-
you don't get credit for that. This is if I'm decent, I'm looking at this elf guy. I'm like, funny thing, if you hadn't have done that, Durin might have been in that cavern and he might have been trapped. I'm just gonna put that out there for you to. I'm thinking about this, and I think that you should know that I'm thinking about this.
Yeah, because someone just said the great Stannis quote, the good does not wash out the bad, nor the bad the good. The thing is about that, if I'm choking to death and Rags is there, if someone said to me, him letting me die is the bad move, him telling someone to hopefully help me instead of saving me himself is like a neutral move, and then the good move is saving me, I'd have to disagree. If he saved me, when let's just say it's a really easy save, he has to press a button to save my life, whatever, and then he's like, so, reward? I'd probably be like, man, I feel like you preventing me from dying with as little effort as possible really isn't like thank you, of course, but do you understand what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, the lowest bar possible.
It
is,
feels like the lowest
my
bar possible,
expectations
yeah.
for you were so low, yeah.
I
The
don't.
fact that you want a reward for this is the ultimate.
The
that's
differences
issue.
get made where, say, for example, I've been kidnapped and I've been taken to like distant country and I'm tied up, and Rags like goes full Taken mode and does everything he can for like weeks on end to discover exactly where I am, kill everybody who's
I would
like.
do that. Yeah, this is lore accurate. This is not a
If you-
hypothetical.
If you did that, I would be profusely thankful because I know how much you sacrificed in order to get that thing to happen. Versus you sitting there and you go, yeah, I guess I'll let you live. Press his button. I'd be like, damn, dude.
My reward is having Mahler be alive, and also I get to kill bad people. That's
Yeah,
just
so-
a little bonus.
So when you say the good shouldn't wash out the bad nor the bad the good, when he comes in to steal my TV and just happens to see me choking and saves my life, I don't feel like I'm gonna go, you shouldn't be stealing my TV, but it's really good that you saved me. I'd be like, you shouldn't be stealing my TV, and it's kind of neutral that you saved me because Jesus Christ, if you decided to let me die, like, what the fuck?
Yeah, we're operating at like two different levels of evil. Breaking in to steal a TV, it's an evil thing to do. I wouldn't even say evil. That's a bad thing to do. But allowing someone to die of strangulation, that is evil if you allow that to happen. So thanks for not sinking down into that
Yeah.
level of evil, I guess. Again, the bar is not high for you, especially because you broke into my house to steal my TV. But thanks.
So yeah, the reason I'm bringing all this up is that she knows all of that, presumably, about all of this, but she has nothing to say in terms of you sneaked around, you broke into a thing, you listened to conversations that weren't yours to listen to, and you happen to help as a result. Feels like she should take more issue with Elrond here than she realizes.
Yeah, I think it's tough to really weigh that against her because it's a very emotional moment.
Yes.
It's kind of like, the elf getting hit by the arrow. It's tough to be in his mind when that happens.
I
So
can.
it's just one of those things to really, it's worthy of pointing out
So
as
what I
just
would
like
want,
a.
I think, if we were to maintain everything we've seen right now, but also make me happy on this regard, it would be that there's a conversation
Yeah.
between her and Durin at some point about this. Like,
Absolutely.
he did save. He did save people. He did help and stuff. It's like, what was he doing there? And then he can be like, Durin can be like, oh, he came because he
I
wanted to
wouldn't
just.
even phrase that he saved people. It's almost like it it's so, yeah, it's so weird. It's great that he incidentally being there doing a bad thing just happened to have maybe saved your life, but that doesn't have anything to do with his character and the decisions he made.
Right, because sorry, for a second there I was referring to the idea that he had saved some of the people in the actual sort of cave-in. But you're right. What she refers to is specifically Durin, and what she's
Yeah,
talking
because
about
Durin
is
comes
Durin
back
being
from doing bad.
distracted by Elrond doing a bad thing, and thus wasn't in the cave-in. But yeah, you're right. It has nothing to do with Elrond's character necessarily, and she should know all of that. However, it's understandable that in this moment, at risk of losing her husband, she didn't, and at risk of losing several dwarves she's probably on very good terms with, very much likes, she didn't. So yeah, I can see her being like, oh, thank goodness you were there, but I think we're owed a scene where she can be like, that fucker. Which, by the way, isn't an
Yeah.
impossibility, because yeah, they're going to be driving the orcs and... Jesus, the orcs. The elves and elves and the dwarves against each other. That seems to be something they're going for. So maybe we'll get
Well,
that scene.
what would have been more interesting is if if Elrond wasn't present during the singing ceremony, if he came back with Durin covered in dirt, his cloak, he's discarded his cloak. He's just down to his shirt, like Durin, covered in dust, and they're like, we saved him. Like they both worked really hard to save the dwarves. That would have been a completely different
Yeah.
dynamic where, yeah, he was stealing, but he put himself in a lot of danger to save the dwarves.
Yeah,
That
he
is the
put
kind of
himself in
thing where I'm like,
it
oh,
shows that he was willing to risk his life to help us. So there's definitely more going on with it. He's not just trying to take advantage of us. There's more than to it than
yeah.
that. Yeah. Yeah, and that would be really
And it
interesting,
just would
by
have
the
been
way.
more it would have been way more interesting. It would have made the conversation afterwards more interesting instead of Durin coming, yeah, don't worry, don't worry, Elrond, I saved him. I saved my there. It's all good. It's all good. I took care of it. I'm a little tired right now and dirty. It was tough to do. But yeah, the fact that because that would have been interesting.
And like the
It
dad,
would have been interesting.
if the dad found out, he could be like, Elrond is banished, like the bowl, and then the friend could be like, he saved like 5 dwarves or whatever.
Or Durin doesn't even tell his father about the mithril thing. There was a cave-in, and Elrond came to help, and he helped just as any dwarf would help. And he doesn't even
Well, I was gonna
mention to
say
his father the mithril thing because
you
he
can
doesn't
go that
want
direction,
to.
but the reason why in mind the dad found out was because it would create so much of a tension between the dad and the son, being that the dad is like, get the fuck out of here, Elrond tried to breach our secrets, and he's like, yeah, but he saved so many lives at the risk of his own, that's gotta count for... You can have that conversation between
Both
those
work
two.
well. Yeah, both are interesting. All of our
But
hypotheticals are more interesting than what the show did with its millions of dollars and
well, the thing
months
is,
and months and months of.
you highlighted like we could have seen him covered in whatever soot or whatever, and he's lost his clothes up, but we see him and he's pristine. It implies
Yeah,
that he
he's
went
not there.
in and then like sort of went right back out and cleaned off.
While Durin was in the mines
Yeah.
helping, doing everything, Elrond was watching this ceremony. He was.
This is again the fucking issue with this show. They show Durin and he is absolutely like covered in soot. So what are you telling us about Elrond? Did he just leave? He was like, you can handle this, buddy.
I guess. Yeah. Missed opportunity. It's like what we say. You're always. You're pretty much
Characterizing, yeah.
always world building, and you're always character building. What characters do and what they don't do is a part of their character, and you've got to be aware of that when you're writing. This is a bad look for Elrond. Bad is a strong word. He's not I don't want to feel like he's morally obligated to put himself in great danger for strangers.
Well, it's,
But when you do, that makes it all the more
Yeah.
virtuous.
when you
And they're not
choose,
strangers either, because the entire reason he's there and has been allowed to be there is because they're not strangers. Like, they are, you know, best friends who've mended a relationship. And he's in the exact same place as Durin is when the cave-in happens, and Durin runs in and he doesn't run in. Which, there is a simple way around that. You simply have Durin run in, and some rocks fall that stop Elrond following him. That's a really simple way of doing it, which doesn't make Elrond look like a dick for not helping.
which they
But
I'm not
didn't
going to
they
give
intend.
do
him.
that.
They didn't
Yeah,
intend
I don't. I'm
that
not going to
clearly,
go
by
as
the way.
far. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to go far as to knock it against Elrond for not helping.
Yeah, to clarify, when there's a cave-in, I'm pretty sure most advice for real life might be don't go into the fucking cave-in.
Yeah,
Yeah, but if your self-proclaimed best friend has gone in,
No,
would
yeah,
you not?
to clarify, right, so let's say you have 3 houses on fire, and there's 3 babies in there, and 3 dads, and 2 dads run in, and the third one goes, the house is on fire, I don't want to kill myself. I think everyone would be like, that's true, but...
I think that's a different analogy.
No, of course it's different.
I think-
The reason what I'm doing with that is to highlight like how people feel about it, even though what he's saying, if the house is like fully engulfed
Well-
in flame, then yeah, it probably isn't a good idea.
There is, I think the analogy is different meaningfully in the sense that a father has an obligation to his kid in a different way
surely-
than Elrond would have an obligation to
Okay, but
the
if
people trapped.
But in a different way than Durin would have an obligation to.
No, not
equivalent.
Durin. Elrond to Durin and those people. Elrond to Durin.
But if Durin is running in to save other dwarves whom he knows less well, arguably, than Elrond, what then absolves Elrond of the responsibility of following Durin in, who is a closer friend to him than.
Because Durin made that decision himself to put himself in danger for the sake of them. I don't think that you're under a moral obligation to do that in his position, to also put yourself in danger going into a situation you know nothing about because your best friend did. You're not
know.
no I'll say you're not under that obligation, but it would be a very virtuous and good thing to do that.
I think it would be virtuous enough to be an obligation. Like, I think I would look down on myself if I didn't.
there would, that vibe would
I-
exist from people. They'd be like, you didn't help him out, and you could be like, of course I didn't. It was a fucking suicide mission. You'd be like, okay.
Well, yeah,
All right.
but
I
fact
don't
that
think
the
people
suicide
have a
mission isn't-
moral. I
No,
don't
that's
think
what
people have a
I'm
moral
saying, though.
obligation to put themselves in danger. Yeah,
I think people would feel that, because I was actually going to ask Rags. You know, you said there's more of an obligation for the dad to run into the burning building for the kid. What if it was like a sea of acid and there's a platform in the center? I know this is absurd. A platform in the center with the babies on
that would
it.
never happen.
And so the dad, like, basically he's dead. If he goes in to try and get that kid, he is absolutely dead. I'm assuming at that point,
a 0.01% chance.
yeah,
of
I'm
him
trying to lower
succeeding.
it as low as possible without making it impossible.
Yeah, I think with those parameters, I wouldn't blame the dad at all, especially because it would like be perceived as impossible, and it would probably actually be realistically impossible to do.
But I mean, that kind of depends on what we're talking about. In terms of, well, fuck it, it's 6 a.m. I'm not going to get into
We might
the
have to.
definition
We
of
might have
moral
to proceed into
obligation.
the plot.
I'm just saying, like, if there's a moral obligation in the sense of like a deontological obligation, in the sense that you must do so regardless of your feelings, it's a moral duty that you do so. That's different from saying I would feel morally obligated to do so. A moral obligation, a felt moral obligation, isn't the sense as a moral duty to do the same thing. That's something we can unpack a different day, because I've got to
we
wake
certainly
up in
can.
an hour and a
Yeah,
half.
but
It's a
I'm
lot,
not going
yeah.
to blame Elrond for not going in and helping.
Um,
But the fact
I
that
wanna
he doesn't
acknowledge,
and almost
though-
feels. Yeah, exactly. Yes, that's where I'm going. We need an acknowledgement of like maybe he's even hesitant. We see his face, like maybe he starts but he can't do it. Or I mean, if you don't want to put him in that position, Durin could yell at him, "Go get help," so that
Yeah.
he's safe and he has a safe job, but he's still helping and he takes off like a rabbit or however elves run speed analogy wise.
You're
That way
absolutely
you don't have this issue.
correct, because it's really dependent on what the writer wants to tell us about Elrond. Because if they both sprint in, and the further in they get, the more Durin is just keeping on going, but Elrond's slowing down, looking above, looking around, and then he stops and goes, "Durin, stop, stop!" Durin's already gone. He's just like, "Oh, fuck this, I'm
Or he
out."
can't fit in.
We-
He's too. Or yeah,
You know, it's something.
his heart is there, but he physically can't do it for whatever reason. He's either dissuaded from doing it by Durin, or he's like physically too big to fit in where the dwarf
I mean,
can.
fuck it, you could even have it that he's
something.
afraid. There's no reason why you can't
Yeah,
do that with
terrified.
a character. But I guess the reason I bring all this up is just that it was an opportunity to do something, and they didn't. Elrond went in, but then we see him later, and it looks like he didn't go in at all, and he's not there for the remainder of the rescue operation. So did he go in and help, or did he not? It's not even clear, because Disa's rewarding him, like thanking him for distracting Durin from being in the mine.
Yeah.
It's a different thing, yeah. So
Exactly.
this is kind of funny considering we were just talking about Deathly Hallows. I have no idea if he was in there or not, helping
I would
to save the
assume not,
dwarves.
given the state of Durin and him coming back after just finishing. If Elrond was there helping, he would be with Durin.
What would your guess be, Little Platoon? Did he get in there and help
Yeah.
get some dwarves out, or did he not?
I would guess no.
I would guess
He
no
doesn't
as
look like
well.
he's
I feel
doing
like
that.
I would guess
if
no.
we're being good faith,
I would very confidently guess no.
if we're being good faith, the clothing and the fact that Durin is actually still in there doing things while he's not implies to me that he left, which is a really significant moment, you know?
Absolutely.
We don't get to see
Or
it.
should be, if the writers are aware of the significance, but it's these writers we're talking about, so probably they're not.
So, Durin comes in and says, yeah, they've got the last one. He's alive. That's good news. The bad news from his POV, I suppose, is that his dad has said they're cordoning off that mithril mine. They're not going anywhere fucking near it. And he's very pissed about this, which I know I'm not him. I know I'm not, and that's not my dad, but that decision doesn't surprise me in the slightest. There was a cave-in. We're avoiding that vein.
I can see both their perspectives.
I know why he's upset, because it's an amazing material, but I think the part that gets me is that he seems to be so fucking pissed at his dad for making this decision, when, to me, it seems like a very, like, you must have expected that was a big possibility, right? Cave-in.
Potentially, yeah. That's the thing that this. I wish I cared more.
I wish we
the
had
show
more,
let me
yeah.
care. Yeah, because this is like a thing. You have Durin who wants this thing, and it could propel his his people to this incredible greatness, and it's an amazing thing, and it'll help him out. But there's the danger of doing it, and that conversation of is the risk worth the reward? That's like multiple discussions between two people, a father and a son, that could be very meaningful and impactful, especially with clearly the talented actors that they have to do this.
Yeah, and they've got the guy who plays Durin is again given a very impassioned sort of delivery here about how he's absolutely because I can believe it. You've just
Absolutely.
been doing all that work to save them. You want to make use of this mithril. It's an incredible discovery. There's all this stuff, and then you're being told on top of everything today that now is locked off. You can't have any of it. Problem is, like, I need more from him and his dad and Elrond. I need it to be better.
Yeah,
right
that's
now
a
it's shitty.
skeleton of an idea.
Yeah, certainly from them and Elrond, but I think this whole sequence it sort of demonstrates the good and the bad side by side. So, like the bad to begin with, he comes in angry. We all know
With
he's
the
angry.
just to be clear, the good and the
self-evident.
bad with the show, or with the the show as a
scene.
production, or the characters, like in
Oh,
universe or out of universe. Are you talking about?
in universe.
Bit of both.
Well, the writing. So I guess the writing of
Okay.
the universe.
Okay.
So obviously he comes in very angry, and we understand why. He explains it well. The acting is good. We do get one of those stupid dumb fuck metaphors about the hottest coal's cool after however long, whatever it is.
Is that the dumbest metaphor?
No, it's not the dumbest, but it's another one of those ones which is just.
That metaphor's
I think
fine.
it's dragged down by the fact that again it so closely resembles the others that are delivered by other characters in other places. So
I disagree. I think this one's a totally fine metaphor.
No, I agree. In and of its own right, it's fine. The problem
Okay.
is it sounds too similar to some of the metaphors. that
Sweeping
are
salt
delivered by
off a
other people.
table.
Yeah,
Sorry,
it sounds too similar.
which metaphor are we talking about? I missed it.
This is the hottest. Even the hottest coals cool after a time. I think
Yeah,
she said.
even the hottest
Oh,
coal's
okay.
cool eventually.
I like that self-contained. I think that works in the context.
Seems
That's
very
fine.
dwarf appropriate.
It does, yes. The problem is that again, it's another one of those things that we've seen too much of from too many other people at the same time. The problem, I think, comes. Oh fuck! What was I actually going to say? I've now forgotten.
A fringy moment.
It was when the dad comes in. No, I was talking about
When the dad or Durin, because we're not.
Oh well.
Because we're.
Bad.
Yeah, what scene are you thinking about? When the dad, the dwarf dad?
Yeah, he
Durin?
comes in later, doesn't he? And he says that was the thing I was going to say that was good about it. I don't remember what the bad thing I was going to criticize was.
Oh, I thought
Maybe
you were going to say that the relationship between Durin and Elrond is weak and broken and badly written, while the relationship between Durin and his dad is
I didn't want to
relatively
say it.
okay.
Yeah, that was what I was going for.
Yeah.
I think I've just too many times to repeat it.
Durin's
That probably was what I was going for. The thing when Durin's dad comes in there, I think there is actually quite a good and meaningful exchange, unlike the wisdom being versus being smart thing earlier, because
Right.
he talks about how to be king or to be a dwarven lord, your knowledge comes not just from yourself and not just from your father, but from all of your ancestors at once. And I thought that as a dialogue trick, actually, that works quite well. I think that was
Well,
one of the most effective ones that
If
they
I
had.
can, I would like to add a further compliment. I actually quite like that he said you get your, the inspiration from all your ancestors, their achievements and their mistakes. Like
Yes,
it's all a like big thing you take on with you. Because I'm actually I thought that was gonna be my hot take. I was gonna say I actually like the scene between
I
Durin and his
do.
dad.
I like felt that my cold, dead doggy heart kind of was like, oh man, I'm sad not just because this is a very heartfelt thing between a father and the son, which always gets me, but imagine if this was all couched in something
Yeah,
really
imagine it
good.
was a part of a great
I'd be
show.
fucking bald. It'd be a
yeah,
mess.
And the sad part is this proves that they could have done it. Oh well.
yeah. They're
Yeah.
not completely incapable. It's just they can't do it 99% of the time.
Well,
If you
funnily
can't
enough,
do
I
it,
was actually gonna
talent.
pay compliment as well. I actually think I was in such like bad faith mode that I was like, did I just like that? The when Elrond like basically takes a really long time to say, treasure the time you have the appearance.
Yeah, yeah.
I like that too.
I think
Yeah,
it might be strange, but episode 4 doesn't have the strongest moments for being the worst episode. Does it have the strongest isolated moments?
Possibly because we kind of like the elevator ride scene in episode 2.
yeah. Episode two. That one scene in episode 2, that's the high point, I think. And I guess I'd say episode 4 matches that. But it's weird, and I don't think it's coincidental that all the high points in this show come with the dwarfs, and they come in the exchanges, by and large, either between Durin and his dad or between Durin and Elrond.
Right.
There isn't a high point beyond those characters. It's only because the show does quite a good job of depicting the differentness, the fundamental, like, philosophic and like idealistic differentness of elves and dwarves, but also the familial difference between the dwarven prince and his king. Those are the strongest moments across all 4 episodes. I don't think it's coincidental that they all take place amongst the same characters in the same place. And it's a real shame that they haven't managed to do that with, well, none of the other characters have any fucking personality, for God's sake.
Yeah.
So it's
It's very tough. Yeah, the Fringy example is if you put it all to text and scratched out the names, could you tell who was who? Maybe a couple, but that's not good considering we have a pretty extensive. Well, I know the one who's always talking like a bitch. That's Galadriel. But apart from that, not many that you could really be like, oh, that's that, because they have these traits.
Whenever a
and this is what
character
they-
says, "Hey, you're not supposed to do things that's different from everyone else," you can know they're talking to Nori at least. You won't know who they are,
yeah.
but you'll know they're talking to Nori.
Describing Nori, there's someone Nori knows.
Yes, we can narrow some things down, but yeah, hopefully as the show goes on, we may get a couple more good scenes, but no guarantees. Because yeah, it's crazy. I have so many issues with Durin as a character, and yet I probably enjoy him the most.
I think I enjoy him the most as well. I was hoping to really like Elendil, the sea captain man, the seaman.
Uh-huh.
I want to like him, but I can't. But
At
Durin
least
is
not
like
yet.
there is actually, yeah, not yet. He's still definitely salvageable. He's just suffering from some stupidity right now. But I want Durin. If I could pick one person where everything works out for him, I would want it to be Durin.
We'll see.
I mean,
Yeah.
I like Durin and Disa just because it gives me an opportunity to call them Harry and Meghan in my reviews, but
Aw.
that's a different reason.
Oh, the royal family.
Yes.
I mean,
He's a red.
Ginger Prince and Black Princess is just it's.
I like her. I
Is it?
like
She's
her.
good.
She has
I
a
like her.
personality. Durin seems to have one as well. I would much rather the show give me more dwarf stuff than all of these other plots. I could not give a fuck about the Blackfoots are
Durin
Galadriel.
actually lends his personality to Elrond. The only scenes where Elrond is halfway personable is when he's engaging with Durin.
Dude, the
Conduit.
scenes with Elrond and Galadriel were shit, but Elrond with Durin is more tolerable.
Well,
Yeah,
Durin
far.
and I think the most believable relationship here is it's probably Durin and Diza. Though I really like Brokenfoot and Marigold. I'd have to go back and really check all the things they say
Right.
to each other. But
I
I
like
think
I'm pretty sure you only got like the one scene to work with
I
there,
think it's the one scene. I think that's the reason. Like, there's only one of them, but
Yeah.
with
but
Durin
it
and Disa
stands out.
every time they meet together.
more
So
consistent. Right.
you know, there's more consistency with Durin and Disa because at least they have multiple scenes as opposed to just like the
And-
one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she's
and
not with him, she's just talking to Elrond. I'm like,
well,
yeah,
there's so much
that's
potential for if things go wrong as they expected to with the elves and the dwarves, having
Yeah.
Elrond and Durin at the core of that is going to be interesting. Hopefully,
But he really puts into sharp contrast the fact that, you know, Elrond and Durin have known each other for, I think, a couple of 100 years. Elrond and Galadriel have known each other for about 1,500 years. Like, she's known him since he was born. She knew his father, that's the creator of the library in
Yeah.
West Numenor. She knew his brother, and she's the closest with Elrond. But like, if you ask me to, like, if you didn't know any of the backstory and you just came into this one episode, or like the two relevant episodes, and you said, which are the characters who know each other best? It's Elrond and Durin, because Elrond and Galadriel don't come across as people who know each other at all.
they seem
Never
to
mind
fucking
for
hate each other.
millennia. Yeah,
And that's funny because we're told in universe that Elrond and Durin haven't spoken in 20 years, which is long enough for a person to be completely out of your familiarity.
it is. Even if the dwarves can live to like 500 and the elves to
Yeah, and yet it doesn't really feel like they've done a good job of portraying that. It feels more so like they are friends at this point.
yeah.
But yeah, all right, let's keep moving because we're running out of time. Where are we? Yeah, so Durin says, or the king says to Durin that there's clearly a secret going on with the elves. Go check it out. He's like, yeah, all right then. It's like how the episode started, but now it's the reverse. Crazy.
It's almost like nothing has actually developed
Yeah.
at all. It's
Oh
just
well, the
mirror.
Mithril will be discovered by the elves, and then something will happen as a result of that. And then Durin will find out, and you'll hate Elrond, but he won't actually do anything because he never does.
disappointing fucking mystery box as well. The idea that
Yeah.
your mystery box is actually revealed in the trailer is just, of all the things you could have done as well, it's so depressingly boring.
Will Elrond be banned from all Dwarven lands? Find out next time, because who fucking knows? So our next scene is with Lady and Elfman. I find it absolutely hilarious. It's this moment that he decides to relay the message Adar had. And when you find out what the message is, he's like, bro, you probably should have delivered this as soon as possible. It's basically a threat. It's like, leave now, and also swear fealty. Like, he only tells her because she happens to walk up to him. Like, what the fuck, man? And secondly,
What are we talking about here?
it's
Sorry,
really
I had to
funny
step
that
away.
they're sort of like having this sort of like, oh, we're reconnecting, you know, it's good to see you, I'm glad you're alive. A big criticism of her in episode 2 was she completely forgot he existed. She just like moved on with her
we're at
life.
the tower again, and our lovers, quote unquote, have met up.
Which, yeah, you don't, like, seriously, this is all the character has going for him, this romance, but there's nothing to feel it. She
She
hasn't
they
even
stand
mentioned
close
him.
to each other. Is really it.
It's almost like they want to imply like, oh, they were separated, but now they're back together. It's like, so?
So yeah, like actually, so you have not given us anything that would imply that she is emotionally invested in him, his well-being, his relationship with her, how he feels, just his. We never got that. There was never a scene where she like was worried, where she like maybe she had some memento he'd given her and she's like thumbing it or something, anything. If you would have watched the moments in between his capture and return and just focus on her, there's nothing there. You would be shocked that her lover was that elf who had just escaped near death.
When we compare it to Aragorn and Arwen, I mean, I think they probably
Aw.
have less screen time across 3 films.
I was gonna say, yeah, I'm pretty
These
sure they
two have
do.
had it at 3 episodes, or 4 episodes as we are now, much less than over the 4 episodes. It's just incomparable. Like, you immediately know the extent of the feeling, the depth of feeling that Aragorn and Arwen have for each other, just from like 3 short scenes.
Yeah.
But 4
And
episodes of
how the
Rings of
father
Power,
conveys
it's
that
just
too.
the only thing we know about either character is that they kind of awkwardly flirt from time to time, and if they're apart from each other, it's irrelevant. It just
They're so wooden. I don't even know if I could call it. I don't know if that's what it is. It could just
It's
be
a relationship because the author said it's a relationship.
pretty much
Damn it.
that there's clearly that is his story at this point. What's gonna happen with him and her? It's forbidden love. Ooh, just like I don't. Sure, okay. And then of course you have the way to fix this. Obviously, is when she's dealing with her village, she'll just be like, has anyone heard anything from him? Does anyone know of any elves that are in the, you just have a scene where you're doing your normal shit and then you just show that she cares. Because Aragorn and Arwen, when they're not together in scenes, they still talk about each other. They still care about where each other are in the world and what their fate's going to be. Like, so I guess what I'm arguing is just like this is clearly what they're trying to build with these two. They're doing a terrible job so far. But hey, we're only halfway through the season. I'm sure it'll be fine. But yeah, so they need to leave is my take on this. They need to get the fuck out of this watchtower. You might be like, well, it's
you need
better
to
here
leave.
than, I don't know, out in the open, right? It's like, no, they just need to leave the Southlands. Get the fuck out of here. An army of orcs might take over the watchtower tonight. You don't even know.
And you can't stay here. You need to get food. So
That's another
like,
reason to leave, yeah.
it doesn't matter. You can't stay here. If they even camp outside, you're dead because you can't get food. You just have to leave. You're being forced into a bad thing, sure, but it's better than starving to death. You have to go. And I don't know about the world. Is there a place they could go? Is there like a local government? Is there a duke? Is there a castle nearby? Is
They
there
haven't
are
told
there
us.
militiamen? Or
I
I
don't think
don't
they're
yeah,
going
like
to
I don't
tell
know
us.
what we can do. And no one brings up the suggestions to be shot down for my sake.
Wait, is this the last scene? Oh my god, I think we are like near the end. So
Oh my god.
the kid is chilling out, and then he pulls out his little Sauron sword. Unfortunately, creepy old man is around the corner, and he's like, here's some water. You've earned it for helping get that food." And it's like, okay. And then he says, like, "You took my hilt from my barn, didn't you, you little shit?" And then he's like, "Don't you worry about it, because it's up to you and me, lad. We got to be ready. You got to save your strength, for what's coming. Sauron's gonna rise." And he's like going on a fucking crazy rant, crazy political rant. Okay, that's what this is. And it's like, does he expect this little kid who has no idea how to conceptualize what the fuck that hilt is or any of this? Is he really telling the kid, like, you and me, we're gonna help out Sauron when he comes about?
Yeah,
It's like,
man.
what? He probably shouldn't say anything to this kid. I don't think you can trust that he's not gonna tell his mum that you're saying creepy shit to him. But like, I think that's the implication, right? This guy is
We're on a team now.
He's
because
one of the,
you did
like the elves hated the men here because they reckon they're still evil. Like, I'm pretty sure this is like an actually still evil guy, right? Like, he's
I have I'm serving the old master, the
yeah.
old it's like a Cthulhu thing. I don't know. It's just I'm serving the old master in the
And he's
sense.
like, "Kid, you stabbed
To
yourself with
bring
a
back.
spooky sword. You're evil too. Let's get ready." And
Yeah.
it's like, what?
You're in the club.
Yeah, I thought it was retarded that why even say anything to this kid when he's clearly not bought in, He just stabbed himself with a sword. Okay, that's all he did.
Yeah, you think you'd field him some questions. It's like, I know you stole that sword underneath my barn, and then just see how he just sort of talks about it.
Yeah.
Like maybe he spins some story about the sword. It doesn't have to be the real one, or say, well, the legends say that da 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 da. What do you think about that, lad? And get his take on it. You want to field some questions out there to see if this kid might be sympathetic to you, or maybe this is a great power, this sword. Who knows what we might be able to do with this power? We might be able to save. It's almost like a ring thing. Like you mirror it with the rings tempting Boromir to save Gondor. You do the same thing here. It's like this power, it's evil, but we could use that power to do good things. That's how he gets him on board. That's how he gets him in the club of one. He become a club of two.
Yeah.
He's gonna fuck that kid later.
Then there's a funny scene where an orc says, Adar, we found it. It's in the tower. He's probably referring to the hilt. It's like, why don't you be a little bit more honest with him? You had it. You guys had it,
Why? Oh,
and
I'll tell
then
you why, because he doesn't want to get killed on the spot.
I
That's why
just
he doesn't
it's
say
just funny because
that.
Adar should probably know about this anyway. But the orc is clearly like happy. He's not in a state of like, oh jeez, like lying or anything. I just think it's funny. If Adar knew about what happened, he'd probably be like, "You
If you knew
are
the
all
specifics,
pathetic."
yeah. If I was that orc reporting back, I would leave out those specifics and say, yeah, we tracked it down to a boy who's hiding with the rest of the people in an old tower. Yeah, that's where it is. I'm good. I found it. That's where it is. We just got to go get it. In fact, it'll be shockingly easy to, assuming they stay there.
It's like imagine describing it to him. Be like, the guy you released, he killed the guy who had the hilt, and then like we chased them, and then the sun came up and we couldn't chase them anymore, even though we were wearing our sun protective gear.
Yeah, you should give we need to do something about the clothes budget on it. I've been meaning to tell you, sir. We're gonna have
Can
to
we
do
have like a
better.
big portable parasol, or like maybe like a giant one?
Yeah, could we have like hoods, maybe cloaks? Instead of making this weird tunnel with all these cloth things over it, what if we put those cloths on ourselves so we can go anywhere?
Suntan lotion.
Yo, you know it would be interesting if Adar shows up with his orcs or whatever, and they make the ultimatum of give us the sword, we know it's in there, and we'll let you all go. And everyone's like, "Oh fuck, what the sword? What's he talking about?" And then like someone sees this him with the kid with the sword, like that would be interesting.
They could make
That
something
could
happen
be
there, yeah, but
Yeah,
they
that
don't
could be
usually
a
do that
thing.
in this show, so I can't see that happening.
That's true. I'll just entertain it in the theater of my mind.
So
I'll enjoy that.
I'm pretty sure there's like one big scene left for the episode. It takes 10 billion years, but we don't have to spend that long on it because we can summarize it pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Galadriel is fucking leaving Numenor. Fine.
Thank
Off she
God.
goes. Off you go. Unfortunately, as she leaves, the petals from the white tree start to fall, which is a signal to the Queen Regent that this must be the opposite of what she's supposed to do. That this will bring about the fall of Numenor, getting rid of her. And so that is what convinces her then to bring Galadriel back and agree to going to war with her.
Imagine selling this to the kingdom.
I cannot fucking believe this shit. Imagine
Can you
establishing
imagine it?
the townspeople fucking hate elves because they're going to ruin their lives, and then an elf arrives and brings us all into a war.
For reasons that can't let like I was saying, good luck, Queen, selling this to your people.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've gone from they took our jobs to they militarized our economy. That's
Against a foreigner invasion for which we have no evidence of.
What's crazy is they do it via volunteers, and a shit ton of people volunteer. And I don't know why.
Yeah.
They couldn't possibly understand why this war's even being fought. We think there are orcs attacking our brethren in the Southlands. We're going to war, lads. Coming with? Like, oh, geez, I don't know. Is that
No,
really happening?
no.
Like, and
I'm
is
gonna stay here.
what are you basing this off? Is it just that girl's word? That seems a bit
Because the
wonky.
symbol, it kind of looks like the Mordor Mountains. If you turn it this way here,
Ugh.
and all the guards like they lean in so they can all
Like,
see. As the queen's
whoa.
holding it out, she turns it to the side. See, it kind of looks like the Mordor Mountains, but they didn't do the lake bit. But and also that's it's more this symbol's more curvy and it's kind of straight on the real map, but it's pretty close. So I'll tell you all. This is what it means. Da 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 da. da, Southlands and Southlands and Sauron's coming back. There's going to be an evil kingdom of evil, and it's happening all the way over there on the other side of the world or whatever. We're going to have to go fight and die for that because I had a vision from the Palantir where Numenor is destroyed. I have connected the dots in such a way that we must go to this war, or else we will be destroyed by a massive tidal wave that sweeps over the mountains. And then they say, "Oh, okay, you get this from your father, don't you? This runs in the family. You
Are
being
following
crazy."
portents.
Exact. I
Well,
I will be. I will state a personal preference that I have. I wish that there was more focus on like the utility and being reasoned into this position, other than the signs importance thing. That is my
I think you're being
preference.
reasonable because the fact that we've had basically 0 attempts from both Galadriel and, I mean, even does Elendil, is he bought into this? I don't know.
I don't know his opinion. I dare not ask. I'm sure he'll give it. Maybe.
Yeah, it's been nuts that it feels like we ate a bread sandwich in Numenor. Like,
A
where the
wish
hell?
sandwich.
Where was all the content? Where was all the discussions and the interesting parts? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, where's all the interesting political stuff about I can't believe we're going to war. We did this because of wait, for what reason? You've got to be kidding me. There's no way. Like that like this is a really big deal that you're this is a lot this is the lives of a lot of men on what is essentially magic hearsay that can't really be revelations are necessarily first person.
She had
So
her in
good luck
jail
kind of yeah, man. Like
yesterday.
people hate you. If I got woken up the next day and they're like, "Yeah, we're going to war." I'm like, "Against who? We're just chilling on our island." And I was given the story. I'm like, "No, it's horseshit. Can we go in there and kill the old bag?" I want a recount of the vote.
It's
Lock her up in that tower with Daddy-O.
and this is what we were referring to, by the way. She did indeed end this episode with an army, and she's going to war to the south, and it's just like, what the fuck? How did this happen? It's like, yeah, I don't know, man. It just did. I mean,
There's
there's only
not
got
like a
4
big
episodes left. We got to have a big battle in probably episode like what 6 or something, 7 maybe.
You know what, Mahler? 300 did this better with the Oracle and the Ephors. Where he
Sure.
goes up to get there, yeah, and they lie to him, and he's like, "Nah, I'm gonna do what makes the most sense instead of your weird signs and whatever." Also, we got to see some
It was
titties.
just that, like, couldn't she have used more of the evidence she even has? More of the experiences she's had? They didn't do anything. She just said, trust me, bro. And that was it.
I need to confer with my generals and sea masters or whatever they're called, and they have a big meeting, and she gets their input, and there's a vote. Maybe it's like I want everyone's opinion because I'm very unsure about this, and I value your input as my generals and admirals and whatnot. And she goes over the evidence, and they give their perspectives on it, and they say, no, this is crazy. No, this is just it's hearsay. No, we can't trust an elf because she has this to gain from it and that to gain. It's such a this journey. It would be an incredible undertaking. It's never been done before, something like that. A scene where this is a big discussion that's happening. Instead, we get a 6-hour uh, quasi voyage of her of Galadriel setting off, but then turning right around when the tree starts to lose its petals. Like, man, imagine what we could have had if we didn't fuck around.
And that is episodes 3 and 4.
That's incredible. Excellent work. Yeah, just short little EFAP going over some of
Yeah.
the really just some of the broader points, not really getting into the details, not getting into the nitty-gritty, just the general concept of the show. As you 3 and 4, now you know. These puppies were a lot thicker than 1 and 2.
Yeah, I
They
I
don't
had more to say.
necessarily
I had more to
yeah, a
say.
lot more to say. They're a lot less empty and wandery. They start to make claims, and
And then,
that's where we get
Every
to the
single one
issues.
of them is awful.
well,
It's terrible.
I was saying to Jay, because he's been watching the new Rick and Morty episodes, that he was like, oh, the third one is like, okay. And then I was like, you know, even if they weren't being written shittily with like the abilities they have, when you reach like a season 6 or whatever of something like Rick and Morty, it's like it is getting to seriously difficult levels in terms of managing all of the stories that have come before, all the technologies, all the establishments, all the arcs. You got to keep all of that in mind when you're writing every news story to make sure you don't fucking annihilate a previous one by forgetting things. I think they've already encountered that problem in Rings of Power. Just with like 3 episodes, they're already like, shit, we contradicted things we've established already. Oh shit, it's really hard to keep track of all of our work. And I just find it amusing when shows do that. Like, I almost expect it when you reach like past season 5. I think that's considered a bit of a sort of a flashpoint for a lot of shows where they don't usually get better after season 5. They've usually peaked at that point. There's obviously exceptions, but Rings of Power, like 3 and 4 compared to 1 and 2 is amazing.
It peaked early, and it didn't even peak well. Episode 2 is kind of meh, but then it's
Yeah.
all downhill from meh. It's not a good start.
And I'd probably even be harsher than that myself, but
I think it's outright. It's definitely when we watched episode 1 and 2, I think I was at like a 3.5. Mostly because
episode 1
there
is
just
super
wasn't.
dry.
Yeah, they're very dry. Not all
Oh, yeah.
that much happens. Nothing's really good about it that isn't superficial. Substance-wise, it's very weak, and we don't learn a lot. So that's not good enough to be a 4. I don't think not bad enough to be a 3. 3.5. We've sunk with these episodes 3 and 4. I feel I think it's certainly a 3 at this point.
Very bad.
Yeah,
Couple of
a
small
damn
highlights.
shame.
I don't expect this show to get better. I can't believe we're already halfway through season 1. Just can't believe it. I said it feels more so like we've finished chapter 1 of maybe like 6. But yeah, we're way further than that. But hey, Andor's out now.
Oh,
that's
yeah, you've got
fun.
to watch
And
that today.
what
I
I-
don't know anything about
The
it.
common sentiment I'm seeing from basically everybody is that it is slow, dry, and boring.
Awesome! I can't wait to watch another one of those
I
shows.
was gonna say, man, it's like calm
One
down,
wasn't enough.
Earth. Like enough of this. Because the funny thing is, She-Hulk is like the other kind of bad. It's like concentrated bullshit. It's not
yes.
dry. It's just awful.
It's just bad.
Yeah. So apparently they're offering us both kinds. I say
No,
both. It's
I'm
3.
intrigued. I'm intrigued by how they managed to cock up Andor. That will be an interesting experience.
Yes. Suppose we will eventually find out. But I will say, certainly before we run out of time, 'cause we're on like 9 minutes left. Little Platoon, thank you so much for joining us for 11 and a half plus hours.
It wouldn't be an EFAP if I hadn't joined for 11.5 plus. No, genuinely, I've been like, this has been the most entertaining thing, and I've been watching you guys for
in your life,
years.
in all the human history.
Certainly
Yeah.
for a good long part of it. I feel like I've been invited as a Star Wars fan onto a Star Wars panel at Star Wars Con, but like old Star Wars as opposed to
I was about to
modern
say.
stuff.
Oh,
much
okay.
less like hatred and resentment and
Sure,
antipathy.
that's a story for later.
No, it's still kind of giddy making and bizarre and surreal that I'm here. So thank you very much for having me.
Glad to give you the funnest thing you did all day.
I feel like I will ask you because Goga just suggested it. Christmas or Halloween? What kind of guy are you?
Oh fuck! I prefer Halloween films, but I prefer Christmas as a ceremony.
That is an interesting. That I would.
Well, I have
Would
often
I
said I
agree
think
with
Halloween
that?
has a superior media to Christmas.
Yeah, I would rather watch Halloween stuff. Yeah, that's yeah. I enjoy Christmas as a holiday much more, but I do like. There's something about the Halloween movies and the spookiness that's.
I'll
It's
allow
better
it.
than all that
I'm going
Christmas
to
cheer
allow it.
movies.
I appreciate
I
the
will allow it.
perspective.
You got the big important.
You've managed to
part right.
bridge Christmas and Halloween on something, I guess. Yeah, like I said, our Halloween Final Destination arc is coming on. Final Destination is such a funny set of films. Like, if there were a Christmas version of that, I would watch the fuck out of it still. Like, it's just death is trying to kill everybody on Christmas, I guess. I don't know. Do it.
And then he learns the error of his ways and comes good and gives people presents. That's how it works.
Nice. That would be nice. But yeah, well, tell the chat, since they've had a very big dose of you, what else can they expect if they were to run over to your channel, hit the sub button, and consume everything?
Everything. Fuck. Well, the next thing is going to be what we've just discussed. So the next Rings of Power video. The last one was 2 hours long, covering 2 episodes. This one is probably going to be over 2 hours, just covering episode 3. But there's a lot of film stuff going on. The thing was created to do a mix of politics and film, and eventually we'll start doing live streams again as soon as my friend sort of has time and decides he wants to exist again. But if you're interested in the like film stuff, it's like mini Mauler, I guess, in that it's nowhere near as long or meticulous, but it's something more digestible.
You got plenty of your own great shit going on, dude. You don't need to worry about like the idea of a mini Mauler. No, I do my own crazy nonsense. Okay, you're gonna dig yourself out a nice corner of the internet. So I was trying to finish your video, which is funny for me. Like it's rare that I get to say I had to watch your video in pieces because those are everyone. It's like, oh my god, I'm one of my viewers now.
Oh, that was such an arse to get online as well. But yeah, no, like there's lots of film stuff. So the next stuff is going to be probably Rings of Power. I'm going to try and get an Andor review up, hopefully in the next few days as well. But time permitting. Otherwise, I think I'm seeing you again more on the Drinker stream tomorrow. So
Oh my,
I'll be
what are we?
there.
Do you know what the topic is? Is
Fuck
it Andor?
knows. I think he said Andor and She-Hulk and
Jesus Christ.
and House of the Dragon.
Wait, and she.
I've caught up on.
I gotta.
He needs to fucking decide.
Well,
That's
I
a
gotta.
lot.
My point. I was just gonna say I gotta sleep though, because like that stream will start
You've
in
got to
exactly 12, 13, 14. Is that 15 hours? So I gotta sleep and I've got to see 4 episodes of TV.
I've got to be leaving for the office in 90 minutes, and I've still got to watch all of the TV, so I have no sympathy at all.
Hey, you can sleep in the office, right? That's two birds, one stone. Beautiful. Well, hey, I super appreciate you sacrificing hardcore to stay on this show, then, man. That's thank you very much.
Oh,
'Cause-
don't honestly,
Mhm.
again, this has been fantastic. Thank you both very much. Well, thank you for having me, but also thank you for years worth of entertainment. It's been great fun.
Oh, you're welcome.
I appreciate you letting us know. We always like it when people enjoy our shit, obviously. That's yeah, it's a thumbs up. 'Cause it's funny, we've had guests in the past who'll be like, I could do an hour. And it's like, okay, that's
Yeah, it's
fine.
an hour.
That's okay.
fine.
And then we're done with the
It's
intro of the
better than-
show, and they're like, okay, bye. It's like, yeah, that's great,
Oh,
bye.
okay. Well, yeah.
But yeah, link is in the description for the Little Platoon's channel.
Much obliged.
Like I said, I can personally approve, and I'm gonna keep an eye on your Lord of the Rings breakdowns, because yeah, I envision that even our coverage is going to get longer and longer the more these episodes go on. Hopefully, it won't be fucking 12 hours every time, but hey, you never know.
Maybe it is. Strap in. We have no clue how terrible these things are gonna be.
I'm just gonna block off 24 hours for the next one, just to be sure.
What?
Oh, yeah.
No.
Both will. Well, someone said, is this the longest one other than an anniversary? And I was like, no, we did actually used to do a lot of 11:45 streams.
Yeah, we cut that shit out.
We stopped because it was
We
ridiculous.
We chilled. We were not like
And you know what's
Galadriel, and we
fucking
cut the
annoying,
fuck
Rags?
out.
We just did 11:45, and now none of it was Super Chat catch-up, so we just got another whole bulk added to our backlog.
Pile it on, I say.
Meanwhile, this Saturday, we got the stream, I think Destiny is coming on, and then the Wednesday after that, we got Rakita Law
Right, yeah,
covering
yeah.
She-Hulk, and then that Saturday, it's going to be 2 Rings of Power episodes again. We may very well have you back. So, and that'll be it.
Anytime you want.
I think we're going to try to have Disparu as well. So this is what I mean. We got another. It's just all stacked. I don't know when we can fit in a time to do Super Chat catch up at this point. And we're starting up the recordings for Halloween. Absolutely nuts. And Andor is out. We got to start doing them too.
God,
Oh my
episodes.
god.
Andor doesn't seem bad, and then when you pile it on top of everything else, it's like fuck Andor. That
A little
bastard.
bit, it does feel that way. Well, we'll give it a shot, and hey, maybe you know what? Maybe it's so uneventful and so uninteresting, we just end up dropping it. Who knows?
That'd be nice.
I legit, on top of all of that, I'm looking forward to seeing the next episodes of House of the Dragon. That's like the.
I'm really glad that you have a show that you look forward to watching for non-meta reasons.
I do too. It's nice. Yes, the plushies, guys. 17 hours remaining. It's the last time you'll
Please
see it
buy them
promoted
now.
on all.
If you want
EFAP.
them, buy them now. Do not wait. You need to do like seriously right now.
Yeah.
If you've fucking
The time
procrastinated
is red.
this long, you will forget. This is the last. Do it. This is the last day. Do it right now. Open up a tab and do it.
The time of red is scary. It means that it's gonna come for you. The time is gonna come after you and kill you with a little knife.
Someone said you'll relist them though. No. Once these are done, they're done.
These
They're
don't come
different
back,
than
yeah.
last year's. They do not come back. Once this is over, it's done. There's no way to get them. I've already bought mine. Y'all need to buy yours. These are absolutely limited time, and
Add some
like the
dramatic
quality is good.
Dun,
You
dun,
know,
dun,
these
dun,
look
dun,
great.
dun, 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 dun. Gotta
Makeshift
buy
is good work.
Yeah. like I said, there won't be another promotion for these in the form of EFAP because it'll be done by the time.
Yep.
Even by the time this
Pretty soon.
re-uploads this episode. If I don't actually know, maybe I'll try and re-upload this for tomorrow.
Oh.
I don't even know what it'll upload in time to
um,
do that because it is tomorrow. It's
It
fine. Don't worry
is
about it.
tomorrow.
What else? Was there anything? Did you want to mention anything, Rags? Is there anything you want to mention? I can't remember.
No, I don't think so. Stuff's being prepped, but no,
Okay.
no time for things.
We are
I no specific time set.
literally 1 minute away from the actual cap. That's crazy. Gosh, thank you all so much for keeping us company, for the kind donations, and of course to our guest, the Little Platoon. I was gonna say thanks to Fringy as well, but you know what? He hasn't been here for ages. He was only here for what, like 8.5 hours? That's not even close to how long the stream was. What a shortman. He's gonna hate me for saying that.
But yeah,
But yes, as I feel like I just mentioned, you've got all that on the way in the EFAP world. This will go up as soon as I can get it up. Don't take that out of context. Thank you very much, all of you, for watching, and we will see you next time, folks.
Yeah, that's right. And remember, there is a tempest in you.
Yes. Okay, bye-bye. Bye.
Goodbye.
I think that's literally